Chapter 1808. It was just like back then, when the tyrant saber appeared, it caused a huge commotion in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Now, another inherited Tao tool appeared. Naturally, there would be a fight. What strong demonic chi? This is a mysterious phenomenon that can only materialize when there is an inherited Tao tool. The little monk Yan Chen clicked his tongue as he walked over to Xiao Chen's side. I'll go and take a look. You stay here and treat your injuries. After saying that, Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the surging demonic chi. Xiao Chen did not lack inherited Tao tools. The tyrant saber in his hand was already good enough. He just wanted to see how big of a storm this inherited Tao tool would cause and how many fish it would attract. The 10 great peaks were vast. The disciples of the 3 demonic Tao sects and the foreign cultivators were like fish in water. Even if a person did not purposely hide, finding them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. To Xiao Chen, the main purpose of experiential training in the 100,000 Great Peaks was to figure out the strength of the 3 demonic Tao sections. Furthermore, he wanted to know how many more experts were hiding in the dark, waiting for the nightless mysterious phenomenon that would arrive soon. Right now, everything was just a small skirmish. Xiao Chen kept his thoughts on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. It wouldn't be long before the nightless phenomenon would appear. Xiao Chen had to figure out his competitor's strength. He needed to know himself and his enemy. There was no doubt that this was a very good opportunity. Xiao Chen had the best say on how strong an inherited Tao tool was. Without the tyrant saber, he would not have comprehended the Thunder Great Tao so quickly. Without the tyrant saber, he would not have been able to hold out for long when he fought with Star Venerates. With the tyrant saber's support, Xiao Chen had the strength to fight Star Venerates as a major Primal Core Venerate. By activating 50% of the tyrant saber's might, he could knock back a middle-stage Star Venerate. Xiao Chen had not activated the tyrant saber's full might yet. However, he could imagine how horrifying it would be. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cultivation was relatively low. If it were some other Star Venerate with a higher cultivation, the inherited Tao tool would be even stronger in their hands. Xiao Chen could predict that the appearance of this inherited Tao tool would attract many people to fight over it. By attracting all the experts training in other places, Xiao Chen could successfully achieve his goal. Xiao. Half a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chen landed on a relatively secluded solitary peak. 100 miles below, a small hill had been broken open, and the surging demon chi was coming from it. He looked at the outskirts of the hill. There were 2 demonic Tao cultivators fighting intensely. Xiao Chen observed for a while. It seemed like the opening on the hillside was accidentally opened by the shockwaves from their battle. When the 2 of them saw the monstrous devil chi, they were clearly startled. What followed was ecstasy, and then an even more bitter battle. Both of them wanted to quickly finish off the other party, seize the Tao artifact, and quickly leave. But the more impatient he was, the more he couldn't end the battle quickly. Xiao Chen had already sensed that there were many experts hiding in secret places just like him. He looked at the 2 of them coldly, not anxious at all. The 2 people closest to the inherited Tao tool were merely early-stage Star Venerates. No matter how much trouble they caused, they wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Clearly, the people hiding in the dark were smart. They knew that it would not be good for anyone to stick their head out at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the inherited Tao tool truly appeared. The show was far from starting. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the inherited Tao tool to break free and soar into the clouds. After a while, the 2 demonic Tao cultivators fighting on the hill started to feel that something was wrong. After exchanging a move, they quickly fled far away. If they still did not leave, when the Tao tool appeared, they would be the first to die. It could only be said that these 2 were not stupid. Hence, a strange scene appeared in this place. The demonic chi coming from the hill was clearly becoming more startling. The various mysterious phenomena were even more terrifying. However, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. In the end, there was practically no sound at all. The calm before the storm made everyone feel strangely nervous. I wonder what will fly out. The little monk Yan Chen's voice suddenly rang out beside Xiao Qin, startling him to his senses. Why are you following me? Xiao Qin asked with a slight frown, somewhat blaming Yan Qin. Yan Qin smiled abashedly and said, Big brother Xiao, please don't blame me. I'm just taking a look. I am a person who naturally likes to watch crowds. When I stay in the temple, I like to sneak down the mountain. I can't stand the loneliness. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly, feeling speechless. He wondered which temple this little monk came from for him to raise such a weirdo. In that case, just watch. Don't cause trouble for me. When Yan Chen heard that, he laughed softly, hee hee. Don't worry. I never cause trouble. There was something else that Yan Chen did not say. Indeed, he never sought trouble. It was always trouble seeking him out. However, there should not be any trouble this time. I will just watch from afar. Yan Chen smiled uncertainly in his heart. Suddenly, at this moment, countless terrible wails erupted from the hill, and those wails were like the roar of mountains and the roar of tsunamis. Resentment surged into the heavens, causing one's hair to stand on end. The demonic Tao cultivators hiding in the dark could not help trembling in excitement. Based on these sounds, who knew how many resentful spirits were refined in that inherited Tao tool? There were at least 1 million resentful spirits. Furthermore, they were not ordinary resentful spirits. Otherwise, the sound would not be so sharp and piercing, reaching deep into the soul. Rumble. Suddenly, several terrifying bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, shattering the demonic clouds. It was like the heavenly Tao did not tolerate the birth of such a sinful Tao tool. Heavenly lightning. To think that it is an inherited Tao tool that can stir up heavenly lightning. This is incredible. This inherited Tao tool must be extraordinary. The success rate of refining an inherited Tao tool that can stir up heavenly lightning is frighteningly low. It is too easy for the heavenly lightning to damage it. The former myriad Holy Church truly lives up to being a great demonic Tao sect. This mysterious phenomenon immediately caused a commotion. Many demonic Tao cultivators started discussing it in soft voices. Several heavenly lightning descended. However, the demonic chi blocked them all, preventing them from landing on the inherited Tao tool. As Xiao Qin looked at the lightning in the sky, he felt astonished. This inherited Tao tool that was about to appear was probably several levels higher than the Ghost Dragon Pennant. If it fell into the hands of the Devil Sect's martial artists, their strength would increase greatly. Soon, he would be able to add a formidable opponent to his list. Should he take the risk and snatch this inherited Tao artifact back? This thought only appeared for a moment before Xiao Qin rejected it. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He was alone in this place. Taking the risk to snatch this inherited Tao artifact was not rational. The risk was too great. Moreover, now was not the time to fight with their lives on the line. Before the nightless phenomenon occurred, it would be best for him not to attract anyone's attention. That's right, I'll just watch from afar. This way, the enemy will be in the light while I'm in the dark. The more I understand, the better it will be for me. Based on his experience, he would not be able to unleash the full might of an inherited Tao artifact within a short period of time. Gagga. The inheritance within the mound emitted a strange laughter that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was as if it was filled with disdain towards the heavens, arrogant beyond compare. The heavenly lightning became even more terrifying, but it was still unable to blast into the hill and damage the inherited Tao artifact. Just when everyone thought that the inherited Tao tool would be born smoothly, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, an intense light appeared in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. Caught off guard, nearly everyone, including Xiao Qin, felt pain in their eyes. Boom! Following that, there was an intense explosion. The mound instantly flattened, kicking up dust and covering the sky. The miserable cries of countless aggrieved spirits rang out, rising and falling. The originally fearless demonic chi that soared into the sky broke in half and scattered with the wind. The heavenly lightning injured the inherited Tao tool. Indeed, a scarlet demonic mirror in the air flickered with a fiery black light as it quickly headed in a certain direction. The black demonic light made one feel uneasy. However, one could clearly sense that the light was weak. That final heavenly lightning did indeed injure this inherited Tao tool that stirred up the winds and clouds. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, which were pierced by the light. He felt that something was wrong, and his expression changed dramatically in the next moment. Whoosh! The demonic mirror vanished. Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Yan Chen, who was beside him. Then, he said through clenched teeth, "Little monk, can you explain how this inherited Tao tool ended up in your hands?" Chapter 1809. Yan Chen was truly depressed to the extreme. He was just watching the show. Who did he offend? The inherited Tao tool actually flew into Yan Chen's hand on its own. Yan Chen did not need this demonic Tao tool. It was just a problem in his hands. "Big brother Xiao, I'll give it to you." Yan Chen stretched out his hand and tossed the demonic mirror to Xiao Qin. When the black demonic flame on the scarlet demonic mirror touched Yan Chen's body, it immediately started burning fiercely. The black demonic flame immediately soared into the clouds, covering Yan Chen's entire body. Demonic might surged into the sky. The mountain under Yan Chen's feet shook slightly, and countless rocks tumbled down. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the demonic mirror, and a few miserable cries rang out. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. It turned out that some of the faster demonic Tao cultivators had already charged over and happened to get pierced by the black light. Without exception, all the demonic Tao cultivators that got pierced by the black light had a large hole burned in their chests. The black flame continued to burn along the wounds. The flesh festered, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was a ghastly sight, one that one could not bear to look at. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. If this hit him, he would have died. He turned his head to look at Yan Chen and smiled embarrassedly. "Little monk, looking at your delicate features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, I really could not tell. You really hid yourself deeply. Benefactor Xiao, young master Xiao, big brother Xiao, I. Yan Chen was startled by this scene as well. He was so nervous that he stuttered. There was simply no way to explain it. "I what?" "Quickly put it away. It's time to run." Xiao Chen carried Yan Chen and executed the Thunder Dragon Burst. Then, his figure flashed, disappearing 50 kilometers away. It's the Netherworld Filthy Flame. When the others saw the demonic Tao cultivators pierced by the black light, their eyes lit up with joy. Ha ha ha. After him. The difficulty of refining the Netherworld Filthy Flame is very high. It truly lives up to being an inherited Tao tool. Even the heavenly lightning does not allow it to exist. Whoosh! Looking at the direction in which Xiao Chen fled, a group of demonic path elites madly chased after him. Although Xiao Chen had the upper hand in terms of speed, he was unable to shake off the group of people behind him as he was carrying a person in his hands. "Stop running. Little bald donkey, we meet again." Boom! Suddenly, a clump of demonic clouds descended in front of them. The demonic cloud surged, and the illusory cloud sex Qiao Jianqing appeared. "It's you." When Yan Chen saw this person, he immediately flew into a rage. "You despicable bastard! How dare you plot against me? When my strength recovers, I will definitely cut you into pieces." "Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. However, I'm surprised that a monk like you would have such a strong killing intent." Although Xiao Jianqing was talking to Yan Qin, his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qin. The injured Yan Qin was not a strong opponent in Xiao Qian's eyes. The one he could not figure out was the person beside Yan Qin. His cultivation was not high, but he could sense a dangerous aura coming from Xiao Qin. "Xiao Jianqing, your speed is truly fast." "Xiao." Xiao Qin saw a vast might surging over, carrying the might of all things in the world. Xiao Qin did not see any wind, but he felt a huge pressure. This feeling was very familiar. It was someone from the Heavenly Eagle Castle. The person who arrived was Xingjie. He leaped down from the Heavenly Thunder Eagle and happened to block off Xiao Qian's other path of escape. "Xingjie, same here." Xiao Jianqing laughed in a strange manner. There was only one inherited Dao tool. It was hard to avoid competition between the two. "Little bald donkey, I let you run last time. Let's see where you can run to this time. Today, I will take revenge for my younger brother. I will eat you to vent the hatred in my heart." Whoosh! Xingjie did not think too much at all. He leaped into the air and hacked at Yan Chen with his axe. Everything in the world, the flowers, the trees, the earth, the sky, the demonic clouds, seemed to have their life force sucked out. The life force gathered on Xingjie's body as he leaped over in the air. His aura soared. Just as he was about to land, Xiao Chen and Yan Chen felt pressured to the point of breathlessness. This person was at least twice as strong as that Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciple, Si Hongyi, whom Xiao Chen killed. Seeing that this axe was about to hack Yan Chen into pieces, Xiao Chen stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then, he caught the axe with 2 fingers. Using the body as a cauldron to communicate with the world, gathering all the energy in his body to stabilize space. This was Xiao Chen's secret technique, the sharp spirit finger. "Go back." Xiao Chen's fingers loosened slightly. The veritable essence energy, great Tao energy, and vital qi gathered by the sharp spirit fingers suddenly exploded out. Bang! Xingjie, who was charging over with a ferocious aura, got knocked back. As soon as he landed on the ground, he felt the blood and qi in his body churning violently. Not only did the axe get pushed back by the other party, but it also added in Xiao Chen's energy, causing him to stumble. Xiao Jianqing's eyelids twitched. Earlier, he was regretting letting this Xingjie get ahead of him. Now, he thought to himself, what a close call. Fortunately, this big fellow helped me test out this white-clad brat's limits. Xiao Chen was mysterious and could not be underestimated. Whoosh! 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 More demonic Tao cultivators landed in the surroundings. When they saw this scene from the air, they were all startled. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's strongest disciple, Xingjie, got knocked back with 2 fingers. Damn! What terrifying strength! To think that he managed to catch Xingjie's strong strike with 2 simple fingers. This is truly incredible. Even the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Tao sects cannot do that so easily. Don't underestimate him. This is clearly a secret technique. There are many tricks to it. Where did this white-clad youth come from? I have never heard of him before. Is he here for the nightless mysterious phenomenon? Upon seeing the earlier scene, the many demonic Tao cultivators, the pirates of the Starlight Sea, and some loose cultivators who rushed over did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Chen looked around, feeling somewhat disappointed. The strongest people here were mostly people of Xiao Jianqing's and Xingjie's level. Not a single true inheritor of the 3 great demonic Tao sects appeared. There was also not a single peak late-stage star venerate expert. It looked like the nightless mysterious phenomenon would not appear. The true experts would not show up. They could only wait until the nightless sky shone with eternal starlight and cleared away the demonic clouds. Only the core peak of the myriad star mountain could be entered. At that time, it would be a true fight. Right now, everyone was making their final preparations. Whoever showed up would expose more of their strength. No one would be so foolish as to be in closed-door cultivation, only letting their disciples fight on a small scale. Even if an inherited Tao tool appeared, they would not know. After learning the reason, Xiaochen felt somewhat disappointed. Never mind. Since I already exposed my strength, there is no need to hide it. It would be good to take this opportunity to collect this inherited Tao tool, lest it fall into the hands of other demonic Tao experts. Brat, where are you from? Xingjie asked sullenly as he glared at Xiaochen. After the earlier lesson, Xingjie no longer dared to act rashly. Although demonic Tao cultivators were lawless and fearless, they always respected the strong. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. You are not qualified to know where I come from. Thunder Dragon 9 Transformations. Xiaochen attacked at the drop of a hat, not giving any warning at all. In the blink of an eye, everyone only saw Xiaochen draw his saber before sheathing it. Before the crowd could understand what happened, 81 intense saber lights shot out of Xingjie's body. Then, he fell to the ground and died amid a miserable shriek. The onlookers broke out in a cold sweat. As they looked at Xiaochen, they felt their hair stand on end, and they all retreated. Let's go. Xiaochen remained expressionless as he soared into the air while carrying Yanqin, leaving behind a group of people exchanging glances. When the others saw Xingjie's body riddled with saber wounds, they did not dare to give chase. A suspicious look flashed in Qiao Jinqing's eyes. He took a few steps and arrived before Xingjie's corpse. After checking, Qiao Jinqing's expression changed slightly. He raised his head to look in the direction Xiaochen had taken and cursed, I got tricked by him. This fellow is not that strong at all. Xingjie's death was entirely due to carelessness. Earlier, Qiao Jinqing suffered a disadvantage when Xiaochen's sharp spirit finger broke his demonic cultivation technique. He had not expected Xiaochen to attack at the drop of a hat. Before Qiao Jinqing could execute his demonic cultivation technique, Xiaochen used a quick attack to kill him in one breath. If it were a normal exchange, Xiaochen's saber light would not have been able to pierce through Xingjie's physical body. At most, it would have severely injured Xingjie. It would not have reached the horrifying effect of instantly killing him. As long as Xiaochen did not have the strength to instantly kill Xingjie, with so many people here, he would not be a match for him at all. If Xiaochen were really that strong, he would not have needed to leave immediately after killing Xingjie. Qiao Jinqing stood up and chased after Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen was already far away. How could Qiao Jinqing catch up? Chapter 1810. That was close. After escaping a calamity, Xiaochen put down Yanqin and heaved a sigh of relief. After Yanqin landed, he looked seriously at Xiaochen and said, Big brother Xiao, you practiced your saber technique in the wrong direction. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 81 slashes, and each slash came from a different direction, but the power is really too scattered. That was only natural. Even without Yanqin saying it, Xiaochen understood. It would be strange if Xiaochen could send out so many saber lights in the blink of an eye and still be able to match the saber lights he sent out in a stable manner. Accumulating power required a process. The longer the time, the greater the power. The shorter the time, the weaker the power. Although a casual strike from Xiaochen was already very powerful for someone of his realm, it was still very powerful. But in the eyes of a true expert, it was not enough to deal a fatal blow. However, everything needed to be tempered. He had only comprehended the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations today. How could he possibly reach perfection in one go? Xiao Chen was already very satisfied with its current power. Earlier, Xiao Chen had taken advantage of Si Xingjie's opening. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique needed to be circulated at all times in order to become stronger. Not only would his fleshly body grow stronger as he extracted the energy of all things in the world, but his attacks would also become even more ferocious, growing stronger with each attack. Their fighting style was also unreasonable. Those who fought with them all felt aggrieved. If he wanted to win, he had to win quickly. He had to end his opponent's life with a single strike. Otherwise, as long as there was a sliver of hope left, the other party's demonic arts would allow him to quickly recover from his injuries and launch a counterattack. Xiao Chen caught hold of the other party, not daring to act rashly. He was still recovering from the shock from the sharp spirit finger. It had to be said that making a sudden move was an excellent opportunity. 81 strands of saber light poured in at the same time, instantly shredding the other party's life force. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many saber lights there were, it would be difficult to deal fatal damage to the opponent. On the other hand, if Yan Chen had not shocked the 100 demonic Dao experts in all directions, he would have died. There was no chance for her to take him away. Otherwise, if a chaotic battle broke out, Xiao Chen wouldn't have to worry about his life, but it would be hard to say what would happen to the little monk. He had gotten himself into big trouble, and the other party was kind enough to save his life. Now that he had settled down, the first thing he said wasn't thanks. Yet, he was criticizing Xiao Chen's skills with the saber. It had to be said that Xiao Chen was somewhat speechless. However, Yan Chen did not seem to notice this. He continued happily, hence, I feel that you should gather the saber lights together and execute the killing blow. In the future, when he raised his cultivation level, he would slowly separate them. At that time, not only will I be able to execute it more proficiently, but the might of the saber light will also not weaken, successfully reaching consummation. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He casually sat on a rock and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Chen felt somewhat worried. The true inheritors of the 3 demonic Dao sects and the inner sect elders had not appeared. It was truly unexpected. It seemed like the true contest would take place after Nightless Heaven. The true inheritors and the experts of the 7-star pirate ships were all in closed-door cultivation, waiting for the mysterious phenomenon to happen. This would allow him to obtain the greatest opportunity in the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. There was also Big Brother Yen, who was no longer by her side and was indeed the biggest hidden danger. Who knew what he was up to? Big Brother Xiao, what do you think of what I said? Yan Chen asked again as he walked over to Xiao Chen's side, not willing to be ignored. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and carefully looked at Yan Chen. Yan Chen had delicate features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His smiling face looked somewhat young. Little monk, what secrets are you hiding? Why did the inherited Dao tool of the demon race automatically fall into your hands? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. It was hard to explain why the inherited Dao tool of the demonic Dao ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. After all, Xiao Chen had already entered the demonic Dao. His physical body had been modified by the immemorial demon soul, and his primal core contained a large amount of veritable essence energy made of demonic qi. However, this inherited Dao tool ended up in the hands of the little monk. Since the things of the world happened, there had to be a reason. Yan Chen said helplessly, I don't know, either. The moment I was born, Master said that I used up all my luck. From now on, I will not be able to escape misfortune. Many a time, even if I do not seek trouble, trouble always finds me. The last time Xiao Chen heard Yan Chen say this, he did not believe it. Now, he muttered to himself, is there really such an unlucky person? However, my master always smiled and told me that being able to be born is my greatest blessing, the fortune of the Buddhist sect. However, in the few years that I left the mountain to travel, I was extremely unlucky. The only consolation is that I defeated the people of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. People call them. Xiaochen asked, finding it strange, what people call them. Every time the little monk said this, he would stop. This made Xiaochen curious about what people called them. Yan Chen said embarrassedly, I'll tell you next time. Next time. When Xiaochen mentioned people's nicknames, Yan Chen's interest immediately vanished. Just at this moment, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows, and his heart sank. Then, he looked calmly at Yan Chen and said, Little monk, it looks like we have to part ways for now. Yan Chen was startled when he heard that. That can't be. You saved my life several times and are a benefactor of the Buddhist sect. I was still thinking of giving you pointers on saber techniques after I recover. Xiaochen said indifferently, there's no need. Yan Chen giggled and said, Of course, of course. Master said that the debt of saving a life is greater than the heavens. It is not proper for me to leave like this. Xiaochen smiled coldly and expressionlessly. You leaving is the greatest repayment to me. Aside from trouble, what else is there to be with you? Ah, this startled Yan Chen. Unexpectedly, Big Brother Xiao, whom he seemed to get along with, thought this way as well. Yan Chen could not help feeling somewhat disappointed, feeling guilty. Then, he scratched his head and smiled. I'll be leaving, then. My bad luck does indeed spread to others. I did not think of that earlier. Seeing the little monk really go far away, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. His expression did not change at all. Ha ha ha. Little brother Xiao, we meet again. The Iron Horn Pirates captain, Yan Zhi, suddenly appeared from nowhere. However, this time, he was not alone. A lethargic old man stood beside Yan Zhi. His aura was even scarier than Yan Zhi's. Yan Zhi's body was shriveled and as skinny as a piece of wood. His face was practically devoid of flesh, and his facial features were all sunken in. No one knew how old this old man was. Yan Zhi pointed at Xiaochen and said, Senior Chai, this is the young bladesman Xiaochen that I told you about. He is the one who coincidentally obtained the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition. Indeed, the new generation excels the old. Young man, not bad, not bad. Senior Chai laughed sinisterly, his voice making one tremble. Xiaochen stood up and said, Senior Chai, you are too polite. Then, Xiaochen looked at Yan Zhi and said, Big brother Yan, you came somewhat early. The nightless mysterious phenomenon will appear only after some time. Yan Zhi smiled mysteriously. It's not early. You came at the right time. In a few more days, the three great demonic Dao sects will work together to clear the area, ensuring that they will be the first to enter the main peak and gain the greatest advantage. At this moment, the disciples of the three great demonic Dao sects are all in closed-door cultivation in their sections. This is the best time for us to enter the main peak. This time, we have to take the initiative. Xiaochen looked at the sky. Demonic clouds shrouded the place, not scattering. There were no signs of any changes at all. Without a mysterious phenomenon, the demonic clouds shrouding the myriad star mountain's main peak would not scatter. Not to mention a holy venerate, even a sovereign personage would not be able to barge into the main peak at this moment. Seeing the strange expression on Xiaochen's face, Yan Zhi smiled and said, With you around, these demonic clouds will not be difficult. Take out the Scarlet Blood War banner. This entire 100,000 Great Peaks is the body that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King transformed into. He sensed that the Scarlet Blood War banner acknowledged him. He sensed that the Scarlet Blood War banner acknowledged you and blew gently, and these demonic clouds covering the sky will naturally scatter. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this Yan Zhi had planned this long ago. Back then, when Yanzhi saw that Xiao Qin obtained the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition, he probably already predicted this day. Xiao Qian's strength did not catch Yanzhi's attention at all. The partner that Yanzhi truly sought was this lethargic, skinny senior Chai before him. Xiao Qian's thoughts were meticulous. He immediately thought of the saying, "Put away the bow after all the birds have been killed." If he helped him open the path to the main peak, it would be his death. But at this moment, the two Saint Venerables were looking at him with smiles on their faces. He simply had no chance to resist. Xiao Qian's heart twitched, but his expression did not change. He took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and stabbed it into the ground. It stabbed into the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. His body was like a mountain, spanning tens of thousands of miles. His eyes were like the stars in the sky, and there was no night. The Scarlet Blood War banner had a telepathic connection with Xiao Qin. It was like an extra arm that Xiao Qin had stabbed into the ground. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body immediately sensed an aura that he had not sensed in a long time. Rumble. At this moment, the entire 100,000 mountain range began to shake violently. The seawater in all directions surged and the waves surged. The seawater was merciless as it suddenly changed its expression. In an instant, it smashed countless ships in the vicinity. It was like a giant was trying to stand up in the water. Senior Chai appeared excited. However, Yanzhi still had a faint smile on his face. No joy or excitement could be seen on his face. Whoosh! The demonic clouds covering the surrounding 5 million kilometers shrank continuously, gathering at the main peak, which was shrouded in demonic clouds all year round. Boundless starlight shone down, quickly filling the nearby sea region. Then, starlight spread out and slowly covered the 100,000 mountain range. The nightless mysterious phenomenon is starting in advance. Strange. In the past, the demonic clouds spread out from the inside. Why is it gathering from the outside this time? It's like some strange existence swallowed up all the demonic clouds. Such an earth-shattering and majestic phenomenon instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Yanzhi laughed loudly and grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner that he stabbed into the ground. Little brother Xiao, the Forbidden Land is dangerous. You should stay here first. Senior Chai and I will take our leave first. At this moment, countless people rushed towards the main peak. However, Yanzhi and Senior Chai were holy venerates, so they immediately surpassed everyone. Those who were blind and blocked the way did not even have time to make a sound before dying without an intact corpse. The true inheritors of the three great demonic Tao sects, the inner sect elders, and the experts of the other 7-star pirate ships were still far away. Yanzhi and Senior Chai were destined to go first, ahead of everyone else. Xiao Qin, who remained where he was, showed an extremely sullen expression. This was the first time he felt so furious and helpless. This Yanzhi was extremely despicable. What did Yanzhi take Xiao Qin to be? A poem that he could manipulate at will. Chapter 1811. Brother Yan, why didn't you bring that junior along with you? Senior Chai's eyes flickered. His words always gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling, causing people to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Yanzhi was able to remain calm. He smiled and said, "This young man is not simple. If we bring him along, there might be some accidents. After all, he obtained the recognition of the Scarlet Blood War banner. If he can make use of some of the restrictions, the two of us will be in danger." Yanzhi's worry was not without reason. Since Xiao Qin could obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition, many of the restrictions in the Forbidden Land might be ineffective against him. Given the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength, he was fully capable of leaving behind such a backup plan. Elder Chai nodded slightly. That makes sense. Then why not just kill him? Killing a major primal core venerate would be easier than killing an ant. Yenja smiled and said, "That won't do. If there are still some inheritances in there that we need to use him, then wouldn't we be getting caught in our own web? But if that's the case, how are we going to find him?" You don't have to worry about this, Elder Chai. If I can find him now, I'll definitely be able to find him later. He can't escape from me." Yenja was complacent and confident, and he practically took every possibility into account. My goodness, this person is indeed not simple. Elder Chai thought to himself, and he could not help but have a higher opinion of Yenja. Yenja's scheming and meticulous, causing others to feel a lingering fear in their hearts. It was a scary thing to be targeted by him. Fortunately, Xiaoqin did not have any conflict of interest with the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. He was not interested in fighting for it. All he needed was a secret technique that could allow him to live another life, or an elixir that could extend his lifespan. As holy venerates, the two advanced rapidly. Soon, they arrived at the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. Their expressions changed abruptly. They saw that there was a huge hole on the main peak, and it was continuously sucking in the demonic clouds. Yenja said sullenly, "I always thought that this demonic cloud was natural." Unexpectedly, it appeared from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Senior Chai sighed. After he died, he turned into a body the size of 100,000 great mountains. I really can't imagine how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive. I wonder if he has become a god. The god that Elder Chai mentioned was a true god, not a faux god. When Yenja saw such a spectacular scene, he was also rather astonished, and he followed up, saying, "Wanting to become a true god is easier said than done. If you can ignite the divine flame and become a faux god, you can call yourself a king in the world and seize the providence of heaven and earth." The two of them hesitated. This was indeed an accident. This time, the demonic clouds did not disperse. They were all sucked into the main peak, and a mysterious hole appeared. Without a doubt, that cave was the inheritance ground of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. The problem now was that the huge cave entrance was filled with roiling demonic clouds that manifested into many terrifying phenomena and magical beasts. The demonic chi there was extremely vast, making it difficult to enter. "Elder Chai, it's up to you now." Yenja glanced at the skinny old man by his side and spoke with a smile. "Let's attack." Senior Chai didn't say anything. His figure flashed as he flew towards the cave entrance. From afar, the entrance of the cave was not particularly wide. In comparison, one would realize that a martial artist was truly too insignificant compared to the entrance of the cave. Boom! The two had just approached when they saw the demonic clouds in the cave turn into a group of demonic soldiers of hell wearing demonic armor, charging over in the thousands. At this moment, the demonic clouds had not been completely absorbed yet, so they were at their most berserk. However, the two wanted to seize the initiative, so they could not care so much. Senior Chai coldly snorted and sent out a palm strike. A palm wind swept out. A palm wind swept out, forcibly tearing a gap in the vast army. The two seized this opportunity and flashed past, entering the cave entrance. However, this was just the beginning. The demonic clouds in the cave became even more horrifying. There was no night in the sky. 10,000 stars flickered, and the 100,000 great peaks shone with light. Everywhere one looked, the trees, flowers, grass, forests, and rocks were bathed in a faint layer of starlight, looking very beautiful. The entire 100,000 great peaks seemed to be covered in a veil of starlight, looking like an immortal realm, dreamy and illusory. Xiaoqin remained where he was, calming down for a while before he calmed down. Since the Scarlet Blood War banner had been collected, Yenja must have planted something similar to the black lotus mark on Xiaoqian's body, allowing him to track him at any time. Furthermore, Yenja had worked together with another old holy venerate. No matter how one looked at it, the situation was a mess for Xiaoqin. Right now, the correct choice should be to go as far away as possible. However, Xiao Chen was not resigned to this. He could not swallow this frustration. Actually, Yanzhi had already imperceptibly become a demon in his heart. If he couldn't defeat this person, then he wouldn't be able to defeat him. If Xiao Chen could not defeat this person, he would not be able to go far on the path of the martial Tao. Ever since Xiao Chen entered the Great Thousand Realms, he had walked alone until now. Others would not be able to understand the hardships he had gone through. Right now, he felt extremely humiliated. However, the word give up never existed in Xiao Chen's dictionary. He would never give up until he did his best. The path of cultivation did not depend on talent. Who could persevere with the pride in their hearts and never give up? Who would be able to ascend the throne that stood at the peak in the end? Xiao Chen did not move blindly. He closed his eyes and went through all his trump cards. Then, he seriously analyzed the information he obtained. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, there was no confusion, no resentment, no anger. His eyes were like clear water, calm and penetrating. They looked like endless waves. However, if one peered into those deep eyes, one would see the flame hidden in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes. The blazing flame burned brightly. Whoosh! 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 Under the illumination of starlight, Xiao Chen quickly traveled through the 100,000 great peaks, flying towards the main peak of the Myriad Star Mountain. Although he was already very late, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He slowly advanced at only a tenth of his usual speed. Xiao Chen had already expected that the mysterious cave at the main peak that swallowed up the demonic clouds would be extraordinary. If he went early, he might not have an opportunity. Perhaps he would just leave behind a pile of bones to pave the way for later generations. At this moment, people rushed over from thousands of kilometers around the 100,000 great peaks, flying towards the main peak. All of them chased after the stars and the moon, moving astonishingly fast, afraid of being too slow. Immediately, the demonic light treasure tools bathed in starlight materialized another scene in the sky above the 100,000 great peaks. This place was originally the remnant of the Myriad Holy Church. Since then, all sorts of treasures had appeared. This was especially so for the main peak. This year, the mysterious phenomenon happened early, and a mysterious cave appeared at the main peak. It would be hard not to attract attention. Xiao Chen already felt several terrifying auras rushing over, radiating vast demonic might and starlight. Everywhere these auras passed, the ground trembled, forcing people to retreat, not daring to get close at all. The commotion caused by this scene was much greater than when the inherited Tao tool appeared. The many true inheritors, the experts of the 7-star pirate ships, and the demonic Tao sect elders were probably rushing over at their fastest speed. So many corpses. As Xiao Chen walked over, he saw more and more corpses strewn all over the ground, dying incredibly miserable deaths. Before the competition officially started, the competition already started. All sorts of killings appeared. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the sky, and demonic chi surged into the sky. Clearly, people started fighting over a disagreement. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Veritable essence energy surged, and thunderous sounds rang out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ferocious beast flew out of the mountains. Then, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed up all the people fighting. Following that, the ferocious beast shrank to human form. It turned out that the peak experts of the Heavenly Eagle Castle had executed their demonic cultivation techniques and turned into ferocious beasts, eating up all the people fighting in one go. Trash! With this bit of strength, you dare to snatch fortuitous encounters. How dare you block the way? You deserve to die. The gray-clad man licked his lips and landed on a huge heavenly thunder eagle in the air. Thunder rang out as the gray-clad man rushed to the main peak at lightning speed. It was a true inheritor. Xiaochen felt startled. This person arrived really quickly. However, although this person was strong, there was still a gap between him and Yan Jie and that skinny old man. Although Xiaochen felt that this person was very strong, he did not feel any fear. Since even a true inheritor was here, Xiaochen no longer hid his strength. He moved at full speed. 1 hour later, Xiaochen's figure flashed. He leaped up and gently landed at the mysterious cave on the main peak. Chapter 18:12. It arrived. All the demonic clouds in the sky had already been sucked into this mysterious cave. The black demonic clouds that filled the cave turned into all sorts of strange-looking demonic beasts. Their furious roars shook the sky and ground. All sorts of aggrieved spirits and evil spirits howled and howled in the churning black clouds at the cave entrance, expressing the helplessness and despair of the world. The boundless hatred made people feel incomparably terrifying. Everywhere Xiaochen looked, he saw countless corpses lying around the cave entrance. The 3 demonic Dao sects and the ferocious pirates of the Starlight Sea must have fought a huge battle here, resulting in many deaths. However, most of the people should have already killed their way into this mysterious cave. As Xiaochen looked up at this huge cave entrance, he felt very insignificant and melancholy. When the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was alive, he should have been as strong as a faux god. As for true gods, Xiaochen felt that they were not there yet. After advancing to true god, one would be able to exist with the world. Their physical bodies would be immortal, and their souls would not be extinguished, existing forever. However, it was said that there were no true gods in the world. It was like how the immortals of the immortal epic lived in the heavenly court. True gods lived in a similar world. This was because true gods had already broken free from the control of the heavenly Tao. They did not suffer from the torment of aging, sickness, and death. If they appeared in the Great Thousand Realms, they would disrupt the order of the world. Under normal circumstances, true gods would not appear in the Great Thousand Realms. Those who could advance to faux god already stood at the peak of the Great Thousand Realms. They had immortal bodies and long lifespans, nearly immortal. However, even if they did not die, they would still die, just like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King before Xiaochen. What a mysterious cave entrance. It looks like the mouth of a monster. It sucked in 5 million kilometers of demonic clouds in one gulp. How can this be? If this is the mouth of a monster, how strong is that monster? That is impossible. Strange. Strange. I heard that the Myriad Holy Church, a large demonic Tao sect, discovered a startling secret of the Myriad Star Mountain, resulting in the destruction of the entire sect. I wonder if it has something to do with this mysterious cave entrance. Just at this moment, another group of people arrived near the cave entrance. When they saw the various mysterious phenomena materialized in the surging demonic clouds, they did not rush in. However, they did not advance rashly. Instead, they gathered together and discussed softly. When Xiaochen heard that, he looked at the hole again. This might really be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth. Given that, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance should be in his body. The body of a Void God Realm expert must have something special and unique. It must be dangerous. So. Light shone everywhere. Some of the demonic Tao cultivators behind could not help charging over. Sensing that someone had entered, the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave immediately transformed into various ferocious beasts and flew over. After entering the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave, there were sounds of intense fighting. Suddenly, miserable screams came from inside. The people who went in all died inside. Many scarlet aggrieved spirits materialized in the churning demonic clouds. These were the demonic Tao cultivators who rushed in earlier. F***ck, this demonic cloud is actually devouring the flesh and blood of cultivators to grow. Even if they die, they will not be able to reincarnate. Who knows how many people will be stumped by just this entrance? This is really frustrating. We clearly know that this is the entrance to the treasure trove, but we still cannot enter. When the group of demonic Tao cultivators saw the mysterious phenomenon of the demonic clouds at the entrance, they all cursed, venting the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Xiao Chen thought to himself, with my speed, I can instantly break through this demonic cloud with the Thunder Dragon Burst. Without getting entangled in the demonic cloud, I can pass through without any injuries. This is not a problem for me. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make his move, an incredibly strong aura suddenly spread out. He felt a chill run down his back as a boundless chill assaulted him. A strange 300-meter-long bird that seemed illusory and real slowly descended from the sky, carrying a few people. An underworld ghost bird. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He had long heard of this strange bird that could immaterialize its physical body. It had a strong spatial attribute. Legend had it that it was born in the abyssal underworld. One could find the door to the abyssal underworld by riding it. It's the blood demon Royal Hall's people. Upon seeing the underworld ghost bird appear, the nearby people immediately recognized the people on the bird's back. There are very few underworld ghost birds. Only true inheritors are qualified to have them. The leader's aura is so strong. Could it be the top true inheritor, Yunmubai? The top true inheritor. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help looking carefully. He saw that the leader of the underworld ghost bird was dressed in white. This person's complexion was very fair, like that of a woman's. There was a blood moon mark on his forehead, and beautiful maidservants surrounded him. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could look carefully, the underworld ghost bird pierced through the demonic cloud. Its body slowly immaterialized, and the people on its back melted into the air as well. Just like that, the underworld ghost bird silently entered unscathed. The underworld ghost bird truly lives up to its name. How miraculous! Yunmubai already appeared. Then, the fantasy cloud sects Xiahou Xian and the heavenly eagle castles Long Tingyu should be arriving soon. They are all experts. I heard that these three are late-stage star venerates, unrivaled among star venerates. Without a holy venerate, no one can injure them. They will only be seeking death. The underworld ghost bird was indeed strong. However, that was all. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the thunder dragon burst instantly exploded. Thunder roared, and he moved like an aurora, instantly piercing through the demonic cloud. Damn! Who is this? How fast? Since when did such an expert appear in the vicinity? It should be the upper echelon of a 7-star pirate ship. I heard that the 3 great 7-star pirate groups of the Myriad Star Sea region, the Silver Fox Pirate Group, the Blood Shadow Pirate Group, and the Berserk Wind Pirate Group, are all here. This is getting more and more chaotic. We can't even enter this hole. It looks like we won't be able to obtain any benefits at all. After piercing through the demonic cloud, Xiao Chen followed the only path down and looked around. From top to bottom, there were walls comparable to divine gold, incomparably sturdy. When one stretched out one's hand to touch them, one would feel an eternal and inextinguishable feeling. The nearby sharp-eyed experts could tell that these walls were extraordinary. They took out their Dao tools, wanting to smash them down. However, none of them succeeded. Instead, the Dao tools of some people were not strong enough. Cracks appeared on their Dao tools, and the great Dao they contained showed signs of crumbling. Damn it! What the hell is this place? To think that my Dao tools are crippled just like that. This is incredible. A complete great Dao actually crumbled. Some star venerate experts felt regret, wanting to cry. As Xiao Chen looked at this long tunnel, he entered deep thought. If the entrance of the tunnel was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth, if the hole was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's mouth, then they were currently walking in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's throat. As Xiao Chen looked at the long tunnel and the terrifyingly tough walls, he could not help feeling startled. How strong was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body when he was alive? My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is burning. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words started with these 3 sentences. Now that Xiao Chen saw it for himself, he realized that it was true. In fact, it was even more than that. Xiao Chen kept walking forward. After 500 kilometers, the temperature suddenly soared. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared in front. The sea of blood surged like lava. It gurgled and gave off steam. This was a burning sea of blood. The sea of blood was vast, and a continent floated in the center. The burning sea of blood was another hurdle. Not only was it very hot, but there were also many flaming fish monsters in it. With one look, it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. That continent. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. There seemed to be another world in that continent. When he looked in, he vaguely saw 2 different lights spreading in the surroundings. Heart like the sun and moon, shining together for 10,000 years. Could that continent be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart? It is very likely that the inheritance is in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. My body is like a sword, filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining together for 10,000 years. The scorching blood was this boundless sea of blood that burned endlessly. The vast continent floating above the sea of blood was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. There was a world in it. The sun and moon existed together, shining together for 10,000 years. If one could find that treasure sword filled with pride in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart, one could obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and inherit the treasures he left behind. Perhaps a person like Yan Zhou would not understand what this body is like a sword represented. However, from a certain perspective, Xiao Chen felt that Yan Zhou was the same kind of person as the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Now that he arrived at the place indicated by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words, he immediately understood. Chapter 18:13. Raging flames surged, and the sea of blood was boundless. As more and more cultivators passed through the demonic clouds, more and more cultivators gathered at the seaside. With the lesson of the demonic cloud at the entrance of the cave, no one dared to act rashly this time. Xiao Chen suddenly became vigilant. It seemed that more and more people were paying attention to him. He had condensed his will of soul and made several breakthroughs in his physical body. It was just a look, but Xiao Chen could feel it. A long time ago, he had exposed himself in the princess's mansion because of a single glance. Now, he also possessed such strength. Without batting an eyelid, he listened attentively. A moment later, he understood the reason behind it. It turned out to be a group from the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Xiao Chen had killed Xixingjie, the strongest core disciple of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, in front of everyone. The Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples hid in the crowd, fearing Xiao Chen's strength. He acted very cautiously, only occasionally glancing at Xiao Chen. Not a single trace of his killing intent leaked out. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. These fellows were secretly passing down orders to summon the sect's true disciples or elders. Xiao. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he flew towards the Scarlet Sea. As soon as he flew into the Blood Sea, Xiao Chen felt the pressure increase by 1,000 times. His body fell into the sea like a kite with a broken string. We've been discovered. Stop him. The expressions of the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples who had been watching Xiao Chen in secret changed drastically, and they all attacked from a distance. Killer moves were launched towards Xiao Chen without holding back. After seeing Xiao Chen instantly kill Xixingjie in one move, these Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples did not underestimate Xiao Chen just because of his cultivation. When he attacked, he used his best killer move. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of all the martial artists nearby. What kind of grudge did so many core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle actually attack together? Who was the white-robed bladesman? To think that these core disciples used killing moves to deal with a major primal core venerate. In the air, Xiaoqin did not panic. He first activated his divine dragon war body and stabilized his descent. Xiaoqin circulated the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The two vast veritable essence energies spun at the same time, and Xiaoqian's aura immediately soared. As Xiaoqian's hair flew about, the scarlet sea below churned endlessly, kicking up towering waves. Not wanting to waste any more time, Xiaoqin directly used brute force to break the technique. Using his vast and vigorous quintessential essence, he directly struck out with his palm. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a formless Taiji force field appeared around Xiaoqin. The Taiji force field weakened the wind. With a single palm strike, he blocked all the remaining attacks. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. His body gently floated as he continued to fly away. The shockwave spread out and fell into the sea of blood, causing pillars of blood-colored water to form. Senior Brother Yang will be here soon. We can't let him leave like this. Chase! The 10-odd Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciples at the seaside leaped up and chased after Xiaoqin at the same time. The Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples all took out their Heavenly Thunder Eagles and frantically chased over the blazing Scarlet Sea. The scorching Scarlet Sea was terrifyingly hot. Those Heavenly Thunder Eagles all felt very anxious and restless, crying out in pain. However, under the forceful control of their masters, they had no choice but to continue flying. With all sorts of stimulation, the Heavenly Thunder Eagle's peak speed was brought out. What kind of deep grudge is this? Forcefully controlling the Heavenly Thunder Eagles like this will exhaust a lot of energy. If they are not careful, they might even get burned to death. That white-robed bladesman seems to be the one who killed Si Xingjie with one saber strike earlier. It's him. No wonder. The strongest core disciple was killed. If they cannot establish their might, it will have a great impact on the sect's reputation. The crowd whispered to each other. Many of the cultivators who did not see it personally understood what happened. They all showed shocked expressions. They did not know when such a strong bladesman appeared in the Starlight Sea. The Scarlet Sea was very vast, but it was still a long way from that continent. Xiaoqin did not dare to speed up at full speed. 1 hour later, 10-odd Heavenly Thunder Eagles caught up to Xiaoqin. After all, this group of people overdrew on the Heavenly Thunder Eagle's life force. Xiaoqin could not compare to them. Brat, stay here. When the person at the very front saw that Xiaoqin was close, he pushed off the ground and left the Heavenly Thunder Eagles back, chasing after Xiaoqin. Boom! However, the moment that person left the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that he continuously circulated instantly paused. Damn it! Why is the gravity of this Scarlet Sea 100-fold stronger? Whoosh! However, before that person could stabilize his body, he saw a saber light charging at him. Before he could react, 81 saber lights appeared on his body. Blood spurted out from his wounds, and he fell into the sea like a shot put. After Xiaoqin sheathed his saber, he looked at the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciple, who was instantly burned to bones in the Scarlet Sea. Without saying anything, Xiaoqin turned around and continued flying forward. The martial technique that the little monk felt was flashy and impractical was actually very useful in many cases. The familiar scene reappeared. The Heavenly Eagle Castle cultivators in hot pursuit paused and got their Heavenly Thunder Eagles to stop. It was this move again. Another instant kill in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was this person? Humph. Since when did my Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples become so cowardly? Bunch of trash. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the distance. Then, the whistling sound drew closer. The horrifying pressure slowly increased, making it even harder to move in this Scarlet Sea, which had an extremely strong gravity in the first place. In the end, Xiao Chen was still too slow. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he stopped. Senior Brother Yang is here. He can't run anymore. The many Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples behind immediately heaved a sigh of relief, showing joy on their faces. However, the smiles on their faces did not freeze. Instead, they saw an eternal and inextinguishable saber light sweeping over. The heavenly thunder eagles that the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples rode were struck. They cried out miserably as they were chopped in half. The Heavenly Thunder Eagles had already severely overdrawn on their life force in the first place, suffering the assault of the heat waves at every moment. How could they survive under Xiao Chen's Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane? The disciples on the Heavenly Thunder Eagles did not expect that Xiao Chen would seek trouble for them instead of fighting Senior Brother Yang. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not seek trouble for themselves but for the Heavenly Thunder Eagles they rode. When they felt the gravity of the Scarlet Sea, their shock turned into horror. Thunder Dragon 9 Transformations. Boom. 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 The Thunder Great Tao energy and Primal Chaos veritable essence energy that filled Xiao Chen's body exploded 9 times in a row. The remaining 9 simply could not block Xiao Chen's fast saber technique in time. After getting struck by the saber and the shock waves from resolving the mundane, although they were not fatal, they could not stabilize their bodies. With extremely dissatisfied expressions, they fell into the Scarlet Sea and burned into a pile of withered bones. The demonic Tao cultivators on the distant seaside all felt a chill run down their backs when they saw this scene. This white-clad Blades man looked delicate and pretty, not like someone of the demonic Tao. However, when this Blades man attacked, he was even more ruthless than a demonic Tao cultivator. He did not say anything or make any unnecessary movements. You are seeking death. When the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciple that rushed over saw this scene, he nearly went crazy with rage. As he roared, his body continuously enlarged. Suddenly, he turned into a huge and terrifying ferocious beast, charging at Xiao Chen to bite him. It's you. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He recalled seeing this scene along the way. Unexpectedly, he ran into this person so soon. However, Xiao Chen did not want to fight with this person now. Without the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples holding him back, this person could not catch up to him. We will meet again in the future. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and executed the Thunder Dragon burst at full power. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and moved 50 kilometers backward. After that, Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he changed directions again. He stood on a lightning dragon, moving incredibly nimbly in this blazing Scarlet Sea. The ferocious beast turned into a human. As Yang Feng looked at Xiao Chen, who was already far away in the Scarlet Sea, he gritted his teeth in hatred. This was Yang Feng's first time being toyed with so miserably. Furthermore, that person even killed all the Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples in front of him. Do you think that you can run? No one has ever escaped from me, Yang Feng, when I, Yang Feng, want to kill them. Yang Feng roared ferociously. As he circulated his demonic Tao cultivation technique, his expression turned sinister. Suddenly, his body exploded, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then, he ran on the Scarlet Sea. He moved as fast as the wind, traveling 50 kilometers with each step. Chapter 1814. Yang Feng, who had turned into a 3,000-meter-tall giant, immediately increased his speed. Every step he took caused the sea to rumble endlessly. Boundless waves of blood rolled endlessly. This is the Heavenly Demon Tyrant Body Technique's Heavenly Demon Emergence. I heard that one can execute this secret technique only after cultivating it to the 9th layer. This Yang Feng truly lives up to being a true inheritor of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. When the many demonic Tao cultivators at the Scarlet Sea saw Yang Feng transform into a 3-kilometer-tall Yang Feng, they were all startled. Originally, they thought that after Shao Qin killed those Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciples at lightning speed, he could use his movement technique to leave. But who would have thought that Yang Feng would actually be so powerful that he could directly cultivate the Celestial Devil Tyrant body art to the 9th level? After transforming into a 10,000 zhang giant, his body grew larger, but his movement technique did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and its speed increased exponentially. In just a moment, he had caught up to Shao Qin, who had gone far away. It must be said that he was indeed terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, thunderous booms resounded. With every step Yang Feng took, the blazing sea of blood shook violently. It was as if the entire world was spinning, and even space itself was a little chaotic. In fact, this was not Shao Chen's illusion. Space itself had already been affected. After Yang Feng's body had turned into a 10,000-meter-tall giant, the space around him had already been affected. The terrifying sky demon hockey technique continued to circulate, crazily extracting the power of everything in the world. It was now equivalent to an ancient ferocious beast, affecting the normal operation of the world. Die! Yang Feng leaped up ferociously and clenched his fist. The wind from his fist was like a mountain as he punched at Shao Qin. His fist was like a small mountain. When it landed, a huge shadow enveloped Shao Qin. It was as if heaven and earth had turned dark, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Dodge! As Shao Qin controlled the Thunder Great Tao's power, Shao Qin poured the Great Tao's power and veritable essence energy into his left foot. Shao Qin gently tapped his feet on the surface of the sea. The surging Scarlet Sea was like cotton candy. As his foot landed, everything within a radius of 100 miles caved in. Boom! Before the Scarlet Sea could bounce back, it was shattered by Yang Feng's fist. Amidst the loud noise, the sea of blood churned even more violently. Bang! Bang! Yang Feng, who had caught up, attacked crazily. Every move he made contained a terrifying force. An ordinary early-stage star venerate would not even be able to withstand one punch from the berserk Yang Feng. In this storm of attacks that tore apart the sea of blood, Shao Qin was like a nimble little bird. He flew back and forth amidst the rain of flames and blood. Not a single one of them managed to hit him. As long as he was hit, even if it was only half a move, Shao Qin would have to die here. This guy's attack was too terrifying, and the power was still increasing. Even Shao Qin did not dare to fight him head-on at this time. As Shao Qin dodged, his comprehension of the Thunder Dragon steps deepened bit by bit. After finding the rhythm, Shao Qin had an easier time dealing with the attacks. He was nimble, dodging like the wind. He dodged it. Yang Feng's storm-like attacks caused people to tremble in fear. However, in such a dangerous environment, Shao Qin was able to handle it. It was hard to imagine that Shao Qin was just a major primal core venerate. Suddenly, everyone saw a strange scene. Shao Qin, who had been on the mountain wall, suddenly turned around and threw a punch at the 3-kilometer-tall giant. Whoosh! Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. The celestial demon tyrant body art became more ferocious the longer it lasted. The longer it lasted, the more horrifying the attack. Right now, even a holy venerate would have to retreat from Yang Feng's attacks. To think that Shao Qin wanted to clash head-on. Brat, you are seeking death. Things move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Solitary Yin does not exist, and things that are too hard break easily. Can you still hold on after fighting for so long? Stop pretending and scram. Shao Chen smiled coldly. He had done some research on the celestial demon tyrant body art. He knew that this demonic cultivation technique could not be continuously circulated. Otherwise, it would self-destruct sooner or later. Now was the time for Yang Feng to stop the demonic cultivation technique. Damn it! As Yang Feng watched Shao Chen charge at him fearlessly and courageously, hatred filled his heart. Yang Feng simply could not imagine why Shao Chen's eyes were so cunning. Seeing Shao Chen approach, Yang Feng roared ferociously and retreated quickly. His physical body reverted to its original form, and his aura plummeted. Just at this moment, when Yang Feng reverted to his original form, Shao Chen's fist light landed on his chest. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The two veritable essence energies in Shao Chen's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Two streams of energy continuously spun around Shao Chen as he punched. Demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy mixed and exploded. It was not over yet. At the moment when the two veritable essence energies exploded, Shao Chen activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline's might. The divine dragon war body's dragon might increased, and 20 cauldron force followed right after. The first wave of explosions shattered all the defenses of the shrunken Yang Feng. Then, 20 cauldron force landed on his body without holding anything back. Dang! The dragon pattern cauldron trembled, and an ancient and savage aura spread out in all directions. Dragon might shook the surroundings. Yang Feng vomited a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back like a meteor, landing on the shore. Yang Feng's strength was somewhat scary. The Heavenly Eagle Castle is only a so-so. Shao Chen smiled faintly and spread his arms. Electric Dragon surrounded him as he headed proudly over the vast Scarlet Sea. Yang Feng, who fell into Shao Chen's trap and crashed to the shore, was so frustrated that he vomited another mouthful of blood when he heard this. The other cultivators at the shore had already fled far away. They did not dare to appear by Yang Feng's side at this moment. A bona fide Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritor was reduced to such a sorry state. Who knew how angry he would be? Hey! Isn't this Brother Yang? What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling so unsightly? Did you eat dog shit? Just at this moment, unpleasant mocking laughter rang out. A handsome but evil young man walked over with a group of people. This was Zhou Jinyun, second only to the top true inheritor of the Fantasy Cloud sect, Xiahou Xian. The nearby crowd felt startled. Another ruthless person arrived. The Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect had always been on bad terms. Now that they saw Yang Feng's dispirited appearance, they could not help mocking him. Ha! Senior brother, oh, that might really be possible. The people of the Heavenly Eagle Castle just love to eat. Ferocious beast corpses, cultivator corpses, they eat them all. Perhaps they really ate dog shit. That's right. Otherwise, why would his expression be so unsightly? With Zhou Jinyun backing them, the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples did not fear the severely injured Yang Feng. Zhou Jinyun, you loser. Do you think that you can bully me as you please just because I'm injured? After being repeatedly thwarted, Yang Feng, who was on the ground, became so frustrated that he vomited blood. He roared and charged at Zhou Jinyun. You overestimate yourself. Zhou Jinyun smiled coldly. He actually did nothing when facing Yang Feng's incredibly ferocious punch. Bang! The fist light collided with Yang Feng's chest and produced a muffled sound. Yang Feng screamed in pain. Yang Feng cried out in pain, revealing an extremely horrified expression. He could not help punching again with his left hand, resulting in another dull sound. The bones in his two arms were shattered by the recoil, and they were temporarily crippled. This old man refined this essence magnetic treasure armor to deal with you mad dogs of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Today, I will deal with you first. Oh, Jinyan grinned, looking incredibly ferocious. He waved his hand, and a ghost pennant appeared in his right hand. Then, he waved it gently. Ghosts howled and aggrieved spirits howled. Then, a 1,000-legged centipede made of demonic chi flew out of the ghost pennant. The centipede wobbled as it chased after the retreating Yang Feng. Yang Feng felt incredible regret in his heart. Dragging his crippled arms, he ran for his life in a sorry state. Ha ha ha. Senior brother, look at him now. He really looks like a dog. When the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples saw Yang Feng running away with his arms dangling, they all started laughing. Oh, Jinyun showed an extremely cocky expression, feeling very pleased in his heart. Seeing that he managed to push Yang Feng to this extent, he smiled and said, Yang Feng, in the future, when you see this old man, run far away. Come, let's quickly go to that continent. The myriad holy church was once destroyed there. There must be a great fortuitous encounter there. This time, after I obtain the Essence Magnetic Treasure Armor, I will definitely kill everyone. Oh, Jinyun felt very heroic as he controlled the 1,000-legged centipede to carry the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples across the Scarlet Sea. Chapter 18:15. Xiaochen finally set foot on that continent, which was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. This continent was incomparably vast, and it looked just like a real continent. There were already countless experts on this continent. Strong auras spread in the air. Xiaochen even sensed the auras of several holy venerates. As expected, those holy venerates had probably already noticed that something was wrong with this forbidden land. However, Xiaochen did not know where Yan Jie and Senior Chai were now. The two of them were very strong and had the Scarlet Blood War banner. The obstacles in front would not be able to harm them at all. The gravity on the heart was much stronger than that of the Sea of Fire. Walking in it was a great test of a cultivator's physical body. Xiaochen cultivated the Divine Dragon War body and activated 30 to 40% of his Blue Dragon bloodline. Hence, he did not feel much pressure flying in it. The ancient bloodline gave Xiaochen a huge advantage. It allowed him, a major primal core venerate, to move about freely in this heart. He was no weaker than a late-stage star venerate or holy venerate old monster. What a strong life force. To think that I can still feel the pulse of my heart. After Xiaochen stepped on the ground, a mysterious energy came from the depths of the ground, affecting the rate of everyone's heartbeat. Aside from this, Xiaochen also felt sword intent. For someone as sensitive as him, he could easily sense the hazy sword intent that was everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Everything here, be it the rocks, the mountains, or the trees, was as straight and sharp as a sword. Unfortunately, this was not saber intent. If it were, Xiaochen would cultivate it here. By absorbing the saber intent everywhere, his saber Dao would advance at a rapid pace, advancing at a rapid pace. Xiaochen raised his head and looked into the distance. In many places, the demonic clouds churned, turning into a vast army and ancient mutated beasts. The demonic clouds seemed to be hiding something on purpose. From a distance, they looked exceptionally eye-catching. Let's go over and take a look. Executing Thunder Dragon steps, Xiaochen's figure moved like lightning, flickering as he moved quickly. Soon, Xiaochen caught up to the people who had crossed the blazing sea of blood. These people seemed to know that the continent was incredibly dangerous and that there were many unpredictable things, so they temporarily formed a simple team. A major primal core venerate. Upon seeing Xiaochen appear, many of these people revealed strange expressions. Many early-stage star venerates had fallen in love with him. Many early-stage star venerates could not make it here, yet a venerate came. This was truly surprising. Humph. He probably relied on some treasure to rush all the way here. I'm afraid he's a relative of some sex elder. Let him fend for himself. The leader was a white-clad late-stage star venerate old man. He said coldly, let's continue on our way. Be more careful. Everything here is very strange. We might lose our lives at any moment. Clearly, this group of people's destination was also the demonic clouds. However, Xiao Chen's SS, and Xiao Chen followed him on. Chen's Tian Chen's SS. He Chen's King Dragon Ling Chen's S off. C Sect King with Chen King, S Tian Chen star. Xiao Chen passed through a dense forest without any mishaps. Then, a boundless grassland appeared before his eyes. Every blade of grass was about 1/2 meter long and as straight as a sword. When the wind blew, they did not move at all. This was very surprising. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen such straight grass. Indeed. Even the wind cannot move them. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. The saber intent in his body suddenly trembled slightly. This was a sign of danger. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cool breeze blew over. Bloody holes of various sizes silently appeared in the group of people in the front. Before they could say anything, they fell over. Immediately, the group fell into chaos. They all retreated, using veritable essence energy to protect themselves and drawing their weapons. It was a sword. The wind contained the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind when he was alive. This vast grassland was the manifestation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's sword intent. The people who fell were not just swept away by the wind. While they were clicking their tongues in wonder, the sword intent had already started to silently invade them. Xiao Chen could not help feeling his hair stand on end. Could it be that the saber intent in his body was trembling uncontrollably? It turned out that it was clashing with the sword intent. How terrifying! No matter how insignificant a swordsman's sword intent was, it was still incredibly sharp, ferocious, and tyrannical. Xiao Chen had never heard of a sword intent that could be so gentle, silent, and yet not losing its sharpness. Just how powerful must such a sword Dao be? It was simply unimaginable. Someone started to make a move, sending out a large fire, wanting to burn all the sword grass away. Who knew? It would have been better if the sword grass had not been burned. Now that it was burned, something major happened. A strong wind blew. The boundless sword intent hidden in the wind covered the sky and sun as it surged over. It was a sword wind. However, no one could tell whether it was a sword wind or a sword hidden in the wind. As the sword wind surged over, everyone panicked. Several people immediately took out their Dao tools. They could not even take care of themselves. Occasionally, miserable cries rang out as the sword wind pierced their bodies. The sword intent tore apart their bones, flesh, and blood, inflicting incredible pain. Boom! Amid this chaotic scene, a person roared at the sky. A resplendent and dazzling saber intent soared into the clouds. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. A halo of great Dao energy appeared behind him. He did not panic in the face of danger. He used his saber intent to clash with the sword wind. Xiao Chen charged forward ferociously, the Dao halo protecting him as he clashed with the sword wind. Metallic clangs rang out, sounding exceptionally melodious and resounding in the surroundings. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen had reached the very front. As the others panicked, it looked like he was about to break through the sword wind. What a strong saber intent! Great Dao energy! This youth is not simple. He actually comprehended the saber Dao's great Dao energy. To think that I could not tell earlier. If I can get on his good side and get him to bring me out, it might not be impossible. Before the envious gazes of the many experts, Xiao Chen relied on his strong saber Dao cultivation to advance bit by bit. Young man, I can tell that you still have energy to spare. Give us a hand. The eyes of the leader, the white-clad old man, flickered as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned his head back and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can tell that Senior is doing this with ease as well. Clearly, you still have energy to spare. It does not look like you need help." This old fellow was very shrewd. As a late-stage star venerate, as long as he paid the price, he could break through this sword wind quickly. The white-clad old man wanted to rely on flattery to get Xiao Chen to work hard for him foolishly. There was no such thing as that. As the white-clad old man spoke, Xiao Chen broke through the sword wind. He switched to his great Tao energy. An electric light flickered around his body as he instantly executed Thunder Dragon steps. Thunder Great Tao. When the white-clad old man saw Xiao Chen bring out another great Tao energy, he hesitated for a moment before dismissing some of his thoughts. After passing through the huge sword wind and stopping on this grassy plain, Xiao Chen looked around. However, he did not rush. Every stalk of sword grass was extremely valuable. Xiao Chen wondered if he should take all the sword grass away. If others knew what Xiao Chen was thinking, they would definitely call him a lunatic. In the green grassland, the sword intent was invading his body at every moment. Every moment he stayed here was an additional risk. He could not wait to leave. How could he stop and think about these sword grass? However, Xiao Chen was different. His Saber Dao's great Dao energy had already reached an extremely deep level. Although it could not compare to the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind, it did not reach the level of combining hardness and softness. However, with his divine dragon war body, he could barely protect himself. As Xiao Chen observed in secret, he discovered something interesting. The wind in the air did not come from the turbulence in the distance. Instead, it came from the sword grass themselves. In this boundless grassland, there were some sword grasses that would tremble slightly. The wind was coming from them. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense, continuously expanding it. He discovered a total of 7 such sword grass. Such strong sword grass could not be called simply. They were monarchs of swords, kings of grass. Calling them sword monarch grass would be more appropriate. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the closest sword monarch grass. Then, he landed in the grass. The sword grass immediately pierced his body, covering him in wounds and blood. However, Xiao Chen did not care about these external wounds. He bent over and grabbed the root of the sword monarch grass. When it trembled slightly, he followed its rhythm and pulled out the sword monarch grass. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The moment Xiao Chen pulled out the sword monarch grass, the sword grass within 500 kilometers immediately shattered like treasured swords, turning into shards flying everywhere. This caused some trouble for the demonic Dao cultivators behind, who were still enduring the sword wind. 1 hour later, all the sword grass in the entire grassy plain broke. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen obtained 7 sword monarch grass. Pu-ci. Suddenly, without any warning, 7 strands of sword light shot out of Xiao Chen's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen had stayed in the grassy plain for too long. His sword intent had accumulated to a certain level, resulting in an unavoidable sword wound. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body was strong. Furthermore, his saber intent had been draining the sword intent, so he only suffered a sword wound of this level. If it were Pang Ran, he would definitely die. Worth it. As Xiao Chen looked at the 7 jade-green sword monarch grass in his hand, he revealed a faint smile. Chapter 1816. With the 7 sword monarch herbs in hand, Xiao Chen showed joy on his face. A vast sword intent burst out of his hand, causing Xiao Chen's clothes and long hair to flutter continuously. As Xiao Chen held the sword monarch herbs tightly, he felt a chill. The sword intent that leaked out was only an insignificant portion of the vast sword intent of the sword monarch herbs. How strong! If I unleash this sword monarch herb, even a late-stage star venerate old monster would be instantly killed. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. However, he did not know if it could severely injure a holy venerate. After all, he had not fought a holy venerate before, so he could not make an accurate estimate. However, Xiao Qin, who had seen Yan Zhi make a move before, had a rough idea. If the Sword Monarch herbs caught Xiao Qin off guard and the opponent did not understand the situation, they could definitely injure a holy venerate. It all depended on how severe the injury was. However, Xiao Qin could not use these Sword Monarch herbs right now. He needed to refine them properly. At the very least, he could not let them continue leaking sword intent. Such a waste would make one's heart ache. Xiao Qin raised his head and opened his heavenly eye. Then, he swept his gaze around. After a while, he found a secluded place. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and flew over. After arriving at the secluded place, Xiao Qin laid a simple defensive formation. Then, he started to use the heavenly flame to refine these Sword Monarch herbs. Coincidentally, Xiao Qin still had some injuries. He could take this opportunity to recuperate before departing. 3 days later, he successfully refined the Sword Monarch herbs. The half-meter-long sword soul grass was refined to the size of a palm. It looked very simple and unadorned. They looked very plain and looked like ordinary grass. However, their hardness was somewhat different. They were like thin short swords. Xiao Qin infused his soul energy into them. After familiarizing himself with them, Xiao Qin could control them as he pleased. With a thought, the 7 Sword Monarch herbs layered over each other and turned into a beam of light dancing around Xiao Qin. With another thought, the 7 Sword Monarch herbs immediately separated, moving as he pleased and controlling them as he pleased. Withdrawal. Xiao Qin spread his hand, and the 7 Sword Monarch grass were hidden in his sleeve, convenient and secretive. After being delayed for 3 days, his pace had slowed down a little, but Xiao Qin didn't mind. They were fast, but without sufficient trump cards and strength, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, no matter how fast you are, could you possibly be faster than Yan Zhi and Elder Chai? Thinking of them, Xiao Qin felt a wave of anger and a trace of helplessness. However, Xiao Qin vaguely felt that these two would come looking for him sooner or later. The Scarlet Blood War banner was no different from a fire stick in his hands. If the final inheritance still required the Scarlet Blood War banner, then the two would have to come back to look for him. Xiao Qin, who was hurrying along, suddenly noticed a huge handprint on the ground in front of him. The area covered by the palm print was extremely vast. It was the size of a city. There were countless broken corpses lying on the ground, and many people were rummaging through those corpses. Several people gained a lot, feeling extremely shocked. It's the myriad Holy Church's experts. They were completely wiped out, killed by someone with one palm strike. How terrifying! Who exactly is this person? To think that he managed to destroy so many experts of the myriad Holy Church with just one palm strike. In the past, there were rumors that the myriad Holy Church was destroyed in one night. Now that I see it, I have no choice but to believe it. When Xiao Qin heard the discussions of the other cultivators in the palm print, he felt shocked as well. Soon, he thought of something. It had to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will. Back then, the myriad Holy Church must have discovered this forbidden land by coincidence. Then, the myriad Holy Church mobilized the entire sect to attack. Unfortunately, they did not have the Scarlet Blood War banner and could not obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's acknowledgement. When the myriad Holy Church rashly attacked, they ran into the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's various backup plans and got completely wiped out. As for why this group of people managed to get here, although there were many hardships, it was because of the harsh environment in the first place. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had not done this on purpose. Otherwise, all of them would have died. It could only be said that Xiaoqin used the Scarlet Blood War banner to open this forbidden land, allowing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will to withdraw. After all, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King wanted to pass down his treasures, not kill every cultivator who barged into this place. Xiaoqin leaped over the palm print. Along the way, he saw all sorts of corpses. These corpses all died in special environments. They were injured by sword qi, which could only be attributed to carelessness. 7 days later, Xiaoqin finally arrived at the place where the demonic clouds churned. Xiaoqin felt a huge pressure as he stood at the summit of the mountain where the demonic clouds churned. The demonic clouds materialized all sorts of terrifying mysterious phenomena. There was a vast army, a flood dragon, a flaming phoenix, a centipede, or an ox head. Just looking at them made one tremble in fear. This test before Xiaoqin was much stronger than the one at the entrance of the cave. This time, Xiaoqin could not rely on his speed to charge over unscathed like before. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's tests came one after another. Without the corresponding strength, one would not be qualified to obtain the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. If one died, one died. There was no one to blame. Xiaoqin took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he drove the Primal Chaos Veritable Essence energy in his 9-star Primal Core and charged over. Boom! The first to charge over was an ox-horned beast materialized by the demonic clouds. It roared ferociously, and black demonic flames burned on its hooves. This ox-horned beast charged at Xiaoqin with a tyrannical force. Its strength was no weaker than Xixingjia's. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The 9 stars on Xiaoqin's primal core flickered, and 2 streams of veritable essence energy circulated wildly, forming a formless but unbreakable Taiji force field around Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin punched, the Taiji force field mixed with demonic qi, spiritual energy, and veritable essence energy exploded. The force of one punch shattered this ox-horned beast. Kill! 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 Xiaoqin moved like he was flying and punched like the wind. Fighting spirit surged in his heart. He did not stop at all, charging towards the summit. Everywhere Xiaoqin passed, the mountain path was littered with corpses. They were all cultivators who died under the relentless charge of the demonic clouds. There were also cultivators who persisted bitterly, making their way to the summit. Damn it! Who is this youth? He is so strong. He is really fast. Even the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Tao sects are not as fast. To think that he is just a venerate. Damn! I really don't understand. Seeing Xiaoqin pass by them, these cultivators carefully moving forward were incredibly shocked. Since when did a primal core venerate become so much stronger than them, star venerates? Halfway to the summit, Xiaoqin brought out the first Saber Dao's great Dao energy. A dazzling saber light started flickering in his fish light. About 2/3 of the way, Xiaoqin activated the Thunder Great Dao. Aside from the resplendent saber light, his body started flickering with a dazzling electric light. With only the final 100 meters remaining, Xiaoqin activated half of his blue dragon bloodline and started to circulate his vital qi. Just like that, Xiaoqin grew increasingly ferocious. As he stepped on the corpses, he did not stop at all, passing the cultivators who persisted bitterly. Xiaoqin entered the surging demonic clouds. Clang! The instant Xiaoqin entered the demonic clouds, he did not hesitate to draw his tyrant saber and start a boundless massacre. He fought with all sorts of mutated beasts in the demonic clouds for 3 days. Then, Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. His white robes looked spotless as he passed through the demonic clouds, standing proudly. In front of him was a shocking scene. He did not know how high the sky was or how deep the ground was in this vast space. It was like he stood in the starry heavens, feeling an unimaginable vastness. As the saying went, the world was as vast as one's heart was. In the center of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart, Xiaochen finally saw the true meaning of this saying. His heart was vast, boundlessly vast. It was hard to imagine that this vast space was just a corner of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. After a huge battle, when Xiaochen saw this scene, he felt boundless shock. The legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, seemed to be announcing that even if I die, you are still as insignificant as ants in my heart, insignificant. To be able to see such a scene, even if I do not obtain anything, it is worth it. As Xiaochen stood at the edge of the cliff, he felt completely convinced. He did not feel any sense of defeat or helplessness. The vast space before Xiaochen was not empty. There were more than 10,000 huge stone pillars in it. When Xiaochen looked around, many of the stone pillars shone with treasure light and spiritual energy spreading out. Of course, this was accompanied by a boundless massacre and all sorts of intense battles. It looked like these stone pillars were treasure pillars. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures were hidden in these stone pillars. The cultivators who arrived earlier had already started fighting on the stone pillars. Xiaochen looked into the distance. A clump of flame burned on the centermost stone pillar, illuminating the surroundings. The sky was filled with the radiance of the stars, flickering with resplendent light. A faux god flame. With one glance, Xiaochen could tell the origin of that flame. Just to be careful, Xiaochen leaped into the air and flew towards the stone pillar closest to him. Boom! The moment Xiaochen raised his foot and stepped into the air, he felt like lightning struck him. It was like an invisible mountain fell on his back. This was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's lingering will. It contained boundless might and pressure, the faux god might. Great Tao energy of the divine dragon war body. Xiaochen grunted. Enduring this pressure, he landed on the stone pillar with much difficulty and heaved a long sigh of relief. That was close. If I had not been careful and did not take big steps, I would have fallen. Thinking about this height and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god might, I would have fallen. Once I fell, I would not be able to make a comeback, shattering my bones. Whoosh! The moment Xiaochen landed on the stone pillar, a treasure light flashed in the center of the stone pillar. Then, a pile of spirit jades appeared on the platform. Above the spirit jades was an inherited Tao tool, giving off a dazzling treasure light. An inherited Tao tool. Before Xiaochen could make a move, he saw many figures flying over. They were all the demonic Tao experts that barged in. These people were very strong. However, when they leaped up, several of them were caught off guard. The faux god might ruthlessly push them into the deep abyss. Miserable cries echoed in this vast world, inspiring fear. Whoosh! 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 In the end, only 4 or 5 people landed on the stone pillar where Xiaochen was. After they landed, they eagerly launched themselves at the inherited Tao tool. However, a murderous intent shot into the sky. The sword light of the inherited Tao tool pierced the bodies of the people who flew over, causing them to die with grievances. Xiaochen had expected this long ago. A glistening golden Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in front of him, blocking all the sword lights for him. Restrictions. The inherited Tao tool would definitely have restrictions left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. This restriction was simple and tyrannical, nothing fancy at all. It was just a strand of sword chi containing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Chapter 1817. After glancing at the 5 corpses on the stone pillar, Xiaochen's gaze fell on the inherited Tao tool. That was a spear, a treasure that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King casually obtained when he was alive. Clearly, he did not use it. Without touching it, Xiaochen decided to give up after comprehending it for a while. The Tyrant Saber could not compare to Xiaochen's Tyrant Saber, so he had to take the risk to remove the restrictions. This was simply a waste of time. However, there was no need to stand on ceremony with the spirit jades below. The restrictions on the spirit jades were not strong. Xiao Qin easily took them away. With a wave of his hand, he spent hundreds of thousands of medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao! With a leap, Xiao Qin landed on the stone pillar before him. A legacy Dao artifact and a pile of spirit jades appeared in the middle of the stone pillar. Similarly, Xiao Qin only took spirit jades. He wasted no time on the restrictions of the inherited Dao tools. Looking around, one could see that many of the battles on the stone pillars were for the sake of the inherited Dao artifacts. If you want to break the restrictions, you will not only have to deal with the sword chi that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind but also the sneak attacks of the other cultivators. To be honest, it was indeed a waste of time. If the inherited Dao tool left behind was stronger than the Tyrant Saber, it might be able to stop Xiao Qin. If it wasn't as strong as the Overlord Blade, there was no need to waste time on it. He took the spiritual jades and left. Compared to the others who were excited and risking their lives, they might not even be able to obtain an inherited Dao artifact. Xiao Qin appeared to be much more carefree. He landed on a platform and collected the spirit stones. As more and more people passed through the demonic clouds, it was obvious that the battles on the stone pillars would become more and more intense. However, Xiao Qin also discovered something else. The further in he went, the more he looked, the more he felt. The faux god might that Xiao Qin received became stronger. At the start, he only needed to pay attention. Otherwise, the faux god might would not push him into the deep abyss. But gradually, even though he had the intention, every step he took was filled with trepidation. What looked like a game of hopscotch had turned into a gamble with one's life. No one could have predicted this. Xiao Qin wondered how strong the faux gods might would be when he jumped to the next stone pillar. However, everyone could predict that the deeper they jumped, the more valuable the treasures on the stone pillars would be. Xiao Qin, who had been collecting spirit stones, felt very moved. Now, he casually collected more than 1,000,000 spirit jades. Ah! In the vast and empty world, a cry of despair suddenly reverberated. It turned out that a martial artist had decided to continue jumping. After being struck by the faux god might, Xiao Qin fell to the ground like a shot put. He executed all sorts of martial techniques, but they were all useless. The shrill screams continued for a long time before a heavy smack was heard. There was no need to look anymore. He had definitely been smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. This pressure was proportional. The faux god's might that one endured at the top of the stone pillar was fine. However, the lower one descended, the stronger the faux god's might. Up until now, no one had expected anything good to happen to them. This miserable cry echoed for a long time. Many of the cultivators who were about to jump felt a chill down their spines and hesitated. The place that seemed to be full of treasures had become a game for the brave. This was a test of one's heart and courage. One jump could separate life and death. This was especially so when one fell to their death. No cultivator would be willing to die in such a sullen manner. Naturally, Xiao Qin was not willing either. Whoosh! 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 Wind howled from behind. 4 or 5 people descended to the top of the stone pillar where Xiao Qin was. All of them were middle-stage star-venerate old men. Some were demonic Dao loose cultivators, and some were the upper echelon of 7-star pirate ships. As they looked at Xiao Qin, they all showed hostile expressions. Xiao Qin did not want to fight with them. He gently pushed off with his feet and stepped forward. "I'll send you off." Who knew? Someone behind suddenly attacked. The instant Xiao Qin jumped, that person laughed coldly and threw a palm strike. This prompted the others to follow suit. Several attacks immediately flew at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. However, he could not turn back now. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiaochen could not afford to overthink. He had to face the strengthened foe god might and these killing moves later. He could not afford to get distracted at all. Before the huge pressure, Xiaochen executed Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. The two Dao Might merged and did their best to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god might. Xiaochen moved like lightning, quickly changing position several times in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiaochen narrowly dodged all the attacks of these old fogies. However, when he landed, he had already charged past several stone pillars and arrived before a stone pillar that Xiaochen had not planned for. What a fellow! To think that he did not die. This youth is not simple. Hee. This is a good opportunity to test his limits. Otherwise, he would have purposely left. When we fought ferociously and were caught off guard, we would have fallen for his trap. It is good to chase him away. Seeing Xiaochen avoid several stone pillars and go far away, the people who attacked were startled. What a strong treasure light. There are still people on it. The distant Xiaochen showed a slightly startled expression. He discovered that there were already 3 people on the stone pillar. However, at this moment, Xiaochen needed to climb the stone pillar. He could not hesitate at all. Steeling himself, Xiaochen landed on it. He saw a white mask hovering in the center of the stone pillar. It looked exquisite and smooth, like porcelain. Black demonic qi wafted around the mask. The demonic qi was so dense that it looked like silk. Ancient black scriptures were written on the mask, looking exceptionally strange. This is a soul tool. Xiaochen's heart trembled, and he showed a slightly excited expression. Soul tools were also known as soul tools. Normally, only rank 6 sects were qualified to possess soul tools. As the name suggested, soul tools were treasures that were forbidden from being used during normal times for various reasons. Once used, it would shake the world and turn the tide. This soul tool before Xiaochen was somewhat special. It did not look like an ordinary soul tool but a mask. Mask-type secret treasures were rare in the first place. A soul tool mask would be even more attention-grabbing. Forging a soul tool was extremely difficult. To think that Xiaochen wasted so many resources just to forge a mask. Xiaochen had to admit that this was somewhat willful. The owner of this mask must have looked down on everyone when he was alive. He must have been a powerful overlord. The owner of this mask must have had countless rare resources. Otherwise, he would not have casually used them to forge a mask. Compared to the mask, secret treasures like sabers, swords, cauldrons, and bells were clearly more valuable. However, that was not certain. This was Xiaochen's first time seeing a secret treasure. His thoughts ran wild, causing him to short-circuit. Hee. Young man, this is a soul tool. What do you think? It is beautiful, right? 3 people stood in each corner of the stone pillar's platform. The one who spoke was a somewhat plump, middle-aged man. He smiled at Xiaochen. Xiaochen sensed for a while, and his heart sank slightly. This time, he had really jumped into a wolf's den. These 3 were peak late-stage star venerates. Their auras were exceptionally deep and distant. With one look, it was clear that they had been at this cultivation realm for a long time. Every one of them could be said to be unrivaled among star venerates. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be hard to suppress them. Aside from the middle-aged fatso, the other 2 were a pretty woman of indeterminate age and a cold, black-clad swordsman. The pretty woman looked at Xiaochen and smiled charmingly. What a handsome junior. Come to elder sister's side. Elder sister will explain to you what a soul tool is. The pretty woman smiled faintly, looking very charming. It was like thousands of flowers bloomed in Xiaochen's heart, giving him a favorable impression out of nowhere. Charm technique. This is child's play. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. However, he did not know what to do about it. He seemed to have entered a situation that could erupt at any moment. Clearly, these three had been at a stalemate for a long time. None of them were confident of winning. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, the eyes of the middle-aged fatso and the pretty woman lit up. They thought to themselves, here comes a stepping stone. The middle-aged fatso smiled and said, little brother, you must not go over. This flower beauty is the famous venomous widow. If the men who died under her skirt were piled up, they would be taller than this pillar. Ha ha ha. Damn you, fatso. How dare you expose this old lady's secret? Ha ha. Do you still need someone to expose your secret? You are already an old monster that has lived for several hundred years. You are really shameless to try to seduce this junior. So, little brother, come to my side. As the saying goes, fat people are kind at heart. This is definitely true. The middle-aged fatso's words were very vicious, angering the pretty woman so much that she wished she could kill him immediately. At the same time, the pretty woman giggled and invited Xiao Chen to stand with her. Cassier. However, the cold swordsman did not say anything. He only drew his sword by 1 centimeter. A strand of resplendent and dazzling sword light instantly landed at Xiao Chen's feet, leaving a deep sword mark on this ancient stone pillar. Clearly, this was a threat to Xiao Chen, telling him not to move and not to go to any side. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the sword light at his feet. Then, he smiled faintly and said, don't worry. I will not pick a side. Whoosh. However, right after Xiao Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled the soul treasure over. Chapter 18:18. Of course, Xiao Chen would not choose a side. The soul tool was right before him. His thoughts were very simple. I have to obtain it. The instant the porcelain-like mask was sucked into Xiao Chen's hand, the strong restrictions in it immediately activated. A resonant sword hum rang out, and the mask burst out with a resplendent sword light. A terrifying might spread out from it. The sword chi containing the scarlet blood pirate kings will shot out in all directions. Cassier. Cassier. The sword light flashed everywhere, looking resplendent and dazzling. The middle-aged man, fatso, the pretty woman, and the cold swordsman were preparing to attack Xiao Chen. However, when the sword light arrived, they had no choice but to face the sword chi first. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. The moment he touched the mask, he immediately let go and executed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The restriction that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left on the soul tool was much stronger than an inherited Dao tool. The sword chi instantly pierced through the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, turning it into flames and scattering. Fortunately, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram blocked for a moment, giving Xiao Chen time to dodge. Xiao Chen tilted his body slightly and dodged. Chi! The sword chi left a mark on the right side of Xiao Chen's face, leaving a wound that leaked out blood. Compared to Xiao Chen, who was already prepared, the other three were caught off guard. This strand of sword chi nearly knocked them off the stone pillar. It was not over yet. The sword chi in the mask had yet to scatter. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's wool was in the mask. As long as that wool did not scatter, the sword chi would remain forever. It would be rather difficult to subdue the soul tool just like that. Earlier, these three had been in a stalemate, not daring to act rashly. Clearly, there was a reason for this. However, Xiao Chen could not care so much. He grabbed the mask again and leaped towards the stone pillar behind him. Boom! With the support of the Saber Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Chen's entire body burst out with a resplendent saber light and the sword light from the mask. An intense clash ensued. Boundless sword chi and saber chi overflowed in all directions. Boundless sword chi and saber chi spread out in all directions, forming terrifying saber winds and sword winds. What a powerful saber intent! The power of the great Tao. As expected, those who can reach this step are all simple people. If this goes on, the soul tool might really be subdued by him. Chase! The middle-aged fatso, the beautiful woman, and the black-clad swordsman charged through the terrifying sword and saber winds, chasing after Xiaoqin. The moment he laid his eyes on the mask, Xiaoqin decided that he must obtain it at all costs. Xiaoqin was certain that the mysterious scripture on the mask had a great origin. As Xiaoqin retreated, he filled his entire body with great Tao energy, materializing a boundless saber intent. The mask continuously whittled down the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. This was an exceptionally intense process. At every moment, Xiaoqin was engaged in a life-and-death battle. Every time the saber intent and sword intent collided, his internal organs churned and his entire body ached. The sword intent and saber intent rampaged in his body, testing Xiaoqin's physical body at every moment. Fortunately, Xiaoqin possessed dragon bones and a blue dragon bloodline. His recovery ability was extremely strong. Otherwise, this physical body would not last long before the rampaging sword intent and saber intent destroyed it. How can this fellow be so fast? Under the suppression of the foe god might, everyone's speed was less than half of their normal speed. The middle-aged fatso could not help cursing, panting as he chased. Cold light chop. The cold, black-clad swordsman drew his sword, and a sword light infused with his will of soul quickly swept towards Xiaoqin. A chill suddenly arose. Xiaoqin glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a cold wind behind him. There was no sword light or sword intent. The sword hid in the wind, carrying the cold, swordsman's will of soul as he attacked. It was like a monarch of swords hiding in the wind, looking at Xiaoqin coldly. This swordsman sent out such a killing move without making a sound. This swordsman was really strong. Left without a choice, Xiaoqin grasped the mask with his left hand and turned around to send out a saber strike. Whoosh! The scabbard flew out and punched a large hole in the formless cold wind. Then, a saber light flashed. In an instant, Xiaoqin brought out 80% of the tyrant saber's might. With a loud boom, the cold wind scattered in all directions, turning into thousands of sword lights that shot out in all directions. He broke it. The cold, swordsman felt slightly stunned. After a while, he noticed the saber in Xiaoqin's hand. An inherited Tao tool, the saber of misfortune. No wonder. No wonder. The cold, swordsman said, "No wonder," twice in a row, clearly finding it strange. To think that someone could obtain the recognition of this saber. This was simply incredible. Those who understood the history of the tyrant saber would look at Xiaoqin with the same expression as this cold, swordsman after recognizing the tyrant saber. Die! While Xiaoqin made his move, the pretty woman's attack also arrived. A palm wind containing an extravagant fragrance pressed down on Xiaoqin. The palm energy was soft and gentle, looking very soft. The pretty woman easily dodged Xiaoqin's saber and headed for Xiaoqin's chest. Xiaoqin let go. The tyrant's saber fell to the ground and stabbed into a stone pillar. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and stored up force. A dragon roar resounded, and Xiaoqin gathered dragon might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a fist light containing 20 cauldron force clashed with the soft palm wind. The pretty woman was immediately sent flying by Xiaoqin. However, her soft palm energy was like a venomous snake that barged into Xiaoqin's body. Intense pain came from Xiaoqin, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Then, he held up the tyrant's saber and continued to retreat. "Little fellow, why don't you know how to show mercy to the fairer sex?" The pretty woman smiled charmingly and gently drifted to the ground. After resting for a while, she continued to give chase. The middle-aged man, Fatso, was one step too slow and could not attack Xiao Qin. However, he was happy to see Xiao Qin exhaust the other two. As Xiao Qin gave chase, he had to deal with the two's harassment and wear down the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will on the mask. Danger lurked at every step, making him very passive and unbearable. If he got careless, he would fall into the deep abyss and shatter all his bones. However, Xiao Qin already made up his mind. He had to obtain this mysterious mask, no matter the cost. I have to fight. I have to fight. Damn it. That brat is charging over. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura startled the group of old men who attacked him earlier. The four old fogies were currently fighting intensely. None of them wanted to admit defeat, wanting to collect the inherited Dao tools on the stone pillars. When they suddenly saw Xiao Qin arrive, they were startled and quickly stopped. I just knew that this brat was up to no good and would definitely charge back. Indeed, that was the case. He is too sinister. Later, we will attack together and make him stay. The four old men started to make false accusations. Not only did they sneak attack Xiao Qin, but they also placed the blame on Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin, who was fleeing for his life, saw that he had returned to his original spot, he felt slightly stunned. However, the three old men behind him were chasing too closely, so he could not care too much. Xiao Qin leaped up firmly and landed on the stone pillar. That is. When the four old men, who were preparing to attack Xiao Qin, saw the mask in Xiao Chen's hand give off a strong might and pressure, they were stunned. Before the four old men could react, Xiao Chen's saber intent clashed with the mask's sword intent again. Whoosh! 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 Amid the dazzling lights, saber lights and sword lights danced around. The four old men cried out miserably and used all their means to barely stand firm at the edge of the stone pillar. The saber lights and sword chi cut the four old men until they were covered in blood, a cruel sight to behold. They were so frightened that their hearts thumped heavily, pounding endlessly as they panted heavily. Ah! However, before the four old men could catch their breaths, the cold swordsman landed on the stone pillar. The moment his strong sword intent landed, it surged out. The four old men standing at the edge of the stone pillar let out startled cries. Their bodies wobbled, looking like they would fall into the deep chasm at any moment. The black-clad swordsman ignored the four old men. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin, continuing to give chase. Following that, the pretty woman landed. A fragrance spread out, tugging at one's heartstrings. The four old men, who were bitterly enduring, felt dizzy. The four old men complained in their hearts. After the pretty woman left and the middle-aged fatso landed, the four finally stopped struggling. They could no longer complain. When the middle-aged fatso landed, the stone pillar trembled visibly. The four old men, who were struggling bitterly, cried out miserably as they fell into the deep chasm. Only 30% remains. As Xiao Qin flew, he felt the remnant Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will on the mask slowly weaken. For the first time, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's saber intent was at a disadvantage. This was great news. Xiao Qin became a little calmer as he dealt with the harassment from the cold swordsman and the beautiful woman. It was no longer as dangerous as before, as if he would step into the gates of hell at any moment. This kid seems to be about to subdue that mask. The indifferent swordsman, who had been expressionless, could not help but feel a little anxious. The movement technique Xiao Qin displayed was clearly stronger than the three of them. In this vast space, no matter how powerful the three of them were, they would not be able to trap Xiao Qin. No, I have to take a gamble. 1/10. Only a tenth of the sword intent remained on the mask. Xiao Qin was completely at ease. Xiao Chen's saber intent completely suppressed the white mask's sword intent. Just a moment more, and he would be able to subdue this white mask. But at this moment, Xiaochen felt a strong sense of danger, the shadow of death looming over his head. At this moment, if Xiaochen stubbornly persisted and continued to split his attention to suppress the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King would die. In the next moment, he would definitely die. Xiaochen glanced back and happened to see the cold swordsman hovering in the air, turning into a cold moon that lit up the surroundings. Someone in the moon roared with a sword in hand. Xiaochen looked around, and a pair of incredibly cold eyes appeared in the cold moon. This person happened to meet Xiaochen's gaze. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! This swordsman's senses are really too sharp. If Xiaochen waited another moment, he would be able to subdue this mask and escape unscathed. However, this swordsman chose to clash head-on with Xiaochen at this moment. Xiaochen looked around. On the other side, the middle-aged man, Fatso, and the beautiful woman were quickly approaching. Xiaochen immediately made up his mind. Go all out. He could not stop subduing the mask. Once he missed this great opportunity, he would not get it again. It was rare for one to risk one's life. Xiaochen had never been afraid of risking his life. Making up his mind, Xiaochen immediately increased the speed at which he subdued the mask. 2 wheels of great Tao energy spread out behind him. Xiaochen's 9-star primal core lit up, and the Taiji force field suddenly took form. The tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand spat out electric light. Saber intent soared into the clouds, flickering endlessly with electric light. Crack! However, just as the two were about to clash, the cold moon in the sky suddenly shattered. The cold swordsman's physical body shattered into pieces, and he died on the spot, losing all signs of life. Holy Venerate! The middle-aged man, Fatso, and the beautiful woman trembled in fright. Then, they quickly turned and fled. Yenji slowly appeared amid the shattered moonlight. He sheathed his sword and looked at Xiaochen with a smile. Little brother Qin, big brother saved your life again. Chapter 18-19. The moment the cold moon shattered, Xiaochen happened to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. Xiaochen was first startled when he saw Yenji appear. Then, he quickly and stealthily put the mask away into his storage ring. Big brother, you've come at the right time. May I know why you've come? Now that he faced Yenji again, Xiaochen had a plan in mind. His expression was calm and unperturbed as he asked indifferently. Yenji did not care. He landed in front of Xiaochen and pointed to the stone pillar in the center. Little brother Xiaochen, do you see that stone pillar? The faux god flame burning on it contains the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. The faux god flame. Naturally, Xiaochen had already discovered that this faux god flame was different from the one he obtained in the underground dragon city. His life force was also exceptionally strong, his flames were exuberant, and his divinity was abundant. The underground dragon city's faux god flame was severely depleted due to the constant suppression of the Black Dragon King. When Xiaochen had obtained it, it had been on the verge of extinction. The memories he had inherited were only fragments. His memories were blurred, and he was missing a lot. The faux god flame mainly helped Xiaochen comprehend the complete will of soul at the major primal core realm. This faux god flame before Xiaochen was filled with divine nature. He would probably be able to perfectly inherit the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories from when he was alive, all the memories of a legendary pirate king, be it the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This was the true Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, as well as the various battles he experienced and everything he saw. Even if all the treasures on the stone pillars were added up, they would not be as tempting as the faux god flame. This was because it was clear that obtaining these treasures would not help one become a strong faux god like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. At best, it would allow one to break through the shackles of the Cloud Sea realm and become a divine vain sovereign emperor. Furthermore, after obtaining the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and all the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories, it is very likely that you will become the next Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Right now, the elders and true disciples of the three great devil sects, the captain of the Silver Fox pirate ship, and the other holy sages have all rushed to that place. Unfortunately, no one can approach the stone pillar where the divine flame resides. A trace of pity flashed in Yen's eyes. He and Elder Chai were the first to arrive. Unfortunately, after trying in all directions, the two of them still couldn't get close to the stone pillar where the divine flame was located. By the time the two remembered Shao Qin, the other Holy Venerate experts and the disciples that rivaled Holy Venerates had all rushed over. He lost the initiative just like that, and it caused Yan Zhi to be rather vexed. Now, even if he brought Shao Qin over, the possibility of him monopolizing the faux god flame was close to zero. The situation was out of control, and it was no longer something he could control. If Shao Qin wanted to drag things out until the sovereign personage experts of the three great demonic Dao sects arrived, it would be even more hopeless. Now, he could only make a Hail Mary effort and bring Shao Qin back. Controlling Shao Qin was the only advantage that Shao Qin had. Although he didn't reveal everything, Shao Qin could guess the gist of the matter from a few words. He could only say 2 words, "Serves you right." The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was smart and full of schemes. However, he could not do anything before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength. This strengthened Shao Qin's resolve. Before the strong, schemes were all meaningless. Not to mention how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive, just the various means he used after his death showed that they were all open schemes and no schemes. However, this left Yan Zhi, who was full of schemes, at his wit's end, at a loss. Had he brought Shao Qin over from the start, he would not have had to worry so much. The situation would not have turned out like this. However, it was already too late for Yan Zhi to regret it now. Shao Qin looked at Yan Zhi and said, "So, Big Brother Yan thinks that the Scarlet Blood War banner is the key. However, without me, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's war banner is just an ordinary war banner, useless." When Yan Zhi heard that, he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. "You can say that. Don't worry. As long as you stand with me, Senior Chai and I will definitely let you obtain a satisfactory harvest from the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left here. The strength of this faux god flame before us surpasses our expectations. Honestly speaking, with your strength, you will not be able to obtain the inheritance." Even now, this Yan Zhi was still trying to dupe Shao Qin, trying to get Shao Qin to help him willingly. This would increase the chances of obtaining the faux god flame by 1 point. With Shao Qin's help and Senior Chai's and Yan Zhi's strength, the chances of obtaining the faux god flame would indeed be the highest. Shao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. This person before him was extremely hypocritical and ruthless. Shao Qin had already seen through him long ago and naturally would not fall for it. He said, "Big Brother Yan, please lead the way." Seeing that Shao Qin's expression did not change, Yan Zhi rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Good, it is settled, then. I'll bring you over." Whoosh! 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 Yan Zhi used the will of soul of a holy venerate to forcefully resist the faux god might. Then, he led Shao Qin through the many stone pillars, moving quickly. Such speed was simply startling. As they passed by some stone pillars, people still fought intensely over the soul tools. Yan Zhi's expression did not change at all. The faux god flame was a great temptation before him. With the great temptation of the faux god flame before him, the soul tools here paled in comparison. Compared to the value of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god flame, a soul tool was simply not worth it. Furthermore, subduing a soul tool was not easy. If one spent the effort on a soul tool, one would have to give up on the fight for the faux god flame. Hence, a strange scene could be seen. There were about 10 soul tools in this place. However, the ones fighting the most intensely were the late-stage Star Venerate experts. They fought to the death as they carefully broke the restrictions. None of the Holy Venerates fought for these soul tools. Their target was the foe god Flame. Before I came earlier, I seemed to have sensed the aura of a soul tool. Did you snatch a soul tool from that group of people? Yen Zhi suddenly asked casually. This startled Xiao Qin, but his expression did not change at all. Big brother Yen must be joking. It is just a peak inherited Dao tool. What's wrong? Is Big brother Yen interested? I'll take it out and show it to Big brother Yen. Ha! How can that be? I was just casually asking. Yen just smiled magnanimously and did not say anything more. In reality, Yen Zhi also felt that it was unrealistic for Xiao Qin to subdue a soul tool. Yen Zhi had seen that even if several Star Venerates worked together, they would have difficulty breaking the restrictions. Furthermore, Xiao Qin was a major Primal Core Venerate. How could he withstand the restrictions on a soul tool? Yen Zhi probed Xiao Qin a little and stopped asking. If it really was a soul tool, Yen Zhi would not hesitate to fall out with Xiao Qin and force it out. With a soul tool in hand, even if Yen Zhi could only bring out 10% of its might, his chances of obtaining the foe god Flame would increase significantly. However, no matter what, Yen Zhi could not imagine that Xiao Qin did obtain a soul tool. However, the soul tool in Xiao Qin's hand was somewhat special. It was not an offensive soul tool. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had obtained it by chance. He had not studied it thoroughly, only treating it as an ordinary soul tool. The restrictions on it were not as strong as those of other soul tools that focused on offense. Furthermore, Xiao Qin's cultivation of the Saber Dao was abnormally horrifying. He also had the Divine Dragon War body and the Blue Dragon bloodline. With a fortuitous encounter, he managed to break the restrictions. If it were anyone else, even a Holy Venerate, it would not be easy to break the restrictions on this mask. Just how to neutralize that sword intent was enough of a headache. Furthermore, when the sword intent injured the physical body, dealing with it would be even more difficult. If one was not careful, the sword intent could take over the life force of the physical body and kill the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's restrictions. Boom! Suddenly, extremely strong auras came from the front. Even Xiao Qin's expression changed involuntarily. Even the weakest of these auras was terrifyingly strong. Without a doubt, these were either experts equal to Holy Venerates or Holy Venerates themselves. Their target was only one, the foe god Flame. Xiao Qin looked around and discovered that these people were mostly in groups of 3 to 5, occupying a stone pillar. No one touched the soul tools on the stone pillars or the spirit jades under the soul tools. Everyone's gazes landed on the brightest stone pillar in front, looking fervently at the clump of flame burning on it. That was the foe god Flame that represented the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Chapter 1820. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the sky filled with dazzling sparks. As it approached the divine flame pearl, it was violently jolted back. His face was pale, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was one of unwillingness as he landed on his stone pillar. A banner embroidered with a silver fox hung on that stone pillar. A group of unruly Star Venerates with surging killing chi gathered around the banner. The space between their brows was filled with hostility. With one look, one could tell that they were ruthless pirates who had killed countless people. It still won't work. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to break through the foe god might here, said the middle-aged man indignantly after he landed on the ground. This man was the pirate overlord of the Infinite Star Sea, the captain of the Silver Lake Pirate Group, also known as Holy Sage Silver Fox. As Xiao Qin stood beside Yen Zhi, he sized up the surroundings. He was somewhat surprised to discover some familiar people. The one in the lead was the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's young master, O Jinyun, whom Xiao Qin had met in the pirate hall. He was the one who had sold the black tortoise's shell to him. He was also the one who sent people to kill him. This fellow occupied a stone pillar alone, not even bothering to look at the spirit jades and soul tools on it. He stared at the pillar of divine fire, his eyes full of desire and the flames of ambition flickering in them. The true inheritors of the fantasy cloud sect surrounded him, each occupying a stone pillar by themselves. They occupied an area and had a holy venerate elder overseeing it. Their overall strength was extremely strong. However, even if these true inheritors were from the same sect, there would definitely be intense competition for the faux god flame. The situation of the other two great demonic Tao sects, the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Blood Demon Palace, was similar. The true disciples each occupied a stone pillar. The old acquaintance, Yang Feng, was also here. It wasn't surprising that Lin Yun was delayed by a few days to subdue the Imperial Sword Herb. Along the way, he had cleared the checkpoints alone, so it was normal for this person to be ahead of him. Other than that, there were also some wandering cultivators who formed groups of 2s and 3s. Like the Silver Fox, the other two 7-star pirate gangs in the Infinite Star Sea, the Bloody Shadow Pirate Gang and the Fierce Gale Pirate Gang, also raised their banners and gathered in one direction. Xiao! Yenja brought Xiao Qin and landed on the stone pillar where Elder Chai was. "Young man, we meet again," Elder Chai said with a fake smile when he saw Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin answered with a grunt. There was also a pile of spirit jades on this stone pillar. A soul tool hovered above the spirit jades. Superior grade spirit jades. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Qin discovered that the stone pillars surrounding the divine flame pillars were all filled with superior grade spirit jades. Compared to medial grade spirit jades, superior grade spirit jades were of much higher quality. One superior grade spirit jades was equivalent to thousands or even tens of thousands of medial grade spirit jades. Even in the Great Thousand Realms, there were pitifully few spirit veins that could produce superior grade spirit jades. Moreover, without exception, they were all occupied by some holy lands, dynasties, and rank 7 sects. Xiao Qin wondered what this group of people was thinking. There was a pile of superior grade spirit jades before them, yet they treated it like nothing. Xiao Qin kept staring at the faux god flame. It was like if he focused on the superior grade spirit jades, the faux god flame would brush past him if he delayed. Yenja and Elder Chai spoke in low voices. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with them. He directly started to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades. Compared to the medial grade spirit jades from before, the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades were much stronger. However, they were definitely not as strong as the restrictions on the soul tools. It was only a matter of time before Xiao Qin broke them. Boom! The sword intent soared into the clouds. Such a strange movement immediately startled the surrounding people staring at the faux god flame. Yenja, when did you sneak back here again? The Silver Fox pirate group's captain's gaze lingered on Xiao Qin for only a moment before shifting to Yenja, who had returned. You even brought along a young man who is greedy for money. Ha ha ha. He is only a major primal core venerate. I wonder if the restrictions will shake him to death. Yenja, aren't you going to help? When the pirates spoke, they were very carefree. As they looked at Xiao Qin's actions, their eyes filled with disdain. Anyone with some experience here would not care about superior grade spirit jades compared to the faux god flame. Superior grade spirit jades were simply nothing. Even if Xiao Qin wanted to make a move, it would be more reliable to obtain the soul tools. Collecting the spirit jades made others look down on him. Everyone here had status. If they were not holy venerates, they were true inheritors of rank 6 sections. Their experience was not low. Yenja showed a slightly embarrassed expression. He had not expected Xiao Qin to suddenly make a move on this pile of spirit jades. However, he discovered that Xiao Qin did not care at all, continuing to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades. Little brother Qin, I'll help you collect these spirit jades later. There is no rush. Yan Zhi coughed twice and looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin said casually, it's fine. Go about your business. In any case, you are just standing around. It's you. Two people in the crowd showed shock in their eyes. One of them burned with rage, and the other showed a murderous intent in his eyes. Naturally, the one burning with rage was Yang Feng. He turned his head and said to the leading elder of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, Elder Gao, he is the white-robed mad demon who killed my sect's core disciples. With two holy venerates by Xiao Chen's side, naturally, Yang Feng did not dare to make a move. He could only turn his gaze to the Heavenly Eagle Castle's holy venerate elder. Ha! Is he also the person who kicked junior brother Fei Yang? The other true inheritor of the Heavenly Eagle Castle mocked softly. Elder Gao and the top true inheritor of the sect, Long Tingyu, stood on a stone pillar. Long Tingyu opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. Elder, this person is somewhat strange. If he is useless, Yanzhi would not have brought him here for no reason. We can test him. Elder Gao sent a voice projection, that is exactly what I was thinking. Elder Gao raised his gaze and fixed it on Yanzhi. Captain Yan, please hand over this person beside you. He killed more than 10 of my Heavenly Eagle Castle's core disciples. If you do not hand him over, the Heavenly Eagle Castle will treat you as an accomplice. Yanzhi, this fellow also killed my Fantasy Cloud sect's core disciples and several outer administrators. His crimes are unforgivable. If you do not hand him over today, my Fantasy Cloud sect will treat you as an accomplice as well. Just as Elder Gao finished speaking, the voice of the Illusory Cloud sect's leading elder rang out. The situation immediately turned interesting. Two great demonic Dao sects actually wanted people at the same time. Yanzhi immediately felt a headache coming on. Since when did this Xiao Qin create such a huge problem? Before Yanzhi could plan how to use Xiao Qin, someone already targeted him. Yanzhi turned his head to look at Xiao Qin. He saw that Xiao Qin was still anxiously breaking the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades as if nothing had happened. Damn it! This bastard's ability to cause trouble is really heaven-defying. Previously, Xiao Qin helped me destroy the Silver Fox pirate group's young master. This time, he actually offended two great demonic Dao sects at the same time. Could it be that he wants me to help him deal with this? Yanzhi looked at Senior Chai. However, Senior Chai remained expressionless as he said indifferently, it has already come to this. No matter how you plan, it is already too late. Just say it in advance. The sooner you say it, the better. Yanzhi immediately cursed in his heart. He knew that this Senior Chai had no intention of competing for the faux god flame. He mainly wanted some natural treasures that could extend one's life. There was no need to worry too much. Two great demonic Dao sects wanted to cause trouble at the same time, and Senior Chai expressed his neutrality. After thinking for a while, Yanzhi suddenly smiled and said, this Yan has no connection with this little brother. I only brought him here because of some fortuitous encounters. At this crucial moment, Yanzhi made a decision. He could not offend the two great demonic Dao sects for Xiao Qin. The two great demonic Dao sects were horrifying factions with sovereign personages and many holy venerate elders. They were much stronger than 7-star pirate groups. Yanzhi could not afford to take this blame. Xiao Qin, who was currently breaking the restrictions, revealed a mocking smile. He was not surprised. It was already very impressive that this cheap big brother of his could act for so long. In that case, why are you still not handing him over? The two demonic Dao sect elders pressed forward with an aggressive aura. Yanzhi smiled and said, I really cannot hand him over. He is the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. He is the only one who can break through the foe god might and enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame. What? The moment Yen Zhi said that, a huge commotion immediately broke out. Some of the people who originally did not care about this matter focused their gazes on Xiao Qin. The person who could enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame and break the stalemate was a major primal core venerate. Or was he the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove? That was impossible. There were so many of them, older generation holy venerates and outstanding talents of the demonic Dao sections. Who knew how many methods they had tried? All of them returned empty-handed. An insignificant major primal core venerate could enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame. Many questions gathered in everyone's mind. Only one word appeared in everyone's mind: disbelief. The elders of the two great devil sects were also shocked. They didn't expect that after a round of interrogation, they would actually get such a result. Words are no proof. Captain Yen, you have to prove it, Elder Gao said coldly as he stared at Yen Zhi. Yen Zhi felt helpless that the situation had turned out like this. However, at this point, he could not be bothered to overthink it. He only hoped to break the stalemate quickly. Given his and Senior Chai's strength, they still had a high chance of obtaining the foe god flame. Senior Chai's strength was even more terrifying than many people imagined. As long as he was around, Yen Zhi had a 60% chance of success. It was worth a gamble. However, if this continued and the demonic Dao sect sovereign personages arrived, Senior Chai would not be strong enough, and Yen Zhi would not have any hope. Little brother Xiao, this is your only chance to preserve your life. Prove it to everyone. Yen Zhi took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and handed it to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin did not turn around or care about Yen Zhi. He continued to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit stones. Yen Zhi showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Everyone's gazes were focused on this place. However, Xiao Qin still acted like nothing had happened. All he cared about was the superior grade spirit stones. No one knew what Xiao Qin was thinking. Brat, quickly prove that you opened the Scarlet Blood War treasure trove. Quickly. If you can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I'll give you 10,000 superior grade spirit jades. As long as you can remove the foe god might, I'll give you 100,000 superior grade spirit jades. Although Xiao Qin was not in a rush, the group of holy venerate experts became anxious. Some of the unruly pirates even could not hold back and showed signs of snatching Xiao Qin away. Just as everyone's patience reached its limit, Xiao Qin finally subdued the pile of superior grade spirit jades and slowly turned around. Xiao Qin glanced at Yen Zhi, then at the anxious crowd. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone hopes that I can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I will not stand on ceremony." Chapter 1821. Someone needed to break this stalemate, especially someone who was only a major primal core venerate. This was because such a cultivation would not be able to endure the inheritance of the foe god flame. If one's cultivation was too low, their soul would explode. Most importantly, in their opinion, Xiao Qin was a major primal core venerate. So what if he could climb the divine flame pillar? He could still kill him if he wanted to. If it was someone else, such as Yen Zhi or Elder Chai, the situation would definitely be different. The instant Xiao Qin received the Scarlet Blood War banner, his aura suddenly changed. The war banner flapped loudly, giving off a faint scarlet light. The situation suddenly changed. Xiao Qin's body seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible light, becoming the main character of this space. It made people unable to ignore him and uncontrollably focus their attention on Xiao Qin. Kacha kacha. The flags of the 3 7-star pirate crews started to tremble violently. Cracks even appeared on the flagpoles. He really obtained the acknowledgement of the Scarlet Blood War banner. Quickly put away the Silver Fox War banner. The silver fox Holy Venerate's expression changed drastically. Daring to raise his flag before the legendary pirate king's war flag was undoubtedly a form of mockery. There was naturally a price to pay for mocking the king war banner. Blood Shadow and Violent Gale, the two great pirate groups, also hurriedly put away their war flags. If they persisted, the war banner would definitely be damaged under such pressure. A strong aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Standing beside Xiao Qin, Yan Zhi, Senior Chai, and the others frowned slightly. With a light tap of his feet, he landed on another stone pillar. At this moment, there was no need for him to prove himself. When Xiao Qin grasped the war banner, everyone believed Yan Zhi's words. The scarlet blood treasure was indeed Xiao Chen's. There was indeed only one person who could climb the treasure pillar of divine fire. Ha ha ha, Yan Zhi, you didn't lie after all. Brat, hurry up and ascend the divine flame pillar. Take out the faux god flame. The Blood Shadow pirate group's captain could not help but laugh loudly. The stalemate continued for a long time. The various holy venerates present all tried countless methods. However, they were unable to climb the divine flame pillar. Now that hope was right before their eyes, they were all extremely excited. Junior, what are you waiting for? Quickly climb the treasure pillar with the divine flame and retrieve the faux god flame for us. Why are you dilly-dallying? Do you want to die? Hurry up, or I'll kill you. All kinds of impatient noises could be heard, and all kinds of angry words were directed at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin sneered in his heart. His expression was calm and indifferent. This won't do. Before I go up, I have to leave a restriction on his body. Unlike the others, Yan Zhi knew that Xiao Qin was not as simple as he looked. He was not an ordinary major primal core venerate. If he was allowed to ascend the pillar of divine fire, something uncontrollable might happen. It was necessary to leave a countermeasure in case anything went wrong. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, but he frowned slightly. Yan Zhi had completely shed his disguise. That's right. It's good to leave a restriction behind, lest that little bastard try anything funny. You, Yan Zhi, can leave a restriction in his body. Our Heavenly Eagle Castle. Right after Yan Zhi spoke, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's Yang Feng immediately chimed in. Right, that's right. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well, O Jinyun said coldly as his eyes flickered. That makes sense. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha ha ha. Of course, our Blood Shadow pirate group needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha ha ha. Of course, my Silver Fox pirate group can't miss out on such a thing. After Yan Zhi stirred up trouble, he immediately got people to speak up one after another, saying that they wanted to leave a restriction in Xiao Chen's body as well. The four holy venerates and the various true inheritors all looked at Xiao Chen like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There was no respect in their eyes at all, and their words were impudent. Interesting. All of you are shouting so happily. When did I agree to your request? To ask you to leave a restriction in my body. Amidst the clamor, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chen's gaze swept through the surroundings, passing through the faces of the people making a fuss. As Xiao Chen's cold gaze drifted around, the clamor slowly calmed down. Humph. Are you qualified to retort? You are just a mere major primal core venerate, and you dare to be so unbridled before us. Don't forget that your life is still in the hands of our Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect. When Yang Feng saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he raged in his heart. He continued coldly, You trash, don't think of playing any tricks. I told you to be obedient, so be obedient. Don't think that you are the reincarnation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King just because of this. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and fixed it on Yang Feng. He did not say anything, only looking at him coldly. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, Yang Feng felt extremely pleased. What's wrong? Feeling sullen. Here, we are either holy venerates or rank 6 demonic Dao sect true inheritors. In terms of identity, status, and strength, who can you compare to? Just be obedient and listen to me. Yang Feng shifted his gaze and knelt in Elder Gao's direction. Elder Gao, please let me make a move and teach him a lesson. Obediently leave a restriction in his body to show the might of my heavenly eagle castle. Elder Gao's expression turned sullen, feeling extremely upset in his heart. Yang Feng killed so many core disciples of my heavenly eagle castle, yet he still dares to retort. Does he not know what kind of situation he is in? This is too unbridled. Very well. Yang Feng, I permit you to make a move. Leave a restriction on my heavenly eagle castle and teach him to be more obedient. Yang Feng showed wild joy on his face. He could finally teach this fellow a lesson and wash away his previous humiliation. Yang Feng knelt on one knee and performed a cup fist salute with a smile. This disciple obeys. I will definitely not humiliate my heavenly eagle castle. Ah. But before he could finish his words, he saw a blade of grass silently fly over. In the next moment, a resplendent sword light burst out of Yang Feng's body, immediately cutting off all signs of life. Sword holes appeared all over his body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Yang Feng still maintained his kneeling posture. The joyful smile on his face did not fade away, instead freezing. Yang Feng. Elder Gao showed a startled expression as he looked at Yang Feng. This was simply inconceivable. The late-stage star venerate Yang Feng, a heavenly eagle castle true inheritor, died in the blink of an eye before Elder Gao. Absurd. Absurd. This is simply absurd. Senior brother Yang. Junior brother Yang. Boom. When the many heavenly eagle castle true inheritors and the leading elders called out, Yang Feng finally responded. The sword intent in his body accumulated and exploded wildly. The resplendent sword light soared into the clouds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, a cruel sight to behold. The scene was dead silent. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. As they looked at Xiao Qin, horror flashed in their eyes. This young man was terrifyingly calm. He had made his move without making a sound. When Yang Feng knelt on one knee with his side facing Xiao Qin directly attacked without hesitation. Xiao Qin killed a rank 6 sect true inheritor on a whim. Even if some of the holy venerates among them could kill Yang Feng, they would not dare to do so in front of Elder Gao. It was a little too daring, too lawless. Such decisiveness in killing and boldness were something that many ambitious and ruthless people of the demonic Dao could not compare to. What was a demon? A demon was a person's pride and unyielding character. A demon was innately proud. They were extraordinary. Those who humiliated me died. Those who scolded me died. Those who killed me had to die. As Yanzhou looked at Xiao Qin, he was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. It was like at this moment, he truly got to know Xiao Qin. This white-clad bladesman before Yanzhou was much more terrifying than he had imagined. From the very start, Yanzhou could not control Xiao Qin. Yanzhou felt some regret in his heart. He should not have brought Xiao Qin here. This is impossible. Elder Gao somewhat lost his rationality. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Qin, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. It was like everything that happened earlier was not his doing. Elder Gao clenched his teeth and enunciated every word clearly, "You killed him." Xiao Qin replied indifferently, "If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them." Good. 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 If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples, heed my orders. Immediately kill this white-clad thief. Roger. The enraged Elder Gao snorted coldly. The remaining 5 true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle did not dare to attack. Aside from the top true inheritor, Long Tingyu, the others all soared into the air and charged at Xiao Qin. They circulated their demonic Dao cultivation techniques and forcefully absorbed the power of everything in the world. Their auras soared continuously. They soared into the air, looking like a mountain range, a river, or a surging sea. Good timing. Xiao Qin laughed loudly, and his eyes shone with golden light. He instantly activated his great desolate Yin Overlord class bloodline. Xiao Qin reared his head back and roared. A dragon roar spread out in all directions. The terrifying dragon might immediately knocked away the foe god might in the surroundings. I am a true dragon, born with a lofty character and filled with hot-bloodedness. Why would I fear a battle? Chapter 1822. Kill. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique focused on aura. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique would explode. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, they would extract the aura of everything in the world at all times. The longer they used it, the stronger their aura would be. They gave off an endless feeling. The cultivators who fought with them would all feel extremely sullen. This was a completely unreasonable fighting method. As long as one took a step back, one could forget about advancing further. This was because the other party's next strike would definitely have an aura that was twice as strong as the previous strike, perhaps even several times stronger. What did it mean to be unreasonable? That was exactly what it meant. However, today, this group of people met Xiao Qin, who was even more unreasonable than them. When the 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors worked together to charge over, Xiao Qin instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline, an overlord class bloodline of the ancient Great Desolate Yin. At this moment, Xiao Qin unleashed it without holding anything back. The terrifying aura even temporarily knocked away the foe god might. Without the suppression of the foe god might, the 4 immediately felt their physical bodies relax. However, this relaxation did not last for even a second. In the next moment, a dragon might even more terrifying than the foe god might surged over. Boom! The 4 suddenly suffered a heavy blow, and their expressions changed drastically. They all felt their bodies plummet toward the deep abyss like lead balls. In that instant, these 4 revealed horrified expressions. Once they fell into the deep abyss, they would die without a burial. That would truly be dying without a burial. Even a holy venerate would not be able to escape death, smashed into meat paste. No one could survive. Elder Gao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately wanted to help. However, Long Tingyu stopped him. Elder Gao, this is not a good time to make a move. Those old fellows are watching. The next moment, Elder Gao realized that if he was injured in any way, he would not be able to escape. If Xiao Qin got injured, he would not be a match for the other holy venerates at all. Furthermore, those who can become my Heavenly Eagle Castle's true inheritors are all skilled. How could they fall so easily? A crafty light flashed in Long Tingyu's eyes. He shouted, "Junior brothers, don't hold back anymore. Quickly capture that white-clad thief." The moment Long Tingyu said that, the people of the other factions could no longer hold back. If the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people really captured Xiao Qin, then the foe god Flame would end up in the Heavenly Eagle Castle's hands. The leading elder of the Fantasy Cloud sect said, "Quickly make a move. We absolutely cannot let the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people capture that brat." Roger. Aside from Xiahou Yuan, the 5 true disciples of the Fantasy Cloud sect, including O Jinyun, moved out at the same time. All of you, wait for an opportunity to strike. If there's a chance, snatch him over. A cold light flashed in the silver fox Holy Venerate's eyes as he instructed his late-stage star Venerate subordinates beside him. Hee, I guarantee it will be a piece of cake. Immediately, the true inheritors of the 3 demon royal halls and the experts of the 3 7-star pirate groups took action. In their eyes, Xiaoqin had become a delicious cake that they had to fight over. The situation was completely out of control. Yanzhi's gaze was gloomy as his gaze descended onto Xiaoqin, and his killing intent was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. The 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors finally brought out their trump cards. Under the pressure of Xiaoqin's strong dragon might, they forcefully climbed up the stone pillar where Xiaoqin was. When they looked at Xiaoqin, they did not hesitate to surround him. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. However, no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than Xiaoqin, who had been waiting for a long time? The moment the 4 climbed up the stone pillar, they executed their killing moves. However, this time, the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations did not split up. Instead, the attack power of the 81 saber strikes of the 9 transformations all gathered into one move. In that instant, the Scarlet Blood War banner in Xiaoqin's hand pierced through the chest of one of the 4 true inheritors, sending him flying into the deep abyss. Startled cries rang out, but Xiaoqin's hands did not stop moving. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core spun, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. With the support of the horrifying dragon might, Xiaoqin's Taiji energy became even more clingy. The 3 true inheritors in the depths could only bring out 60% of their strength. That was already their limit. Dang! 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 One man and one banner, Xiaoqin easily dealt with the 3's attacks. The dragon might from the ancient blue dragon firmly suppressed the 3's auras. This prevented the 3 from bringing out the characteristics of their demonic cultivation techniques. From start to end, Xiaoqin suppressed them. It looked like the experts of the Fantasy Clouds sect and the other factions would charge over soon. Xiaoqin did not want to drag this out. He stabbed the Scarlet Blood War banner into the ground and quickly drew the tyrant saber with his right hand. With a saber in hand, Xiaoqin was like a different person from without a saber. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao layered over each other. Then, Xiaoqin executed an incredibly tyrannical 1,000-army break. With the tyrant saber in hand, Xiaoqin could block 1,000 soldiers alone. Break! The strong saber technique materialized a berserk saber wind that blew on the 3 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors. The saber wind cut the 3's bodies, leaving them covered in wounds. The true inheritors did their best to block Xiaoqin's killing move. However, after the blue dragon bloodline activated, their auras were firmly suppressed. The true inheritors could not circulate their demonic cultivation techniques. How could they block Xiaoqin's saber strike? When the tyrant saber arrived, the might of 1,000-army break burst out, knocking the 3 out of the stone pillars and into the deep abyss. 10 moves. In less than 10 moves, the 4 true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle all lost. This was completely unexpected. Even Long Tingyu, who played a trick, did not expect this. Originally, Long Tingyu thought that these people should be more than enough to last until the experts of the other factions arrived. However, who could have imagined that when facing Xiaoqin, who had activated his bloodline and held the terrain advantage, these people couldn't even last 10 moves. How terrifying! Is this the might of an overlord-class bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon? Truly incredible. The top 100 of the Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are all demonic geniuses. Among them, the Overlord-class Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are even more heaven-defying. However, I have never heard of such a dragon race bloodline among the 6 dragon race bloodlines. Who cares about the dragon race bloodline or the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline? He cannot last for long. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he will reach the end soon. When the experts of the other two demonic Dao sects and the three pirate groups arrive, he will have no choice but to surrender. No matter how powerful his bloodline is, he will not be able to last for long. He might be awe-inspiring now, but he will become a dog later. Upon seeing Xiao Qin kill the 4 true inheritors in 10 moves, the experts of the various factions felt shocked. However, they were all peerless experts with broad horizons. They could tell at a glance. With one glance, they could tell that Xiao Qin relied on the power of his bloodline to suddenly erupt with such strong power. Even if Xiao Qin erupted with the power of his bloodline, he would not have been able to kill the 4 true inheritors so easily elsewhere. Once the power of the bloodline was exhausted, Xiao Qin would immediately revert to his original form, becoming a major primal core venerate that he could easily crush. He couldn't retreat now. He had to seize this opportunity to capture Xiao Qin and control Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light as he looked at the experts coming from all directions. His gaze was ice-cold, devoid of any emotions. Dragon might surged from Xiao Qin's body. After activating his bloodline, he was no longer suppressed by this space. His aura surged violently, and the dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. He watched as these people surrounded him and approached him. Xiao Qin was expressionless and didn't move at all. What is this guy trying to do? You know you can't escape death, so you've given up resisting. No matter how much he jumps around, he is still just an evil dragon. He can't possibly overturn the heavens. Seeing that Xiao Qin did not take any action, the holy venerate experts observing the situation all started mocking him. However, just as the experts from all directions approached Xiao Qin, the situation suddenly changed. Xiao Qin's left hand quickly moved, forming a strange hand seal. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. Buddhist sect 7 kill seal. In that instant, Xiao Qin's already horrifying aura soared 7-fold, turning into a pitch-black, veil-like killing chi that spread into the surroundings. Damn it! I can't move. This killing chi has already infiltrated my internal organs, limbs, bones, and even the depths of my soul. It's all his killing chi. It's over. What should I do? Immediately, fear spread throughout the bodies of the various experts in the depths of the killing chi. This was a fear that was stuck in their throats, unable to express. Horror filled their hearts. This feeling was 100 times more unbearable than suffocating. Kill. An expressionless Buddha appeared behind Xiao Qin. At this moment, resolving the mundane cut off all emotions and desires, severing all attachments to the mundane world. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique second move, resolving the mundane. Boom! An eternal saber light swept out, igniting the killing chi in the surroundings. Ka-sie! Ka-sie! In this instant, the physical bodies and souls of all the attackers turned to dust. Not to mention that being emotionless was demonic, but becoming a Buddha with a thought was even more terrifying. The golden light in Xiao Qin's eyes faded, and his great desolate Ian bloodline went dormant once more. Then, his aura slowly recovered. However, the surroundings remained silent, not a single sound could be heard. The seemingly thin, white-clad youth standing beside the Scarlet Blood War banner held a saber in his hand as he looked around. It was like he was announcing who was the true ruler of this place. Chapter 1823. He made use of the great desolate Ian bloodline to stay for a final period of time. Xiao Qin used the vast dragon might to turn it into a 7-fold killing chi to kill all the true inheritors and star venerate experts who came to attack. His body and soul were annihilated. Such a cruel massacre inevitably stimulated the demonic nature in Xiao Qin's body. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, his body emitted a terrifying demonic might. Even without the primordial dragon might, no one dared to underestimate this demonic might. Many of the demonic path experts present looked at the current Xiao Qin. None of them dared to say that their demonic might was stronger than Xiao Chen's. Yan Zhi's expression changed. As he looked at Xiao Qin, he exclaimed in shock, "You entered the demonic Tao." He remembered that when he first met Xiao Qin did not have the slightest bit of demonic nature. He cultivated the righteous cultivation technique and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His temperament was also upright. But at this moment, Xiao Qin was clearly full of demonic nature, and his eyes were filled with the gaze of a primordial beast. This was a gaze similar to the Yazi beasts. The demonic nature that Xiao Chen's body gave off was also the result of his physical body and bloodline being modified by the immemorial demon soul formation. It was inevitable for Yan Zhi to be surprised. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. With this smile, all the demonic aura disappeared in an instant. The swastika on Xiao Chen's forehead shone with a golden light. His entire body was bathed in a gentle Buddhist light. The light of the Mahasvara Buddhist Sarira that his physical body had absorbed slowly spread out. Becoming a Buddha with a smile was like a spring breeze. "Tell me, am I a Buddha or a demon?" Xiao Qin looked at Yan Zhi and said softly with a faint smile. "What a pure Buddhist light! How is this possible?" Yan Zhi turned pale with fright. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The holy venerate experts on the other stone pillars, as well as the top true inheritors of the demonic sect, all opened their eyes, dumbfounded. He had never seen a person with two completely different temperaments. Furthermore, they were both extremely pure. Furthermore, they were two completely opposing Taos. You actually cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao. How audacious! Sooner or later, you'll go crazy. Since ancient times, good and evil have always been incompatible. Those who dared to cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao never had a good ending. Since ancient times, there has never been an exception. Sooner or later, you will be doomed eternally. That's right, the righteous path cannot tolerate you, and the demonic path cannot tolerate you either. There won't be a place for you in this world, and your life will be filled with calamities. It was unknown which nerve of these people had been angered, but when they saw the demonic might on Xiao Chen's body recede and the Buddha's aura appear, they were all shocked. The experts of the older generation started cursing loudly. Xiao Chen laughed out loud. Amidst his presumptuous laughter, the Buddhist light on his body disappeared, and the Buddhist mark between his eyebrows quietly faded away. The saber intent all over Xiao Chen's body turned into a move that soared into the clouds, clashing with the faux god might filling the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The crisp hum of a saber resounded in all directions in an instant. That was a pure saber intent, unbridled and proud, free and unrestrained. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, "I am not an immortal or a demon, nor am I a Buddha. I am me, the white-robed Xiao Chen. My original heart has not changed, and my original heart has not changed. I look at flowers with tears in my eyes, and the flowers cry. I look at the moon with worry, and the moon grieves. Gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons are just superficial appearances. The heart has all sorts of appearances. Hence, all things in the world have all sorts of appearances. You see me killing people like flies, so you treat me as the white-robed mad demon. Others see me as pure and untainted, so they call me the white-robed bladesman. However, in the end, I am me. What does what you think of me have to do with me?" At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have any demonic might or Buddhist light. There was only a pure saber intent and the pride of following his original heart. Xiao Chen's words stunned many of the people present. They vaguely felt touched in the depths of their hearts. The voices scolding and cursing Xiao Chen stopped abruptly. None of them could say anything. After a long time, Yan Zhi startled awake. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do?" With your strength, there is no way for you to obtain the faux god flame. Why must you do this, offending all of us? That's right. If you are willing, this place is filled with soul tools. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we will naturally work together to help you break the restrictions on the soul tools. There is no need to be so stubborn. The moment Yen just said that, another holy venerate immediately agreed. At this moment, the silver fox holy venerate also said, Junior, it was our fault for wanting to plant restrictions in your body earlier. We can also forgive you for killing our subordinates. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we can fulfill another request. Immediately, all sorts of voices rang out. The various holy venerate experts all said that as long as Xiao Qin was willing, they could let bygones be bygones. They could let bygones be bygones. If Xiao Qin wanted a soul tool, they could even work together to help him break the restrictions. As Xiao Qin looked at the flame on the divine flame pillar, which gave off a divine light, he remained silent. After a while, he suddenly said, the faux god flame belongs to those who are capable. You can fight for it, so why can't I? As the saying goes, if one's obsession is not dispelled, it will become a demonic barrier. However, if one does not forget it, there will be an echo. Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right? It seemed like Xiao Qin did not hear the various promises and temptations from the surroundings. He only looked at the faux god flame and muttered to himself. However, as though it was responding to Xiao Qin, the faux god flame suddenly dimmed somewhat. The scarlet blood war banner fluttering beside Xiao Qin dropped its aura and slowly lowered. That's not right. This is the faux god flame's response, telling Xiao Qin that something is not right. After being stunned for a while, Xiao Qin revealed a faint smile as he entered deep thought. At this moment, Xiao Qin remembered his obsession, the moon seeking. After obtaining the faux god flame's response, he suddenly understood some things. There were many things in the world that the more one cared about, the tighter one grasped it. The more one cared about it, the more uncontrollable it was. In the past, Xiao Qin always felt that he had to be as strong as the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms before he could be worthy of meeting Ryue. Hence, Xiao Qin's obsession did not disappear. He could not forget about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, treating it as something that he had to obtain if he wanted to meet Lu Ryue. The more Xiao Qin cared about it, the deeper his heart demon became. Even after he obtained the faux god flame, his heart demon still remained. Even after obtaining the faux god flame, he would still feel doubtful, feeling that he was not strong enough and was not worthy of meeting Ryue. Furthermore, he would increase his strength like he was possessed. If that was really the case, Xiao Qin might embark on a path of no return until he truly met Lu Ryue. Perhaps the other party would only see a familiar stranger and not him at all. In the end, it would be like water flowing from his hand. With such a blow, perhaps Xiao Qin would end up like the Qing Emperor back then, falling into the demonic Tao, not recognizing his kin, killing his master, killing his lover. This fellow is smiling one moment and frowning the next. Has he turned stupid? That is really possible. It is hard to avoid accidents when dual cultivating Buddhism and demonic Tao. It would not be surprising for him to become a fool. Should we take this opportunity to directly suppress him? Right now, he is distracted. It will be incredibly easy to subdue him. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Qin had gone crazy, Xiao Qin suddenly started laughing again. However, this time, his laughter was filled with joy and relief. It was a kind of release, a kind of enlightenment after realizing the wrong path. As Xiao Qin laughed, he looked at the faux god flame. Then, he used all his vital qi and shouted, "My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is burning." His voice was like thunder, echoing in all directions. Everyone was stunned by this, and they were feeling anxious and bewildered. Just as they were feeling bewildered, an even more majestic, resonant, and sorrowful voice rang out in the vast space. This voice was filled with hot-bloodedness as it replied to Xiao Chen excitedly, "For half my life, I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear." That voice entered one's blood, bones, and soul. The voice was filled with hot-bloodedness and iron bones. It reverberated in the surroundings, never fading. When Xiao Chen heard the echo, his eyes also filled with excitement. He replied with a voice that came from his flesh and soul, "My body is like a sword, filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years." Loud laughter rang out in the reply. "My body is like a mountain, spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine without night." Suddenly, surging demonic clouds gathered in the sky and turned into a gargantuan hand. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King traveled through time and space, and a heavy voice rang out, covering the sky with one hand. Boom! There was no light in the world, pitch black. One could not even see their own fingers when they stretched out their hands. The various holy venerates could not even send out their mental energy. They were completely blind, no different from ordinary people in the dark. However, the voice of covering the sky with one hand kept echoing in their ears. Xiao Chen's laughter stopped. He only grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner beside him and replied to the words of the surroundings. He said, "Proclaim myself emperor with one hand." Then, he raised his hand to the sky, and all the foe god might was drawn over, burning on Xiao Chen's body. In the boundless darkness, the foe god might became the only light in the world. Chapter 1824. However, at this crucial moment, a black figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen at lightning speed. It was not just a clump of flame but also the inextinguishable will left behind by a legendary pirate king. The flame on Xiao Chen's body blazed even more intensely, and his foe god might soared. These holy venerates could not block one strike from Xiao Chen at all. Bang! Cracks appeared in the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen's voice reverberated in the surroundings. A continuously strengthening foe god might appeared on his body. Xiao Chen soared into the air and flew towards the stone pillar with the divine flame. Yanzhi flew back while vomiting blood. He roared ferociously and launched himself at Xiao Chen again, extremely dissatisfied. A careful look revealed that the first item was a spirit jade. However, this spirit jade flickered with light, looking crystalline and translucent, not tainted by any dirt at all. It looked like a precious star treasure. The entire space seemed to turn into a solid sea. Waves surged, forcing the many holy venerates back several steps. Attack together. Comparisons were odious. After all, Xiao Chen was going to inherit the foe god flame before them. To the darkness, Xiao Chen was the spark that lit up the night, dazzling and resplendent. Yanzhi guffawed like a maniac. He shouted, "However, it is not too late to kill you now." Xiao Chen used his strongest appearance to climb the stone pillar with the divine flame that everyone dreamed of. However, Yanzhi could not do anything about it. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiao Chen's foe god might had already reached a terrifying level. Then, he moved his left hand and ferociously pointed at Senior Chai. With just one more step, Xiao Chen would be able to climb the pillar. Even if a sovereign personage descended, that sovereign personage could only watch helplessly like them. Ha! You trash! You want to kill me? Yanzhi could not move at all, losing control of his soul and physical body. He was at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured. Then, he ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand against the immense pressure. Cassier! 8 treasures shining with light appeared in the surroundings. He wanted to extinguish the flame on Xiao Chen's body and suppress his foe god might. Grabbing the war flag, he twisted it lightly. Yen's expression was extremely gloomy. When he saw that Xiao Qian was about to fly to the pillar of divine fire like a hot knife through butter, the rage in his heart immediately burned. Many figures flew over from the sky. There were the elders of the demonic sect, the captains of the 7 stars, and various itinerant cultivators. Supreme-grade spiritual jade. When Xiao Qian looked around, he saw many holy venerates lying on the stone pillars, unable to get up. These holy venerates showed hateful expressions as they looked at Xiao Qian. However, now, Xiao Qian was burning with flames. The might of a foe god came from all directions like moths flying over. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, and its radiance was restrained. The banner that descended from the sky was embroidered with a primordial ferocious beast. It was the size of an ox, and its appearance was that of a tiger. It wore scarlet fur that was like a porcupine, and a pair of wings were spread open. A single horn grew out from between its brows, and its eyes were extremely vicious and filled with demonic nature. If looks could kill, Xiao Qian would have died more than 100 times already. The holy venerate were layered over each other and turned into a horrifying demonic image that landed on Xiao Qian's head. There were the holy venerate wills of the 3 pirate groups' captains, the holy venerate wills of the 3 demonic sect elders, Yan Zhi, Senior Chai, and the other itinerant cultivators. Xiao Qian continued looking. The second item was a pitch-black ghost pennant. This was an extremely high-quality soul tool. This was a cold light that prevented all of them from obtaining the foe god flame. The fourth item was an exquisite pipe. The fifth item was a secret manual. The sixth item was a mutated fruit. The seventh item was a treasure bow. The eighth item was actually a kasaya. The surging sword intent was like a vast army surging out, kicking up boundless yellow sand. It carried a cold killing intent and turned into a boundless sword intent of storm. Light. The foe god might infused into Xiao Qian's body went from weak to strong, slowly strengthening. Ha 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 ha. Who is your big brother? You son of a bitch. This old man really regrets not smacking you to death back in the grave sea. Not only did he have to risk his life, he could be killed by the sword intent at any time. Xiao Qian sent the various holy venerates flying like sandbags, vomiting blood and tumbling in the air. Xiao Qian held up the scarlet blood war banner. Foe god might continuously poured into his surroundings, burning fiercely as it supported him. The war banner fluttered beside him. Xiao Qian gently waved his hand, and the foe god flame that many dreamed of appeared. The pressure from Yen's holy venerate will gradually weakened. In the end, Xiao Qian actually repelled it. Xiao Qian gently opened his hand and did not hesitate to put away the peak-grade spirit jades in his storage ring. How could Xiao Qian endure this? Senior Chai's expression changed slightly. However, before he could react, quick! 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 Quickly stop him. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Xiao Qian immediately felt immense pressure. This was the will of soul from a holy venerate. Compared to a star venerate's will of soul, Xiao Qian felt immense pressure. However, in the end, all of this ended up benefiting Xiao Qian. However, this holy venerate will was nothing before Xiao Qian. Under normal circumstances, this holy venerate will alone would be enough to suppress Xiao Qian. Withdrawal. Every time Xiao Qian withdrew it, he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Xiao Qian only took a glance before putting this Chungchi demonic pennant into his storage ring. Dang! The other holy venerates no longer dared to hold back. Immediately, this place started shaking intensely. The many holy venerates wished that they could swallow Xiao Qian alive. They thought about the soul tools here. Just thinking about the soul tools here, even if many holy venerates worked together, they might not be able to break the restrictions. Yen's boundless sword move was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves with this thrust, easily breaking. Several holy venerates were so frustrated that they lost their minds. They clenched their right fists and continuously pounded the stone pillars. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura flourished. He held the war banner in his hand and charged forward ferociously. When the scarlet blood war banner opened the treasures on the stone pillars with the divine flame, there were no restrictions. Who knew? Xiao Chen gently leaped up and stomped on Yanzhi's head, continuing to fly towards the stone pillars with the divine flame. Whoosh! Xiao Chen did not rush to summon the foe god flame. Instead, he sized up the surroundings. In that instant, the demonic clouds in the sky churned like a tsunami. Only this flash of light existed in the boundlessly dark and vast space. Boom! Big Brother Yen, you are still unwilling to give up. They were not on the same level at all. However, right now, Xiao Chen's foe god might was flourishing. His strength was no longer on par with his cultivation. This sword wind could destroy a city. Yanzhi thought about how much time and schemes Yanzhi had put in for the sake of this scarlet blood race inheritance. Xiao Chen held the war banner and leaped onto the stone pillars with the divine flame. Xiao Chen said coldly as he looked expressionlessly at Yanzhi, who had lost control of his emotions somewhat. Yanzhi was on a completely higher level. It was like a sage appearing, reigning supreme. Xiao Chen did not have time to take a closer look. He only sized it up before putting it in his storage ring. The sound of countless hearts shattering rang out. The eyes of the many older generation holy venerates and the top true inheritors of the various demonic Tao sects on the stone pillars in the surroundings nearly popped out. Kaxie! Kaxie! About 10 layers of holy venerate wills surged over, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. Even the burning flame on his body was suppressed. Who could have imagined that an insignificant major primal core venerate would be able to stand before so many outstanding talents and older generation holy venerates? At this moment, the foe god flame was very close. The gargantuan hand covering the sky above dropped down a finger. In an instant, it knocked Senior Chai into the air and made him vomit blood. It slowly landed in Xiao Chen's hand. However, at this moment, his eyes were calm. It was Senior Chai. He looked at Xiao Chen sinisterly and said, "Junior, you need to use this Scarlet Blood War banner to release the foe god might on you. Now, I am restraining your Scarlet Blood War banner. When the foe god might on you scatter, you will find it hard to escape death." The Scarlet Blood War banner moved like a hot knife through butter. Just as it was about to pierce Yanzhi's chest, a sword blocked it. "If you want to reach the deity platform, you have to get past me first." To the many holy venerates fighting for the foe god flame, the warm light was like a flash of cold light. At this distance, they could already feel the foe god flame's temperature, its heaviness, and the vicissitudes of history. Damn it! To think that he really went up. That feeling was too unbearable. You are overthinking. The stone pillars were empty. However, there was a groove in the center. However, now, Xiao Chen easily collected 8 supreme treasures in front of them. When Yanzhi swung his sword, a cold light filled the air. Yanzhi's terrifying sword technique turned into a storm surging towards Xiao Chen. These were originally powerful treasures that belonged to them. Now, this white-clad brat collected them just like that. Withdraw. Xiao Chen looked at the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. Then, he walked over and inserted the end of the war banner into the groove perfectly. Break for me. Whoosh. Foe god might. A skinny hand grabbed the flagpole like a pincer. Yanzhi roared hoarsely, and his aura surged out. A holy venerate will surged out of his forehead and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Yanzhi's aura slowed, and Xiao Chen's flame, which was about to extinguish, took this opportunity to burn fiercely. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Chen continued looking. The third item was an extremely strange medicinal pill with an overwhelming bestial nature. It did not look like it was meant for cultivators to consume. Bang! 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 Xiaochen twisted his wrist and gently swung the Scarlet Blood War banner, striking Yanzhi's face and sending him flying. With the support of the foe god might, Yanzhi swung the war banner, and the entire space surged like the tide. As Yanzhi advanced, the pillar of the divine flame became very close. Yanzhi swung the war banner, and the Scarlet Blood War banner became like a spear as it charged forward. Foe god might gathered at the tip of the banner as he gently thrust it forward. Great desolate Ian ferocious beast Qiongqi. This was once one of the 10 great ghost pennants of the demonic Tao, the Qiongqi demonic pennant. To think that it is in the hands of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Xiaochen swung the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and ferociously thrust it forward. Ka-xie. Yanzhi drew his sword, and a cold light shone. Then, he leaped up and stood in front of Xiaochen, blocking him. As long as Xiaochen waved his hand, he could reach out and grab it. Xiaochen recognized it with one glance. This was a powerful treasure known as a subdivine crystal. Its significance already surpassed that of spirit jades. Qiongqi. Qiongqi wanted to stop Xiaochen from climbing the pillar of the divine flame. Damn it! That is the supreme treasure of my demonic Tao sect. Chapter 1825. Xiaochen held the foe god flame in his palm. He was only one step away from the Scarlet Blood inheritance. He did not even need to be one step away. With a thought, Xiaochen could refine and absorb this foe god flame. He would obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's valuable experience, the various mysterious sea maps, the treasures of the Forbidden Sea, and the various secrets of the 100,000 Great Peaks. When looking around, all the Tao tools and soul tools on the stone pillar were not worth mentioning compared to this foe god flame. They were not even a drop in the bucket, completely incomparable. Damn it! Why? When Yanzhi saw this scene, he showed a dispirited expression. His eyes turned unfocused like a walking corpse. Yanzhi had planned this for a long time, putting in a lot of effort and time, making all sorts of calculations from start to finish. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The ending was too cruel. Yanzhi, who harbored great expectations, could not take the blow. It was not just Yanzhi. Although the other older generation holy venerates were not as exaggerated as Yanzhi, they showed helplessness on their faces and deep jealousy in their eyes. Even if a holy venerate obtained the inheritance, they would accept their defeat wholeheartedly. However, right now, it was Xiaochen, an ant that they could casually squish to death earlier, who climbed the divine flame pillar and controlled the foe god flame. It looked like Xiaochen was about to receive the inheritance and soar into the sky, becoming resplendent and dazzling. Anyone would find it hard to accept that a junior was stepping on them to rise to prominence. While Xiaochen was on the divine flame pillar, preparing to absorb the foe god flame and receive the inheritance, something strange happened. The foe god flame created a barrier, preventing Xiaochen from absorbing it. At the same time, a thought entered Xiaochen's mind. The thought first sighed, then turned into a sentence. What a pity. You are very suitable to receive my inheritance in all aspects. Unfortunately, you are only missing one thing, and that is the thing that I care about the most. Is that so? Xiaochen was stunned for a moment before saying, I understand. However, Senior, please give me a chance. There is someone in my heart who can receive this Scarlet Blood inheritance. Good. No matter how you look at it, you are very similar to me. I believe in you for being able to reach this step. However, you cannot receive the inheritance. Your foe god might will not last for long. I hope you can get out of here alive. After the voice projection ended, the foe god flame turned into a mark on Xiaochen's palm. The flames on his body slowly extinguished, and the demonic clouds in the sky receded like a receding tide. Hua! the foe god might vanish from Xiao Chen's body. All the Dao tools and soul tools on the stone pillars flash with lights and return to the stone pillars. Only the spirit stones were still piled up on top of it as a consolation. What's going on? Everything had happened too suddenly, surprising everyone. All of the inherited Dao tools and soul tools had vanished. Those who thought that even if they could not obtain the foe god flame, they would still be able to subdue a soul tool. This was a worthwhile trip for the Holy Venerate. He was shocked. This was a complete loss, with nothing to gain. The white-robed mad demon accepted the inheritance? Yes, but no. The foe god flame is indeed gone. However, there are no changes to his body. The might of the foe god realm disappeared. Strange. How unlucky. To think that even the soul tools disappeared. This trip is a complete loss. Ha 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 ha. Just at this moment, someone suddenly laughed maniacally. It was the Iron Horn pirate group's Yen Zhe. Yen Zhe laughed like he had gone mad. Everyone looked at him strangely, not understanding what was going on. However, Yen Zhe continued laughing. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "Ha ha ha. This fellow cannot accept the inheritance. He only put away the foe god flame. Look, he does not have dragon might or foe god might on him now. He is so weak that we can ignore him." The others' expressions changed drastically. They all sent their mental energy to Xiao Chen and revealed smiles. Ha! That's true. He did not accept the inheritance. His will of soul did not change at all. Kill him. Kill him. Upon seeing such a change and the foe god flame no longer on the stone pillar, the originally dispirited holy venerates immediately became spirited. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they were like hungry wolves seeing a sheep. Right now, Xiao Chen had many valuable treasures on him. He was definitely a fat sheep. Suddenly, the situation changed once again. Yen Zhe, who was like a walking corpse, immediately came to life. His eyes shone brightly like a wild beast's. Whoosh! Yen Zhe took the lead and charged at Xiao Chen, wanting to capture Xiao Chen first to vent the hatred in his heart. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not feel discouraged by losing the inheritance at all. Before climbing the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiao Chen had proven his Dao heart. In his opinion, that was something even more precious than the inheritance. Of course, it would be for the best if he could continue obtaining the inheritance. However, if he could not, it did not matter. Proving his Dao heart and walking out of the demonic heart were more valuable than anything else. You are really my good big brother. As Xiao Chen looked at Yen Zhe, who took the lead and rushed to the front, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Xiao Chen grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner with both hands. With a thought, a black and white Taiji diagram appeared around him. Mottled light flickered in the surroundings. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. The Taiji diagram spun continuously. The vast demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Xiao Chen's aura soared endlessly. He is going to break through. As Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered and his aura soared infinitely, those with discerning eyes immediately saw some clues. That was right. After absorbing the demonic chi accumulated on Blood Spirit Island for 1,000 years, Xiao Chen could break through at any time. Xiao Chen's cultivation had already accumulated to a terrifying level in the major primal core realm. His foundation was terrifyingly firm. Once Xiao Chen broke through, he would completely erupt. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Chen's aura soared several-fold, instantly breaking through the shackles of major primal core venerates. He became a Cloud Sea Star venerate. However, Xiao Chen's aura continued to soar, directly advancing to peak early-stage star venerate. However, Xiao Chen's aura was much stronger than those late-stage star venerate true inheritors. Scram! When Xiao Chen's aura reached its peak, he ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner. Boom! Boom! Before Xiao Chen waved the war banner, he infused it with an irresistible veritable essence energy that was like seawater. Xiao Chen, who had not expected such a result, was ruthlessly knocked back by Xiao Chen again, causing him to vomit blood. Ha ha ha. So what if you broke through? There are so many holy venerates here. In the end, you will not be able to escape death. Xiao Chen, you will not be able to escape death. Although Xiao Chen forcefully knocked Yanzhi away, Yanzhi laughed endlessly as he looked at Xiao Chen like he had gone crazy. Yanzhi was right. The difference in cultivation was obvious. Even if Xiao Chen could bring out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to block one holy venerate. However, there were 10 holy venerates here. Aside from Yanzhi, who had a weak foundation, the other holy venerates were either demonic Dao sect elders or 7-star pirate group captains. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen could not succeed in breaking through. Where there is a will, there is a way. There is no need for you to care about my life or death. Thank you for your curse. However, Xiao Chen saw through everything. His body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Xiao Chen instantly executed Dermic World. Using the undefeatable aura of his Dermic World, Xiao Chen swung the war banner. A huge force directly swept away the many holy venerates that were trying to surround him. Xiao Chen raised his leg and leaped over 100 stone pillars. Then, he charged out of the encirclement of the holy venerates and rushed forward. After him. The holy venerates that got knocked away did not suffer much damage. They knew that this was a secret technique that Xiao Chen used and could not last for long. These holy venerates used their holy venerate wills to resist the omnipresent foe god might in the sky. Then, they moved quickly, chasing after Xiao Chen. As the holy venerates gave chase, they executed all sorts of attacks without holding back. Naturally, the means of a holy venerate were extremely horrifying. Even though Xiao Chen turned into a Dermic World giant, he still found it hard to avoid injury. Pu Ci. When Xiao Chen's body reverted to its original form, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly. This was somewhat taxing. Holy venerates were scarier than Xiao Chen imagined. If there were only 2 or 3 holy venerates, it would be very easy to escape. However, there were simply too many holy venerates behind. There were also some strong top true inheritors that were not to be trifled with. Brat, let's see what other means you have. When the people chasing saw Xiao Chen fall to the ground in a somewhat sorry state, they all laughed loudly, feeling much more confident. Capture him. We must cut him into 1,000 pieces, extract his soul, and torture him ruthlessly. After killing so many people from our 3 great demonic Dao sects, we cannot let him die so easily. Ha ha ha. To think that you would have such a day like this. I can only say that you are unlucky, unable to receive such great luck. When the many holy venerates saw Xiao Chen fall into dire straits, all of them felt extremely delighted. This was especially so for Yanzhi. He felt his entire body rejuvenated. Seeing Xiao Chen in such a sorry state was even more delightful than obtaining the foe god flame himself. Relying on this sickly willpower, Yanzhi charged to the very front once more. Who dares to injure my big brother? Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. This voice was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. The tens of thousands of stone pillars in this vast space trembled intensely when this shout rang out. Even the might of the foe god realm trembled, surging like waves. The many holy venerates in hot pursuit immediately stopped in their tracks, forcibly stopped by this shout. When they looked up, there was a piercing silver light in the distance. It was so resplendent and dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. That was Dao Might, the pure saber Dao's Dao Might. It was much stronger than the Dao Might on Xiao Chen's body. Amid the silver light, that person ferociously pointed his saber forward. A boundless saber move turned into a strong wind that filled the air, instantly surging over. It was like an army of thousands of horses, or like a huge wave in the ocean, surging over. However, with a flash of silver light, that person spread his arms and flew over like a kunpeng. In the blink of an eye, that person arrived at the very front of this saber move. His body was like the sharpest saber in the world. He sliced through the foe god might in the air like it was a piece of cloth, instantly arriving. Acting all mysterious. No one can save him today. Yan Jie, who had already charged to the very front, snorted coldly. He did not stop moving, continuing to fly towards the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. You are seeking death. A silver light flashed, and that terrifying saber move vanished together with the silver light. When the silver light reappeared, that person appeared above Yan Jie's head. The saber move that filled the air suddenly erupted. The saber light landed, and Yan Jie was instantly chopped in half. His head separated from his body, no longer showing any signs of life. Dang! After the saber cut Yan Jie's body, it landed on the surface of the stone pillar. The stone pillar's surface cracked into pieces, and cracks appeared. As Xiao Chen looked at that person, his eyes filled with heavy surprise. He nearly could not help cursing. He simply could not believe what he saw. Chapter 1826. The person who had just arrived was dressed in monk robes. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and an eye-catching bald head. Who else could it be but the little monk Yan Chen? Xiao Chen had always heard the little monk say that he was an expert, a very powerful expert. A middle-stage star venerate did not interest him at all. Even his own saber skills were only a little interesting in his eyes, and he still needed his guidance. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it at all. However, the earlier scene flabbergasted everyone. Yan Jie, who had just advanced to Holy Venerate, could not even catch a single saber strike from Xiao Chen. Even though Yan Jie had already suffered a series of blows from Lin Fan previously and had sustained injuries that were neither heavy nor light. However, no matter what, he was still a Holy Venerate. Silver light flickered. Just like that, he was cleaved into two halves, his life force gone and his soul scattered. The three great devil sect elders, the three great pirate captains, the many rogue cultivators, and the chief true disciples of the devil sect were all frightened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was he still a monk? He had delicate features, but how could he be so ruthless and heartless? He did not have the slightest scruple of the Buddhist precepts. He killed as soon as he said he would, not showing any mercy at all. He was not afraid of violating the precept of killing. Little monk, you are an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. How can you collude with this white-clothed mad demon? He is a great villain who has fallen into the demonic path. The Fantasy Cloud sect's elder Gao said shamelessly. He seemed to have forgotten that he himself was a great demon. The refinement of the Fantasy Cloud sect's ghost penance was utterly devoid of conscience and inhumane. But now, with righteous words, he was pointing at Xiao Chen and calling him a demon. It had to be said that the little monk Yan Chen's strength truly frightened them to the point that they even used such an excuse. Yan Chen could not be bothered to say anything more. He pointed with his saber and said sullenly, I don't care about so much. I'll kill whoever kills my big brother. It's not up to you people to tell me who the saber in my hand will be with. His words had completely blocked the path of peace talks. Humph, do you really think you can kill all of us by yourself? Yan Zhou was just careless. Everyone, attack together and kill this bald donkey. Even though the strength that the little monk displayed was frightening, Xiaochen simply had too many precious treasures on him. Be it the faux god flame or the 8 divine platform treasures, they were worth risking their lives for the little monk. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would always have a mental advantage. Yan Chen smiled faintly. His smile was like that of a Buddha, appearing benevolent and benevolent, like the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Every action and every expression contained a supreme Buddhist intent. The dense Buddhist might turned into a pure silver light that shone in all directions. This light is really special. It's rare to hear that the Buddha's might can emit a silver light. Xiaochen took the opportunity to get up. When he saw this scene, he was secretly surprised. There seemed to be some records of the silver Buddhist light in the incomplete memories of the underground dragon city's faux god flame. Unfortunately, this was not the time to reminisce. Taking advantage of the little monk's appearance, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and quickly healed his injuries, recovering his strength. Gotcha! However, just as he sat down cross-legged, he heard a blood-curdling scream. A silver light flashed, and the Buddhist might and horrifying saber intent on the little monk vanished without a trace. When Yan Chen reappeared in the next moment, he landed before a top true inheritor. That top true inheritor was the fantasy cloud sex Long Tingyu. Yan Chen's cultivation was similar to Long Tingyu's, similar to his. However, when Yan Chen faced Long Tingyu, he broke the ghost pennant in his hand with just one move. The saber intent did not stop there. That silver monk's saber continued descending, directly blasting Long Tingyu's physical body into a pool of blood. Not even a corpse remained. Whoosh! After killing one person, Yan Chen landed on a stone pillar. Then, he looked at the holy venerates with stunned expressions and smiled faintly. It will be difficult for you all to catch me. Right after Yan Chen spoke, he spread his arms again. Then, he moved like an eagle, and a silver light flashed as he instantly streaked across the sky. The group of people charging at Yan Chen missed. Their expressions changed drastically as they quickly looked in another direction. Whoosh! 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 It was like a game of hide-and-seek. After repeating this a few times, the many holy venerates could not surround Yan Chen. I'm coming. Yan Chen laughed loudly and suddenly appeared before the somewhat fatigued top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall. Without even thinking, he swung his saber. This saber strike gave off a resplendent silver light. The little monk revealed a strange smile. It was like he had lived in the mortal realm for hundreds or even thousands of years. He had seen all sorts of life, seen all sorts of prosperity, only loneliness and vicissitudes remained. Yan Chen's saber light immediately turned incredibly heavy. It was like he had traveled through time and space, experiencing the baptism of thousands of years. Bang! The top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, who met this saber strike, immediately turned to ashes, turning into dust. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He immediately recognized the saber technique that the little monk used. It was the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, which was forbidden by the Buddhist sections. It should be an incomplete manual. Like Xiaochen, the little monk practiced only a few moves. However, no matter how strong the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique was, it could not be compared to an ordinary killing move. With the little monk's strength, Xiaochen had no choice but to admit that there were indeed people in this world who could bring out their strength many times over. Regular cultivators who could bring out 80% of their combat prowess would be considered pretty good. If one could bring out 100%, one could be called a genius. If one could bring out 120%, one could be called a demonic genius. People like Xiaochen, who could bring out 150% of their peak state, could be counted on one's fingers. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. As for people like the little monk, one could only look for them in ancient records. To think that a late-stage star Venerate cultivator could easily deal with 9 holy Venerates surrounding him, killing 3 with a wave of his hand. This simply did not make sense. Good timing. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. The little monk's figure flickered again, and he appeared before the strongest holy Venerate, Senior Chai. Senior Chai did not show any fear. He gently threw a palm strike with his skinny, bone-like hand. Rumble. The sky shook, and the ground shook. The nearby stone pillars trembled. This old fellow had lived for who knew how long. As Senior Chai waved his hand, the force he drove was incredibly horrifying. Bang! The little monk vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. This was the first time everyone saw him in such a sorry state. Ha ha ha. Senior Chai is incredible. With Senior Chai around, there is nothing to worry about. After seeing Senior Chai's strong strength, the other holy Venerate's confidence soared. You are a person who is about to die. Let's see how many more times you can send out such strong energy. Yen Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he was not convinced at all. A silver light flashed, and he sent out another saber strike. Everyone was somewhat shocked to discover that before Yen Chen's strange movement technique, it was simply impossible to surround and attack him. They could only watch as Yen Chen fought with Senior Chai alone. Yen Chen received each move more effortlessly than the one before. It was clear that Senior Chai was growing increasingly weaker. His lethargy grew heavier. He was too old. If it were 10 years ago, Senior Chai might not care about Yen Chen at all. However, now, Yen Chen's lifespan was approaching its end. Under such a head-on clash, Senior Chai felt his lifespan dwindle pitifully. His lifespan dwindled rapidly, like a lamp running out of oil at any moment. In the mortal realm. An ancient smile appeared on the little monk Yen Chen's face again. The silver saber light that the Buddhist monk's saber gave off instantly turned heavy. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of the mortal realm appeared continuously, layering over each other. With each layer, it looked like a growth ring was carved on the silver saber light. Boom! After Senior Chai's frail body received this saber strike, his lifespan drained. He was like a lamp running out of oil. His body withered like an old tree, falling into the deep abyss like a lead stone. I remember now. Just at this moment, the expression of a demonic Tao sect elder changed dramatically. The finger he pointed at the little monk could not stop trembling. The little monk's eyes filled with horror. At first, he was stunned. Then, he turned somewhat flustered. The Buddhist sect Silver Saber, the Heavenly Eagle demonic monk. Ka Xie. Right after the little monk spoke, Yen Chen's berserk saber strike struck him, severely injuring him on the spot. As Yen Chen held the Buddhist monk's saber, he could not help feeling regret. Damn it! I was still too late. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. He is the little demonic monk's silver saber. He has an innate body of misfortune and holds the Buddhist sect's Buddhist monk saber. He is not restrained by the abstinence from killing and is the nemesis of the demonic Tao sections. Even if he commits overwhelming sins, he can become a Buddha immediately. After the other holy venerates recognized the little monk Yen Chen, they stopped pestering him and scattered. The little demonic monk's silver saber? When Xiao Chen, who was recuperating, heard this title, he held back a smile. A corner of his lips twitched involuntarily. This title was indeed tyrannical. No wonder the little monk immediately jumped to it every time the title was mentioned. Chapter 1827. After recognizing the little monk Yen Chen's origins, those demonic Tao sect elders did not think anything else and immediately scattered. It looked like they steeled their hearts and did not want to fight with this person. Given the little monk's movement technique and his horrifying saber Tao cultivation, they could not surround him. The holy venerate will, the only thing that could win, was mostly neutralized by the little monk's Buddhist might. They felt like they could not attack. Not only did numbers not have a positive effect, but they even hindered each other, resulting in a negative effect. Right now, these demonic Dao sect elders already gave up on the idea of monopolizing the treasures on Shaoqin. They only hoped that their sovereign personages would arrive. Only with the overwhelming strength of a sovereign personage could they easily suppress this little monk. It turns out that there is no one who can fight. Yan Chen's lips curled up as he revealed a smile. Then, he turned around and leaped towards Shaoqin. Furthermore, Yan Chen had delicate features and wore monk robes. His charming eyes had not matured yet, making him look young. Such a little monk was known as the little demonic monk's silver saber. Ha ha ha. Big brother Shao, I told you before. I came as an expert. A monk does not lie. Yan Chen held his Buddhist monk saber and leaped over many stone pillars. The remnant Buddhist might from his body had yet to scatter as he landed heavily. Shaoqin smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. Boom! Suddenly, something strange happened. The moment the little monk landed, the stone pillar under him crumbled, sending him plummeting into the deep abyss. Big brother, save me! All this happened in an instant. Shaoqin and Yan Chen could not react in time. Anyone, including a holy venerate, would die without a doubt once they fell. The gravity of the deep abyss was not something that ordinary people could endure. Then, Shaoqin thought about the many experts who fell and died without exception. His expression changed dramatically. He quickly leaped up and went to the edge to take a look. Shaoqin saw the little monk grabbing the hole in the stone pillar with one hand. Occasionally, shattered rocks fell by his side, but there was no sound for a long time. The little monk tried to exert force several times to leap up. However, it felt like there were many mountains on his back. He could not get up at all. Seeing Shaoqin stretch out his head, the little monk said hurriedly, "Quick, quick, quick. Give me a hand. I can't hold on for much longer. This place is too strange. After the stone pillar fell, I can't use my strength at all." In the darkness, the little monk's bald head was particularly eye-catching. Just a minute later, the little monk was already in such a sorry state. It was indeed true that he was born with the body of misfortune. Shaoqin laughed involuntarily. He stretched out his hand and said, "Come on up. He's here." Damn, who knew that when the little monk stretched out his hand, Shaoqin would feel a huge suction force. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. His entire body was pulled down by Yan Chen. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Shaoqin reached out and grabbed the gap in the stone pillar. His other hand was firmly grasped by the little monk. He felt as if his entire arm was about to be torn apart by the suction force of the little monk. Shaoqin finally understood what Yan Chen had just said. After falling off the stone pillar, Zhang Xian found himself in a completely different world. Under the pull of gravity, he could not bring out his strength at all. He could not even circulate his veritable essence energy normally. He could only rely on his vital qi to hold on bitterly. Normally, if Shaoqin were alone, he would be able to get up by circulating all his vital qi. However, now that he had to drag the little monk, he felt somewhat powerless. "Big brother, don't ever let go," the little monk said with a bitter expression as he grabbed Shaoqin's arm. Shaoqin wanted to get angry. However, when he looked at the little monk's face and thought about the title that scared everyone away, he got so angry that he laughed. "If I have to die, so be it. In any case, if the little monk did not come, I would not be able to escape death." However, Shaoqin clearly could have escaped already. If he did this again, he would feel dissatisfied. No wonder those people wanted to run. Who would not be afraid of such misfortune? Not only would their opponents be afraid, but even their friends would be afraid. Don't worry. I won't let go. I'll just hang on like this. When I run out of strength, we can just fall down together. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. Feeling depressed, Yan Chen said, "Why am I so unlucky? Even holy venerates have to retreat when they see me." "Why?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Stop complaining. Think of a way." Complaining was never the way to solve problems. Faced with adversity, Xiao Chen was startled for a moment. Then, he calmly thought of all sorts of ways to escape. Xiao Chen continuously analyzed the situation before him, trying to figure out how it happened. Even when Xiao Chen leaped from stone pillar to pillar, he did not feel such a terrifying gravity. Why did it feel like he was in a completely different world when he landed on the stone pillar? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. The many stone pillars in the vast space might have formed an invisible barrier. The height of the stone pillar was the threshold. Once one jumped over the stone pillar, they would no longer be affected by the barrier. Aside from the pressure of the faux god might, one would also be affected by the gravity of this place. Big brother, I feel that this might not be gravity. It is heart force. I once heard Master say that before the Kasayapa Buddha became a Buddha, he cultivated heart force. Heart force is boundlessly ethereal, extremely profound. Ordinary people cannot comprehend it. Xiao Chen felt doubtful as he asked, "Heart force?" Actually, Xiao Chen had already noticed it long ago. No matter how horrifying a normal gravity was, it would not affect a person's veritable essence energy. It would not be to the extent where one's abilities could not be brought out. Furthermore, this place happened to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. It was possible that it was heart force. However, what exactly was heart force? Xiao Chen had never heard of it before. Is there a way to break it? No. The little monk answered straightforwardly. Xiao Chen was speechless. After speaking for so long, it turned out that it was all nonsense. This won't do. My arm is about to break. The suction from the little monk is getting stronger. If I persist, my arm will be torn off sooner or later. At that time, although I can save myself by severing my arm, the little monk will definitely die. Given Xiao Chen's physical body, cultivation, and resources, reattaching an arm would not be a big deal. Severing an arm to save himself was indeed a pretty good way to escape. Big brother, I think I should let go. It's better for one to die than for both of us to die. The little monk could feel the state of Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, he was more open to it. However, he felt somewhat guilty. In the end, it was the little monk who implicated Big Brother Xiao. There's no need. Xiao Chen directly let go, and the little monk let out a startled cry. Then, the two of them plummeted. They were like shot put. A strong wind blew as they fell faster and faster. Those who fell to their deaths did so because their physical bodies were not strong enough. They directly smashed into meat paste. With his physical body, perhaps he could give it a try and take a gamble. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body had already become inferior-grade dragon bones. His meridians had already turned into dragon tendons. In a situation where Xiao Chen could not circulate his veritable essence energy, his vital qi could surge through his dragon tendons. Xiao Chen immediately brought out his divine dragon war body, and a heavy dragon might spread out on his physical body. It formed an invisible divine dragon artifact armor that protected his body. After spinning around twice, Xiao Chen accelerated his descent. Then, he placed the little monk on his back. The sound of the wind grew louder by his ears. The wind was already like a knife cutting his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Unfortunately, even moving his mouth was very difficult now. Bang! After some time, Xiao Chen landed on the ground. The huge rebound flung the little monk away. Pu ci. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. His internal organs shattered on the spot. A mouthful of blood containing some of his shattered liver fell to the ground. Cracks appeared all over Xiao Chen's body, spreading continuously in his bones. Just as the cracks were about to multiply, the bones all over Zhang Xian's body came to a stop, just a hair's breadth away from crumbling. The cracks stopped spreading. That's good. Xiao Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. He had already landed. His bones had not shattered. This was truly a blessing in the misfortune. As long as Xiao Chen rested for a while, the self-healing ability of the blue dragon bloodline in his bone marrow would take effect. The self-healing ability of the dragon race bloodline would allow him to recover very quickly. Even if his internal organs were shattered and his mind was shaken, recovering was just a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Big brother, I'm fine. To think that I'm completely fine. Only my chest feels a little stuffy. I'm completely fine. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, he saw the little monk Yan Chen rush over excitedly after escaping death. Xiao Chen immediately paled in fright. He hurriedly said, Don't come near me. Pa. However, before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the incredibly excited little monk placed his hand heavily on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Crack. Crack. Xiao Chen's bones, which were originally on the verge of shattering, shattered with the little monk's strike. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body shattered, and his dragon bones were damaged. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted from the pain, losing consciousness. Before Xiao Chen blacked out, he thought of only one sentence, I'm so unlucky. Unlucky can really kill. Chapter 1828. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, 4 hours had already passed. Big brother, you're finally awake. When Yan Chen saw Xiao Chen open his eyes weakly, he revealed a joyful smile. He said, You have no idea how dangerous it was earlier. The sovereign personages of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are all here. Fortunately, they did not sense our presence. This made sense. Many holy venerates chose to leave because their sect's sovereign personages were about to charge over. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, It looks like I have to thank you. Otherwise, we would not have been able to survive in the hands of a sovereign personage. Yan Chen smiled awkwardly and said, There's no need to thank me. The merits and demerits offset each other. Big brother Xiao, don't blame me for patting your shoulder earlier. Don't mention it, or I'll beat you up. Hiss. Xiao Chen was just about to move his body, but he didn't expect that he would move his whole body. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a deep breath. His bones were all broken and he couldn't move at all. Now, he was lying on the stone pillar. He could only open his eyes and close his mouth to speak. Yan Chen hurriedly said, Big brother, be careful. I just took a look. Your injuries are rather severe. Your bones seem to have been refined into dragon bones, making it harder for them to recover than ordinary people. What was more serious was that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shattered, and his blood and qi were weak. If not for his brother's extraordinary physique, he would have died long ago. Speaking of which, why am I completely fine? Really? Yan Chen rambled on endlessly. However, he did not notice that when he looked up, he happened to meet Xiao Chen's murderous gaze. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, It's my fault. It's my fault. If I don't blame you, who should I blame? If it weren't for your slap, the dragon bone wouldn't have been damaged. After a while, he would be able to recover. After recovery, the blue dragon bloodline could be produced in his bone marrow, and his internal organs would slowly recover. Everything was not a big problem. And he still had the cheek to say that he was fine. If I didn't carry you on my back, how could I be fine? Xiao Chen had never been so unlucky before. He was so injured that he couldn't even move. He couldn't even take out the healing pills from his storage ring. If this continued, his injuries would continue to worsen, forming a vicious cycle. He might really have to give up his life here. When it came to life and death, Xiaoqin had always been very open-minded. Anyone would find it hard to accept such an outcome. It could only be said that life and death were up to fate, and riches and honor were up to the heavens. Xiaoqin sighed softly, expelling all the grievances in his heart. "Big brother, why are you sighing?" Yan Chen asked, finding it strange. He still could not make out Xiaoqian's current state. Xiaoqin leaned against the stone pillar and smiled casually. "Let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, why did you come back? Didn't I chase you away back then?" Yan Chen scratched his head and said, "At that time, I felt that something was off. I felt that Big Brother's tone was somewhat off. When I returned, I happened to hear your conversation with that person. Only then did I realize that you let me go on purpose." "I see." Xiaoqin suddenly understood. That was good too. He didn't have to explain himself. Yan Zhou was too difficult to deal with. With the little monk's intelligence, he might be tricked into becoming Yan Zhi's fighter. However, it was hard to say if Yan Zhi could bear the little monk's luck. Thinking about himself, Xiaoqin felt helpless. The two chatted casually. Trapped in this place, they could not do anything else. As they chatted, Xiaoqin understood many things. Why did the inheritance demonic mirror take the initiative to fly to the little monk back then? It was because the little monk had many sins on him. The number of people he had killed was even greater than Xiaoqian's. That was why the demonic mirror took the initiative to fly to the little monk's hand. Normally speaking, those with such horrifying sins were either major figures of the demonic Tao or ferocious demonic beasts. Yet, the little monk lived like that without a care in the world. This was truly an anomaly. The little monk was indeed very strong. However, the price for his extraordinary strength was enormous. Bad luck accompanied him for life. It was as his master had said. The little monk was born with great luck. Or rather, it could be said that he used up all the good luck in his life. The senior and junior brothers in the temple all knew about the little monk's matters. They were definitely unwilling to interact with him. Wherever he went, he would get into trouble for no reason, inevitably blaming himself. If it were an ordinary person like the little monk, they would definitely be extremely reclusive. It would be easy for them to become extreme existences and end up in tragedy. Fortunately, the little monk had a very good master. His master kept smiling and telling Xiaoqin that he was the Buddhist sect's fortune. Furthermore, his mental state was rather open and optimistic, allowing him to live until now without a care in the world. After chatting for a long time, a medicinal pill appeared in Xiaoqian's palm with a thought. Then, he got the little monk to feed it to him. Without a high-grade medicinal pill, the injuries on his body would not be able to heal at all. Xiaoqin could only barely alleviate some of the pain. The crucial thing was how to heal the dragon bones. Only then could he treat the root of the problem. Otherwise, he would never recover. "Oh, right, I have something for you." Xiaoqin recalled that among the 8 supreme treasures, there was a soul tool, a kasaya. The little monk received it joyfully. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "This is a soul tool. However, I can't use it. My cultivation is not high enough to wear a kasaya. Can't use it. That's good. I can save some money. After all, it is a soul tool. If I exchange it, I can obtain many things. Hee hee. However, my master can use it." "Thank you, Big Brother Xiao." The little monk quickly put away the kasaya, not standing on ceremony. Xiaoqin smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's fine. Let me ask you one more thing. Was the saber technique you used earlier the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique?" "That's right. Big brother Xiao, how did you know? Indeed, the one in the little monk's hand should be an incomplete one. However, if Xiao Chen exchanged it with the little monk, he wondered if he would violate the Buddhist sect's rules. Truth be told, I also have an incomplete manual and practice 3 of the moves. Xiao Chen answered honestly. When the little monk heard that, he rejoiced. Indeed, the Heavenly Book scholar said that I would definitely run into a great fortuitous encounter in this ash-gray sea's myriad star mountain. It turns out that it was true. Big brother Xiao, are you willing to exchange the incomplete manual with me? Xiao Chen was still feeling awkward, wondering how he should bring it up. Who knew? The little monk did not mind at all. Speaking of which, aren't you violating the Buddhist sect's rules by being so direct? The little monk smiled and said, I've broken too many precepts. I can't be bothered to count. Now that I think about it, aside from lust, I've broken almost all of them. Xiao Chen said softly, that's good. I have the same thought as well. However, we will discuss this after I recover from my injuries. At the mention of his injuries, Xiao Chen could not help feeling helpless. All the bones in his body were shattered. He could not move at all, like he was paralyzed. The little monk was right. If not for Xiao Chen's extraordinary physique, he would already be a dead man. Xiao Chen could not think of a good way to recover at the moment. If he were outside, he could seek treatment from a famous doctor. With corresponding medicinal pills, he would be able to recover after lying in bed for half a year or even a year. However, he clearly did not have such conditions here. Actually, Xiao Chen should rejoice. Even holy venerates died when they fell. He was already very fortunate to be alive. You are really stupid. This is the best place to treat your injuries. What are you thinking about? Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making him feel joy. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. You are finally willing to show yourself. Xiao Chen had said long ago that the next time they met would be the day he broke through to Star Venerate. After breaking through to Star Venerate for so long, Xiao Chen had nearly died several times. I also want to show myself. However, do you think that I will not exhaust your life force if I show myself? I am a remnant soul attached to you, relying on you to exist. In your current state, I really do not dare to casually appear. In the past, you were at your peak. Exhausting a little is nothing. Now, if I casually exhaust a little, you might fall on the spot. Xiao Chen had not thought of this. He said softly, let's get back to business. Why is this place the best place to treat injuries? Haha. This place is filled with heart force. To think that you managed to find this place with the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. This is really surprising. Heart force. It's heart force again. I'll teach you a method to use the heart force of this place to stimulate the damaged dragon bones in your body. When your physical body recovers, I'll explain to you what heart force is. Chapter 1829. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and glanced at Yan Chen, who was beside him. Little monk, go and take a look around. There might be some fortuitous encounters in this place. Fortuitous encounter. That makes sense. This place is filled with heart force. Perhaps we can find the secret to comprehending heart force. Yan Chen thought for a while and nodded. Then, he said, in any case, there is nothing else. Even if there is no fortuitous encounter, it is good to see if there is an exit. In that case, big brother, stay here first. After Yan Chen went far away, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's playful laughter rang out in Xiao Chen's heart. Must I wait for this monk to go far away before I can start? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor disdained the so-called body of misfortune. However, Xiao Chen could not be more cautious. Unable to explain too much, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Let's begin. You can tell me the method now. After a while, a profound incantation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor telling him how to use the heart force in this place to treat his injuries. The incantation looked incredibly profound. However, after comprehending it, Xiao Chen discovered that the principle was incredibly simple. It was like absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. However, spiritual energy needed to be absorbed by the dantian into the body. The absorption of heart force depended on the heart. While it sounded very profound, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used an extremely simple method. This was because his method was not truly absorbing heart force. It was just absorbing heart force into the body to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. It was not truly possessing and controlling heart force. Xiao Chen's current cultivation and comprehension ability were far from sufficient to grasp heart force. Even if it were sufficient, it was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. By the time Xiao Chen comprehended it, his injuries would have already worsened, and he would no longer show any signs of life. Hence, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's method was very special and ingenious. Following the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's instructions, Xiao Chen continuously emptied his mind. As Xiao Chen recited the incantation, his thoughts drifted. The soul in his soul pool swayed like a candle flame on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Slowly, Xiao Chen entered a wondrous state. He was on the verge of sleep but did not have any thoughts. His consciousness drifted, like a dead person. However, he could truly feel his thoughts. Xiao. Suddenly, the souls in his soul pool went out like candlelight. The entire soul pool turned pitch black. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who was hidden in the 9-star primal core, formed a profound hand seal. Xiao Chen's limp body floated up like a sponge in water. The originally formless heart force in the world transformed into thin halos of light that surrounded the surroundings. As the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor continuously formed hand seals, the invisible light continuously poured into Xiao Chen's body and then flowed out. It was like clean water washing away dirt. However, at this moment, it was using the most mysterious force in the world to help Xiao Chen clean the wounds in his body. Under the influence of the heart force, Xiao Chen's shattered dragon bones slowly fused back together. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor gently blew out a mouthful of pure scarlet dragon qi, and Xiao Chen's mended bones immediately stabilized. After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor blew out this mouthful of pure dragon qi, his figure weakened even further. While the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said that he was using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries, in reality, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor himself was the one doing the actual work. The most important thing was still that mouthful of scarlet dragon qi. However, there was no need to tell Xiao Chen about all this. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at the demonic qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in the essence movement pill. His expression appeared uncertain, thinking about something. Xiao Chen had asked him why he had not appeared after breaking through to Star Venerate. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not tell Xiao Chen the true reason. Turning into a demonic qi, is this an unavoidable fate for all the experts of my blue dragon race? I hope that you are luckier than me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he continued to focus on using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. 4 hours were enough. The shattered bones in Xiao Chen's body had already fused back together, and his dragon bones had recovered. The rest was not a big deal. By relying on the strong recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Chen's internal injuries would heal quickly. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor stopped, and the surrounding light screen vanished. Xiao Chen's hovering body slowly descended. Big brother. Big brother. There really is a fortuitous encounter. The unconscious Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw the little monk rushing over to Xiao Chen in wild joy. Without saying a word, the little monk tried to carry him. Whoosh! This startled Xiao Chen. He gently slapped the ground and stood up. Hey, big brother, your injuries have healed. Xiao also felt surprised. His dragon bones had healed, and his injuries were mostly healed. This was truly strange. Xiao wanted to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor about it. However, he discovered that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was already asleep. This was truly surprising. Xiao still had many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. For example, he did not have time to ask about the Black Dragon King suppressed in the underground Dragon City. Now that my dragon bones have healed, all I need is time to recover from my remaining internal injuries. What fortuitous encounter did you discover? Initially, Xiao just wanted to send the little monk away. Unexpectedly, the little monk actually found a fortuitous encounter. Come with me. There are actually words carved on a stone pillar. I did not have time to take a closer look before I ran over to inform Big Brother. The little monk turned around and led Xiao forward. The underground filled with stone pillars was like a maze. As the two walked, they came to a stone pillar and stopped. Xiao took a look and saw that this seemed to be a treasure pillar with a divine flame. Big Brother, look. The words are here. When Xiao looked carefully, it was indeed as he had expected. Many words were carved on a string of stone pillars. I studied heart force for 1,000 years. Before my death, I had to admit that heart force cannot be passed down or imparted. Whether one can comprehend it or not depends on fate. However, there are also some comprehensions that I left behind. If you see them, it can be considered fate. After reading carefully, Xiao and the little monk rejoiced. These were actually the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions of heart force. As Xiao continued reading, he saw that Xiao was frowning heavily, feeling vexed. It turned out that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions were also cryptic and hard to understand. They were extremely profound, like a heavenly book. To think that this is the simplified version of heart force. This Scarlet Blood Pirate King is really incredible. He knew that heart force cannot be passed down, yet he took another path and left behind this heavenly heart art. After cultivating it, one can use soul energy to imitate the simplified version of heart force. After the little monk finished reading, he felt deeply moved and revealed joy on his face. You can understand it. It's very simple. It's even easier to understand than the ancient scriptures I read in the temple. How could I not understand it? What's wrong, Big Brother? Could it be that you can't understand it? The little monk showed a strange expression as he looked at Xiao, looking like he deserved a beating. Some mockery and some confusion. You can't even understand this. Xiao smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's all right. I understand a little." Oh, I thought that Big Brother did not understand and was prepared to share it. It looks like there is no need. Normally, our abbot would come to me for guidance on the annotations of some ancient scriptures. After the little monk finished speaking with a smile, he sat down and started cultivating. The little monk could understand the ancient scriptures that even the abbot did not understand. If Xiao had known, he would not have had to worry. Xiao felt depressed, but he could not do anything about it. He could only continue reading the scriptures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. After reading it 10 times, Xiao finally gained some comprehension. He understood where the heavenly heart art came from. After reading it 100 times, Xiao revealed an expression of understanding. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was indeed strong. To think that this heavenly heart art could imitate the simplified version of heart force. After comprehending it in his heart, Xiao sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the heavenly heart art. Xiao comprehension ability was extremely rare in this world. After he comprehended the heavenly heart art from the words on the stone pillars, his cultivation speed was not slow. In merely 1 hour, the heavenly heart art successfully drew out the soul energy in his soul pool. 4 hours later, he opened his eyes, and a pale white flame could be seen in his palm. This was the heart flame. This was what the Scarlet Blood Pirate King called this simplified version of Heart Force. True Heart Force was formless and invisible. However, it was ever-changing and could be used on any martial technique. As Xiao Chen looked at his palm, he felt somewhat vexed at this tiny heart flame. How should I maximize the might of this tiny heart flame? Ha ha ha. Delightful. Just as Xiao Chen felt vexed, he heard the little monk laughing continuously. Then, he saw the little monk leaping around underground and jabbing a finger into the air. With the point of his finger, an illusory figure shot out. The image was a gigantic finger of an ancient Buddha with a faint flame burning inside. This was the heart flame that the little monk just cultivated. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt horrified. What a fellow! To think that he managed to merge the heart flame and the Buddhist sect's martial techniques so quickly. This completely formed a brand new martial technique. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Xiao Chen looked at his palm. He had not figured out how to use the heart flame yet. Then, he shook his head and put it away. Originally, this should have been a joyous matter. However, compared to Yan Qin, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to feel happy. Boom! All of a sudden, the gigantic illusory fingers that were randomly weaving among the stone pillars hit one of the stone pillars by accident. Bang! The ancient stone pillar instantly crumbled, falling towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he got up and retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. If Xiao Chen had been struck, his newly recovered physical body would not have been able to endure such a blow. However, he still could not avoid being covered in dust. Ha ha ha. Big brother Xiao, how is the might of the heavenly heart finger that I comprehended? Yan Chen said with a smile as he ran over excitedly. Just as Xiao Chen was about to answer, he suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul surpass the many layers of heart force obstruction and sweep over. Fortunately, with the obstruction of the heart force, this will, which should have been incredibly fast, slowed down significantly. Xiao Chen pulled the little monk and quickly retreated, moving behind the stone pillar with the divine flame. Those sovereign personages have not left yet. The little monk whispered with lingering fear in his heart. That is within reason. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He did not find this unexpected as he thought of a countermeasure. How could the sovereign personages of the demonic Tao sects leave so easily with such vast benefits? Not to mention the faux god flame that could make sovereign personages fall out with, just the 8 supreme treasures were worth a sovereign personage waiting here for half a year. It would be rather difficult to leave now. The only good news was that the terrifying Heart Force Underground deterred sovereign personages from coming down to check. However, the two could not execute their movement techniques due to the Heart Force, so they could not leave. Chapter 1830. A stone pillar suddenly collapsed, but I didn't see the two of them. Strange, what's going on? Could it be that someone can survive a fall? On top of the stone pillar, the 3 elders from the Devil's sect looked at each other and felt that it was a little difficult to understand. The sudden collapse of the stone pillar had attracted the 3 of them here. However, after looking around, they did not find anything. As for going down, however, the sovereign personages from the 3 great demonic Tao sects all had their own thoughts. The 2 sovereign personages from the Blood Demon Royal Hall and the Fantasy Cloud sect would definitely not take the risk. Although the 2 were sovereign personages, their physical bodies were not heaven-defying. If they fell, they would not fare much better than those holy venerates. As for the Heavenly Eagle Castle's sovereign personage, Xiao Chen was confident that he would not fall to his death. But how to get up was a problem for him. He also had to worry about whether the other 2 people up there would trip him up. If he was trapped for 10 or 100 years, that would be too much of a loss. Brother Hong, the demonic cultivation techniques of your Heavenly Eagle Castle mainly cultivate the physical body. How about going down and taking a look? An old man holding a ghost pennant greeted the Heavenly Eagle Castle's sovereign personage rather politely. Bullshit. How is that ordinary gravity? It's clearly the legendary heart force. I might be fine if I go down, but how am I going to come up? The rather stout Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage shook his head, showing no intention of going down. It's probably a mess now. If the two of them were really down there, even if they didn't fall to their deaths, they wouldn't be able to come out. If we really want to break this heart force, only if the sect masters of our three sects join hands will we have a chance. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's sovereign personage seated on the underworld ghost bird said softly. The faux god flame is sufficient for the three sects to work together. However, what if there is no one down there? The three sovereign personages discussed endlessly, unable to come to a consensus. In the pitch-black abyss, the little monk and Xiao Qin were unable to see or hear the situation above. He could only feel a few terrifying wills piercing through the obstruction of his heart force and scanning the area several times before leaving. Big brother, what should we do? The little monk asked nervously. Xiao Qin said calmly, after they leave, we'll split up and see if there's a way out. In fact, even if he couldn't find a way out, Xiao Qin still had another risky method to keep as a record. All right. Xiao Chen's calmness infected the little monk. Yan Chen's nervousness eased significantly. The vast space was like a labyrinth. To Xiao Chen and the little monk, each of the stone pillars was like a heavenly pillar. Looking up, he couldn't see the top at all. Half a day later, the two of them met under the divine flame precious pillar. They spread their hands, but neither of them came to a conclusion. I didn't come across any fortuitous encounters, the small monk rubbed his bald head and said gloomily. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. Do you think that opportunities are like cabbages that can be found anywhere? Let's take a break and continue searching. The space was very big. Since the two of them had not finished walking, they might still have a chance. Yes. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and swallowed another healing pill, mobilizing his true essence to speed up the recovery of his injuries. After breaking through to peak early-stage star venerate, Xiao Chen had not checked his cultivation properly yet. When he looked inside with his spiritual sense, he saw that the space within the 9-star primal core had expanded significantly. The 9 spots of starlight carved on the primal core had also become increasingly resplendent, vaguely showing signs of breaking out, forming the scene of 9 stars revolving around the primal core. When Xiao Chen entered the primal core, the demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy maintained a balance. However, they could not fill the entire primal core space like before, being everywhere, leaving no gaps. How to balance the two veritable essence energy in the future would be a headache for Xiao Qin. Although the Purple Thunder divine incantation had a strange origin, it was a bona fide righteous Tao cultivation technique that absorbed spiritual energy. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques also absorbed spiritual energy. However, the origin of demonic Tao cultivation techniques was comprehended from the ancient Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques were completely different from righteous Tao cultivation techniques. They walked the path of being vicious and tyrannical, benefiting only oneself. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques required several times, even 10 times, more veritable essence energy than righteous Tao cultivators. However, when one advanced to the early stages, it was extremely horrifying. Due to the vast amount of veritable essence energy, it was hard to avoid remnant impurities and other energies. The demonic Tao cultivation technique suppressed the demonic chi veritable essence energy, pitch black, tyrannical, and horrifying. The pros and cons of such a cultivation method were very clear. It opposed righteous Tao cultivators. It was just like the relationship between humans and Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beasts, it was unavoidable. Right now, what Xiao Chen needed was a demonic Tao cultivation technique. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen sent his consciousness into his soul pool. Compared to veritable essence energy, what he valued more was his soul energy. Xiaochen already understood the importance of soul energy when he was in the major primal core realm. After advancing to the star venerate realm, Xiaochen's consciousness could easily inspect his soul pool. His soul pool was as vast and boundless as before. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by his soul hovered in the center. The surroundings were vast and hazy, with a layer of white fog spreading. Many bright spots of light in the sky looked like stars, lighting up his soul pool. The star venerate realm was also known as the starry sky realm. This was because the sky in his soul pool was filled with spots of light. This was a mysterious phenomenon that would appear only after one advanced to star venerate. When starlight flickered in one's eyes, it was like the many stars decorating the sky. Then, one's will of soul could fly out. The strong could even let their will of soul truly roam the starry heavens. It was like the primordial spirit of an immortal leaving his body. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, most of his injuries were already healed. Then, he had a simple conversation with the little monk. The two continued exploring the surroundings. When they met again, they returned empty-handed. 3 days later, Big Brother, it looks like the two of us will really have to grow old alone here. The two had already explored the space at the bottom of the stone pillar. The surroundings were all dead ends. After obtaining the result, the little monk became more open-minded. Being able to die here with Big Brother Xiao is pretty good. After leaving the temple, aside from Master, I met many people. Either they ran when they saw me or they saw that I was young and wanted to cheat me. Yan Chen mumbled a lot. At first, it sounded normal. However, as he spoke, tears started flowing out. In the end, the little monk was still young. His eyes had not matured yet, and the childishness on his face had not faded. Thinking about death, he still found it hard to feel happy. Speaking of which, little monk, how old are you? Sob. 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 17. What's wrong? The little monk said in a somewhat choked voice. 17, Xiaochen knew that Yan Chen was not yet 20. However, he was surprised. He was not even 18. That made sense. In the end, Yan Chen was only 17. How could he let go of the thought of dying here? If it were Xiaochen, he probably would not be able to do it either. Wait a minute, 17 years old, silver Buddhist light. Master said that my birth is the greatest blessing. He suspects that I am the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. My comprehension ability and talent are even more terrifying than that of a demonic genius. Suddenly, many scenes flashed in Xiaochen's mind. The fragmented memories of the dragon race expert's faux god flames suddenly appeared. The silver Buddhist light did not represent the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. Instead, it was the reincarnation of a Buddha, the reincarnation of a Buddha from the previous epoch that rivaled an immortal. 17 years. When Xiaochen thought about the time, he happened to match up with that Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt somewhat excited in his heart. There was an answer to all these questions. Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I saw some Buddhist-ine essence in you. Perhaps we can meet again. In that instant, Xiaochen recalled the words of the Mahasvara Buddha before he passed away. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. The little monk's body was covered in killing and sin. One could say that he was covered in filth. However, his heart was pure, clean, crystalline, and transparent. Great freedom. Everything about the little monk was now firmly in line with these 3 words. Buddha is in my heart, and Buddha is a true Buddha. If there is no Buddha in my heart, how can I find a true Buddha? With Buddha in one's heart, even if one committed overwhelming sin and killed boundlessly, one can still be free and unfettered. Xiaochen pressed his palms together and solemnly bowed to the little monk. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. Venerable, you are right. Thank you. Whether it was the Adumbra Buddha on the Emperor's Road, you saved my life, Xiaochen. Or the Buddhist sect's magic skill, Dermic World, which allowed me to escape danger several times. Or the various instructions you gave me before you passed away. Or now, when the Sarira entered my body and suppressed the demonic nature in my body. Both of them received a bow from me, Xiaochen. Chapter 1831. Xiaochen's inexplicable bow immediately confused the little monk. He smiled between tears and said, "Big brother, I am not an esteemed monk or a Buddha. It is useless for you to bow to me. The two of us will still be trapped here until we die." However, right after the little monk spoke, he saw the image of a large Buddha behind Xiaochen. This Buddha pressed his palms together and smiled, exuding a supreme Buddhist might. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that the little monk actually felt that this large Buddha image was smiling at him. Who said that the two of us will die here? Xiaochen looked up at the little monk and smiled faintly, feeling a sense of familiarity. That's not it. Big brother, I saw a Buddha behind you earlier. The little monk felt incredibly shocked. Fearing that Xiaochen would not believe him, he emphasized, "It's true. It really is a large Buddha. It even smiled at me." Of course, Xiaochen believed it. However, he would not tell the little monk the reason. Illusion, illusion. Illusion. However, that is clearly not the case. That's right. Big brother, you said earlier that we don't have to die here. The little monk exclaimed in pleasant surprise as he suddenly recalled something. Xiaochen nodded. I never said that we will die here if we cannot find the way out. We just have to take some risks. What method? The little monk asked curiously, feeling interested. Xiaochen did not answer. He only took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and held it tightly with both hands. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed the black cutlass cruising the vast sea. His essence, blood and soul had already merged with the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter where the black cutlass was, as long as he focused, he could sense it. This was because the black cutlass was already a part of him. I see it. I see it. Slowly, a scene appeared in Xiaochen's mind. In this scene, Xiao Suo and the others were cruising the sea on the black cutlass. People came and went on the ship. The strange black cutlass gave off a layer of scarlet mist as it bobbed up and down in the waves. Xiaochen's consciousness slowly sank in. Soon, he saw the immemorial demon soul formation in the compartment. There was a terrifying heartbeat in the depths of the scarlet demon soul formation, thumping continuously. Within the hazy blood mist, one could vaguely see an extremely terrifying, evil, and ferocious beast grinning. The little monk who was standing on Xiaochen suddenly felt a terrifying demonic aura coming from his body. Xiaochen's long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were pitch black and full of devilishness, causing others to not dare to look directly at him. Slowly, this wave of demonic might continuously strengthened. If it wasn't for the heart force here stopping it, it might have already rushed into the heavens and caused a great phenomenon. Not good. The little monk's keen senses told him that something was wrong. He rolled on the ground. With a loud bang, a demonic ship shrouded in a bloody mist appeared out of nowhere. As Xiaochen stood at the bow of the ship, Xiao Suo and the others rushed out of the deck, putting up their guard and feeling suspicious. When Xiaochen, who was at the bow of the ship, saw him, his expression relaxed. Young Master Xiao, what is going on? Elder Tang and the others asked in confusion. We'll talk about it later. Xiao Suo, come here for a moment. Xiaochen turned around and withdrew his demonic might, returning to normal. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo felt that something was wrong. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen to him. "Big brother, what's the matter?" Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiao Qin, showing a nervous expression and feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. Xiao Qin did not say anything. He opened his palm, and the faux god flame that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind slowly appeared, hovering in the air. "Senior, what do you think of this person?" "This is the person you chose for me. His talent is ordinary, and he is rather old." Just when Xiao Qin thought that it was hopeless, the faux god flame changed the topic. Its voice rang out in his mind again. "However, he does have a pure pirate's heart, something that you do not have. However, this is what I value the most. Back then, my talent was also ordinary. As long as one maintained a pure pirate's heart, one could become a legendary pirate king. That would not be incredible no matter what era it was." Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Back then, when the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings said that he lacked something, Xiao Qin recalled that he lacked a pirate's heart. He realized that what he lacked was a pirate's heart. Xiao Qin's ambition was not this. How could he have a pirate's heart? This was very normal. "Xiao Suo, this clump of flame represents the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Today, I will pass this fortuitous encounter to you on behalf of Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King. I hope that you will not bring disgrace to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's name in the future and persevere in your pirate's heart." Xiao Qin enunciated every word seriously as he looked at Xiao Suo. "Big brother. This fortuitous encounter is too great. I cannot accept it. I am not too ambitious. I just want to drift on the sea for the rest of my life." "Big brother, you are." Xiao Suo still wanted to say something, but Xiao Qin interrupted him. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Don't say any more. Back then, even I misjudged this Scarlet Blood War banner at the auction. It was you. You were the one who personally won this war banner. This is the will of the heavens. This fortuitous encounter was prepared for you, Xiao Suo." Before Xiao Suo could reject, the faux god flame in Xiao Chen's hand directly entered Xiao Suo's forehead. Whoosh! A fierce flame immediately blazed on Xiao Suo's body. An incredibly vast aura surged out from his body. Without exception, Xiao Chen and the others on the deck were all knocked back by this aura. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang, who were more knowledgeable, immediately petrified on the spot, feeling startled. Faux God Flame. This is the legendary Faux God Flame. The Iron Hand Yama muttered, "It really is a Faux God Flame. Furthermore, it is the Faux God Flame left behind by the legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King." Suddenly realizing something, the Iron Hand Yama looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "Xiao Qin, did you snatch this from Yanjie?" Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "No." Indeed, Xiao Qin had taken it from under the noses of 10 odd holy venerates, including Yanjie, and the many demonic Dao sect true inheritors. What about Yanjie? Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama looked around, feeling cautious and fearful. Clearly, Yanjie left too great an impression on them, nearly leaving a barrier in their hearts that they could not overcome. Hee. I killed him with one saber strike. The little monk Yan Chen said with a cocky expression as he ran over with a smile. Where did this little bald donkey come from? Just chant the scriptures properly and stop messing around. The Iron Hand Yama looked over speechlessly, not believing Yan Chen at all. If it were in the past, he would have directly pushed the little monk away when he was in a bad temper. Xiao Chen said softly, I did indeed die at his hands. Without him, I would not have survived until now. Let me introduce you. This is Yan Chen, a Buddhist sect expert from the Central Great Realm. He is known as... Cough. Cough. The little monk coughed, and Xiao Chen recalled. He smiled and said, "His nickname is not important. What is important is that Yen Zhi did indeed die at his hands. You don't have to worry about Yen Zhi appearing again in the future." The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang showed shocked expressions as they looked at the little monk in disbelief. However, since this was what Xiaochen said, it was absolutely true. It was nothing much. Seniors, there is no need to be too shocked. The little monk Yen Chen smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of an expert. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Xiao Suo's aura on the deck suddenly withdrew. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Xiao Suo did not open his cultivation. However, his gaze was deep and calm. Everyone could sense that Xiao Suo was no longer the same as he was in the past. Envy flashed in the eyes of the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang. Of course, the two would not hold any grudges. Xiaochen had risked his life to obtain this faux god flame. The two would not mind who Xiaochen gave the inheritance to. However, they could not help but feel disappointed. Big brother. Xiao Suo leaped into the air and landed before Xiaochen. Xiaochen nodded slightly. I already obtained the complete memories of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Although the treasures in this stone pillar are very difficult to take out, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. However, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. What we have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Suo's aura turned much steadier. While he spoke of shocking matters, he was now incredibly calm and steady. Xiao Chen was not surprised by Xiao Suo's words. In his opinion, the entire 100,000 Great Peaks were the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Just this body alone was already so valuable that it was immeasurable. Right now, Xiao Chen was not concerned about this. He nodded and said, "Right now, there are still some sovereign personages in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. We are trapped here, unable to get out." Xiao Suo smiled calmly and said, "That is simple." Xiao Suo gently snapped his fingers, and a mark appeared in the bodies of Xiao Qin and the others. In the next moment, Xiao Suo snapped his fingers again. He smiled and said, "It's done. I have already sent out all those without the scarlet blood mark in their bodies. The cave entrance is also closed. They have inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Even if sovereign personages gather here, they will have to obey the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Come, let's go to the blazing sea of blood. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's worship is there." Chapter 1832. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will, Xiao Suo was like a monarch in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. He could easily do many things that were unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. For example, with 2 snaps of his fingers, he could easily move those sovereign personages away. With a thought, the black cutlass carried everyone into the blazing scarlet sea like it teleported. The problem that had troubled Xiao Qin and the small monk was easily solved just like that. How miraculous! I came out just like that. On the deck, the little monk stood at the bow of the ship. As he looked at the boundless blazing sea of blood, he sighed ruefully. Boom! 10,000 li ahead, the scarlet flame waves parted, revealing a majestic scarlet pirate ship. With a tremendous pressure, it rode the wind and broke through the waves. Scarlet Blood Warship. The pirate crew of the Black Cutlass immediately felt excited. However, when the Scarlet Blood pirate ship got closer, they discovered that the ship was in ruins. It looked old, as if it had gone through a heaven-shaking battle. It had already been tens of thousands of years, and they hadn't had the time to rest. Xiao Qin saw it clearly. Not bad, the skeleton is still there, and the formation is not damaged. You just need to repair it slowly. I don't think you can afford to give you a legendary battleship all at once. Xiao Suo nodded. Before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, he seemed to have purposely arranged this. Regardless, it's not too bad. It has a solid foundation, and with enough resources, it will become a legendary battleship sooner or later. Xiao Qin sighed lightly, and only after a long time did he say, "It's time to part ways. Both of you can enter closed-door cultivation here for a while. There are still many fortuitous encounters in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. After cultivating here for half a year, he will definitely gain a lot." Xiao Suan knew what Xiao Qin meant. The moment the Black Cutlass completely demonized, it was no longer suitable for the crew to remain. "Big brother, thank you," Xiao Suo said solemnly as he looked at Xiao Qin. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Xiao Qin smiled casually and said, "Don't stand on ceremony with me. It's settled then. What about you, big brother? Do you need to go into seclusion here?" "There's no need for that. The biggest thing I've understood here is that I've broken the demon barrier in my heart. I've already wasted too much time, and I can't delay any longer. I have to go to the place I want to go. Take care." Xiao Suo did not force Xiao Qin to stay. He called out, and everyone on the Black Cutlass came over to say goodbye to Xiao Qin. After this parting, he really did not know when they would have the chance to meet again. Luo Nan and Fei the young couple, Elder Tang, and the Iron Hand Yama were much more saddened than the others. "Big brother Xiao Qin, take care. Fei will miss you too." Fei was still the same as before. Every time they parted, her eyes would be filled with tears. On the other hand, Luo Nan appeared rather calm. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Big brother Xiao, although I do not know what you are going to do, I can sense it." This trip of Big brother Xiao's was not easy. Xiao Qin was very satisfied to have such a group of friends to send him off when he was leaving. "Goodbye," Xiao Qin said with a cupped fist salute. He felt some reluctance in his heart. He did not know when they would meet again. At the bow of the Scarlet Blood warship, Xiao Suo held up the Scarlet Blood War banner and ferociously waved it. Then, an irresistible force sent the Black Cutlass out. This was because Xiao Qin had specifically instructed the Scarlet Blood warship to be sent as far as possible, lest they ran into the people of the three great demonic Dao sections. When the Black Cutlass reappeared, Xiao Qin did not know where it was either. Looking at the little monk beside him, Xiao Qin smiled and said, "It's just the two of us again. Hee hee. Speaking of which, big brother, are you going to the Central Great Realm?" "Yes." "Where exactly?" "The Central Great Realm is incredibly vast. There are 4 dynasties, 8 empires, many tribes, and all sorts of desolate places. It is simply too big. The dragon race. That is the Divine Dragon Empire. That is a good place. However, I have never been there before and am not very familiar with it." Xiao Qin felt excited. The little monk before him came from the Central Great Realm. He could ask the little monk for advice on how to get to the Central Great Realm. "Oh, right. Little monk, I still have not asked why you came to the Ash-Gray Sea." Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity. The little monk scratched his head and smiled. "There is a heavenly book scholar in the Yanwu dynasty. He is good at divination and knows the dragon-seeking art. He is known as the Book of All Things. There is no fate that he cannot divine. Many people seek him out to divine their fortuitous encounters. I was curious, so I sought him out as well. Then, he said that the greatest fortuitous encounter of my life is in the Myriad Star Mountain. Then, I came here in a daze. The Heavenly Book Scholar. The Book of All Things. Interesting. If there is a chance, I should see for myself. I can get him to divine for me and see if he is really that divine. However, the Ash-Gray Sea should be very far from the Central Great Realm. How did you get here?" Compared to the Heavenly Book Scholar, Xiao Qin was more concerned about this. how to get to the central Great Realm. There are trans-realm transportation formations. The Ash-Gray Sea has them as well. However, they require a lot of spirit jades, and there is a limit to how long they can be activated. They are all ancient transportation formations that require frequent maintenance. Good. Bring me to the trans-realm transportation formation. That should not be a problem, right? Hee hee. Leave it to me. Although I am rather unlucky, I don't think I have ever gotten lost. Xiao Qian entered deep thought. As he looked at the little monk's confident expression, he thought to himself, I still have to prepare another backup plan. I cannot place all my hopes on the little monk. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Qian's figure vanished and reappeared in his cultivation room. With a casual wave, the 8 supreme treasures that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame appeared one by one. That's not right. There are only 7 now. I gave one of them to the little monk, the Kasaya. After subduing these supreme treasures, Xiao Qian had not had time to look at them. Actually, Xiao Qian had been anticipating them for a long time already. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the peak-grade spirit jades. Xiao Qian thought to himself, the value of the peak-grade spirit jades already surpasses that of spirit jades. They are treasures of the world. Even a sovereign personage would desire them. Everything else aside, just the spiritual energy contained in the peak-grade spirit jades could allow Xiao Qian to break through to middle-stage star venerate without any difficulty. The most important thing was that the spiritual energy in it was exceptionally pure and dense, not containing any impurities. If Xiao Qian relied on it to advance, he would not need to spend time consolidating his veritable essence energy. However, it was too much of a pity to use it now. Furthermore, he could not maximize its value. After putting it away, Xiao Qian's gaze landed on the medicinal pill that was clearly for ferocious beasts to consume. This medicinal pill was about the size of a chicken egg. It was bright red, and a flame burned on its surface. One could easily feel its ferocious and tyrannical medicinal energy without even consuming it. Clearly, Xiao Qian had no use for it. If the demon blood vulture were here, he could consider letting it consume it. After all, it had followed him for a long time. Unfortunately, Xiao Qian did not know where it ran off to. He could only put it away for now and think about it in the future. Next was the pipa. As Xiao Qian gently plucked it, a melodious sound rang out, sounding exceptionally clean. This was also a soul tool. It was very valuable, but Xiao Qian could not tell how valuable it was. After all, Xiao Qian was not proficient in everything. He knew very little about musical instruments. Suddenly, Xiao Qian thought of a person, and his lips curled up in a smile. It was not headliner Ling Long but his martial nephew, Ling Yu. Didn't Ling Yu already admire headliner Ling Long for a long time and even set a 5-year time limit with her? Xiao Qian decided to keep it for Ling Yu. When Ling Yu went to ask for her, he would use it as a betrothal gift. The remaining items were a ghost pennant, a treasure bow, a secret manual, and a mutated fruit. These were the 4 supreme treasures that Xiao Qian valued the most. These 4 items were of direct help to Xiao Qian's strength. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Qian grasped the treasure bow. Then, he looked at it carefully and saw 3 words carved on it. God's Shadow. It turned out that this bow was called the God's Shadow bow. Did it mean that the arrows it fired were like the afterimages left behind by a god? Just this name inspired Xiao Qian's anticipation and excitement. In the past, Xiao Qian also liked using bows. Back in the Sky Dome realm, that soul slayer had helped him kill many strong enemies. There was a bow but no arrows. However, there should be some arrows in his storage ring. After searching, Xiao Qian found many arrows. However, they were all high-quality arrows forged in the Sky Dome realm. He did not know if they could be used with the God's Shadow bow. Suddenly, Xiao Qian thought of something. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and a strand of heart flame soared up from his palm. This was a simplified version of heart force formed from soul energy. Xiaochen thought back to when the little monk easily shattered an ancient stone pillar with the heavenly heart finger. The might of the heart force was still fresh in Xiaochen's mind. At that time, he had been worrying about how to use this heart flame. Now that he had a bow and arrows, Xiaochen immediately thought of how to use them. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he put away the god's shadow bow. Then, he went to look for the little monk, Yan Chen, with a smile on his face. "Big brother, why are you smiling so happily?" "What's the matter?" the little monk asked out of curiosity, not knowing that danger was approaching. "After you comprehended the heavenly heart finger, you have not had an opponent to practice with. I thought about it and decided that since I have nothing to do, I might as well help you practice with it." Xiaochen showed a calm expression, not showing any fluctuations as he spoke softly. The little monk smiled and said, "Ah. Big brother really understands me. My hands have been itching for the past few days. After I comprehended my unique secret technique, I could not find an opponent to practice with. It was very frustrating. However, the heavenly heart finger is very mighty. Furthermore, I just comprehended it. I will not take responsibility if I accidentally injure Big Brother." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just do your best." The two went to the deck and pointed to the sea. Then, the little monk leaped off and flew 1 kilometer. A little further. Whoosh! The ash-gray sea moved like it was flat ground. The little monk flew 5 kilometers away and shouted, "Is that enough?" Still not enough. After moving 100 kilometers, Xiaochen verified that the little monk's vision was somewhat blurry. Then, he took out the god's shadow bow and knocked an arrow. "Why does it feel like something is wrong?" the little monk said, feeling it was strange as he scratched his head. Chapter 1833. On the deck, Xiaochen knocked an arrow on the god's shadow bow. Then, he grasped the bow handle. In that instant, he felt a connection with the bow. Suddenly, a mysterious perception came from the god's shadow bow. Xiaochen's field of vision zoomed in. This was the power of the god's shadow bow. He did not circulate any veritable essence energy or open his heavenly eye. The instant Xiaochen grasped the bow, his field of vision zoomed in. It felt like he was only 1 kilometer away from 50 kilometers away. He was so close that he could see everything clearly. The perception from the god's shadow bow was still searching for its target. When the god's shadow bow saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, the god's shadow bow's perception quickly searched for its target. When it saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, a vague question immediately appeared in Xiaochen's mind. That was the god's shadow bow's consciousness, asking Xiaochen if he was the target. This was probably the feeling of being connected by heart and flesh. After the god's shadow bow obtained Xiaochen's confirmation, the perception in front instantly focused on the little monk's body. The little monk, who felt that something was wrong, moved quickly, flashing about. The little monk's movement technique was so terrifying that even a regular holy venerate would not be able to catch him. However, no matter how the little monk moved, Xiaochen could see all the trajectories clearly. A formless line shot out from the god's shadow bow, firmly locking onto the little monk. Between the 2 points and the line, Xiaochen, you do not need to do anything else. You only need to draw the bowstring. Even if you hide to the ends of the world, it will be useless. Buzz. Xiaochen slowly drew the bowstring. He immediately felt his soul energy flow into the bow like flowing water. However, the bowstring did not move at all, showing no intention of moving at all. "I can't draw it." Xiaochen immediately felt startled. He felt that he had gone overboard. He had underestimated the might of a soul tool. Furthermore, the bow in his hand was no ordinary soul tool. The 8 supreme treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had purposely collected were all very special. It was very likely that the little monk would really die after this arrow was shot. Not to mention using the heart flame, just shooting this arrow made Xiao Chen's heart pound. However, there was no turning back. Little monk, I can only let you down. After draining a third of Xiao Chen's soul energy, the god Shadow Bow's bowstring finally drew back by 1 centimeter. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to let go, the arrow knocked on the bow exploded, unable to withstand the immense force. A huge hole instantly appeared on the deck of the demonic ship. The huge force sent Xiao Chen flying on the spot, and his body directly crashed into the observation deck. With a bang, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His face was extremely weak. Wang, the bowstring was still vibrating slightly, and the remaining energy exploded in all directions. Bang! Bang! The defenses of the Black Cutlass appeared extremely weak before this power. One after another, huge holes were blasted open. Waves rolled in all directions, causing the entire ship to shake violently. A moment later, the entire demonic ship was blown up, leaving only its skeleton. Xiao Chen struggled to get up. He let out a bitter laugh when he saw this scene. This time, he had indeed gone too far and played himself. There was a reason why soul tools were called soul treasures. No wonder only rank 6 demonic sects knew of them. Ordinary people could not control them as they pleased. The price of a mistake would not be as simple as death. Big brother, what are you doing? Why don't I understand? The little monk heard the terrifying explosion and rushed over. The scene before him stunned him. The completed Black Cutlass was riddled with holes. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale and weak. For an instant earlier, I felt death approaching. No matter what I did, I could not shake it off. That nearly scared me to death. Big brother, quickly tell me what martial technique you used the Heavenly Heart Art to research. I really do not understand at all. The little monk said excitedly, not understanding what was going on. He thought that Xiao Chen had used the Heavenly Heart Finger to comprehend an extremely terrifying martial technique like him. In the end, the little monk did not grasp the degree of control, resulting in failure. Xiao Chen said indifferently, if you can understand it, am I still your big brother? Quickly go and capture a ferocious beast for me. The more ferocious, the better. Okay. Yan Chen scratched his head and left to carry out the order. How unlucky, as Xiao Chen looked at the Black Cutlass, he felt like crying, but no tears came out. However, after being with the little monk, his heart had already become very strong. He was mentally prepared for any misfortune. Fortunately, this Black Cutlass was now a demonic ship. It only needed one ferocious beast. After the immemorial demon soul formation absorbed flesh and souls, the ship could slowly recover. There was no need to worry. Holding the god Shadow Bow, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. He made up his mind not to use it unless he had no other choice. The god Shadow Bow was a great killing tool. He could not test the might of the heart flame. Instead, he might as well use an ordinary bow to test it. After rummaging through his storage ring, Xiao Chen took out the dust-covered Soul Slayer bow. Then, he gently patted the bow to get rid of the dust. When he saw this bow, he could not help thinking about the past in the Sky Dome realm. He remembered that this bow could bring out a lot of might based on how much vital chi one had. Its origins were very mysterious. One could draw this bow only with pure vital chi. However, Xiao Chen knew that there was no such thing as a limit in this world. The Kunlun realm had not tested this bow's limits yet. Now was a good time to test it out. Boom! Xiao Chen knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and drew the bowstring. When Xiao Chen used one cauldron force, it startled him slightly. To think that he did not draw the bow to its fullest. Xiaochen continued to pour in more vital qi. Soon, it reached 10 cauldron force. Xiaochen discovered that the more vital qi he infused, the more horrifying the resistance he faced. He could not help feeling startled. What exactly was the origin of this Bao? Now that he was in the Kunlun realm, he still could not draw it to its fullest. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Xiaochen could only say that when forging this Bao, the formation he infused in it might have been an immortal Dao formation from the previous epoch. The strength of the formation made up for the Bao's inferior material. By the time Xiaochen used 20 cauldron force, the bowstring was still not drawn to its fullest. Dragon roars rang out endlessly in his body. As Xiaochen drew the Soul Slayer Bao, his aura soared continuously. An item from the Sky Dome realm gave him a pleasant surprise. The heavenly heart art slowly circulated, and a strand of heart flame appeared at the tail of the arrow. Then, it spread out and merged with the entire arrow. Whoosh! Xiaochen let go, and the arrow infused with heart flame soared into the sky. The arrow immediately pierced through a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast in the sky. It cried out miserably as it fell into the sea. The black cutlass pounced over like a hungry tiger. The immemorial demon soul formation activated, and scarlet demonic chi spread out, quickly swallowing up the ferocious beast. As the black cutlass swallowed up the ferocious beast, the blood mist spreading out thickened. The holes in the black cutlass slowly healed. Xiaochen stood upright while holding the Bao, entering deep thought. It seemed to be weaker than the little monk's heavenly heart finger. However, it was much faster. Furthermore, the drain was negligible. Xiaochen took out another arrow. However, this time, he knocked 3 arrows at the same time. The 3 arrows infused with heart flame tore through the sky. In the next moment, 3 miserable cries came from the sky as 3 ferocious beasts fell into the water. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, without a doubt, this simplified version of heart force is the most perfect combination with the Bao and arrow. Then, Xiaochen knocked another arrow. Using only 1 cauldron force, he drew the bowstring and opened his heavenly eye. Immediately, Xiaochen's vision expanded. Using his heavenly eye, he allowed the Soul Slayer Bao in his hand to reach a level similar to the God Shadow Bao. Xiaochen wanted to test the limits of the heart flame's range and might when infused with an arrow. Soon, his vision extended to 500 kilometers. Then, Xiaochen locked on to a towering mountain. Boom! The instant Xiaochen let go, that towering mountain turned into dust and vanished from the vast sea. This development stunned Xiaochen. In the next moment, he startled awake. What fast speed! This was already a power that the Soul Slayer Bao could not achieve. Heart Force, even the simplified version of Heart Force, had a flabbergasting might. The faster one's heart was, the faster one's arrow would be. The farther one's heart was, the farther one's arrow would be. Suddenly, Xiaochen gained some comprehension of heart force. He vaguely felt like he had touched something. Heart force is indeed unfathomable. Back then, when I saw those stone pillar spaces in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body, I felt that they were boundlessly vast, comparable to the starry heavens. Perhaps they were influenced by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart force. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and muttered to himself, no matter what. No matter what, he had figured out how to use this simplified version of heart force, just like the little monk. The little monk was the reincarnation of a great Buddha. His horrifying comprehension ability could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. The heavenly heart finger was not created by just anyone. Even without Xiaochen's comprehension ability, he could still find a way to use heart force that was not inferior to the little monk's. It was already something to be proud of. Satisfied, Xiaochen put away the Soul Slayer Bao. There were still 3 supreme treasures that he had not looked at carefully. One was a secret manual, one was the Cheongchi beast ghost pennant, and one was a wondrous mutated fruit. Just by smelling the mutated fruit, Xiaochen felt a comfortable chill. He felt an urge to burn his bloodline. This was a mutated fruit that strengthened the physique and improved the power of one's bloodline. Its ability was the same as the life juice source that Xiaochen once obtained. However, its effects should be vastly different. It was not time to consume it yet. Xiaochen put away the mutated fruit and looked at the ghost pennant. Since Xiaochen had the experience of using a soul tool before, he took a quick look at it. Then, he only left his mark in the ghost pennant before placing it in his storage ring. Just thinking about the god's shadow bow, he knew that the ghost pennant's might was not far from it. Finally, there was only one secret manual left. The words, "Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art," were written on the cover. Xiaochen gave it a cursory look. This was an extremely tyrannical demonic Tao cultivation technique. The demonic clouds that lingered in the starry sea formed because the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated this demonic Tao cultivation technique. After flipping through it, Xiaochen carefully put it away as well. Indeed, he lacked a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Although this demonic Tao cultivation technique was tyrannical, it did not require one to eat humans or absorb souls. It was directly comprehended from the ancient ferocious beast, the demonic cloud bird. Its origins were extremely ancient. Then. Xiaochen made up his mind. The demonic Tao cultivation technique that he would cultivate in the future would be this demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. However, speaking of which, the little monk has been gone for so long. Why is he not back yet? The black cutlass had swallowed a few ferocious beasts and had already recovered. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, I'm back. I found a huge bird for you. It is definitely very ferocious. I nearly let it run away. Just as Xiaochen was thinking, the little monk's familiar laughter came from the distance. He saw the little monk in a somewhat sorry state, with some horrifying wounds on his body. However, he had a smile on his face. The little monk dragged a huge scarlet bird as he walked on the surface of the sea, slowly heading towards the black cutlass. Nearly all the feathers on that huge bird had been plucked clean, looking very miserable. He struggled ceaselessly and let out miserable howls, but he just couldn't break free. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Why did this bird's voice sound somewhat familiar? Furthermore, that figure and silhouette seemed familiar. Chapter 1834. Big brother, this bird is very ferocious. It is really foolish. Ha ha ha. It purposely fled a few times and then turned back to sneak attack. Did it think that I did not know? The little monk was very ruthless. He forcefully folded the wings of the huge bird together and tried to grab it. Just like that, he dragged it over the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Xiaochen found this somewhat familiar. His figure flashed, and he landed on the surface of the sea to observe it closely. Aside from the feathers on its tail, the scarlet bird had lost nearly all its feathers. It was bald, and its huge body now looked pitifully thin and weak. This startled Xiaochen. To think that it really was the demon blood vulture. Initially, he only found it somewhat familiar. After careful observation, he finally confirmed it. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaochen could not help laughing loudly. Where did you catch it? The little monk answered honestly, it charged over on its own. I did not go far before I saw it flying in our direction. Its entire body was filled with killing chi and a strong demonic nature. I felt that it would not be easy to deal with, so I was about to give up. Who knew, this despicable bird pecked me on the head and left with a strange smile. I really could not endure it. Look, you nearly got pecked through. With one look, there was indeed a clear mark on the little monk's shiny bald head. The demon blood vulture, which the little monk caught, wept in its heart after it completed the trial of its race. After completing the experiential training of its race, its strength had soared again. Without even thinking, it immediately came out to seek revenge on Xiao Qin. After wandering around for a long time, the demon blood vulture sensed the aura of the black cutlass and gave chase. Along the way, the demon blood vulture saw a bald head on the surface of the sea. Out of curiosity, it pecked at the bald head. Unexpectedly, it caused such huge trouble. Even after using all its tricks, it could not defeat this monk. After being caught, the demon blood vulture was in a sorry state. The little monk, whose head had never been injured before, plucked out all its feathers in a fit of anger. The more surprising thing was yet to come. The little monk actually brought the demon blood vulture to Xiao Qin. This was a great humiliation. Originally, the demon blood vulture wanted to appear awe-inspiring and teach Xiao Qin a lesson. Who would have thought that he would turn into a General Five Hairs, appearing in such a sorry state? This made the vengeful demon blood vulture want to find a hole to hide in. Its pitiful reputation was ruined just like that. Let it go. It's my familiar. Xiao Qin could not help smiling as he looked at the demon blood vulture's appearance. The little monk exclaimed, "This is Big Brother's demonic pet. How is this possible? I am the king blood vulture, the king blood vulture. How could it be someone else's magic pet? Don't listen to it." The demon blood vulture cried out in its heart, "Don't let me go. This great me is not anyone's demonic pet." Naturally, Xiao Qin and the little monk would not care about what it was thinking. The small monk stammered, "Big brother, I'm really sorry for stripping your demonic pet." Xiao Qin smiled casually. "It's fine. Go and rest first. I have something to say to the demon blood vulture. Hee, Big brother is really magnanimous. Then I'll leave first." He had accidentally left Xiao Qin's demonic pet in such a state. He was too embarrassed to continue staying here. Feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, the little monk quickly left. Now, only Xiao Qin and the featherless demon blood vulture remained. One man and one beast watched quietly. The demon blood vulture was the first to give in. It continuously cursed Xiao Qin in its heart. When it saw Xiao Qin's eyes, it always felt fear. This was especially so in its current weakened state. When it flapped its wings weakly, it discovered that it could not fly at all. Xiao Qin stepped forward, and the demon blood vulture retreated in a fluster. Then, it advanced again and retreated again. Plop! The demon blood vulture stumbled and nearly fell, nearly getting swept away by the waves. Strange, what's wrong with this silly bird? I'm just treating its injuries. Why did it get so agitated? Xiao Qin rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat confused and suspicious. Did it really become stupid? It looks like I have to reconsider the mysterious beast list that I intend to give it. Don't move. Boom! Xiao Qin extended out his will of soul and finally used a forceful method to restrain the demon blood vulture. The demonic nature in Xiao Qin's body activated, and the demonic nature veritable essence energy in his primal core spread throughout his body. His eyes turned pitch black. It's over. It's over. It's really going to eat me. The demon blood vulture was frightened into trembling. However, in the next moment, Xiao Qin used his demonic qi veritable essence energy to treat its injuries. Black demonic qi entered the demon blood vulture's body, and its injuries slowly healed. Feathers quickly grew back all over its body. What a strong recovery speed! What fortuitous encounter did this demon blood vulture encounter? Xiao Qin felt startled. Although his demonic qi veritable essence energy was vast, it could not produce such a great healing effect. It looks like this demon blood vulture must have encountered something when it disappeared. When the demon blood vulture's wings were fully feathered, Xiao Qin took a closer look and discovered that the changes were rather great. First was the tail feathers. There was a golden line in the middle of the scarlet tail feathers. Then, there was a faint golden light flickering in the demon blood vulture's eyes. This fellow's bloodline is mutating. Xiao Qin felt startled. Fortunately, it was the little monk who ran into it. If it were anyone else, it would have eaten them already. Suddenly, Xiao Qin recalled the little monk's words. The demon blood vulture had taken the initiative to fly towards him. Furthermore, it had come in a ferocious manner, radiating killing qi. With this thought, Xiao Qin stopped what he was doing and looked at this demon blood vulture with a strange gaze. Could it be here to seek trouble for me? The demon blood vulture, which was plotting in secret, suddenly saw Xiao Qin's suspicious gaze. It was startled and quickly lowered its head. Boom! Just at this moment, a demonic might swept out in all directions. Demonic clouds churned in the sky and quickly covered the sky above the black cutlass before stopping. Big brother, a sovereign personage expert is here, the little monk said anxiously from the deck. He was somewhat worried that the sovereign personages of the three great demonic Dao sects had caught up. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He ignored the demon blood vulture and returned to the demonic ship. Who knew, when the demon blood vulture saw the demonic clouds in the sky, it became even more afraid than Xiao Qin. The demon blood vulture flew up in a fluster and hid in the spirit beast platform of the black cutlass. Something's wrong with the aura. It feels like a ferocious beast, Xiao Qin said softly. The one that came did not seem like a demonic Dao cultivator but more like a terrifying ferocious beast. The little monk said softly, a ferocious beast is also a sovereign personage ferocious beast. It will die an even more miserable death. This was true. The means of ferocious beasts were much more brutal than cultivators. Xiao Qin did not say anything. He only took out the god's shadow bow and nocked an arrow. This time, he learned from the previous lesson and merged the heart flame with the arrow in advance, preventing it from exploding from the god's shadow bow's strong force. A soul tool. The little monk exclaimed in sudden understanding. Big brother, were you trying to use this soul tool to shoot me earlier? I was wondering why I could not shake off the feeling of death looming over me. Xiao Qin's expression did not change as he countered indifferently, how can that be? Am I that kind of person? You are. The demon blood vulture thought to itself as it peeked its head out from the spirit beast platform. The little monk scratched his head, wondering if he had wronged his big brother. Young man, put away the soul tool in your hand. It cannot injure me. I do not have any malicious intent either. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Xiao Qin's mind, startling him. What a terrifying ferocious beast. The thought broke through his heart's defenses and forcefully appeared in his mind. Cannot injure me. That is hard to say. However, I believe that you do not have any malicious intent. Xiao Qin put away the god's shadow bow and did not prepare to attack. He saw a pair of terrifying eyes at the limits of his vision. The owner of those eyes was also a demon blood vulture. However, this demon blood vulture possessed terrifying strength, far greater than the one on the black cutlass. This demon blood vulture gave Xiao Qin the vague feeling that it surpassed sovereign personage, appearing somewhat unfathomable. However, this was not surprising. The demon blood vulture was a special ferocious beast in the first place. As long as it absorbed enough demonic nature, its strength could increase infinitely without any special bottlenecks. Of course, this was not the reason why Xiao Qin stopped. The main reason was that Xiao Qin felt a bloodline connection between the demon blood vulture and the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture hiding on your ship is my youngest son. It has a mischievous nature and does not like to live in groups. After disappearing for half a year, it suddenly returned to participate in the sovereign trial. To think that it managed to defeat its older brothers. Its bloodline even mutated, something unprecedented in the history of my demon blood vulture race. However, after it ate my race's holy fruit, it slipped away again, so, that is the case. After understanding the cause and effect, Xiaochen asked, "So? I want to see who exactly is the human who caused it to change so much." Xiaochen said indifferently, "Since you have seen it, then you should know that I do not have any malicious intent toward it. I did not sign a blood contract with it or forcefully tame it. If you want to take it away, I have no objections. However, if you want to attack me, I will not just stand there and wait to be captured." "No, no, no. You misunderstand. I want it to stay by your side. I will help you form a blood contract with it." When the Blood Vulture King heard Xiaochen say that he wanted it to take away its youngest son, it became anxious, saying no 3 times in a row. This reply stunned Xiaochen. He did not know what to say. What kind of father would give his descendant to someone else to sign a blood contract with? "Why are you not willing? In that case, I can give you some benefits." "What do you want? A demonic Dao cultivation technique? Or a demonic Dao treasure? Or a divine item at the bottom of the sea? Or the essence blood of ferocious beasts? We can discuss it." Seeing Xiaochen remain silent, the Blood Vulture King thought that Xiaochen was unwilling. Xiaochen's lips twitched involuntarily. "Is this fellow's biological son? There's no need, there's no need. Subduing a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline would be a great help to me." Xiaochen felt somewhat embarrassed. Giving him a demon blood vulture for free was already a great gain. He was too embarrassed to ask for other treasures. "Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, there is such a good person like you in the human race. In that case, I will let this unfilial son follow you for 100 years. The mysterious Blood Vulture King in the distance seemed to execute some secret technique. Then, the demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform cried out miserably. The demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform released its demonic nature and turned into a beam of red light soaring into the sky. In the next moment, the demon blood vulture quickly descended towards Xiaochen. Then, this beam of red light turned into a ring on Xiaochen's index finger. Cassier. Xiaochen vaguely felt an additional appendage to his soul. This attachment was placed on the scarlet ring on his finger. Goodbye. The horrifying demonic clouds in the sky came quickly and left even faster, going far away like the receding tide. What are they doing? They left again. The little monk asked, feeling it was strange as he rubbed his head. Xiaochen looked at the ring on his finger. Then, he looked into the distance and said, "They are here to sell their son." Chapter 1835. What? Since the Blood Vulture King only communicated with Xiaochen, the little monk could not figure out what was going on. What does he mean by selling his son? Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His gaze fell on the scarlet ring on his index finger, and he revealed a playful smile. Finally, Lin Fan had some means to control the Blood Demon General. As long as he wanted to, he could turn the Blood Demon General into a ring at any time and lock it in his hand. He could boldly increase the Blood Demon General's strength without worrying about a backlash. "Where's my dad?" Just at this moment, a young but aged voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. That was the demon blood vulture's voice. Previously, he had not signed a blood contract with it, so he could not communicate with it. Now, he could use his thoughts to communicate. This was the first time Xiaochen heard the demon blood vulture's voice, which surprised him. "Your dad left." "Left? Ha! That scared this old man to death. I thought that old bastard would take me back and lock me up again." Xiaochen's expression immediately turned petrified, not knowing what to say. "What's going on? Why can't I move? What's going on?" Xiaochen patiently explained what happened earlier to the Blood Vulture King. "Damn! That old bastard even sold his own son. Is there any justice in this world? Does he still have a conscience? No. Send me back. Shao Chen entered deep thought. He seemed to understand why the Blood Vulture King was willing to sacrifice himself to give this demon Blood Vulture away. The Blood Vulture King was simply a little demon king. To put it nicely, he was unruly. To put it bluntly, he was a fool. Ignoring the demon Blood Vulture's hooting, Shao Chen asked the little monk, "How much longer will it take for us to reach the Transrealm Transportation Formation in the Ash-Gray Sea?" The little monk took out the sea chart. After studying it for a while, he replied, "It is still far away. When we were sent out from the Myriad Star Mountain, we deviated too much. It will take at least 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months. That was acceptable. The Ash-Gray Sea was vast, and the Myriad Star Sea was just a corner. Shao Chen recalled that when he went to the Starlight Sea, it took him 2 months. This time, it would only take him 3 or 4 months to reach the Transrealm Transportation Formation. Furthermore, Shao Chen indeed needed 3 to 4 months to consolidate his strength. Now, it is time to discuss the matter of exchanging the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique with me. The two of them each had an incomplete manual. Only by exchanging it would they be able to maximize their profits. It was beneficial to both of them. The little monk giggled and said, "All right, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was just waiting for Big Brother to speak. I have grasped a total of 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, in the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and merciless killing. But so far, I've only focused on 1 move, in the world. It's better not to bite off more than I can chew for a saber technique of this level. You have to choose a move and understand it thoroughly before connecting it with other moves. Then, your progress will be very fast." Shao Chen couldn't agree more. Right now, he was only focusing on severing the mundane, and was in the process of turning simplicity into complexity. This move was broken down into a set of dreamlike mundane world saber techniques. There were a total of 3 moves: creating dreams with the saber, entering dreams with the saber, and using dreams as saber. After thoroughly comprehending this saber technique, he would be able to comprehend breaking the mundane by simplifying it. As for the other moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, the prerequisite was that he had sufficient saber manuals. The two exchanged saber manuals and immediately grasped 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After Yan Chen obtained Shao Chen's saber manual, he said joyfully, "I heard from Master that this saber technique has a total of 11 moves. This way, we can find most of them in one go. In the future, we might be able to collect the complete saber technique. If we trace it back to its source, we might be able to practice the foundation of all the martial techniques of my hidden spirit temple, the 3rd move of the Gautama Divine Palm." Shao Chen found this strange. He asked, "Could it be that we cannot directly practice the 3rd move of the Gautama Divine Palm?" The little monk shook his head and said, "A primogenitor grade cultivation technique is simply very difficult to directly practice. There is only one move, and it is as vast as smoke, materializing the many powerful techniques of the hidden spirit temple. You can imagine how difficult it is to directly practice it. The foundation of all the martial techniques in the world is the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the Buddhist sect's Gautama Divine Palm, the Taoist sect's True Martial Divine Sword, and the demonic sect's Primal Chaos Demonic Scripture. Even though many cultivation techniques that rival primogenitor grade cultivation techniques appeared later, they cannot be called primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, as they are unable to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." Feeling confused, Shao Chen asked, "In that case, even if we create our own cultivation techniques, we will not be able to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques?" "That is natural. Without the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, there would be no martial epic. That is the source. Since you and I are in the martial epic, we cannot shake off this restriction. This is rather interesting." The little monk truly lives up to being from the central great realm. There are many things that Xiao-Qin has never heard of before. Then, which of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques is the strongest? The little monk quickly replied, without a doubt, the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. Don't ask me why. That is what the ancient books agree on. However, there is no point in thinking so much. The primogenitor grade cultivation techniques are no longer complete, having vanished in the long river of time. There is no way to make up for them. For example, the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm only has 4 palm strikes left. The 4 great Buddhist temples each have 1 palm strike. Only 3 of the true martial divine sword remain in the hands of the 3 Taoist sections. As for the primal chaos demonic scripture, it is even worse off. I heard that it is already completely destroyed, not even a complete move remaining. Think about it. Not a single move of the primal chaos demonic scripture remains, but the entire demonic Tao is already boundlessly strong. If someone grasps every move and reorganizes the demonic Tao, the world will experience a great calamity. Hence, there is no doubt that the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. A thought occurred to Xiao-Qin. Could it be that the loss of the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation techniques caused the demonic Tao to deviate from its original meaning? The little monk continued smiling. Hee hee. As long as we find the remaining 5 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, we can learn the Gautama divine palm and move unhindered in the great 1,000 realms. Ha ha ha. The little monk fell into some sort of fantasy, a boundless fantasy. Xiao-Qin asked, has anyone collected all of them? This. I don't think so. Has anyone practiced the complete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique? The little monk scratched his head. It seems like aside from the creator, no one has succeeded. Did he rely on the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to practice the Gautama divine palm? I don't think so. The creator of this saber technique has always been a taboo in the Buddhist sections. There are no records of when the saber technique was formed. Once it was formed, it suffered many setbacks. It was lost several times, and it is now completely lost. I have never heard of anyone restoring it. Xiao-Qin smiled and said, hence, it is not realistic to rely on this to practice the Gautama divine palm. It is more reliable to directly cultivate and comprehend it. Even if one cannot successfully cultivate it, one can rely on the Gautama divine palm to comprehend a cultivation technique or martial technique that suits one. This blow dealt the little monk a heavy blow. He stopped thinking. Then, he took the incomplete manual that Xiao-Qin wrote for him and went back to study it. Like the little monk, Xiao-Qin returned to the cultivation room and started studying it. Although he would not immediately start cultivating it, he still needed to read it. He would more or less gain some comprehensions. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, kill without mercy. As Xiao-Qin read, he felt the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's vastness and heaviness. He felt somewhat curious. What kind of genius was the creator of this saber technique? However, Xiao-Qin had too many things to do now. He did not have time to think too much or spend too much time thinking about it. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. It was time to cultivate some of the cultivation techniques that were previously restricted by his cultivation realm after breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. First was the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. This ice-attributed medial grade earth ranked cultivation technique could already be cultivated to a higher level. The Ice Feather Divine Incantation had a total of 6 layers. Xiao-Qin, who already cultivated the 3rd layer, prepared to cultivate it to peak consummation of the 6th layer in one go. He wanted to see if he could merge the 6 layers and cultivate it to the hidden 7th layer. However, since this was a medial grade earth ranked cultivation technique without any restrictions, it was best to cultivate it to consummation as soon as possible. Xiao-Qin took out spirit jades and placed them in the spirit gathering formation under the prayer mat. Then, he started cultivating. 3 days later, Xiaochen successfully broke through and cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the 4th layer. After another 7 days, Xiaochen successfully cultivated the 5th layer without any difficulty. He discovered that his physical body could cultivate the Ice Feather Divine Incantation rather quickly. However, he exhausted a lot of resources. In less than half a month, he had exhausted 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. The 6th layer took longer. He spent half a month before he managed to open all his meridians. Whoosh! After successfully cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 6th layer and completing a major cycle, Xiaochen opened his eyes. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His black hair had already turned white. Vaguely, Xiaochen felt that the additional ice-attributed energy in his body had a good suppressive effect on his demonic nature. No matter what, he could maintain a clear mind, like ancient ice, unaffected by the various negative emotions. When Xiaochen looked into the average-sized cultivation room, he saw a chill. Crystalline ice feathers drifted down like snowflakes. It looks like this Ice Feather Divine Incantation has some tricks up its sleeve. It is not as simple as I thought. Xiaochen muttered to himself. He did not say anything more, preparing to give it a try before continuing his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to merge the 6 into 1 and break through to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer. That would be of great help to his comprehension of the Ice Tao. Half a month later, the little monk, who was playing with the demon blood vulture on the deck, suddenly felt a horrifying chill. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly soared into the air. The demon blood vulture, which was too slow, was very unlucky. Before it could react, the cold qi struck it. In an instant, the entire black cutlass and the demon blood vulture were sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures floating on the surface of the sea. What a strong will of ice! Big Brother's improvement during this period is somewhat terrifying. The little monk in the air felt flabbergasted. Personally witnessing Xiaochen's rapid improvement in the ice-attributed energy was indeed shocking. Whoosh! A figure charged out of the ship. This figure had white hair, white robes, and white robes. It was Xiaochen. Congratulations, Big Brother. You are one step closer to grasping the Ice Tao, the little monk said with a smile. Xiaochen shook his head and said, although I have cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer, I am still far from the Ice Tao. However, my improvement during this period is real. How about we exchange a few moves? Fighting spirit flashed in the little monk's eyes. He smiled and said, that is exactly what I was thinking. The two instantly exchanged moves. However, they forgot about the demon blood vulture, which was still sealed in ice. Chapter 1836. On the surface of the sea, the rumbling sound did not stop. Xiaochen and the little monk exchanged blows quickly. Both of them did not draw their sabers and only fought with their fists and feet. They fought back and forth, competing with each other. It was obvious that the little monk was holding back. He did not use the movement technique that he was proud of or the horrifying might of the way. He felt that since he could even kill holy venerates, he should not need to use his full power to deal with his big brother. But thinking like that caused him to suffer greatly. Xiaochen raised his hand and waved. A chill filled the air, and ice feathers fluttered in the air like snowflakes. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the surface of the sea was covered in a layer of cold air. At first, the little monk did not pay much attention to it. However, he soon discovered that the chill in his body was growing stronger and stronger. Even his blood felt like it was going to freeze. His speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Little Yan Chen, this ice feather divine incantation's 7th level is not that simple. The chill may seem harmless, but in reality, it is accumulating at every moment. It is not easy to expel." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaochen closed in on him step by step. The little monk fought head-on. However, Xiaochen forced him back step by step. After a while, he was horrified to discover that the cold qi in his body actually turned into ice crystals, solidifying into something solid. They looked crystalline, translucent, and beautiful. However, they were like ice spikes that constantly hurt him. Great Diamond Fist! The little monk roared angrily. He activated the true essence in his body, and for the first time, his Buddhist might burst out completely. Boom! As he punched out, his entire body shone with golden light, and all the ice crystals in his body were shaken out. The surface of the sea surged, and a huge wave surged towards Xiaochen like the roar of a tsunami. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He had finally used his full strength. Swinging his palm left and right, he stirred up the chill around him. Then, he unhurriedly sent out a palm strike. The ice quintessence in Xiaochen's body surged out. Boom! The surging wave that contained the rage of the Buddhist sect's guardian deities shattered under Xiaochen's palm strike. The seawater instantly solidified into ice. Big brother, looks like I've really underestimated you. As Yan Chen stood on the huge, frozen wave, he looked at Xiaochen. The fighting spirit in his eyes blazed like fire. Xiaochen gently took 3 steps back and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget that your true strength only rivals that of a holy venerate." Back in the stone pillar space, Yan Chen relied on his movement technique to prevent the many holy venerates from surrounding him. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting one-on-one. In the end, he had relied on the little devil monk's silver saber's fame to scare away the group of demonic sect elders. Although his combat prowess was already extremely horrifying, one did not overestimate. However, big brother, you are only a peak early-stage star venerate. I don't believe that big brother can last 3 moves against my full power attack. The little monk felt strong confidence. His Tao might appeared, and his silver light soared into the sky. Then, he pointed the Buddhist monk's saber at Xiaochen. Now that Xiaochen was an early-stage star venerate, he wanted to know what his current combat prowess was. Xiaochen's battle hunger soared in his heart. He looked forward to the little monk's next attack. 1 saber strike. The little monk laughed loudly and spread his arms. A silver light flashed, and the instant his figure vanished, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiaochen. A horrifying saber might instantly burst out. Although Xiaochen had 2 kinds of Tao might supporting him, he still could not block it and ended up at a disadvantage. Clang! Xiaochen's arm trembled. This saber strike forced him to take a few steps back, causing him to lose his footing. Boom! 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 With every step Xiaochen took, huge cracks appeared on the surface of the sea. After 10 steps, the seawater under Xiaochen's feet shattered and surged in all directions. Another saber strike. A silver light flashed, and the little monk tore through the sky like a heavenly eagle. Xiaochen used his consciousness to check but could not catch the little monk's figure. Xiaochen could only sense some blurry trajectories, unable to make an accurate judgment. Dang! Xiaochen only managed to circulate his veritable essence energy and block this saber strike when the little monk suddenly charged to his side. This saber strike directly knocked Xiaochen into the air, nearly knocking the tyrant saber out of his hand. Interesting. After landing, Xiaochen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. Now, he finally understood how sullen the holy venerates who fought the little monk were. Such a strange movement technique speed was simply terrifying. The explosive Tao might was also very troublesome. The little monk's Tao might was simply too strong. The little monk's understanding of the saber Tao surpassed Xiaochen's. With just the pure saber great Tao, the little monk managed to suppress 2 of Xiaochen's great Tao. 1 more saber strike. The little monk giggled. Then, he pushed off the ground and sent a final saber strike at Xiao Qin. Heavenly Eye. Xiao Qin quickly opened his heavenly eye, and his vision immediately became 100 times stronger. He could even see the microscopic particles floating in the air. I see it. I see it. With the help of the heavenly eye, Xiao Qin finally captured the little monk's movement trajectory. The little monk's movement trajectory was extremely fast, making it very hard for one's vision to grasp. Xiao Qin attacked decisively. He could not guarantee that he could lock onto the little monk in the next moment. Divine Lightning Eye. Suddenly, rapidly spinning purple petals appeared in Xiao Qin's heavenly eye. 10 bolts of tribulation lightning instantly gathered from all directions. Then, they gathered above the little monk's head before raining down a thick bolt of tribulation lightning. Electric light flickered, and the little monk's body went flying amid an explosion. This is the moment. Xiao Qin shouted coldly. Then, he infused the Thunder Great Tao into the Tyrant Saber, instantly bringing out the Tyrant Saber's full might. The Tyrant Saber in Xiao Qin's hand changed shape, and a layer of purple lightning fire spread out on its surface. Boom! When Xiao Qin swung his saber, it triggered a bright electric light. The little monk, who just got blasted away, appeared somewhat confused. The saber strike that Xiao Qin quickly followed up sent the little monk flying. A wound appeared on his chest as he fell somewhat miserably to the sea. Ha ha ha. Big brother is indeed big brother. I really did not expect this move. After the little monk stood up, his fighting spirit soared as he laughed without end. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "Let's fight again tomorrow." Don't. Yan Chen immediately vomited blood. He had just suffered a great loss, and now, Xiao Qin actually said that he was not going to fight anymore. Naturally, Xiao Qin would not continue fighting. He had already seen the little monk's strength, which made him understand his many weaknesses. Coincidentally, Xiao Qin thought of several perfect ideas that he needed to digest and comprehend. Furthermore, he should stop while he was ahead. The first time the Heavenly Eye and the Divine Lightning Eye merged, Xiao Qin obtained miraculous results. However, that might not be the case if he continued fighting. 3 moves are over. Remember not to boast next time. An existence that could instantly kill a holy venerate was indeed extraordinary. This made Xiao Qin feel somewhat troubled. The little monk walked over with his head hanging low. Xiao Qin consoled him, "We'll continue tomorrow." "It's a deal, then." Yan Chen immediately perked up. His eyes lit up as he giggled. Youths were indeed driven. However, Xiao Qin did not know that he already had a vague idea on how to curb Yan Chen's speed. One day was sufficient to change many things. "Big brother, we seem to have forgotten something." Yan Chen suddenly thought of something. The two arrived at the still ice-sealed black cutlass. Only then did they discover that the pitiful demon blood vulture had already fainted from the cold. Finding it strange, Xiao Qin asked, "What's going on?" The little monk scratched his head and said, "I dodged too quickly. When I left, I seemed to have been careless and kicked it. I don't remember it clearly." Xiao Qin melted the ice and checked it. Then, he relaxed and said, "It won't die. Take care of it. There's no need." "Master, I'll just stay in the spirit beast platform." Upon hearing that Xiao Qin wanted Yan Chen to take care of it, the demon blood vulture dragged its stiff body and stumbled into the spirit beast platform. After spending some time together, the demon blood vulture had no choice but to acknowledge Xiao Qin as its master. Then, the demon blood vulture tragically discovered that compared to Xiao Qin, staying with the little monk was clearly more unlucky. "Stupid bird! How dare you look down on me? How could the little monk endure this?" He roared ferociously and chased after the demon blood vulture into the spirit beast platform. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. He did not know how long such peaceful days could last. The closer he got to the Transrealm Transportation Formation, the closer Xiao Qin got to the Divine Dragon Empire. What kind of changes had happened to the dragon race? Would he be able to meet Ryue? Would his identity as a blue dragon bloodline cause trouble? What were his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Xiao Chen's future was destined to be bumpy. After entering closed-door cultivation for one night, Xiao Chen started to diligently cultivate the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. The Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's first layer cultivated the dragon veins. The second layer cultivated the dragon bones. The third layer cultivated the dragon blood and tempered vital qi. The fourth layer cultivated the dragon wings. After cultivating it to perfection, one could sprout dragon wings on one's back. With a thought, the blue dragon divine wings would spread out. At that time, the little monk's speed would no longer pose any trouble to Xiao Qin. The fourth layer was the Star Venerate realm. It was much more difficult than the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Xiao Qin did not think of succeeding in one go. He only wanted to cultivate it to small perfection before arriving at the Transrealm Transportation Formation. The sun rose in the east. As promised, Xiao Qin and the little monk fought again. This time, Xiao Qin did not use his heavenly eye or the divine lightning eye. However, the little monk was shocked to discover that when he approached Xiao Qin, his speed slowed uncontrollably. A strange force field surrounded Xiao Qin. It looked gentle but was actually incredibly ferocious. It was like he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he twisted his body, the deeper he sank. The little monk, who came into contact with the Taiji force field for the first time, suffered greatly. After 10 moves, he still could not gain an advantage over Xiao Qin. The little monk took the initiative to give up and return to closed-door cultivation to study how to break Xiao Qin's Taiji force field. The little monk truly lived up to being the reincarnation of a Buddha. On this day, he managed to think of a way to break it. The little monk infused his Buddhist might into the surroundings, forming a similar force field. When he approached, he used his Buddhist might to clash head-on with Xiao Qin's Taiji force field. Although the little monk did not break the Taiji force field the instant they clashed, many openings appeared in the Taiji force field. Seizing this opportunity, the little monk attacked 3 times, successfully sending Xiao Qin flying. Just like that, the two exchanged blows, fighting every day and discussing after the fight. As Xiao Qin continuously perfected the Taiji force field, the little monk did his best to think of various ways to break it. Both of them improved rapidly. This continued until one day, when Xiao Qin suddenly spread out the 30-meter-long blue dragon divine wings on his back and executed Thunder Dragon steps. After beating up the little monk no longer brought up the matter of challenging Xiao Qin to a fight. Xiao Qin's blue dragon divine wings reached small perfection, and he was only 3 days away from the Transrealm Transportation Formation. Chapter 1837. Just as Xiao Qin thought this, a huge wave surged over from the bottom of the sea, carrying a terrifying force. The wave instantly tossed the black cutlass high into the sky. The world spun around. The little monk and Xiao Qin felt their qi and blood surge. Xiao Qin released the arrow, and the bowstring trembled slightly. The demonic hell trembled and crumbled bit by bit, rumbling endlessly. The Black Lotus demonic Buddha statue, which was chanting scriptures with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and roared ferociously. Then, it ferociously threw a palm strike. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" However, the mask in his hand did not hold back at all. Everything had a limit. Xiao Qin originally wanted to see how many batches of these boundless evil spirits could come out. Xiao Qin found it somewhat difficult to calm down. He fiddled with the mysterious mask that he obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, the exquisite white mask that looked like porcelain. The third secret technique was the mask clone. It could create a perfect clone. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to tell the real from the fake. A Buddhist proclamation resounded in the sky, echoing over the vast sea. A Buddha statue appeared in the clouds, sitting on a black lotus throne. Many Buddhist halos appeared behind it, filling the sky with a black Buddhist light, spreading over the vast sea. Xiao Chen looked around. It was like a small world had appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs of illusions at all. Layers of Buddhist light layered behind it. A horrifying Buddhist might spread out, appearing boundless. The resentful spirits and evil spirits here were simply the best food for the Yazi beast demon soul. Little monk, help me buy some time. I have a way to destroy him. Before the Buddha became a Buddha, evil spirits came to stop him. The Buddha did not get angry, sad, joyful, or hurt. He touched the ground with his hand and turned the evil spirits into ashes. That's not right. The aura of this ship feels somewhat familiar yet strange. It is very strange. I have never had such a feeling before. Soul tools were known as soul tools. Xiao Chen had already experienced the price of failing to use them rashly. Both of them vomited a mouthful of blood, significantly injured. There must be a way to break it. There must be a way to break it. He had collected nearly all the spirit jades that few people cared about in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. Xiao Chen took out the god shadow bow, and his soul energy poured into the bow like a flood. The number of medial-grade spirit jades in his storage ring was even more horrifying. Xiao Chen and the little monk drew their sabers in an instant. Saber lights flew everywhere, and tens of thousands of evil spirits were turned to ashes on the spot. Boom! It was his bad luck that brought such a strong enemy to Xiao Chen. However, the sea of misery was a vast sea of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. It gathered countless negative emotions, and it was impossible to kill them all. Kill! The two of them were in unbearable pain from the burning, unable to retaliate at all. In the sea of bitterness, they were like evil spirits, causing the resentful spirits in the surroundings to laugh. Amidst the pain, Xiao Chen transmitted his voice with great difficulty. Yan Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of all sorts of methods. This was a Buddha statue and not the real Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The blue dragon divine wings reached the small success stage. Xiao Chen's speed increased by more than 10 times after he unfurled it. Returning to the divine dragon empire was perfectly normal. The little monk's expression changed drastically, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Big brother, this is the demonic world's hell. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor personally created it. To think that someone could summon the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. It must be the Black Lotus sect venerate personally coming. The little monk suddenly appeared beside Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen in a daze, he asked softly. Now is the time. Xiao Chen slowly discovered that this thought was somewhat naive. There were still 3 more days before they arrived at the Transrealm Transportation Formation. The little monk Yan Chen's expression changed slightly, revealing a confused expression. A fierce flame blazed in the two's hearts, burning them to the point of pain, causing them to wail in anguish. However, during this period, the little monk had been in closed-door cultivation, thinking about how to defeat Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen found this strange, but he did not overthink it. Perhaps the scriptures on the mask were just random additions. More importantly, after the divine dragon war body spread out its wings, it reached a mental state. The piercing Buddhist light forced the Black Lotus demonic ancestor to close his eyes, not daring to look directly at it. Some ancient scriptures were carved on the mask. The two fought to the point of exhaustion on the ship, sinking into an endless massacre. Xiao Chen glanced at it and did not care. There are ships coming and going on the ash-gray sea. This is not strange. A huge black palm rushed over on the vast sea, looking like it wanted to crush both the two and the ship. Xiao Chen carefully sensed that the mask covered up all of his aura. This included all of his vital signs, allowing all sorts of information to enter his mind. Now, Xiaochen understood that the various incredible functions of the mask were exceptionally miraculous. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's strength actually more than doubled in an instant. No matter how many came, there was no need to fear. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's gaze locked on Xiaochen and the little monk. With just one look, the two sins started burning. This mask was called the Death God Mask. It had 3 secret techniques. The first secret technique was Void Shadow. It allowed the wielder's physical body to immaterialize once a day, blocking all attacks. The wielder's martial techniques would be useless. Xiaochen, who was preparing to go down, entered deep thought when he heard that. Then, he stopped. Without even thinking, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and touched the ground with his left. However, he found it hard to calm down. Xiaochen kept having a bad feeling in his heart that he could not get rid of. The mask was different from other soul tools. It was not an offensive mask. One did not need to be strong to wield this mask. All the aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were instantly extinguished. Burning karmic flame. The little monk blamed himself in his heart. It's me again. I harmed Big Brother again. Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The little monk made up his mind. He did not hesitate to glare at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Your sins are boundless, and you are not sincere in your devotion to Buddha. Only the Black Lotus Buddha can pardon you ignorant, filthy people. The cultivators who died at the hands of the two were vaguely visible in the fire, turning into aggrieved spirits and laughing malevolently in the surroundings. With a thought, the great desolate Ian ferocious beast, the Yazi beast demon soul, appeared in the black cutlass. It opened its mouth and sucked in the countless aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. The little monk smiled in shock. That can't be. Big Brother always looks calm and collected, unfazed in the face of danger, giving others the feeling that he is unfathomable. Do you also have moments of confusion? The amount of sin on the little monk's body was far greater than Xiaochen's. At this moment, his sin was burning, and he was in even more pain than Xiaochen. Standing in the sea of bitterness, Xiaochen looked at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. He truly did not know how to face the enemy. Unfortunately, the scripture was written in an ancient language of Buddhism, which Xiaochen did not understand. In addition to the 3 secret techniques, the mask also had many auxiliary functions, such as immunity to illusions and mental attacks, waiting for Xiaochen to slowly explore them. His cultivation was stable, and he could break through to middle stage star venerate at any time. His combat prowess rivaled that of a holy venerate. Xiaochen held many soul tools, a mutated fruit for improving his bloodline, and a beast core for strengthening his demonic pet. As the chanting sped up, the horrifying Buddhist might grew stronger. Even Xiaochen and the little monk found it hard to endure. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaochen now possessed the capital to head to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, he still found it hard to calm his heart. When Xiaochen's left hand touched the sea of bitterness, he extinguished the karmic flames covering his body, and a golden swastika appeared on his chest. A resplendent and dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from his body, instantly illuminating this dark space. Demon subduing ground imprint. With a thought, the karmic flames descended. The scene around them changed. Xiaochen and the little monk felt like they were in hell, surrounded by layers of illusions. The black cutlass charged at the huge palm. The countless malicious spirits in the sea of bitterness suddenly showed ferocious expressions as they pounced at the two from all directions. The little monk suffered from this. Boss. I'll do my best. As I heard, the dead are already dead. Why bother about the mundane world? There are many things in the mundane world, the past. However, reality did not give the two a chance to catch their breath. The little monk said quickly. A look of despair flashed in his eyes. He had not expected that he would meet such a terrifying enemy. Death God Mask. Is there such a thing as a death god in Buddhism? Compared to the god Shadow Bao and the Chungchi beast Ghost Pennant, this was simply inconceivable. The Black Cutlass was from the Abandoned Lands Blue Dragon clan. Returning to the dragon race was like returning a dragon to its homeland. As the Black Cutlass flapped its wings, his bloodline surged. He could feel the surging power and ancient dragon might of the Blue Dragon bloodline. All the filth of the world cannot live forever. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor hovering in the air seemed to be separated from Shao Qin by a boundless distance. He was right before Shao Qin but also far away, unable to attack. As the scriptures purified the formless Yazi beast demon soul, the scarlet light on its body slowly separated. Shao Qin said indifferently, "It's not that I'm confused. I'm just feeling somewhat rueful." When the advantage of a great desolate Aeon bloodline reached a certain cultivation realm, cultivators without a bloodline would be at a disadvantage. Amid a loud sound, the Black Cutlass broke through that huge black demonic hand like a sharp knife. After putting away the mask, Shao Qin went to the lookout. He looked at the vast ash-gray sea and looked into the distance, letting his thoughts wander. Shao Qin somersaulted and landed on the deck. Then, he stomped heavily on the deck, and a scarlet mist gathered on the ship. Shao Qin allowed his heart to roam the boundless sea. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Shao Qin said honestly, "I feel anticipation and nervousness in the Divine Dragon Empire. It is somewhat complicated. I don't know what I'm thinking either." Shao Qin and the little monk's figures flashed wildly. The shock waves could not avoid knocking them back. At this moment, the sea for 5,000 kilometers around turned into a sea of bitterness filled with vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts. When Shao Qin put the mask on his face, he instantly felt like the mask had merged with his flesh and blood like a piece of human skin. Just at this moment, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the skies suddenly chanted scriptures to purify the Yazi beast demon soul. The second secret technique was the Grim Reaper scimitar. It could summon the mysterious Grim Reaper in the mask to attack, turning his will of soul into the Grim Reaper scimitar. Shao Qin's body ached, but his heart ached even more. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, looking at the two coldly without any expression on his face. Shao Qin knocked an arrow, and the heart flame merged with the arrow. Then, he slowly pulled the bowstring back. With the help of the god Shadow Bao, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor, who felt boundless, instantly locked onto him. Yan Chen looked into the distance and said with a frown, "It seems like a ship is heading towards us. Perhaps I should ask the little monk for guidance. Could it be the Black Lotus Church? Whoosh. I have to think of a way. No matter what, Big Brother cannot die here." The gigantic Yazi beast demon soul shattered on the spot. In that instant, all the vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that the Yazi beast demon soul swallowed earlier turned into scarlet light and soared into the sky. Familiar yet strange. In that instant, Shao Chen's crystalline heart of 7 apertures, devoid of any filth, burst forth with a pure Buddhist light. Compared to before, it was a completely different matter. Boom. Chapter 1838. It was just some peak major primal core cultivators. Even if he had less than half of his strength, he would still be able to deal with them easily. "Master, your body," Shao Chen thought to himself. Although he was severely injured and could bring out less than half of his strength, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. However, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. "Shao Chen, my master is coming personally. Do you think you still have a chance to flee?" The Holy Sun Ming Xian prepared to attack again. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate said indifferently, "Let him come." The Black Lotus sect venerate had a special Black Lotus mark on them that could dodge the Black Lotus sect venerate's attack. "Little monk." The Holy Sun Ming Xian stepped forward from the bow of the ship and appeared before Shao Qin. Whoosh! Die! Now, he was even more injured, his survival unknown. A gloomy look flashed in the Black Lotus sect Venerate's deep, black eyes. The Black Lotus sect Venerate formed 9 hand seals in an instant. Each hand seal turned into a different demonic Buddha image that appeared before Xiaoqin. The demonic bone relic was left behind by the sacred ancestor when he passed away. Why would it appear on him? The Black Lotus sect Venerate no longer had many trump cards to use. The Buddhist light continuously extended forward. In a few breaths, it would catch up to Xiaoqian's black cutlass. All the outstanding talents and older generation heroes of the Kunlun realm died in the demonic calamity. Damn it. It's fine. It is just life and death. Master has already seen through it. As long as we obtain the demonic bone relic, my Black Lotus Church can rise again at any time. Xiaoqin looked into the distance and saw the Black Lotus Church's banner at the bow of the ship. He could even vaguely make out some figures standing at the bow. To think that a peak major primal core cultivator could not even block a palm strike from him. Surprise flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. He recalled that he had clearly killed this fellow in the fiendish demon battlefield. The first one held a demonic trident, had 2 legs, and had only 1 eye. Pooh! With a wave of his hand, Xiaoqin threw a palm strike. Primal chaos veritable essence energy surged out. The first thing the little monk said when he opened his eyes was to ask if the trouble had been dealt with. The little monk, who had fallen on the surface of the sea, was very weak. On the deck, Xiaoqin was fighting with the 4 Vajra protectors. He was covered in wounds, and his aura was weak. He could not unleash his full strength. Set the formation. The bowstring vibrated, and space collapsed. However, the 4 guardian deities were not injured at all. They landed firmly on the surface of the sea. Master. A soul tool was on a completely different level from an inherited Dao tool. Black Lotus Church. On the throne, the Black Lotus sect Venerate Xiaoqin remained expressionless, not surprised at all. I already said long ago that the best opportunity to kill him would be when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms. Once you miss it, the longer it takes, the more troublesome it will be. In the short span of 2 years, Xiaoqin had actually grown to such a terrifying level. The little monk who executed the touching demon subduing imprint burst out with a Buddhist light that did not belong to his realm and cultivation. Xiaoqin locked his gaze on the Black Lotus sect Venerate, who sat on the throne. Then, he snorted coldly and quickly charged over. Worry appeared on the Black Lotus sect Venerate's face. The other guardian deities and the black-clad Arhat all showed anxious expressions. This disciple has failed. The cold mask obscured Xiaoqian's expression. Only his eyes shone with a terrifying golden light as he looked at the surroundings. When the vertical eye opened, a demonic light shot towards Xiaoqin. The strong palm wind swept through the deck like a hot knife through butter. The black-clad Arhat immediately shattered all the bones in his body, unable to put up any combat prowess. Master, the karmic flame had already extinguished. However, the injuries inflicted would not recover in a short time. Stubbornness flashed in the Black Lotus sect Venerate's eyes. It seemed like flames flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Even this Black Lotus sect Venerate was much weaker than the Black Lotus demonic ancestor of the demonic world. Xiaoqin turned his head back to look. When he saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He looked around and saw that he had already returned to the ash-gray sea. The activation of his great desolate Aeon bloodline had a limit. After the limit, his injuries would worsen. Good timing. Damn it. I'm about to die, and you still ask this. In that instant, the Black Lotus sect Venerate unleashed the might of a sovereign descending upon the world. A terrifying Buddhist seal instantly surged out, and the black cutlass exploded into pieces. However, at this moment, it was not worth mentioning to Xiaoqin. It's you. Kill. The expression of the holy son Ming Xian, who was beside the Black Lotus sect venerate, changed slightly. Incredulity appeared in his eyes. However, the holy son Ming Xian only had 3 seconds. He had to kill this Black Lotus sect venerate in 3 seconds. Purple flames burned on the tyrant saber. When Shao Chen swung his saber and thrust, the one-eyed demonic figure instantly exploded. It's not your fault. This time, no matter what, he will not be able to escape. The holy son Ming Xian still remembered that these black-clad arhats were all boundlessly strong back in Purple Sun City. The holy son Ming Xian felt ashamed as he quickly lowered his head. With injuries piling on top of injuries, he would fall on his own before the Black Lotus sect venerate even made a move. Without a sound, the terrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor exploded into countless pieces, turning into black lotuses that floated in the air. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor nearly shattered the Yazi beast demon soul with a palm strike, and the ship suffered damage in many places. Shao Chen clenched his teeth, hatred burning in his heart. He did not hold back and fully activated his blue dragon bloodline. The holy son Ming Xian frowned slightly and stepped forward, wanting to make a move. The divine concealment arrow had already entered the Black Lotus evil ancestor's body and exploded instantly. The Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes were as pitch black as ink. He gave off a terrifying aura, but he was extremely weak, looking like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Moreover, he was extremely weak, much weaker than Shao Chen himself. However, he didn't have any time to waste. Once the effect of the bloodline power wore off, he would be killed. As Shao Chen looked at the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne, old and new grudges surged forth. Boundless murderous intent flared in his eyes. He looked around and found the little monk floating on the surface of the sea. The little monk had already fainted. Boom! Shao Chen remained calm and unperturbed. When Shao Chen looked around, he saw a black ship blocking the way to the Transrealm Transportation Formation. However, Shao Chen could not wait any longer. When he saw a rather large crack, he carried the little monk and leaped out. Shao Chen could place all the blame on Shao Chen. The rebound from the god's shadow bow reverberated in Shao Chen's body, causing him endless pain. What was even more unbearable was that he had drained most of his soul energy, making him look incredibly weak. Shao Chen unleashed a peak strike with his weakened body. The 4 great guardian deities before him were not worth mentioning at all. Sect Venerate. The moment the two leaped out, a wave came crashing over from the surface of the sea, crashing into them. The holy son Ming Xian led the way. A faint white Buddhist light spread out from his body, making him stand out among the black Buddhist lights. The holy son Ming Xian took the risk of drawing the god's shadow bow, draining his soul energy. The god's shadow bow rebounded, injuring his physical body again. 7 Kill Seal, resolving the mundane, die. After putting down the little monk, Shao Chen could not be bothered to repair the ship. He turned the ship around and quickly fled far away. Now, Shao Chen actually appeared alive again. Capture him. The 4 great guardian deities and 100 black-clad arhats soared into the air and charged towards the black cutlass. The holy son Ming Xian asked worriedly. To think that he can break through the demonic world's hell. After him. We must catch up to him. This is the last chance to capture him. Otherwise, there will never be another chance. Black Lotus Sect Venerate. After the many black-clad arhats boarded the ship, they immediately launched themselves at Shao Chen. I can't escape. However, the Black Lotus Sect Venerate pulled him back. That ship is somewhat strange. The ship moved amid the treasure light, completely ignoring the influence of the ash-gray sea's huge gravity. It moved like a beam of light, moving quickly. Shao Chen turned around and protected the little monk, using his back to block the heavy strike of this wave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Shao Chen took out the death god mask and wore it. When the demonic light shot over, a ripple-like black light appeared on the mask and dissipated it. Right after the Black Lotus sect venerate spoke, he suddenly made a move. He lowered his right hand and stuck his thumb and middle finger together, forming a miraculous hand seal. As the Black Lotus sect venerate chanted scriptures, a beam of Buddhist light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating a treasure path in front of the ship. After the god's shadow bow fired the arrow, Xiaoqin ignored his weakness and immediately leaped towards the little monk. After all, the weakest of the 4 guardian deities was a peak early-stage star venerate. The strongest guardian deity was a late-stage star venerate. Guardian deities, black-clad arhats, bring him over. Oh no! Quickly attack! In the demonic world's hell, that horrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor used karmic flames to burn Xiaoqin to death. Xiaoqin blamed himself as he looked around. The demonic world's hell was crumbling bit by bit. Everything was fated to gather on this person. However, every Black Lotus had a layer of heart flame that could not be dispelled, preventing them from reassembling. Xiaoqin swung his saber, appearing eternal and inextinguishable. In one breath, he killed the 4 guardian deities. A golden light flickered in Xiaoqin's eyes, and his declining aura instantly soared to the limit. However, even when the 4 guardian deities worked together, they were at a disadvantage from the start to the end, completely suppressed by Xiaoqin. The thousands of Black Lotuses continuously gathered, trying to reassemble the Buddha image. Pu Ci. The sudden killing move caught Xiaoqin off guard, sending him flying. Big brother, is the demonic ancestor destroyed? Xiaoqin was just about to get up anxiously when the 4 guardian deities appeared and surrounded him again. The expressions of the 4 guardian deities changed drastically. They quickly charged at Xiaoqin, not holding back their killing moves at all. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Xiaoqin vomited a few mouthfuls of blood on the surface of the sea. Only the skeleton of the black cutlass remained. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoqin collected it into his storage ring. Xiaoqin's figure flickered on the surface of the sea. Then, he leaped and landed on the dilapidated black cutlass. When he formed a hand seal, he slowly pushed it forward. That is, wearing the death god mask, Xiaoqin activated the tyrant saber's full might and broke through the 9 demonic images before landing on the ship. With just a slight pull of the bowstring, Xiaoqin shattered the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image. Pu Ci. Xiaoqin vomited a mouthful of blood as he tumbled a few times in the air. On the Black Lotus Church's ship, a withered old man on a lotus throne held a cracked Black Lotus demonic ancestor sculpture and vomited a mouthful of blood. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate revealed a strange smile on his throne as if he had seen through all of Xiaoqin's trump cards. Doubt flashed in the Holy Sun Mingxian's eyes, but he did not ask. There were many things that his master would not say. Even if he asked, it would be pointless. Blood flowed on the saber's tip and slowly dripped down. A terrifying demonic nature flickered in Xiaoqin's golden eyes. Then, the fragments turned into a blood mist spreading in the air. The blood mist could only scatter in the surroundings, slowly being consumed by the heart flame. Right now, the little monk's fate was unknown. If something happened to him, he would blame himself for life. Chapter 1839. 3. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Void Shadow, appeared. The attack that the Holy Sun Mingxian had been preparing for a long time struck the immaterialized Xiaoqin's body with terrifying demonic might. The Holy Sun Mingxian revealed a horrified expression as he passed through Xiaoqin's body. This peak strike did not stop Xiaoqin for even a moment. The Black Lotus sect venerate's smile did not fade as he continued to look at Xiaoqin coldly. He did not make a move, nor did his expression change. 2. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Mask Clone, appeared. A masked clone appeared in the air. When the secret technique was executed, Xiaochen felt like his body split in two. No matter which one was destroyed, the other one would retain its strength and consciousness and continue living. Xiaochen finally understood why sovereign personages could not distinguish the real from the fake. It was because both were real. 2 seconds passed. After passing through Ming Xian's obstruction, Xiaochen was only 100 meters from the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne. Xiaochen locked onto Xiaochen's aura, drove his veritable essence energy, and layered his great Tao energy. His dragon might soar to its peak. Xiaochen waited for the final second to arrive. Under the mask, Xiaochen showed a grave expression, revealing a pair of great desolate divine eyes. However, there was only a cold murderous intent and a strange demonic nature, nothing else. How long could 1 second be? 1 breath, 1 blink. The moment one raised one's head, the moment one took a step, the moment one opened one's mouth, the moment one thought, 1 second passed by. However, in the eyes of experts, 1 second was enough to do many things. One could soar into the air and flee far away. One could swing 100 times. One could kill countless people. One could think of many things. One could do many, many things. The Black Lotus sect venerate only did one thing. He stood up from the throne. Some people stood up because they were tired. Some people stood up because they wanted to leave. Some people were simply restless. However, some people stood up for only one reason: they wanted to fight. Boom! Just as the Black Lotus sect venerate stood up again, a strong battle hunger surged out of his body and soared into the clouds. Then, it turned into a fierce flame that burned half the sky. The clouds were burning, and flames filled the sky. This battle intent was pure and simple, domineering and direct, and it caused the entire space to be locked down. The two clones were forced to a halt in front of him. Xiaochen's thoughts froze. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak, and he couldn't think. The Black Lotus sect venerate slowly stretched out his hand. However, just as he was about to touch Xiaochen, his hand slowly approached Xiaochen. However, just as the Black Lotus sect venerate was about to touch Xiaochen, the lower half of his body suddenly ignited. His hand stopped before Xiaochen's forehead forever. The Black Lotus sect venerate revealed a bitter smile as he said softly, "In my life, I have fought sovereign emperors, sovereign personages, and killed countless holy venerates. However, I have never fought a star venerate before. You should be proud. Master." When the holy son Ming Xian saw this scene, he cried out hoarsely in pain. He quickly ran over, wanting to grab the Black Lotus sect venerate's hand. However, before the Black Lotus sect venerate could touch the remnant warmth in his hand, he turned into ashes. Then, he silently glanced at Ming Xian. The Black Lotus sect venerate's gaze was filled with anticipation and love. However, he could not continue looking. He only glanced at the Black Lotus sect venerate, who once moved unhindered, able to escape unscathed under the suppression of the 4 Buddhist temples. The Black Lotus sect venerate vanished from this world forever. Only the blazing fire that burned half the sky proved the Black Lotus sect venerate's glory and past. Whoosh! The two clones landed on the ground and merged back into one. The great desolate Ian bloodline ended, and Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood. Injuries piled on top of injuries, Xiaochen weakly fell to the ground. He did not know whether he won or lost. The holy son Ming Xian knelt on the ground and silently chanted scriptures. His spotless, untainted body gave off an incredibly pure Buddhist nature. Xiaochen held a stalk of sword monarch grass in his hand. If he attacked at this moment, the sword monarch grasses might would not allow him to escape. With the sword monarch grasses might, the holy son Ming Xian would definitely die. In the end, Xiaochen did not make a move. Then, he slowly stood up and left this place, landing on the surface of the sea. When Xiao Chen looked around, the surroundings were a mess. The corpses of the Black Lotus Church's protectors and arhats floated on the surface of the sea. Their blood mixed with the seawater, forming a pungent smell. That smell was tragic and stirring. The Black Lotus sect was a declining sect, a faction that once stood on equal footing with the 4 Buddhist sections. Now, only 4-star venerates and more than 100 major primal core venerates remained. Then, they all died here. That person fought his entire life and died standing. Yi Zifeng's senior brother had said clearly not to make a move for 10 years. That person had staked everything on one throw and ended up in such a state. The blazing flame in the sky continued to roar. The waves surged and roared endlessly. The holy sun Ming Xian piously chanted scriptures, and Buddhist sounds drifted out. The blazing flame was the Black Lotus Holy Venerate's laughter after he broke free. The waves were the cries of the souls of the sect's heroes. The Buddhist sounds were blessings and prayers for the next life. Some people were laughing, some people were crying, and some people were chanting scriptures. Xiao Chen ignored them. He slowly walked towards the little monk's body in the seawater. Xiao Chen's weak body swayed as he held the tyrant saber. His footsteps were slow as if he would drown in the huge waves at any moment. However, even though this heart had been hurt by parting, it did not fear death. Wearing white robes and holding a saber, he would let the wind and waves surge through this life. When a cold wind blew, Xiao Chen's thin body felt somewhat cold. When he looked up, sunlight shone down, welcoming his footsteps. Xiao Chen glanced back and saw that the wind had stopped and the waves were gone. The bodies of the Black Lotus Church members floated quietly on the desolate sea. The blazing flame in the sky extinguished. On the ship, the white-robed holy sun Ming Xian looked coldly at Xiao Chen. New grudges and old grudges would be settled today. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any joy or sorrow at this moment. He only glanced at the person at the bow of the ship before silently turning around. Xiao Chen raised his leg and did his best to leap up. Then, he landed beside the little monk and picked him up. The scarlet ring on Xiao Chen's finger turned into a flash of red light. The demon blood vulture carried the two over the ship, continuing towards the transrealm transportation formation. Xiao Chen held the little monk's right hand and checked his pulse. His aura was weak, and his life force was indistinct. The little monk's life force was slowly fading. The demon subduing ground-touching imprint was a horrifying Buddhist sect secret technique. It was the strongest seal that the Gautama Buddha left behind before he became a Buddha. Only the abbot or holy monk of the 4 great Buddhist temples could use it. Xiao Chen did not know where the little monk found the courage to execute it. Furthermore, he succeeded in doing so. However, the little monk had not expected that the price was not something that an insignificant novice monk could bear. The little monk also forgot that his physical body was already extremely weak from the torment of the karmic flames. The sins on the little monk's body were even more terrifying than Xiao Chen's. Holding the Buddhist sect's monk's saber, he was destined to spend his life killing, living in sin. Xiao Chen showed a helpless expression as he took out the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame. Originally, he had been saving it for when he went to the Divine Dragon Empire. Now, he had no choice but to use it. I really owe you in my previous life. After opening the little monk's mouth, Xiao Chen muttered and fed the little monk this strong and mysterious mutated fruit. The instant the mutated fruit entered the little monk's body, his blood immediately surged. The originally weak signs of life became like that of a ferocious beast. The little monk's pale complexion also turned red. The better the effects, the more heartache Xiao Chen felt. Originally, he should have consumed it. However, it did not matter. It was sufficient as long as he could survive this tribulation. It was good that he was alive. Only by being alive would there be hope, only then could he have everything. When Xiao Chen looked back, the flames in the sky had already completely vanished. The burned clouds gathered once more. The final traces of the Black Lotus sect venerate in the world were gone. However, just at this moment, a Buddhist might surged out from that direction and soared into the clouds. Countless black lotuses descended from the sky, and Buddhist chanting spread in all directions. Even when it reached Xiao Qin, he could still hear it lingering. After a moment of comprehension, he became insufferably arrogant. Xiao Qin knew that the Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. However, he now had an enemy even more terrifying than the Black Lotus sect venerate. Xiao Qin also understood why the Black Lotus sect venerate looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian in the end. More importantly, the Black Lotus sect venerate did not want the Holy Sun Mingxian to make a move, as Xiao Qin still had means to perish together with the Black Lotus sect venerate. Only by living would there be hope. Chapter 2189. When the last shadow disappeared, Yi Xian was automatically teleported out. Ding! Host's bloodline has been successfully strengthened. Host, please note that your bloodline has reached the highest level of strengthening. Host cannot continue to strengthen your bloodline before a breakthrough. Ding! Host's weakened state has ended. Host has regained his original divine power. Rank 1 Upper Heavenly God. Following the system's notification, Yi Xian was finally out. In his hand, he was holding a mirror-like treasure. It seemed that this was mirror fate. This was the thing that had trapped Yi Xian for so long. Yi Xian looked at the treasure in his hand but did not say anything. A teleportation portal. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a teleportation portal. To be honest, Yi Xian had seen countless teleportation portals. However, the one in front of him was undoubtedly the most familiar one. Outside the ruins of the fortress, there was still endless slaughter and endless remnant thoughts. He was now in the core area of the battlefield of the sovereigns. Originally, Yi Xian did not have much hope of leaving. At the very least, he did not expect to be able to leave so easily. However, this teleportation portal made Yi Xian extremely happy. Even Yi Xian did not know where this teleportation portal led to. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian stepped into the teleportation portal. However, a strange scene occurred. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the teleportation portal and locked onto Yi Xian, as if automatically searching for something. Yi Xian was stunned and became more and more shocked. Could this be a directional memory teleportation portal? I did not expect such a thing to really exist. This teleportation portal can remember all teleportation activities within a restricted area. No matter where you enter, if you want to leave, you just have to step into any of the portals and you can leave. Yi Xian had heard of such a thing before. However, he had always thought that it was a legend. He did not expect it to be true. At this moment, in Mo Shanga, the fifth hall master and everyone in the fifth hall were waiting silently. Today was the last day of the deadline. Suddenly, a faint light came from the teleportation portal. Didn't this light signify that someone was about to pass through the teleportation array? In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Could it be that Yi Xian had returned? Light swirled around and a figure appeared. If it wasn't Yi Xian, then who else could it be? Good boy, I knew you wouldn't die. Tianjin Wang strode to Yi Xian's side and gave Yi Xian a fierce punch. However, there were tears in his eyes. What's wrong with you guys? Something seemed to be lightly stirred in Yi Xian's heart. Isn't it all because of you, kid? Half a year ago, everyone who was able to return had already returned, but you were nowhere to be seen. It's been more than half a year. Later on, the sect was unwilling to wait any longer, but it was my father who insisted on it. Furthermore, he used the resources of the fifth hall to support the teleportation array. In order to prevent the sect from closing, he brought us along to guard this place. Yi Xian was shocked. He even felt his nose tingle. Some words were easy to say, but they weren't so easy to do. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed. Master, you're so good to your disciple. It seems like your disciple will have to work harder in the future so that he can take care of you when you're old. It was as if the first sentence was a joke, but only Yi Xian himself knew what kind of weight these words held. If Yi Xian had only felt a sense of belonging to the fifth hall before, then Yi Xian had already treated the fifth hall as his second home. To Yi Xian, his enemies had to be ruthlessly suppressed and destroyed. However, Yi Xian would repay those who were good to him 100 times over. Because Yi Xian had the right to say such things. Yi Xian's return surprised many people. Of course, Yi Xian was a disciple of the fifth hall. The others were just surprised and didn't say much. Only the fifth hall held a grand celebration. However, before the celebration even began, Yi Xian first received a voice transmission talisman from his master's wife. It's for you. It was delivered a few months ago. It's from an aunt's family. She claimed to be your maid and said that she had an urgent matter to inform you. In the end, you didn't come out, so I took care of it for you. Thank you, master's wife. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he directly crushed the sound transmission talisman. It was indeed Fian's voice. However, Fian's report shocked Yi Xian. Master Ku of Lingxian Pavilion asked me to tell you to be prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a huge change in Lingbo Lake in half a year. Moreover, they have no confidence in winning. Master Ku asked me to tell you that you must leave Lingbo Lake immediately. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. The words were short, but Yi Xian already understood what had happened. It could be said that, strictly speaking, Yi Xian's trip to the Master God's battlefield this time was simply a waste of time. Apart from obtaining a mirror of unknown use, he had obtained a remarkable ability that required a large amount of resources to activate. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had suffered a loss. However, he did not expect that, as soon as he came out, there would be a huge change outside. Lingbo Lake. Was it the ancient sword intent? Yi Xian had to obtain that item, even if Yi Xian knew that it was incomparably dangerous. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the Master God's battlefield? There, Yi Xian could be said to have died once. Could the ancient sword intent be more powerful than the Master God's space? Master's wife, disciple wants to leave for a period of time to deal with some matters. Master's wife knows what you want to do. However, Master's wife forbids you from going. It's too dangerous there. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. It was not strange that Master's wife could guess what he wanted to do. However, why was she forbidding him from going? Master's wife, disciple must go. This matter was caused by disciple. Disciple must take responsibility until the end. To be honest, Yi Xian was very timid in the fifth hall. The reason was simple, he had something he was concerned about. Otherwise, he would not need to ask for Master's wife's permission. However, for Yi Xian, concern was not a burden. Anyway, I don't agree. Even if you go to your master, it's useless. If I say that you're not allowed to go, then no one can let you leave. She was right. Master's wife's words were 100 times more effective than his master's. What should he do? Yi Xian was conflicted. However, as soon as his master's wife left, he saw his master sneaking over to Yi Xian like a thief. Master, what are you doing? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want your master's wife to hear you? Here. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not know what his master gave him. What are you looking at? Do you think we're all fools? That little girl called Fian has come to our fifth hall several times in the past few months. Moreover, do you think we don't know about such a big matter? Chapter 2190. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, I will, Master. Even if I find out, I'll say that I sneaked away. You know what's good for you. But remember, don't let your senior brother Wong know about this. That bastard wants to be a hero every day. He doesn't even know that this is a place where he can go. If he has half of your brain, I'll let him go too. Oh right, tell me, what did you get this time? It took you so long. Yi Xian was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. QWPM however, Yi Xian didn't hide it. He handed the realm fate to the fifth palace master. Wow, it's this treasure. My god, you're good. Don't say anything. I want this. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it. F***CK, this treasure is a super good item to be used as a cultivation secret realm. I heard that it was lost a long time ago. I didn't expect you to get it. Yi Xian was speechless. You can't bully me like this. Master, do you know what this is? It's the realm fate. Do you think I'm stupid? Okay, go play somewhere else. I'm going to talk to my wife about how to use this realm fate to create a cultivation secret realm for the fifth palace. What else could Yi Xian say? This item was useless in Yi Xian's hands. He could only accept that his master took it away. However, he remembered that his master gave him a Qian Kuan ring. He didn't know what it was. System, check if there's anything useful in this Qian Kuan ring. If there's nothing useful, devour it. Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it because he thought that his master wouldn't give him too many good things. Unfortunately, when the system notification sounded, he knew what his master had given him. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a superior grade 5 heavenly god. What? He rose by 4 levels. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What's going on? System, what's in the Qian Kuan ring? Ding! System notification, there are 1,372 different kinds of resources and treasures in the Qian Kuan ring. There are 50 million divine gems in it. That's why the host rose by 4 levels. F***CK. Yi Xian reckoned that this upgrade was the most depressing one among the countless upgrades he had experienced. This was because Yi Xian could already guess what his master had given him. It was very likely that it was the treasury of the fifth hall. He had long heard that the fifth palace was relatively poor, so the treasury was directly stored in universe rings. From the looks of it, it was true. Furthermore, Yi Xian had swallowed it all in one gulp. Damn your grandpa. Yi Xian was extremely depressed. How was he going to explain this to his master? These were the entire assets of the fifth hall. In the end, they were swallowed up by Yi Xian. Why didn't Yi Xian take a second look just now? In fact, as Yi Xian's level increased, the amount of resources he needed to devour to level up increased. Moreover, the quality of the resources he needed was also very high. However, he had swallowed all the treasures of the fifth hall in one go. What could Yi Xian say? It seemed that he had to hide from his master for a period of time. Otherwise, if his master asked him for something one day and he couldn't take it out, then there would be trouble. That night, Yi Xian left a voice transmission talisman and slipped away. Of course, it wasn't a problem for the 6 elders of the fifth hall to discover him. However, everyone knew what Yi Xian wanted to do, so no one cared. How could they know that Yi Xian was in such a hurry to leave now, not just because of the Lingbo Lake matter? After meeting up with Fian, Yi Xian realized just how dire the situation was. After Yi Xian left, the many experts led by Mo Shang's training camp couldn't do anything about the seal at all. Even Missing Moon couldn't break it. Instead, the demonized fishmen occupied the bridgehead. However, why did Yi Xian leave Mo Shang's training camp? Why did he hide? Everyone was well aware of this, so no one had the nerve to ask Yi Xian to break the seal. At the beginning, the so-called siege was just an excuse. The fundamental reason was that they couldn't open the seal. After mobilizing countless people, and under the joint efforts of dozens of seal masters led by Master Missing Moon, they finally succeeded in opening a gap half a year ago. But the situation inside left them incomparably stunned. In just half a year, most of the mermaids and fishmen on the island had been demonized, and the reason for the revival of the ancient sword intent was finally found out. It turned out that there was the corpse of an ancient divine beast on this small island. The ancient sword intent had fused with the corpse of this ancient divine beast and evolved into a terrifying existence that was half demon and half spirit, half human and half beast. Outside the island, there was an ancient restriction. No one knew what the restriction was used for, but it was able to temporarily suppress the monster. However, the demonized fishmen inside were not suppressed. The war had officially broken out 3 months ago. Several battles had already broken out around the entrance of the small bridge. Yi Xian and Fian were extremely fast. By the time they'd arrived just in time for a battle to break out. On one side were the demonized fishmen guarding the bridgehead, while on the other side were the disciples of various factions, including Imo Shang's training camp. Over 100 people were fighting in that small area. Fishmen and human disciples were constantly falling. However, not long after their deaths, the demonized fishmen only needed a wisp of black smoke to float over the island to revive them. There was no point in fighting such a battle because the enemy was an unkillable monster. Even if they killed them thousands of times, what was the point? I suggest we leave immediately. If this continues, what good will it do us besides increase the number of casualties? Yi Lixiu. It was actually this guy. Yi Xian had just arrived outside the command center when he heard Yi Lixiu's voice. Moreover, it was the voice that suggested retreat. What did you say? Seventh Prince, your Dark Knight Empire is far away. Do you think letting these demonized fishmen out won't affect you? What I want to tell you is that once these demonized fishmen come out, even your Dark Knight Empire won't have any peace. Everyone probably hasn't forgotten how the ancient sword intent swept through Mo Shang's 100 territories. If we leave now, then the tragedy from last time will repeat itself. That's right, I'm the same. We can't leave. If we do, the consequences will be unimaginable. We can only think of a way to destroy these demonized fishmen here. We can't let them spread out. Otherwise, the destruction this time will be even greater. Chapter 2191. It was the 9th Prince's voice again. That fellow seems as if he won't be satisfied until they retreat. I wonder what benefits he'll get from making them retreat. Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart jerked. Benefits? Who would want to see the world fall into chaos the most? It's probably the Annihilation Organization. Could it be that the Annihilation Organization is behind this as well? After all, if it really was the Annihilation Organization, then it wouldn't take much effort to bribe the tiny Dark Knight Empire. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian walked forward with large strides and spoke loudly. We can't retreat. We can't allow these devilized fishmen to leave this island. Otherwise, it'll definitely be a calamity. Yi Xian. It's actually him. Didn't that fellow vanish for over a year? Why has he suddenly appeared again? What does he intend to do? Everyone discussed animatedly. It can't be, right? That fellow has advanced again. My God. He's actually already at the high-level heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. Who says he isn't? That guy, every time I see him, he would increase his cultivation level. How exactly does he do it? Could it be that there's someone even more terrifying than him who can increase his cultivation level so quickly? As they watched Yi Xian walk over step by step, everyone consciously opened up a path for him. It was even to the extent that even those domain-enlightened spirit gods subconsciously moved aside when they saw Yi Xian. The leveling speed that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying. Perhaps Yi Xian was at the heavenly god realm when they met him this time, but perhaps Yi Xian's strength would surpass them the next time they met him. No matter who it was, they would instinctively maintain a certain level of respect towards such a genius who possessed boundless natural talent. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing here? Grandmaster Moonless frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. Looks like he seems to be aware of Yi Xian's other identity now. Yi Xian grinned at Grandmaster Moonless and spoke. Retreat? We definitely can't retreat. I can set up an absolute defense formation for you all to take care of the injured disciples. However, if we don't destroy this island, it will definitely cause an unnecessary catastrophe. Therefore, I suggest that we take advantage of the fact that these demonized fishmen are trapped and finish them off here. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak here? Seeing that Yi Xian dared to ruin his plans, Yi Lixio was furious. However, Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at him. I know that you are most worried about the demon fishman's unlimited resurrection ability. Leave this to me. I'll think of a way to set up a restriction so that the black gas can't enter the battle zone. After that, I'll deal with all the corpses of the fishmen. This way, the demon fishmen will become fewer and fewer. At that time, we will have a chance of winning. That's one way. However, Yi Xian, can you set up a restriction like that for me? It had been a long time since Yi Xian had set up a restriction in his room. Coupled with Grandmaster Moonless publicity, everyone knew that he was a restriction Grandmaster and was even more formidable than Grandmaster Moonless. Now that they heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't have much doubt. However, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of ways to stop the black gas, but they'd all failed. Thus, they were still a little conservative. Don't believe him. What right does he have to say something like that? It was still Yi Lixio's voice. Right now, Yi Lixio wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned and looked directly at Yi Lixio for the first time. However, his words only infuriated Yi Lixio. If you don't want to participate, you can scram. Yes, that was what Yi Xian had said. Yi Xian had already suspected that this guy had been bribed by the Annihilation Organization. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Unfortunately, he didn't have any proof. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have killed him. What did you say? Yi Lixio was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying any attention to him. How about this? All of Ling Xian Court's restriction grandmasters will come with me. I'll think of something right now. Alright, we'll listen to you. It might be difficult for Yi Xian to mobilize the others, but Yi Xian was still able to mobilize the people from Ling Xian Court. Let's go too. However, he hadn't expected that the restriction grandmasters from the other factions would all take the initiative to participate in Yi Xian's operation. Yi Xian didn't care about this. In any case, Yi Xian wasn't counting on them to do anything. To be honest, Yi Xian had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he suggest that he take care of all the corpses of the demonized fishmen? Yi Xian wouldn't miss out on such a good upgrade plan. Of course, the most important thing was to stop the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian led his people and left. Everyone had different thoughts about Yi Xian. For example, the people from Mo Shang training camp felt apologetic toward Yi Xian because of Lu Luo. Similarly apologetic were the factions like Bai Lu that had wronged Yi Xian in the past. In their hearts, Yi Xian had only left Mo Shang training camp because they'd been wronged. Now that Yi Xian had returned and was willing to take action, these people felt rather emotional. Yi Xian led his people and quickly arrived at the bridgehead. At this time, the bridgehead was occupied by hundreds of demonized fishmen, blocking the only way for the Allied forces to attack. It seemed that this bridge was the only way to reach the island. Perhaps some people would say that it was better to use it. However, there were restrictions on the island. It was impossible to fly over. Naturally, it was also impossible to fly out. Yi Xian carefully observed the fishman's direction. However, he asked the system in his heart. System, do you have any ideas? Ding. System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the system has provided two solutions. The first solution is for the host to continue cultivating restriction abilities. When the restriction abilities are strong enough, perhaps the host will be able to research a way to stop the black gas. Ding. The second solution is for the host to exchange for the corresponding special restriction from the system. F***CK. Yi Xian was depressed. This system, why didn't it just tell him to exchange for it? What research? How long would it take him to research it? Last time, the system had activated the exchange function. However, Yi Xian had never used it. After all, the system's exchange was very, very expensive. Alright, system, help me choose a restriction that is suitable for the current situation. I want the most reasonable one. Otherwise, I can't afford it. Ding. System notification. The best restriction that the host can currently choose is the Demon Slayer restriction. Once this restriction is activated, it will be able to effectively destroy the demonic energy. Yi Xian nodded. He had the item, but the key was the price. Yi Xian didn't seem to have any resources to exchange for it. Ding. System notification. The host's resources are insufficient for exchange. The system has activated the exchange function. If the host is forced to exchange, the host can exchange one level for the right to use it once. Chapter 2192. Yi Xian frowned. He was going to cripple his own cultivation. But was there a better way? Moreover, even though he had to pay the price of one cultivation level, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the corpses of the demonized fishmen, so he wouldn't suffer a loss. Alright, I'll buy Yi Xian's deal. Alright, system. I'll use my cultivation level to exchange for the right to use the restrictions. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and stomped his foot as he made his decision. Then, his figure flashed as he started to set up restrictions. Quick, protect Grandmaster Yi. When Moonless saw that Yi Xian had actually started, he immediately shouted loudly. On the other hand, the others noticed Yi Xian's actions as well, so they naturally didn't hesitate. In next to no time, the battle erupted once more, and two high-grade domain enlightened spirit gods stood on guard by Yi Xian's side. Pfft! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, it wasn't because he was injured, but because of the repercussions of crippling his own cultivation. Did he really think that using his cultivation level to exchange for the right to use restrictions was such a simple matter? When had anyone ever seen someone cripple their own cultivation? Yi Xian could simply be called the first person to do so. Yi Xian felt as if his internal organs were about to rot, and his entire body was in extreme pain. Fuck. Motherfucker. In the future, I won't use my cultivation level to exchange for restrictions even if I'm beaten to death. It hurts so much. Yi Xian wailed in his heart, but he didn't stop what he was doing. At this moment, practically everyone was watching Yi Xian's actions. They didn't know what kind of restrictions Yi Xian was setting up, but they saw Yi Xian's miserable appearance. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping what he was doing. He was constantly setting up restrictions, but he was constantly spitting out blood. In the end, blood was even flowing from Yi Xian's nose, ears, and even the corners of his eyes. Grandmaster Yi, don't force yourself if you can't do it. You must rest right now. one of the spiritual gods standing behind Yi Xian said with concern. QWPM at this moment, who could refuse? Paw. Tower Lord 100 Building slapped himself in the face and even knelt on the ground. I, Bai Lu, was blind. I, Bai Lu, swear on my godhood that if I ever doubt Grandmaster Ye's actions again, I'm willing to shatter my godhood. What a vicious oath. However, this also showed Bai Lu's remorse. Bai Lu had finally apologized to Yi Xian, using such an extreme method to apologize. Bai Lu wasn't the only one. Many people wanted to slap themselves, but they weren't as bold as Bai Lu, so they held themselves back. For a person who was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the world, they actually suspected that he was a bad person. Such behavior was simply unforgivable. Yi Xian's level had dropped, and he was in a miserable state. That wasn't something that could be faked. That was something that really happened. System, didn't you say that it's just a level exchange? Why is my realm dropping so quickly? Ding. System notification, host, please take note. It's indeed a level exchange. However, since the host has crippled his own cultivation, he will naturally suffer serious damage. Host, please rest assured. After recuperating, the host will be able to recover. Before he made his move, Yi Xian's cultivation was at the upper 5th stage of the Heavenly God realm. However, when he was halfway through setting up the devil-slaying restriction, Yi Xian's cultivation had already dropped to the middle 5th stage of the Heavenly God realm. Moreover, the drop was still continuing. Yi Xian walked all the way, leaving behind a trail of blood behind him. Those trails of blood were like sharp swords, stabbing into everyone's hearts. When Yi Xian finally finished setting up the Demon Slayer seal, he was only left with the cultivation of a lower grade 3 heavenly god. Although he knew that he could recover, his miserable state was still so miserable. Grandmaster Yi, how are you? Are you alright? As soon as Yi Xian landed, countless people rushed over and asked with concern. I'm fine. You guys can take action now. That demonic chi can't do anything to the seal. Yi Xian, who was supported by Fian, said weakly. Wasn't he in such a miserable state for the sake of his current harvest? Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't miss this opportunity. Alright. Everyone, let's kill those monsters. The battle started again. However, just as Yi Xian said, although demonic chi continued to surge over this time, once it reached the area where Yi Xian had set up the seal, it would be killed immediately. Although the demonic fishman's strength was not bad, all the forces were focused on killing the enemy because of Yi Xian. Therefore, those demonic fishmen were no match for them. In just half a day, hundreds of them were killed. However, from the small island, there were demonic fishmen constantly rushing out to join the battle. Therefore, for a while, the battle was still in a stalemate. Yi Xian said that he still needed to set up an invincible seal to guard against the fishman's attacks. Yi Xian could do what he said. Therefore, after a short rest, he began to set up the invincible seal again. To be honest, Yi Xian's actions had touched countless people. Every person who passed by Yi Xian bowed respectfully to Yi Xian to show their respect before leaving. Secondary professions such as restriction master and weapon refiner were originally respected existences. Moreover, Yi Xian's talent in cultivation was also extremely astonishing. The title of number 1 on the genius list was not a joke. Naturally, there was no need to say how much room for growth such a powerful person had in the future. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian had used his actions to conquer almost everyone here. Of course, it was almost. In fact, there were also people who hated Yi Xian to the bone. Because there were indeed people who were preparing to do something here. The Annihilation Organization hidden in the dark would not let go of any opportunity to cause chaos in the world. Naturally, this time was no exception. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's appearance had disrupted their plans. The people who cooperated with the Annihilation Organization undoubtedly hated Yi Xian for meddling in other people's business. In fact, a conspiracy against Yi Xian was also being planned. This time, they wanted Yi Xian's life. According to Yi Xian's instructions, all the corpses of the demonized fishmen were delivered to him. Yi Xian's reason was that he wanted to get rid of all future troubles. After all, no one would suspect him. Besides, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were probably useless to anyone other than Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian was also enjoying this. Now, all he had to do was sit here and take a look from time to time. The corpses of the demonized fishmen would be delivered to him. Where else could he find such a good thing? Even if Yi Xian wanted to participate in the battle, he would definitely be stopped. This was because Yi Xian's miserable appearance had already frightened many people. In many people's hearts, Yi Xian was most likely gravely injured this time. Therefore, the various factions continued to send over healing elixirs. This made Yi Xian a little embarrassed. Fortunately, under the double restriction of the Demon Slayer restriction and the Invincible restriction, the demonized fishmen were constantly being eliminated. Meanwhile, the various factions had basically no casualties. This was very good news. Chapter 2193. Ding! Congratulations to host for recovering. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a superior tier 5 heavenly god. Has he finally recovered his strength? The corpses of the demonized fishmen continued to be delivered to Yi Xian for Yi Xian to deal with. Even so, Yi Xian still had to wait for a long time before he could recover his original strength. It could be said that Yi Xian felt that he had suffered a great loss by exchanging his level for the right to use the seals. Fortunately, he had finally recovered his strength. That brat is now heavily injured and everyone's attention is on the demonized fishmen. He only has a single maid by his side. Why don't we make our move tonight? That's right, we can't wait any longer. That brat actually dared to ruin our plans. No matter what, we can't let him continue to roam free. Alright, then it's settled. Your Highness, I'll give you a chance to perform this time. I'm sure you know what to do. Don't worry, leave this to me. A group of people were secretly discussing something in a tent. So they were the ones who wanted to target Yi Xian. So the 7th prince wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Yi Xian. This meant that this scheme wasn't as simple as it seemed. After the group dispersed, Yi Lixio called for his 4 protectors. After a brief discussion, they all left. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about this. His current task was very simple. Occasionally, he would check on the 2 seals. Other times, he would just sit and wait for the demonized fishmen's corpses to deliver themselves to him. In the god realm, the 10 suns alternated. Strictly speaking, night didn't exist. However, it was still divided into days and nights. Ding! System notice, hostile intent detected. Host, please take note. Hostile intent. Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, he was with Fian, inspecting the invincible seals to see if they were in good condition. The new round of battle had yet to begin, so it was very quiet. With the recovery of Yi Xian's strength and the fact that they were within the Alliance army, no one was worried about Yi Xian's safety. This was not the first time Yi Xian had only brought Fian along. In fact, according to Yi Xian's intentions, Flying Smoke didn't even need to come over. However, because of the incident last time when Yi Xian was injured, she refused to leave Yi Xian's side no matter what. Yi Xian couldn't possibly chase her away, so he had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and immediately released his divine telekinesis to check his surroundings. There was no one here. There didn't seem to be anyone suspicious. However, Yi Xian had complete trust in the system. Since the system said that there was hostility, then there must be someone nearby. And it must be an enemy. That brat seems to have discovered us. Yes, it's very likely. He was actually able to see through our disguises. That's not bad. However, only death awaits him. Now. QWPM swoosh. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared around Yi Xian and flying smoke. However, even though the 4 of them had appeared, Yi Xian could only see them and not sense them. A special ability. A special ability that could block the detection of divine telekinesis. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. System, check their cultivation levels. Ding. System notification, 4 people have been specified. They are respectively at the low level of the 6th grade, the low level of the 3rd grade, the low level of the 4th grade, and the high level of the 9th grade. What the fuck? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. 3 spiritual gods and a peak heavenly god. Are they intending to kill me? Who are you? What do you want? Yi Xian gazed at the 4 of them as he asked this question, and he'd already drawn Godslayer. Little fellow, what do you think we want? You're courting death for daring to spoil our plans. Then, we'll fulfill your wish today. Ha! What a joke. Just the 4 of you. Even though Yi Xian was slightly nervous, his tone wouldn't show any weakness. Not to mention that he wasn't far from the campsite, so he believed that reinforcements would arrive very quickly if a battle really erupted. However, the words of those mysterious figures instantly shattered Yi Xian's hopes. Kid, you're still so arrogant when you're about to die. What? Do you think that someone will come to save you if you fight us? Ha! You're too naive. Do you think we didn't make any preparations when we chose this place to ambush you? Damn it. As soon as he heard this, Yi Xian knew that the matter wasn't so simple. System, check the surroundings. Ding. System notification, chain restriction formation detected. Chain restriction. It's actually a chain restriction. A chain restriction was even more terrifying than an ordinary restriction, because a chain restriction referred to a series of restrictions that were used together. Not to mention its function, it would take a lot of time to crack it. And Yi Xian believed that these people wouldn't give him the time to crack it. Sure enough, at this moment, the 4 of them shouted without hesitation. Attack! This guy is a restriction grandmaster. Don't give him the time to crack the restriction. Kill! Shouts of killing suddenly sounded out as the 4 of them decisively charged towards Yi Xian. Domineering sword cut. Consecutive sword cut. Destruction of 10 barons. Devil trapping curse. The 4 of them used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. Once they attacked, the 4 of them used their full strength. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by an unstoppable force. Ding! The host's life is under threat. The system automatically activates defense. Ding! A usable superpower has been detected. The invincible defense is activated. Bang! 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 With Yi Xian at the center, the entire ground was collapsing swiftly, and a mountain behind Yi Xian was even directly transformed into powder. However, this wasn't the thing that surprised Yi Xian the most. The thing that surprised Yi Xian the most was Fei Yan. At this moment, Fei Yan's wings flapped, and she'd actually vanished without a trace. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't even take care of himself right now, so he merely had the time to take a glance at Fei Yan. A formidable attack instantly erupted. However, the campsite that wasn't very far away didn't notice it at all. Under the concealment of the chain restriction, no one noticed that a life and death battle was actually occurring here. Humph. That kid is probably dead this time, right? Even a peak low-level domain enlightened spirit god would be instantly annihilated by our joint attacks, let alone a mere kid at the heavenly god realm. He's probably dead. The four of us trained painstakingly in these four super divine abilities since we were young, and our tacit understanding with each other is so high. The might we instantly erupted with is already comparable to the attack of a mid-level domain enlightened spirit god. It would be strange if he didn't die. The four of them stopped what they were doing and looked indifferently at the ruins as if they were certain that Yi Xian was dead for sure. Chapter 2194. At this moment, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. There was only a 100-meter-wide crater where he had been standing. However, just as the four of them were feeling proud of themselves, a voice was heard. "Why? Do you want me to die that badly?" It was Yi Xian's voice. The four of them were shocked. Their combined attack had failed to kill a mere heavenly god. How was this possible? Unfortunately, the truth was right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Yi Xian walked out of the dust cloud step by step. There was a faint barrier of light around him that prevented the dust from touching him. QWPM, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you here and I might spare your lives. Yi Xian was indeed shocked at that moment. These people's attacks were too unexpected and too powerful. Yi Xian couldn't defend himself at all. If the undead system had activated its invincible defense at the last moment, Yi Xian would probably be dead by now. You're fine. You want something to happen to me. You think you can rely on the four of you? Humph, you deserve to die. You wasted my absolute defense. Since you won't tell me, I'll have to find the answer myself. Spiritual consciousness control. This time, Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was targeted at the four of them. Of course, Yi Xian knew that it wouldn't work. It was impossible to control all four of them at the same time. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to really control them. Of course, he had to pick on the soft persimmons. Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was just a cover. In an instant, Yi Xian's hand flashed and a powerful attack was launched. This was Yi Xian's real killing move. Deity Slayer. Yi Xian's target was the peak heavenly god. He was the weakest among them. Boom! With a slash of his sword, that person was sent flying. There's no critical hit. Then, eat my sword. Deity slaying slash. Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest after his first attack failed. He had already decided that he would definitely kill someone this time. Boom! This time, it was indeed a critical hit. The peak celestial god who was still resisting the control of his spiritual sense died in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian's spiritual perception control, it could only interfere for a blink of an eye, but that was enough. It was enough for Yi Xian to kill one person. When the other three finally broke free from the control of the spiritual sense, they only saw the corpses of their companions. In such a short time, Yi Xian had already killed one of them. How is this possible? These unknowns refused to believe that they had lost a comrade in such a short period of time. One had to know that any one of them was confident that they had the strength to kill Yi Xian. However, the facts were facts. Yi Xian had instantly annihilated one of them, and it was an instant kill without any pressure at all. Yi Xian casually took that person's universe ring, but he didn't take that person's corpse. Because Yi Xian had Yi Xian's plans. Then, you're next. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and spoke to that low-rank third-rank domain enlightened spirit god. His tone was so indifferent as if he wasn't talking about killing someone but about how good the weather was today. That low-rank third-rank domain enlightened spirit god was shocked, and it was even to the extent that he felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he'd probably encountered huge trouble this time. However, he was a domain-enlightened spirit god after all, whereas Yi Xian was merely at the heavenly god realm and was even heavily injured. So, he didn't believe that Yi Xian could kill him. "Kid, are you talking about me? What an arrogant kid. Today, I'll properly teach you how to respect experts. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him." Even though Yi Xian hadn't chosen the other two as his targets, they didn't care about morality at all. They only had a single objective, and it was to annihilate Yi Xian. As for what methods they had to use, they didn't consider it at all. The three of them attacked Yi Xian once more. However, could it be that they think Yi Xian would be completely unprepared like he was the last time? How could that be possible? "Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. Summon the god rank mounts." In the blink of an eye, 1,000 deity-level mounts appeared. As soon as they appeared, they split into two groups and pounced on one person each. Using 500 god rank mounts to trap a single domain-enlightened spirit god was practically no pressure at all. On the other hand, Yi Xian tossed Megatron to Yi Xian, and then he charged towards the targets that Yi Xian had chosen a long time ago with Megatron. Die! Yi Xian swung his fist. However, the true threat was the Godslayer. The might of the Godslayer under Megatron's control was even greater than when Yi Xian was controlling it himself. That person was clearly slightly flustered. They clearly possessed an absolute advantage, and they clearly possessed the strength to crush Yi Xian. However, as soon as they attacked, they realized exactly how terrifying Yi Xian was when he went berserk. Bang! The Godslayer under Megatron's control arrived before Yi Xian's attack. It directly pierced through that person's body, and at the same time, it shattered that person's godhead. That mysterious person's eyes were extremely dazed. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand exactly how he died. However, he didn't need to understand. Rumble! Yi Xian blasted that person flying with a punch. Of course, that person had no chance of survival since a long time ago. The Godslayer swiftly flew over and took that person's universe ring. At this moment, Yi Xian finally turned his attention to the other two people trapped by the god-level mounts. "You've got guts. How dare you attack me? Did you think this would be the outcome before you attacked?" Yi Xian looked at the two people mockingly. These people had set up a chain of restrictions here. These things weren't something they could set up with their strength. In fact, after they activated the chain of restrictions, even they couldn't open it themselves. 1,000 god-level mounts were divided into two groups, constantly charging forward. The two people could only fight back in panic. How could they possibly free themselves to attack Yi Xian? Well then, between the two of you, who wants to live? Tell me who sent you here. I'll spare the life of the person who tells me first. Speak, don't test my patience. Megatron controlled the Godslayer and circled Yi Xian as if he could attack at any time. "Humph, kid, we really underestimated your strength for not being able to kill you. However, if you want to get what you want from us, dream on." One of them shouted loudly. Yi Xian smiled and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the other person. I'll talk. Will you let me go if I tell you?" "Yes, I, Yi Xian, always keep my word. I've said that I'll let go of the person who tells me who's behind you." Chapter 2195. After all, the strength Yi Xian had displayed was simply too frightening. The moment he attacked, he killed two of their companions. In that case, would they be the next to be killed? "It's His Highness the Seventh Prince. We are His Highness the Seventh Prince's guards." A voice rang out. However, it wasn't the one who had wanted to answer Yi Xian's question. The one who had rushed to answer was the one who had insisted on keeping the secret a secret. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as he looked at that person. "Did I ask you a question?" Boom! The god-slaying sword rushed over, and one sword light after another rushed over. If one strike didn't deal a critical hit, what about 10? That person had never expected that Yi Xian wouldn't let him go even though he had taken the initiative to answer. Even more unexpected was that Yi Xian's attacks would be so strange and powerful. Pfft. Finally, one of the strikes dealt a critical hit and heavily injured that person. How could the god-tier mounts beside him let go of such a good opportunity? They all charged forward. Without a doubt, that person had no chance of survival. Grandmaster Yi, I'll tell you. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. The last person stared at Yi Xian in shock. Right now, he was only thinking about how to survive. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid when he saw his companions being dismembered by those divine beasts. They were Yi Lixio's guards. Normally, they could bully the weak with ease. However, when faced with a strong opponent, they didn't have the slightest bit of courage. You want to talk now? It's too late. I said before that whoever tells me what I want to know can live. Unfortunately, I already know what I want to know. So, you can die now. The God Slayer and all the other god-tier mounts charged at that person. If that was the case, how could he possibly survive? Another kill. How long had it been since the four of them jumped out and were killed by Yi Xian? QWPM, you said you wouldn't kill me. At the moment of his death, the last person's eyes were still filled with longing for life. What a pity. Since he cherished his life so much, why did he come looking for trouble with Yi Xian? Yi Xian collected their yin and yang rings but didn't devour them. Resources were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian had already killed those four people, Yi Xian was still furious. However, Yi Xian was still quite angry in his heart. Absolute defense wasn't something that could be obtained just because he said so. Not to mention the cooldown, even the singularity wasn't that easy to find. It could be said that Yi Xian's absolute defense wouldn't be able to be used for a short period of time. This was definitely something that Yi Xian found hard to accept. Therefore, he needed resources to use the mirror image divine ability. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have the slightest confidence in facing a sudden attack like this one. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any trump cards. For example, his summon the world skill hadn't been used yet. Because there was no opponent worthy of Yi Xian's full strength. It only took a little more time to break the chain restriction, but it wasn't impossible. Soon, Yi Xian broke the chain restriction. However, Fian's figure also appeared in front of Yi Xian. Girl, not bad. Your life-saving method is pretty good. I'm relieved. Yi Xian said with a smile. He didn't blame Fian for not making a move. In Yi Xian's heart, he didn't want Fian to protect him. Who knew that as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Fian threw out two corpses. Young Master, these two people were hiding in the dark. They wanted to sneak attack Young Master while these four people were attacking Young Master, so this little girl took care of them. Enemies lurking in the dark. Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had to thank Fian this time. During the battle just now, there was a period of time when Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all. The 1,000 beast sword attendants, divine mounts, and the God Slayer had all been sent out. Yi Xian was practically defenseless, and his invincible defense was on cooldown. If those two had suddenly attacked Yi Xian at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What a trick! What a scheme! It was actually linked to one another. Unfortunately, they still failed. Yi Xian casually put away the two people's Qinkuan realm, but suddenly had an idea. Yi Lixio didn't know that the subordinates he'd sent out had all been wiped out. He was still waiting for good news. In his heart, the trap he'd set up was definitely enough to kill Yi Xian. It was definitely a perfect plan. However, all of a sudden, a voice sounded from outside. Your Highness, Grandmaster Yi requests an audience. Grandmaster Yi. Which Grandmaster Yi? Yi Lixio was taken aback. In his heart, Yi Xian was probably already dead, so he didn't react when he heard Grandmaster Yi. It's Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi. How could the guard know what his master was thinking? He actually answered honestly. The guard's words made Yi Lixio's hair stand on end. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That brat, shouldn't he have been killed by now? Why would he appear outside his tent? Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already barged in. There wasn't a single person in the allied army who didn't know Yi Xian. In their eyes, Yi Xian was a mysterious expert. Moreover, they wouldn't dare underestimate Yi Xian just because his cultivation base was low. Therefore, when Yi Xian barged in, the guards didn't dare directly stop him. Yi Lixio. Seventh Prince, haha, you've given me quite a generous gift. However, it's impolite not to reciprocate, so I'll give you a gift as well. Yi Xian smiled as soon as he entered Yi Lixio's tent. Yi Lixio didn't know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Could it be that those people hadn't had time to attack? That was the only thing Yi Lixio could think of. After all, in his mind, killing Yi Xian was practically a foregone conclusion. However, when Yi Xian casually tossed a bag in front of Yi Lixio instantly panicked. Because Yi Xian hadn't concealed the bag at all. He didn't even need to open it for him to see what was inside. 6 heads. They were the 6 people Yi Lixio had sent out. Besides a peak heavenly god, the other 5 were all domain enlightened spirit gods. However, how long had it been since they'd left? And now, their heads had been tossed in front of Yi Lixio. Since the 7th prince likes to give me gifts, then I won't mind. If you have any more gifts in the future, feel free to send them over. I, Yi Xian, will accept them all. Yi Xian clearly knew that Yi Lixio was the mastermind behind these people. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately kill Yi Lixio. It wasn't because this was the allied army's camp, but because Yi Xian wanted to test whether Yi Lixio had any other companions. Chapter 2196. After leaving behind the bag, Yi Xian turned and left as if he really had come just to give them a gift. Of course, the gift was very valuable. The others didn't know what had happened between Yi Xian and Yi Lixio because Yi Xian wasn't prepared to say anything. Only after Yi Xian left did Yi Lixio react. How many domain spirit god realm guards had he brought with him this time? He hadn't expected that almost all of them would be wiped out in a single operation. Yi Lixio didn't dare tarry at all and immediately ran to another tent. Although Yi Xian had left, it wasn't difficult for him to find out what had happened here. So, he had also seen what had happened. As expected, they have accomplices. I didn't expect that they would still be in the mood to think about how to kill me when facing such a powerful enemy like the demonized fishmen. Humph. Even if not all of them were bribed by annihilation, I still won't let them go. Yi Xian thought to himself, but his eyes were fixed on that tent. He didn't know who was in that tent at all, but he already wanted to kill them. If they dared to attack him, then they should be prepared to die. System, start setting up the restrictions. Wasn't Yi Lixio planning to use restrictions to trap him? So now, Yi Xian was going to use restrictions to restrain these people before doing anything else. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. With the system's help, setting up restrictions was a matter of minutes for Yi Xian. Yi Xian still didn't know how to set up a chain of restrictions, but Yi Xian's single restriction was anything but ordinary. However, Yi Xian didn't have any concealment treasures on hand right now, so he was discovered after just 3 restrictions. Who's outside? This is the main camp, so it's normal for there to be people around. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wait, someone's been loitering around us. There's definitely a problem. I'll go take a look. One of them had keenly sensed Yi Xian's unusual behavior, so he walked out directly. Yi Xian would never have thought that this fellow would be able to discover his whereabouts in this bustling camp. Furthermore, he was able to deduce that he was acting strangely. This guy was either too sensitive, or too astute. It's you. When that person saw Yi Xian, he was slightly taken aback. After all, they were still in the room discussing how to take down Yi Xian in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that Yi Xian was already hovering around them? Needless to say, Yi Xian must have discovered something. The others also came out soon after. When they saw Yi Xian, they were all slightly surprised. Of course, Yi Xian was rather surprised at this moment as well. After all, Yi Xian originally thought that there were only some low-rank domain enlightened spirit gods here, and the strongest here was probably a mid-rank domain enlightened spirit god. However, when the system notification resounded, he finally realized exactly how formidable the enemies he was facing this time were. Ding! System notification. The targets specified are respectively at the 2nd rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, the 7th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, the 9th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, and the 6th rank of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. These 4 people were merely the strongest amongst them. As for the Heavenly God Realm, there were still a few others. In just an instant, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't defeat them at all. Fortunately, they were in the camp, and Yi Xian had set up restrictions. So, Yi Xian was still confident in his ability to take them down. It's me. So what? Yi Xian gazed at them, and his figure suddenly retreated backwards. He wasn't afraid, and it was because Yi Xian intended to leave the range of attack of the first restriction. Ha! Kid, you actually dared to deliver yourself to us. You killed 6 of the 7th Prince's guards for no reason. We were just about to have a good talk with you, but we never expected that you would actually deliver yourself to us. Then, shouldn't you come in and give us an explanation for why you killed them? Why I killed them? I'm afraid all of you are well aware of the reason, right? Yi Xian gazed at them. It could be said that Yi Xian could use various methods to deal with low-level domain enlightened spirit gods. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to mid-level domain enlightened spirit gods even if he used all his strength. As for high-level domain enlightened spirit gods, they could even instantly annihilate Yi Xian. The opponents this time were very strong. They were strong to the point that Yi Xian had no choice but to swiftly think of a countermeasure. Moreover, he had to consider what to do if he couldn't defeat them. He had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Only by summoning all of them here would he be safe. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then he didn't hesitate to activate the first restriction. Rumble. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, and then heavenly lightning surged and struck down incessantly where the group of people stood. However, while such force might be able to harm heavenly gods, it couldn't do anything to domain enlightened spirit gods. Yi Xian had originally intended to use this as a supplementary method to make it convenient for him to charge in and kill. However, the enemies were unexpectedly strong, so Yi Xian had no choice but to use the heavenly lightning restriction as a signal. Sure enough, along with the surging heavenly lightning, everyone in the campsite was alarmed, and countless experts directly flew over. After that, they witnessed a strange scene. Yi Xian was facing numerous experts by himself, and he was even taking the initiative to attack. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing? The first to charge over to Yi Xian was Grandmaster Moonless. At this moment, Grandmaster Moonless was simply unable to understand Yi Xian. Why would Yi Xian attack these experts who were obviously much stronger than him by himself? This matter seemed extremely strange. All of you came at the right time to trap them. These fellows are the masterminds behind the incident with the demonized fishmen. Moreover, they even sent people to annihilate me not too long ago. What? Such a thing actually happened? Everyone had different reactions when they heard Yi Xian. Some people represented by the Tower Master of the 100 Pavilions, Lu Luo, and Ling Xian didn't say anything and directly surrounded that group of people. On the other hand, there was another group of people who maintained a wait-and-see attitude and were still guessing. There were also some people like the treasure-gathering pavilion that had already spoken out against it. Grand Master Yi, we know that you've always had a personal grudge with the Dark Knight Empire's 7th prince. However, we're facing a formidable enemy now. Do you think we can temporarily ignore this matter? This fellow's words were very sinister. To put it bluntly, he was saying that Yi Xian was using his position to avenge a personal grudge and ruin the matter with the demonized fishmen. Unfortunately, Yi Xian paid no attention to this person at all. If it wasn't for the fact that this person wasn't bribed by annihilation, then Yi Xian would probably not let him off either. However, since Yi Xian had spoken, then the people inside wouldn't remain silent. Chapter 2197. Yi Xian couldn't tell anyone about the annihilation of the organization, and even if he did, no one would know. Moreover, if it was revealed that he knew about the annihilation of the organization, then even if Yi Xian had heaven-defying abilities, he would still die. Thus, Yi Xian had to think of a suitable reason. Yi Xian's eyes turned as he quickly replied, "Humph, you don't want to admit it. Humph, you don't want to admit it, do you? Yi Lishou sent guards to ambush me, but I killed them instead. But before they died, they told me all of your plans. Didn't you want to destroy the Alliance Army's operation and release those demonized fishmen? Didn't you want to take advantage of this chaos to make a name for yourself? What, you still want to argue? Ha ha ha. Brat, do you think anyone will believe you when you say such things? Release the demonized fishmen. Release the ancient sword intent. What good would that do us?" The man laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wasn't that so? The reason that Yi Xian gave was simply a joke. No matter how one looked at it, releasing the demonized fishmen and releasing the ancient sword intent wouldn't benefit them in the slightest. Yi Xian frowned. He knew that the reason he gave couldn't be considered a reason at all. However, these people had to die. But at this moment, a voice rang out. "I believe you." Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, several figures arrived at Yi Xian's side. Master. Mistress. Senior brother. Before Yi Xian came out, he already knew that the 5th Hall Master and the others would come here to investigate the matter of the demonized fishmen. However, he didn't expect that his master would actually arrive at such a critical moment. What was even more unexpected was that his master actually didn't doubt him and stood on his side. "Kid, I told you not to come, but you snuck in. Just wait, I'll deal with you when we get back." The 5th Hall Master first messaged Yi Xian, then turned to the trapped people. "Greetings, 5th Hall Master." Everyone hurriedly bowed. Mo Shanga's authority was unquestionable in the 100 territories. Who would have thought that the 5th Hall Master would come in person and protect his disciple without hesitation? However, right at this moment, another group of people appeared. "Senior brother, aren't you being too biased towards your disciple? I'm afraid you can't come to a conclusion so early before you investigate this matter thoroughly." Someone from the 3rd Hall also came. Although it was not the Hall Master who came personally, it was still an elder with a high status. However, it was clear that they would not side with Yi Xian. What? Does junior brother have a different opinion? Although the 5th Hall Master was very cowardly in his own home, and the elders and even the disciples were not afraid of him, he was still an expert who kept his word to the outside world. Naturally, he was not happy to see that person contradicting him. "Senior brother, don't be anxious. I'm just stating the facts. After all, Yi Xian is a disciple of our Mo Shang Pavilion. Naturally, I can't say that I suspect Yi Xian. However, this matter is still very serious. Therefore, I suggest that we investigate thoroughly first. Yi Xian knew that from the moment this person appeared, his plan to kill Yi Lixio and the others could no longer be carried out. Speaking of which, Yi Xian was to blame for being too rash. He had not made any preparations for this operation. It could be said that this failure was entirely his own fault. Since Martial Uncle has said so, this disciple will not say anything else. However, this disciple was indeed ambushed by the 7th Prince's subordinates. Moreover, this disciple heard about this matter from his subordinates. I hope Martial Uncle can investigate thoroughly. Yi Xian rushed to speak first. He knew that if a conflict broke out now, even if the 5th Hall Master was biased towards him, there would be trouble in the future. Is this true? The elder looked at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes. Yes, this disciple dares to swear on his godhead. All right, I understand. Boom. He attacked without hesitation. In front of so many people, that elder did not hesitate at all and directly killed Yi Lixio. The 7th Prince of the Tangtang Dark Knight Empire had been killed without any preparation. This time, not even Yi Xian would have expected this. In Yi Xian's mind, Mo Shanggu was a puppet of the Annihilation Dark Knight Empire. In that case, Mo Shanggu was the biggest mastermind behind these people. However, this elder directly killed Yi Lixio just because of a single sentence from Yi Xian. What was going on? I don't care who you are. If you dare to bully my Mo Shanggu, then you are courting death. Yi Xian, senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. No one can bully my Mo Shangji's people. What a tyrannical tone. However, these words pushed Yi Xian in a bad direction. This elder looked like he was helping Yi Xian, but in reality, he was pushing Yi Xian to the opposite side of the crowd. Such an obvious cover-up would only make Yi Xian even more unpopular. However, Yi Xian couldn't say anything about the elder's actions. In fact, Yi Xian couldn't even suspect anything. At most, he felt like this martial uncle was taking care of him. How can you kill someone just like that? Even if that guy is at fault, we still have to investigate thoroughly. The 5th Hall Master was no fool. Even though he appeared to be protecting Yi Xian to the end, he could still see that he was trying to frame Yi Xian. The elder smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, senior brother. Yes, senior brother is right. Junior brother was too rash. Junior brother will start the investigation now." Since he'd already killed someone, Yi Xian's image in everyone's hearts had been greatly damaged. Even if they found out, what could they do? However, Yi Xian was oversimplifying things. All right, I'll leave this matter to junior brother. Yi Xian, come with me. Yi Xian had no choice but to leave with the 5th Hall Master. However, as soon as he left, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. They were puzzled as to why Mo Shanggu had sent so many people this time, but more importantly, they were discussing Yi Lixio's death. There was no doubt that many people were unfriendly towards Yi Xian. It could be said that the friendliness Yi Xian had gained by harming himself was mostly destroyed because of Yi Lixio's death. Fortunately, there was still a portion of people who stood firmly on Yi Xian's side. After Yi Xian was thoroughly questioned by his master and mistress, they no longer bothered with him. Wang Tian was extremely pleased this time. Seeing Yi Xian being scolded, he was extremely happy. To think that you would have such a day. Who told you to sneak out to play by yourself and not call me? Serves you right. Yi Xian was speechless. Did he come out to play? How could this brainless guy know about the responsibility on his shoulders? Forget it, this guy was wholeheartedly good to him. What could he do? Chapter 2198. Senior brother, I want to kill someone. What do you think? Are you going to help me or report to mistress? Yi Xian said directly to Wang Tianjin. Kill someone. What the fuck? Junior brother, you're so ruthless. Who are you going to kill? How are you going to kill them? When are you going to do it? Of course I'm going to help you. Aren't you going to ask me why I want to kill someone? I don't care. In any case, you're going to be punished when mother blames you. I'm just an accomplice at most. Fuck you. Yi Xian realized that his IQ would be lowered by a lot every time he was with Wang Tianjin. This fellow was simply an extremely brainless fellow. Alright. This time, we're going to kill him. Earlier, Yi Xian had been paying attention to a problem. His opponent was a peak heavenly god who hadn't spoken much. That fellow was clearly just a heavenly god, but the others were intentionally or unintentionally protecting him in the center. Moreover, there were many times when even those high-level spiritual gods had glanced at him. Perhaps the others hadn't noticed these details, but Yi Xian had. There was definitely something wrong with that person. He was definitely hiding a huge secret. Although Yi Xian didn't know what that secret was, one thing was certain. As long as he could pry open that person's mouth, then Yi Xian would definitely be able to obtain a lot of information. Perhaps he would be able to find an answer to many things, including the matter of the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian noticed that person's clothes. He was only a disciple of a small sect called the Overfire sect. The Overfire sect was very small. It could even be said that they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in this operation. However, they had come. Just this point alone was already suspicious. Moreover, that person was protected by so many others, so it would be a lie to say that there wasn't anything wrong with him. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and brought Wang Tianjin along. Why did Yi Xian bring Wang Tianjin along? Of course, it wasn't to let Wang Tian be a battle helper, but to borrow Wang Tian's big mouth. Ever since the arrival of the people from the Fifth Palace, although Yi Xian didn't care what others thought of him, he didn't want the people from the Fifth Palace to see him as a lawless person. He didn't want the people from the Fifth Palace to ostracize him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the campsite of the Blaze Supremacy sect. But what Yi Xian did not expect was that someone had arrived before them. It was the elder from the third hall, including those who were trapped by Yi Xian during the day. Wang Tianjin was usually carefree and ignorant, but that didn't mean that he was really stupid. Seeing this, Wang Tianjin casually took out a magic treasure. This Dharma treasure was like an eye, staring directly at the other side. Senior brother, what is this? Yi Xian looked at Wang Tianjin in surprise. He had no idea what Wang Tianjin was up to. Shoo, lower your voice. Come, eat this pill. Yi Xian naturally did not suspect anything and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he heard Wang Tianjin say, "This is called the omniscient eye." Of course, it's the simplest type. However, this omniscient eye can record everything you see and hear. Moreover, this omniscient eye of mine is a pair of eyes with another omniscient eye in Mother's hand. Therefore, Mother and the others can see everything we see and hear. The pill I just gave you was a limitless beast spirit pill. The limitless beast has no other use except for its powerful concealment ability. It can temporarily hide us, and with your formation, we can get closer to those people. Yi Xian nodded, but his heart was slightly shaken. He hadn't expected the usually sloppy senior brother Wang to be so capable when it came to serious business. Slap. This was the sound of a slap, a resounding slap. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What are you doing? How did Yi Xian notice something amiss? If I hadn't killed Yilishio, do you think the Fifth Hall Master would have let this go? As for you, as a supervisor, you actually didn't notice anything amiss with Yi Xian? Supervisor, please don't blame us. We were indeed on guard and were very careful. However, Yi Xian damaged his own cultivation when he set up the restriction. Yi Lishio sent out 6 elites, and 5 of them were at the domain spirit god realm. This should have been a foolproof plan, but we don't know why we failed. Humph. You don't know. Is that the reason? Yi Xian was originally a genius in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Although our tribe has already completely controlled the first hall of the Mo Shang Pavilion and the other 8 halls have also infiltrated, the 5th hall is the only one that we can't do anything to. The 5th hall was originally the orthodox hall of the entire Mo Shang Pavilion. How could it be that easy to deal with? Humph, you rice buckets, can't you even handle such a small matter? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. No wonder the 5th hall of the Mo Shang Pavilion doesn't seem to fit in with the other halls. No wonder the 5th hall has declined so badly. Someone is pushing it out on purpose. Alright, we must make that ancient sword intent appear. Only by doing so can we throw the Mo Shang 100 territories into chaos. Only then can we seize the opportunity to develop and even take complete control of the Mo Shang 100 territories. We can't allow any accidents. All of you have to pay special attention to Yi Xian and find a chance to kill him. That kid isn't simple. Understand? Yes, we understand. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt someone pat him. He turned around and saw that Wang Tianjin was telling him to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly left with Wang Tianjin. There was no chance for him to kill someone tonight. However, Yi Xian still felt rather depressed. Great, now there are people everywhere who want to deal with me. He didn't know when they would make a move next time. However, when Yi Xian returned to the 5th hall, he was thrown into temporary confinement by his master's wife. Of course, there was also Wang Tianjin. Although they had obtained very important information, they were still punished. A few days passed and the battle with the demonized fishmen continued. It didn't seem like anything special on the surface. However, one day, a disciple who was fighting at the front line quickly ran back. Grandmaster Yi, Grandmaster Yi. The disciple panicked and shouted loudly as soon as he entered the camp. Yi Xian, who was being confined by his master's wife, could only stick his head out of the window and say loudly, "I'm here." Quick, Grandmaster Yi, go to the front line. The demon slaying restriction has failed and dozens of powerful demonized creatures have appeared at the front line. We have suffered heavy losses. What? The demon slaying restriction has failed. Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly ran out. Even if his master's wife scolded him, Yi Xian couldn't say that he didn't care. Wang Tianjin thought about it and directly followed behind Yi Xian. Chapter 2199. For some reason, a loophole had appeared in the demon-slaying seal. Perhaps the demon fishmen had destroyed it. The loophole wasn't big, only a meter wide. However, a meter-wide loophole was enough for demon chi to enter. In this way, those demon fishmen and demon humans that had been killed by the demon chi could be resurrected instantly. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that those monsters also know how to break the seal? Yi Xian was furious. However, when he saw the 3rd hall elder in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. Yi Xian thought of a possibility. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was very possible. Perhaps, the loophole wasn't created by the demon fishmen. It was a traitor. Grandmaster Yi, it's good that you're here. Do you have a way to seal the loophole? Everyone was excited when they saw Yi Xian. After all, it had only been a little more than 2 hours since the loophole appeared. However, they had already lost more than 30 disciples. Yi Xian, if you can seal the loophole, then go. Master's wife will protect you. Yi Xian's master's wife stepped forward and said to Yi Xian. Don't worry, this disciple will definitely seal the loophole. Yi Xian nodded. He had to seal the loophole. Otherwise, his side would suffer heavy losses. Junior brother, go ahead. We will protect you. Another few disciples of the 5th hall stood out. The location of the loophole was shockingly behind the demonized fishman's camp. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to repair the loophole, he would have to pass through the entire demonized fishman's camp. This time, the operation would be incomparably dangerous. However, the people of the fifth hall stood out without hesitation. Yi Xian was slightly moved. The fifth hall was his true home in the realm of the gods. This was because these senior brothers and sisters truly treated him, Yi Xian, as their junior brother. This time, even though they knew that they might die in battle, no one hesitated. It could be said that other than Yi Xian's master, everyone else had stepped forward, including Wang Tianjin, who was following behind Yi Xian. "All right, let's go together." Yi Xian nodded. Then, without hesitation, he rushed out. Kill! The disciples of the fifth hall rushed in front of Yi Xian without hesitation, clearing the path for Yi Xian. The side of the demonized fishmen was clearly prepared. More than 300 demonized fishmen directly rushed out. On Yi Xian's side, there were only 30 or so people. Even with an expert like Yi Xian's master's wife in the center, it was inevitable that there would be losses. Before they could rush over, one of the fifth hall's disciples was surrounded by the demonized fishmen due to a moment of carelessness and died instantly. Senior brother. Yi Xian witnessed the fall of that person with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. However, his current strength was limited, and there was nothing he could do. Yi Xian, go. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the spot where his senior brother had fallen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 1,000 beast sword servants. Divine mount summon. Charge! Charge! In an instant, thousands of divine rank mounts appeared and directly crushed forward. Although divine rank mounts were constantly being killed along the way, Yi Xian didn't care so much. Megatron, flying sword form. In an instant, Megatron separated from the God Slayer and transformed into a flying sword form, increasing Yi Xian's speed again. At this time, Yi Xian and the others had already broken through the blockade of the demonized fishmen. The disciples of the fifth hall were guarding the two sides. In front of Yi Xian, two disciples were clearing the way. Yi Xian knew that he had to be fast. He had to repair the hole as soon as possible. Otherwise, more of his senior brothers and sisters would die. It was difficult to rush over, but it did not take much time to repair it. After all, it was only a 1-meter hole. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. Suddenly, the system's warning sounded. Just as Yi Xian finished repairing the restriction and was about to leave, a demonized person rushed out from under his feet. A peak spiritual god. This was simply a trap. This was simply a trap that wanted to kill Yi Xian. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yi Xian. A pair of nimble wings made her petite body exceptionally nimble. Who else could it be but Fian? Boom! As soon as Fian appeared, she directly blocked the demonized person's attack for Yi Xian. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. However, how could there be only one ambush? Just as Fian blocked the demonized person, another demonized fishman jumped out and attacked Yi Xian. A peak spiritual god. Another peak domain enlightened spirit god. This was a powerful existence that Yi Xian could not resist at all. Damn it! Don't hurt my disciple. Boom! A powerful pressure descended, and at the same time, a terrifying attack descended. Without any suspense, the demonized fishman was directly suppressed. Devouring hand. At this moment, only Yi Xian himself knew how much he yearned for strength. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly devoured the corpses of a few demonized fishmen. However, at the same time, Yi Xian was retreating at full speed. However, there were only 30 of them, so they seemed so weak when they charged into the demonized fishman's headquarters. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 6th rank of the heavenly god realm. Elder of the Rescue Pavilion. Charge! The members of the Ling Xian Pavilion moved out. Perhaps the Ling Xian Pavilion's strength was inferior to the Mo Shang Pavilion, but compared to any other power, the Ling Xian Pavilion was probably more concerned about Yi Xian. Save Grand Master Yi. Kill. Kill them all. Bai Lu led his subordinates and charged over as well. Save Yi Xian. Save the pride of our Mo Shang training camp. Kill. It was Lu Luo's voice. Yi Xian was the pride of the Mo Shang training camp. At some unknown time, these words had started to spread throughout the Mo Shang training camp. At this moment, practically no one from the few hundred members of the Mo Shang training camp hesitated and moved out in full force. This was the first time an all-out war had broken out, and it was for the sake of saving Yi Xian. It was easy to charge over, but it wasn't so easy to charge out. This time, it was very obvious that this was a scheme that had been planned since a long time ago. Not only had the demonized fishmen mobilized a few dozen demonized fishmen, their numbers had actually reached a few thousand. They surrounded Yi Xian. These fellows only had one goal, and that was to kill him. Moreover, demonized fishmen were constantly joining the battle from the small bridge. The members of the 5th hall surrounded Yi Xian, and for the first time, Yi Xian felt that he was so useless. All his divine rank mounts had been killed in battle, and even the 1,000-beast sword attendants had been directly suppressed. There were actually 7 formidable peak domain enlightened spirit gods and demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the peak domain enlightened spirit god realm. They were constantly charging at Yi Xian's group. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 2200. He watched as the disciples of the 5th palace fell one after another. Ever since Yi Xian had joined, the disciples who had taken care of him time and time again had all died in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart was filled with hatred and killing intent. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, let's go down the mountain and play with Senior Marshal Brother. Yi Xian still remembered the first time that Senior Brother met him. He immediately dragged him down the mountain to play. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, this is for you. We secretly brought it back. It's very delicious. You must be careful not to let Wang Tianjin discover it. Once that guy sees it, he'll definitely snatch it all up. Yi Xian remembered clearly that a senior sister had secretly brought back this delicious food for him. However, this senior sister had left him forever. Ah! Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a berserk state. Host is in a berserk state. Ding! Warning! Warning! The forced cooling function has failed. Initiating the guided rescue function. Along with the system's voice. Everyone saw a crazy Yi Xian, a terrifying Yi Xian. I'm going to kill you. I want all of you to die. Boom! Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and more than 30 offensive restrictions instantly appeared. Thunder rumbled, earth fire spread, ancient trees towered into the sky, and mountains and rivers shattered. In an instant, a land of death appeared in front of Yi Xian. When Yi Xian attacked, he actually killed over 300 demonized fishmen. Die, all of you, die. With Yi Xian at the center, more than a dozen phantoms appeared in an instant. These were all existences that had been randomly summoned by some in the heavens. The moment these phantoms appeared, they did not fight, but self-destructed. Boom boom boom. Loud explosions rang out unceasingly, and countless demonized fishmen were blasted to death. Die, all of you. Yi Xian wielded the god-slaying sword and swung it forward. An unprecedentedly large beam of light appeared. It was so large that it lit up the entire battlefield. Hundreds of demonized fishmen, regardless of their cultivation, were all killed by Yi Xian. Devour, devour, devour. One by one, the corpses of the demonized fishmen and the magic treasures that were left behind were continuously devoured by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's level didn't increase in the slightest, because all of that power was used up by Yi Xian. Spiritual sense control. Yi Xian sent out almost all of his divine sense, but in exchange, almost 100 demon fishmen fell under Yi Xian's control without a doubt. Even if it was only for a moment, the demon fishmen then pointed their weapons at their companions. Ding! Warning! Warning! System overload! System overload! Puchi! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The brief moment of rampage was the result of both Yi Xian and the system unleashing a powerful attack at the same time. Fortunately, the system had reduced the damage that Yi Xian had received through guidance. Quick, take Yi Xian and leave. Mistress was the first to react. At this moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying of a genius Yi Xian was. Everyone could see that Yi Xian was burning his own life force when he unleashed that attack just now. Of course, what they didn't know was that Yi Xian was actually burning the system. However, that powerful attack still frightened everyone. He was just a mere heavenly god who hadn't even reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. The attack that he unleashed and the strength that he unleashed was already more terrifying than all of them combined. Even though there wasn't a single intermediate domain enlightened spirit god that had died at Yi Xian's hands, that terrifying lethality was still horrifying. A group of people with evil intentions looked at Yi Xian with fear in their eyes. They now knew how terrifying it was to anger Yi Xian. Yi Xian fainted. This was the first time that Yi Xian had suffered such a serious injury since he entered the heavenly realm. However, he had done it willingly. Ding! System notification, host has regained consciousness. Ding! System notification, system repair complete. After an unknown number of days, Yi Xian finally woke up. His powerful recovery ability allowed him to recover quickly even after suffering such a serious injury. Ding! System notification, the system is much more humane. Ding! System notification, host has activated a special ability, Rampage. Ding! Rampage ability, when the host is strongly stimulated or is facing an extremely powerful enemy, the system will activate a special protection program. The host will temporarily unleash 100-fold combat strength. However, this state is extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to the host's death. Ding! The system has activated the protection function of the host. This Berserk ability is hidden and is set as a hidden ability. The host cannot actively use it or discover it. Yi Xian didn't know about these notifications at all. Instead, he waited for the series of notifications to end before Yi Xian slowly woke up. F***CK, that hurts. Yi Xian woke up and found that his entire body was in extreme pain. After all, he had a powerful recovery ability. He didn't expect such a tragedy to occur. Oh my god, you're finally awake. It's you, Senior Brother Wang. Forget it. Don't be so polite with me. Hurry up and eat something to nourish your body. Your maid looks at me with resentful eyes every day. She almost scared me to death. Yi Xian was speechless. However, it could be seen that Wang Tianjin had been taking care of him all this time. Of course, it was with Fian. Yi Xian was unconscious for a full 3 days this time. Many things happened in these 3 days. Because of Yi Xian's rampage, he directly killed more than half of the demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the bridgehead. And because of Yi Xian's rampage, everyone's blood boiled. They all bravely took the lead and directly killed all the demonized fishmen at the bridgehead. Of course, those corpses were all left there for Yi Xian to deal with. In the eyes of everyone, the demonized fishmen corpses were all left for Yi Xian to deal with. It had become a habit. Those who secretly wanted to harm Yi Xian had seriously miscalculated this time. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of this situation to kill Yi Xian. However, they didn't expect Yi Xian to go berserk and destroy all their plans. Moreover, it directly made it possible to destroy the demonized fishmen island. In these 3 days, those guys naturally wanted to find an opportunity to make a move on Yi Xian. However, because of Yi Xian's rampage, Yi Xian's status in everyone's eyes was raised to the extreme. In fact, there were many special abilities, special pills, and special treasures that could activate a person's rampage state. However, generally, it would only increase one's combat strength by a few times. It was already amazing to be able to stimulate a dozen times. As for dozens of times, that was a legendary existence. In that case, what was Yi Xian's rampage 100 times? Perhaps it could only be described as a monster and a genius. Chapter 2201. Those who were originally treated as enemies by Yi Xian, or those who had revealed even the slightest bit of hostility towards Yi Xian, were all pushed to a corner. Even the people from the third hall were chased away. The reason was that Yi Xian wanted to rest in peace. In reality, wasn't it to exclude them? Then, how could they have the chance to make a move? Hey, Master Yi is awake. When Fian supported Yi Xian as they walked out, everyone bowed in unison. Yi Xian also smiled. However, when Yi Xian came to the Tower Master of 100 Buildings, suddenly, he saw the Tower Master of 100 Buildings kneeling in front of Yi Xian. Greetings to Master Yi. Today, I, 100 Buildings, swear on my divinity that I will follow Master Yi for life. I will never regret it. F***CK. It's this guy again, swearing on his divinity, and this time, he wants to follow me. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, the system's notification made Yi Xian ecstatic. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 faith point, the faith function has been activated, the rebuilding of the faith system has been activated. He actually gained 1 faith point. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Although 1 faith point was useless, it was a good start after all. Quick, get up, Tower Master of 100 Buildings is too polite. Yi Xian was so happy that he didn't care about the pain in his body. He quickly walked up and helped 100 Buildings up. Master Yi, you're finally awake. The corpses of the demonized fishmen that we killed are piling up like a mountain. If you didn't wake up, we wouldn't know what to do with them. Now, we've sent people to guard and wait for you to deal with them. At this time, another person walked over. Good news, one after another. The corpses of the demonized fishmen were piling up like a mountain. Didn't that mean that this time, Yi Xian could happily level up again? Okay, I'll go over now. Yi Xian walked over with a bright smile on his face. Looking at the mountain of corpses of the demonized fishmen, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Devouring hand. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were all devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through, current upper 9th grade True God Realm. Ding! System notification, the host's experience lock of 3 levels detected. It is estimated to be unlocked in 1 month's time. Awesome! Ha! This is awesome! Yi Xian was overjoyed. On the surface, he directly advanced to the peak of the Heavenly God Realm, but there were still 3 levels of experience locked in. In other words, even if Yi Xian didn't do anything, he'd still be able to advance to the lower 3rd grade of the Spirit God Realm in a month. How could he not be awesome? Yi Xian's powerful recovery ability wasn't just for show. In just a few short hours, Yi Xian had completely recovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already walked towards the bridgehead. Because of Yi Xian, the base camp was still in its original location. However, most of the ordinary disciples were guarding the bridgehead. Grand Master Yi, you're here. Moonless walked up to Yi Xian respectfully. It was obvious that Pavilion Master Ling Xian's attitude towards Yi Xian had changed. Although he was still unwilling to submit completely, at least he didn't reject him like before. Yi Xian, you came at the right time. We were discussing how to attack this island. We've tried to attack this damned demonized fishmen island several times, but we failed every time. There's no demon slaying restriction on it, so those demonized fishmen can be resurrected indefinitely. It's very troublesome. Seeing Yi Xian, everyone didn't hide the reason they were gathered here. Yi Xian nodded, but his brows were tightly knitted. He wasn't willing to use his level to exchange for another demon slaying restriction. Yi Xian remembered Yi Xian's miserable appearance clearly. Again. Yi Xian wasn't willing to do it no matter what. However, without the demon slaying restriction, it was indeed a little troublesome. It was almost impossible for him to rush over. Of course, the demonized fishmen couldn't rush over. However, they couldn't just stay in this stalemate forever. They had to find a way to destroy those demonized fishmen. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. What should he do to break through that place? System, do you have any suggestions? It was good that the system was more humane. Ding. System notification, there are currently 2 reasonable choices for the host to consider. 2. This made Yi Xian quite surprised. Ding. First choice, the host has enough resources to exchange for a permanent right to use the demon slaying restriction. The host can choose to bring people over and then set up the demon slaying restriction, advancing step by step. Ding. Second choice, the host can exchange for a special treasure, the demon slaying talisman. This treasure has the same effect as the demon slaying restriction, but it can be carried around and can effectively seal a single target. Demon slaying talisman. However, his resources were actually enough to exchange for the demon slaying restriction. It seemed that his harvest this time was quite good. Both choices required Yi Xian to exchange for them. However, which one was he going to choose? It could be said that Yi Xian could only choose one out of the 2 choices. The advantages and disadvantages of these 2 choices were very obvious. If he exchanged for a permanent demon slaying restriction, Yi Xian could advance step by step. However, one could imagine that the demon slaying restriction wasn't cheap. The demon slaying talisman was much cheaper. Moreover, it could be used repeatedly. As long as Yi Xian devoured those demonized fishmen corpses, the demon slaying talisman could be used again. It could be considered an effective use, and it would save a lot of money. Of course, correspondingly, there was a lot of risk. After all, if he couldn't use the demon sealing talisman to seal the corpses of the demonized fishmen in time, then the demonic chi would quickly revive them. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian still decided to use the demon slaying talisman. To be honest, Yi Xian's consumption of resources was very frightening. Previously, Yi Xian had suffered from a lack of resources. Coupled with the mirror image mystique, Yi Xian couldn't use it until now. Wasn't it also because of a lack of resources? Therefore, it was better to save as many resources as possible. System, then, let's choose the second option. How many demon slaying talismans can I exchange for? Ding. System notification, the host can exchange for 500 demon slaying talismans. 500. There was no need for so many. 100 would be enough for now. As long as Yi Xian dealt with the demonized fishmen corpses in time, 100 would definitely be enough. System, can I ask how many resources I need to exchange for a permanent demon slaying restriction? Ding. System notification, if the host wants to exchange for a permanent demon slaying restriction, then the host will need to use up 3 levels locked on by the host and all of the host's resources. As expected. He knew that a permanent demon slaying restriction wouldn't be so cheap. Alright, system, I want to exchange for 100 demon slaying talismans. It should be enough for now. Ding. Exchange successful. Of course, even if Yi Xian exchanged for it, he couldn't take it out immediately. If he took it out now, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Chapter 2202. Everyone, take a break for the next few days. I'll refine some Dharma treasures for you. Yi Xian said to everyone. Everyone smiled at Yi Xian. Alright, then we'll have to trouble you, Grandmaster Yi. Actually, exchanging for a Devil Slayer talisman from the system was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Moreover, the Devil Slayer talisman was already in Yi Xian's hands. However, to avoid suspicion, Yi Xian could only wait a few days before taking it out. Yi Xian spent the next few days alone in his room. Naturally, no one disturbed him because everyone knew that Yi Xian was using some secret item to restrain the demonic aura. However, everyone was still a bit curious. They didn't know what Yi Xian would do. After about 3 days, Yi Xian finally walked out again. Yi Xian said to everyone with an embarrassed expression, everyone, I don't have enough resources on hand, so I can only give you 100 Devil Slayer talismans. The Devil Slayer talisman is very simple to use. After you kill the demonized murlocs, immediately activate the Devil Slayer talisman. It will automatically form a small restriction around the murlocs' corpses. Then, I'll deal with the corpses immediately. After that, you can continue using the Devil Slayer talisman. Yi Xian's words were simple and clear. Everyone nodded in understanding. After selecting 100 elite disciples, a new wave of attacks began again. Yi Xian keenly sensed that his master was looking at him with a different meaning. He knew that he had swallowed his master's interspatial ring. If his master asked him for it now, he wouldn't be able to take it out. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to look at his master as he left with the group. What should I do? Master will ask me for the interspatial ring sooner or later. After all, that's all the treasures of the 5th palace. It seems that I have to think of a way to get some resources. Although I can't find the same thing as before, at least I have something to answer to. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. However, Yi Xian really could not find any good treasures or resources on this demonized Fishmen Island. It was impossible for the demonized murlocs to have an interspatial ring. Naturally, they would not have any resources. The demonized humans did have interspatial rings, but they would be taken away by others. As for the interspatial rings of the dead, Yi Xian was too embarrassed to pick them up. For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't think of a good idea. Helpless, he could only leave it be for the time being. With the help of the Evil Slayer talisman, the group quickly seized the bridgehead. After Yi Xian set up an invincible restriction here, it became their temporary camp. Once they entered the demonized Fishmen Island, the rest would be much simpler. They only needed to follow the rhythm and clear out the demonized Fishmen Island step by step. The battle appeared to be exceptionally smooth. It even made people think that as long as everyone was given enough time, they would be able to eliminate the hidden danger of the demonized Fishmen Island. Unfortunately, was it really that simple? Because they wanted to frame Yi Xian and cause Yi Xian to go on a rampage, they lost the beachhead that the demonized fishmen were guarding. This undoubtedly made some people feel uneasy. Now that the crowd had arrived, those people started a new scheme. Perhaps some people thought that as long as the bridge was broken, wouldn't that be the simplest solution? Unfortunately, they could think that way. However, since no one mentioned it, could it not prove that the bridge was not ordinary? Besides, their goal was to eliminate all the demonized fishmen and find the ancient sword intent. In that case, why would they want to destroy the bridge? If this continues, I'm afraid the demonized fishmen island will really be destroyed by these people. That can't be allowed. Master's orders are to use the demonized fishmen island to cause chaos in the 100 territories. Therefore, the demonized fishmen island must leave. It was that guy in the heaven god realm. His cultivation was clearly the lowest, but no one dared to refute him when he spoke. Since that's the case, let's think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. Isn't that enough? The elder from the third hall said respectfully. Nonsense, I want you to think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. There are special restrictions set up around the demonized fishmen island. The only way to release the demonized fishmen is through this bridge. However, the allied forces are guarding the bridge, and that damnable Yi Xian has set up a powerful restriction here. This makes it impossible for the demonized fishmen to escape. What should we do? Do you think it's possible to succeed if we can directly enrage the ancient sword intent? Directly enrage the ancient sword intent. As soon as this suggestion was made, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke, because they all found the possibility of this idea. Continue. That guy in the heaven god realm looked at the person who spoke and said. Yes, everyone knows that the ancient sword intent has a physical body after fusing with the divine beast. Moreover, it already has a certain level of intelligence and its combat strength is incomparably powerful. It can be said that if the ancient sword intent directly attacks, I'm afraid no one here can stop it. Then, we just need to draw out the ancient sword intent. These people looked at each other and felt that this idea might work. Once they had a plan, they quickly came up with a plan to enrage the ancient sword intent. On this day, Yi Xian followed behind everyone and continued to advance as usual. His goal was very clear, and that was to kill as many demonized fishmen as possible. Yi Xian remembered that the first time he came here, the number of demonized fishmen on the island was very limited. The second time he came here, they already occupied the majority. However, this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were only demonized fishmen on the entire island. The number was extremely large. Moreover, these demonized fishmen' strength increased so quickly that it could be said that they did not even need to cultivate. Someone had done an experiment and captured a demonized fishman alive. At first, they just wanted to see what was so special about these demonized fishmen. However, they found out that these demonized fishmen could automatically increase their cultivation level. When they first caught it, it was only a lower level 3 true god. However, after a few days of imprisonment, it had already increased to a lower level 4 true god. It could be said that this was even more satisfying than Yi Xian's leveling up. Yi Xian needed to devour before he could level up. In the end, the demonized fishmen did not even need to devour and leveled up just like that. The root of all this was still unknown until now. However, if this method could be used on the human race, it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, these few days, even when they were fighting, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Chapter 2203. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed a possibility. Perhaps the reason why these demonized fishmen could level up so quickly was because of the demonic aura. Of course, Yi Xian was only guessing. The team advanced quickly. As they killed a large number of demonized fishmen, the demonized fishmen learned their lesson and no longer surrounded the campsite. Moreover, it was rare to find demonized fishmen within a certain distance from the campsite. However, it would be too much to think that it would be safe just because of this. Once someone went out alone, or even in a small team, they would immediately be surrounded by demonized fishmen. Only a large team like this could intimidate the demonized fishmen. Originally, this day's operation was not much different from usual. Find the demonized fishmen's gathering place, annihilate them, and continue to search. It seemed that this day would pass like this. However, when the team arrived in front of a huge mountain, a terrifying aura shocked everyone. Lingbo Lake was very vast. Although this demonized Fishmen Island was a small island, it was not small at all. Among them, there was a towering mountain on the island. It could be said that one could see it clearly from any direction. In the previous search, they did not find anything special about this mountain. However, today, the mountain moved. Yes, the mountain moved. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire island. Defend! Someone shouted loudly. Soon, the team formed a circle and looked ahead nervously. What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted. Yi Xian, who was in the center of the circle, also looked over. Ding! System notification, ancient sword intent detected. Host, please be careful. What? That was actually the ancient sword intent. What the hell? Yi Xian was shocked because in front of him was a moving mountain. This was actually the ancient sword intent. Rumble. Rumble. The mountain was constantly moving. As he moved, huge rocks fell from above him. Waves after waves of formidable fluctuations caused everyone to tremble with fear. Roar! Suddenly, a loud and clear roar sounded. In an instant, all the rocks and soil on the mountain were sent flying. It was as if a wave came from the sky. In an instant, rocks fell like rain. Of course, this kind of damage was not enough to threaten the crowd. That said, the crowd was finally able to clearly see what was moving within the mountain. A powerful divine beast that was several hundred meters tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Above his body, there was a giant sword that was at least 1,000 meters tall, towering into the clouds. What a terrifying size! In front of him, a team of several hundred people was simply like a group of ants. Not to mention anything else, just his size alone was enough to shock everyone. So big, so tall. At this moment, this was the only thought left in everyone's mind. Roar! Another deafening roar was heard, and a sound wave crushed toward the crowd. In an instant, many people, including Yi Xian, lost their footing. Retreat, quickly retreat. Pavilion Master Ling Xian was the first to step forward and shout loudly. The strength of this monster was simply too strong. None of them had the confidence to face it. Yi Xian asked the system. System, detect the strength of this monster. Ding! System notification, target, lower rank 5 True God Realm. What, True God Realm? Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. One had to know that above the sky god realm was the spiritual god. Above the spiritual god was the profound god. Above the profound god was the true god. In the 100 realms of Mo, there was currently only one true god realm's super existence, and that was the sect master of Mo Shang Pavilion. As for the others, even people like Pavilion Master Ling Xian were only at the profound god realm. As for Bai Lu and the others, they were only at the upper rank spiritual god realm. There was no way to resist at all. How could they defeat it? Retreat. They retreated in panic. At this moment, everyone understood that staying here was simply waiting for death. Yi Xian was no exception. They could not resist such a strong guy at all. Yi Xian still remembered that the system had said that this ancient sword intent was the material he needed to upgrade the god-slaying sword. However, this material seemed to be a little too strong. Boom! A huge rock smashed into the crowd, and 3 people were directly crushed to death on the spot. Among them, there was even a mid-rank spiritual god realm expert. However, it was of no use at all. In front of the ancient sword intent of the true god realm, even a spiritual god was just an ant. Run, they could only run. No one dared to resist, because no one could resist. Stop, everyone, wait a moment. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted loudly to the crowd. Yi Xian had already obtained everyone's recognition with his strength and ability. When they heard Yi Xian's voice, everyone stopped in their tracks. Master Yi, what's wrong? Look, that guy seems to be unable to move too far. Yes, because of the existence of the system, even if Yi Xian was escaping, he could still observe the ancient sword intense actions at any time. At this moment, he realized that the ancient sword intent should be trapped there. It could not leave the center of the island at all. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, although the ancient sword intent was extremely angry and roared from time to time, it could not move forward at all. It's really like that. That big guy seems to be trapped. Everyone discussed animatedly. Of course, no one dared to move forward. Look, it's demonic energy. All the demonic energy is actually being emitted from that guy. So the ancient sword intent is the source of the demonic energy. Someone acutely noticed that black demonic energy was ceaselessly being emitted from the long sword on the ancient sword intent's back. Thus, they knew that the source of all the demonic energy was the ancient sword intent. Or perhaps, all the murlocs on the island were its slaves. Look, quickly. Those demonized murlocs seem to be using some sort of method to destroy the ancient sword intent seal. Yi Xian noticed as well that countless demonized murlocs were surrounding the ancient sword intent. They were ceaselessly working hard to destroy the seal around the ancient sword intent bit by bit. Of course, they couldn't destroy it in a short period of time. No, we can't let them succeed. We can't let them destroy the seal. Once that big guy comes out, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Since the danger had been eliminated, everyone stopped. All the powerhouses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Unfortunately, no one, including Yi Xian, could come up with a good suggestion. Yi Xian had no choice but to ask the system. System, what do you think of the current situation? Do you have a way to solve it? Ding. System notification, host, please note that the system can only give simple suggestions. For things like strategy and tactical arrangements, the system is powerless. Even the system can't do anything. Ever since the system became more and more user-friendly, Yi Xian had gotten used to asking the system for solutions. Chapter 2204. After all, the system was still a system. Even if it was more human-like, how could it replace Yi Xian in coming up with a solution? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Demonic aura. Yes, the ancient sword was using the demonic aura to control the numerous demonic murlocs. In that case, could it be said that as long as the demonic aura was broken, the ancient sword would be depleted? At the very least, it would be able to suppress the demonic murlocs. The demonic aura could not only allow the demonic murlocs to be revived indefinitely, but it could also continuously strengthen them. Therefore, the demonic aura had to be removed. At the very least, it had to be depleted. What should they do? Be it Tower Master Ling Xian or the others, they all fell into deep thought. Yi Xian was no exception. However, how could they come up with a good idea in such a short time? The ancient sword was a super existence in the true God realm. It was a super existence that could easily suppress all of them. What should they do? Yi Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand as he pondered. It would be great if we had a treasure that could absorb the demonic aura. We could absorb the demonic aura and then refine it. Wouldn't that weaken the power of the ancient sword will? Someone grumbled softly. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. When Yi Xian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. If Yi Xian could reactivate Wei Zhentian's treasure form, would he have a chance to obtain a treasure that could absorb the demonic aura? At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately asked the system, System, I want to activate Wei Zhentian's treasure form. System, I want to activate Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Is there any way? System notification, the host can activate Wei Zhentian's treasure form by triggering a hidden mission or forcibly unlocking it. Forcibly unlocking it. How is it forcibly unlocking it? Yi Xian asked the system. He knew that since the system mentioned forcibly unlocking it, it would not be that simple. However, when the system listed 49 special treasures in one go, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. 49 special treasures. Where was Yi Xian supposed to get it? For example, the flower spirit sword attendant only required 4 materials. As for the first 3, Yi Xian quickly collected them. However, Yi Xian still didn't have the slightest news of the last one. Not to mention, there were now 49 special treasures in one go. It was a treasure, not a material. In other words, these 49 treasures still required Yi Xian to refine them. Terrifying, this was simply too terrifying. What to do? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Ever since Yi Xian had sunk into deep thought, he had been noticed by others. At this time, many people were also paying attention to Yi Xian. Master Moonless asked carefully, Grandmaster Yi, have you thought of a way? Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and answered instinctively, I have a way to absorb the demon qi. However, it requires 49 treasures to fuse together. He just said it subconsciously and didn't mean anything else. However, after hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone looked at each other and said in unison to Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi, what treasures do you need? Just tell us. Maybe we can get it. That's right, with so much strength here, who knows, he might really be able to obtain those 49 treasures for Yi Xian. Since it was all for the sake of suppressing that damned ancient sword intent, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and listed out the 49 treasures in an instant. Although there were many special treasures that Yi Xian needed, they weren't that powerful. Needless to say, everyone gathered 39 of the treasures very quickly and obtained the materials for the remaining 10. Everyone, give me some time. I'll start refining the treasures now. Yi Xian said to the crowd. Naturally, no one objected. With the materials in hand, there were naturally no problems with the refinement. With the system, Yi Xian's refinement success rate was 100%. Moreover, the refinement speed was extremely fast. When all 49 special treasures were prepared, Yi Xian finally said to the system, System, activate it. System, activate it. I want to reactivate Wei Zhentian's treasure form. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Wei Zhentian's treasure form has been successfully unlocked. Ding! System notification, Wei Zhentian's treasure form has been automatically upgraded. 3 treasure forms will be randomly refreshed every day. If the host wants to fix a treasure form, 3 devour points will be required. Wei Zhentian's treasure form was finally unlocked again. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Now, it was time to check the treasure forms that Wei Zhentian would randomly refresh. Right now, Yi Xian had exactly 3 devour points. In other words, he could fix the shape of Wei Zhentian's magic treasure once. Unfortunately, Wei Zhentian's treasure forms were randomly refreshed every day. As for what would appear, Yi Xian couldn't control it at all. Even though Yi Xian was desperately hoping for a treasure that could absorb demonic energy, he couldn't just get it as and when he wanted it. He stayed for a full 40 days. Moreover, no one cared about the 40 days and no one would rush Yi Xian. In everyone's hearts, Yi Xian had long become an omnipotent super-existence. Now, when Yi Xian said that he wanted to refine a special treasure, it only slightly surprised them. No one doubted him at all. After 40 days, a total of 120 attempts, Yi Xian still hadn't found the treasure form that he wanted. However, Yi Xian still didn't give up. On the 41st day, Yi Xian finally started a new attempt with a slightly nervous heart. Wei Zhentian, come on. Let me see what treasure form you've refreshed today. In an instant, Wei Zhentian was separated from the god-slaying sword. Then, it started to change rapidly. 9-star Godly Sword. Borrowing the power of the stars, its attack power is incomparably strong. Unfortunately, it wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Burrowing Shuttle. A special flying treasure that could travel quickly underground. It was still useless. Was he going to fail again today? There was only one last chance left. Yi Xian was really nervous. The Buddha Saraira. Its only function is to suppress evil spirits. Gulp. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect to come up with a Buddha Saraira. Moreover, its only function was to suppress evil spirits. He quickly checked and was overjoyed by the results. Because this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Without hesitation, he used 3 devouring points to stabilize Wei Zhentian's Buddha Saraira form. My many attempts weren't in vain. I finally succeeded. Yi Xian took Wei Zhentian's Buddha Saraira form and walked out. Master Yi is out. Everyone greeted him. In the past few days, they had been waiting for Yi Xian's results while killing the demonized murlocs. However, because Yi Xian wasn't around, many demonized murlocs were revived by the ancient sword will. And now, Yi Xian was finally out. How was it? Did you succeed? Chapter 2205. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple has succeeded. Yi Xian took out the Buddha God's relic. The pure white radiance shone on everyone, making them feel rather tranquil. What's the use of this thing? Someone asked Yi Xian softly. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he threw the thing out. Wei Zhentian activated automatically. Waves of faint white light scattered in all directions. Once the white light saw the demonic aura, it would automatically surround and suppress it. It was as if it had the innate ability to restrain the demonic aura. The demonic aura was constantly being refined, while the white light continued to expand. As the white light continued to expand, the demonic aura was finally afraid. It actually retreated toward the ancient sword intent. Grand Master Yi, what kind of Dharma treasure is this? How can it be so powerful? It's too powerful. I've never seen such a Dharma treasure before. Someone said loudly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian only smiled slightly but did not answer. In reality, according to Yi Xian's thoughts, this mere Buddha relic had such a single function. It could be said that in Yi Xian's heart, it was simply a waste of his 3 devour points. If it were not for the special circumstances, Yi Xian would not have said that he would use the 3 devouring points to fix the Buddha God's relic's form. Wei Zhentian continued to attack. Although Yi Xian did not know if this was considered an attack, it was enough as long as Wei Zhentian understood his intentions. At this moment, the white light emitted by Wei Zhentian was constantly expanding on the demonized Murloc Island. Meanwhile, the demonic aura of the ancient sword intent was constantly being compressed. It was obvious that the ancient sword intent was very afraid of Wei Zhentian's Buddha God's relic form, even though the Buddha God's relic form did not pose a direct threat to the ancient sword intent. Time passed. Everyone was watching the battle between the black and white lights. On the contrary, the battle between the people on the ground and the demonized Murloc did not occur. At this moment, everyone was extremely impressed by Yi Xian. They really wanted to know what Yi Xian could not do. A restriction master. A monstrous genius. Now, he had displayed his greatest achievement in refining weapons. One must know that becoming a Grandmaster Blacksmith was even rarer than becoming a Grandmaster Restriction. Yi Xian was able to refine such a powerful item in just 41 days. It was an item that could suppress the ancient sword will of a true god's superexistence. How could the crowd not be convinced? Of course, in reality, Yi Xian wasn't actually refining anything. He was merely reactivating Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. No one knew how much time had passed, because no one paid attention to time. At this time, in the sky and on the ground, there was a clear dividing line that divided the island into two sides. Although Wei Zhentian's Buddha relic form was able to suppress the demonic aura, it was impossible for him to control the demonic aura. However, the foundation of the ancient sword will was by no means ordinary. Demonic qi was continuously added in, and for a moment, it was actually a tie. At this time, everyone gathered together again. How do you think we should deal with the current situation? Yi Xian's master was the first to speak. The current situation couldn't be more obvious. Yi Xian's magic treasure and the ancient sword will's demonic qi were evenly matched. Moreover, the ancient sword will's demonic qi was largely consumed by Yi Xian. Naturally, it wouldn't take much care of the demonized murloc. Therefore, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. My suggestion is that we organize a group of elite disciples to specifically charge in and kill those damned demonized murloc. Although we can't do anything to the ancient sword will, as long as we eliminate all these demonized murloc, the ancient sword will won't be able to find subordinates to undo the seal for him. In this way, the initiative will be in our hands. What do you think? The pavilion master of Ling Xian Pavilion stood up and said to the crowd. Everyone nodded. Indeed, this might be a very good idea. I agree. I agree as well. Right, we can do that. Even though the ancient sword will is extremely formidable, it's restrained by the seal, and it's utterly unable to make any unnecessary movements. So long as we annihilate those demonized murloc, then no matter if we think of a way to slowly exhaust the ancient sword will to death or strengthen the seal and seal it once more, it's all up to us. Right, no matter what, we must not allow that fellow to emerge into the world and continue harming the god world. All of them spoke successively, and they quickly came to a consensus. After that, an entire 10 small groups of elites were formed. Every single group was led by an expert at the intermediate 5th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm at least. Moreover, the strengths of the members were at least at the high rank heavenly god realm. It could be said that these 10 groups could be considered to be the strongest groups that could be formed. On the other hand, Yi Xian had joined one of these groups as well. In Yi Xian's opinion, killing the demonized murloc and obtaining the corpses of the demonized murloc was a great opportunity for him to improve his strength. So, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, because Yi Xian was in this group became the strongest. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion, Bai Lu, and Lu Luo of Mo Shang's training camp were all in this group. It was even to the extent that Yi Xian's master was about to join as well. According to the thoughts of all of them, Yi Xian absolutely couldn't be allowed to suffer any mishaps. At the very least, Yi Xian's role in this group was even more formidable than all of them combined. This wasn't an issue of strength or cultivation. Instead, it was because only Yi Xian was capable of setting up formidable restrictions, and only Yi Xian was capable of controlling magic treasures to ceaselessly wear down the ancient sword will's devilish qi. Let's go. The target that Yi Xian's group had chosen was a gathering place of demonized murloc. Compared to other places, the demonized murloc here were much more formidable. There were almost 1,000 of them, and over 100 of them were at the heavenly god realm or above. There were quite a few at the domain enlightened spirit god realm as well. This could be considered to be the strongest gathering place of demonized murloc in the outer perimeter. Of course, eliminating this place was of the utmost importance to them. All of them moved forward cautiously. Because they knew that the slightest commotion they made now might draw the attention of the demonized murloc. Once they escaped or were besieged by the demonized murloc, then it would cause Yi Xian's group to fall into a difficult situation. Fortunately, the situation didn't develop in a bad direction. Master Yi, should we attack? Finally, all of them arrived at the gathering place of demonized murloc, and Bai Lu lowered his voice and asked Yi Xian this question. Yi Xian glanced at the dense expanse of demonized murloc before him and directly waved his hand. Kill. Chapter 2206. Of course, this was to make it easier for Yi Xian to devour them. In other words, it was to deal with the corpses of these demonized fishmen. Yi Xian held the God Slayer in his hand as he directly charged into the gathering point of the demonized fishmen. His sword flickered, and there wasn't a single demonized fishman that could withstand a single strike from Yi Xian's sword. Coupled with the others, they instantly killed the demonized fishmen to the point they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. The ancient sword intent naturally understood the intentions of Yi Xian and the others, and it ceaselessly attempted to use devil energy to revive those demonized fishmen. However, Wei Zhentian was always able to stop it in time. On the other hand, Yi Xian didn't hold back at all, and he casually devoured the demonized fishmen regardless of whether they were killed or not. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low rank of the 4th rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. Yi Xian had successfully unlocked the seal on his cultivation a long time ago, so his cultivation had directly advanced to the low rank of the 4th rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm at this moment. It was still fine at the beginning because Yi Xian and the others weren't particularly noticed by the ancient sword intent. So, they were only fighting this group of demonized fishmen. But for some unknown reason, the ancient sword intent's entire attention had suddenly converged onto Yi Xian and the others. So, demonized fishmen and even demonized humans were ceaselessly charging over from all directions. It simply seemed as if it intended to annihilate Yi Xian and the others. Since the ancient sword intent noticed Yi Xian and the others, Yi Xian and the others clearly felt pressured. Damn it! Why is another group here? We're simply unable to kill them all. Humph. Since these demonized fishmen want to give their lives away, then we'll fulfill their wishes. All of them utilized their own divine abilities to ceaselessly annihilate the demonized fishmen. If it really developed according to the current situation, then perhaps they would really be able to annihilate all the demonized fishmen in no time. However, when a pair of powerful reinforcements arrived, Yi Xian and the others realized that they had been surrounded. In the blink of an eye, a large number of demonized murlocs appeared around Yi Xian and the others. However, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that this time, it wasn't a small team of true gods or celestial gods, but a team of true experts. The domain Spirit God realm. They were actually all domain Enlightened Spirit God realm experts, and there were over 100 domain Enlightened Spirit God realm demonized mermen. So, how would Yi Xian's group fight such a force? There was no way they could beat him at all. It was no different from delivering food to their doorstep. What should we do, Grandmaster Yi? Should we continue killing? Bai Lu came to Yi Xian's side and asked softly. Yi Xian immediately turned around as he gazed at those over 100 domain Enlightened Spirit gods. Fight my ass. Run, quick, get out of here. Wasn't that so? If he stayed behind despite knowing that he couldn't win, he would be courting death. Yi Xian and the others fled swiftly, and they fled incessantly towards their own group. On the other hand, those demonized mermen chased closely behind Yi Xian and the others as if they'd gone mad. Moreover, Yi Xian was clearly able to sense that the target of these demonized mermen was surprisingly him. Damn it! What's going on? Yi Xian couldn't figure out why these demonized mermen would take him to be their greatest enemy. All of them were simply fearlessly launching wave after wave of attacks at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the protection of Bai Lu and the others, Yi Xian would have definitely been trapped. Flee, he could only flee for his life. Because those demonized mermen had simply gone mad, and they were even willing to give up their lives for the sake of attacking Yi Xian once. One of the demonized mermen had its speed forcefully increased by some sort of divine ability, and then it burned its life force to charge at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the prompt reminder from the system, Yi Xian wouldn't even be able to dodge in time. And just as Yi Xian dodged his previous position, that demonized merman actually self-destructed. Using self-destruction to attack Yi Xian, how was Yi Xian supposed to fight back? Luckily, even though these demonized mermen were extremely crazy, Yi Xian still managed to return to the camp safely. Wei Zhentian's Buddha God's relic had an extremely high suppressive effect on those demonized mermen. These demonized mermen were able to rapidly increase their levels precisely because of the demonic aura. But if they lost the demonic aura, their levels would drop extremely quickly. Hence, as long as Yi Xian retreated into Wei Zhentian's defensive range, those mermen wouldn't be able to do anything to him no matter how crazy they were. It was as if the black and white dividing lines had formed two distinct camps. The demonized fishmen relied on their absolute numbers to surround the small teams that were sent out once they entered the area. If they tried to fight head-on, they would only be surrounded to death. Moreover, no matter how many demonized mermen there were, they wouldn't dare rashly charge into Wei Zhentian's defensive range. Because once they entered, their levels would be directly suppressed. It wouldn't be long before a demonized merman at the domain enlightened spirit god realm would be suppressed to the deity realm. So, the demonized merman didn't dare take a single step forward. What should I do? Could it be that I'm just going to waste time like this? Yi Xian didn't have that patience. I don't believe it. Wei Zhentian, move forward with me. Yi Xian was suppressing a strand of anger in his heart when he was driven back by the demonized merman. After he reorganized himself slightly, he directly ordered Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he directly moved forward and set up all sorts of restrictions along the way. Perhaps only Yi Xian was capable of opening a path with restrictions. It should be noted that an ordinary restriction master, such as Master Moonless, would need at least half a day to set up a lightning strike restriction. However, Yi Xian only needed to give an order to the system, and it wouldn't be long before he finished setting it up. This was the gap between them, and this was Yi Xian's ability. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was a grand master of restrictions. However, they hadn't expected that Yi Xian's attainments in restrictions would actually be so high. All of them glanced at each other when they saw Yi Xian actually use restrictions to open a path with a cold expression on his face, and they even wondered if they were seeing things. Even if Yi Xian had only set up some simple restrictions, they were still restrictions in the end, and a restriction would appear with a casual wave of his hand. Had anyone ever seen such a ferocious method of attack? On the other hand, Yi Xian's actions caused the demonized merman to suffer great misfortune. Yes, the restrictions that Yi Xian set up could only harm demonized mermen at the heavenly god realm and below. Even though it had very little effect on those at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above, how could there be too many demonized mermen at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above? If too few were dispatched, then they would only be killed by everyone. If too many were dispatched, it didn't seem to be that many at all. For a time, the demonized mermen were beaten to the point of retreating repeatedly. Groups of demonized mermen were killed, and their corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. The entire island was swiftly being cleaned up. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low rank of the 7th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian had finally cleaned up all the demonized mermen on the island. It could be said that besides the portion of demonized mermen beneath his feet that were protected by the ancient sword intent, the rest of the demonized mermen had been completely annihilated. As for the few remaining demonized mermen, there was no need to fear them anymore. Chapter 2207. After getting rid of the surrounding demonized murlocs, the only thing left in front of Yi Xian and the rest was the final ancient sword intent. It could be said that the ancient sword intent was a super existence. It would not be that easy to get rid of it. According to Yi Xian's thoughts, they definitely had to kill it. However, not to mention killing it, it would be extremely difficult to even walk up to it. Therefore, Yi Xian and the rest gathered together again to discuss countermeasures. In my opinion, our current strength is not enough to destroy the ancient sword intent. Why don't we think of a way to strengthen the seal? It'll be fine as long as that guy doesn't come out and cause trouble. One person stepped forward to voice his opinion. However, his words were quickly met with a rebuttal. I don't think that's right. As long as the ancient sword intent exists, it will be a huge disaster and will always be a threat to me, Mo Bai Jing. This time, he can use demonic energy to control the demonized murlocs. Next time, who knows what he can do with demonic energy. Then, strengthen the seal on him. If we attack by force, I'm afraid we won't have any chance of winning. Even if all of us attack together, we don't have the slightest chance of taking down the ancient sword intent. After all, he's a true god. Everyone spoke one after another. Should they think of a way to destroy the ancient sword intent or find a way to strengthen the seal and leave it be for the time being? It could be said that both plans had their own sufficient reasons, but as for which one to choose, no one could make up their minds for the time being. Because of this, everyone was arguing. However, arguing was not a solution. Alright, everyone, be quiet. Why don't we see what Master Yi decides? Ling Xian Pavilion's pavilion master was the first to step forward and voice his opinion. He was prepared to hand the decision to Yi Xian. Yes, let's see what Master Yi decides. Without Master Yi, we might not even have been able to take down the bridgehead in this siege on the demonized Murlocs Island. I think Master Yi will definitely have a way. Bai Lu also stepped forward. His meaning was very clear. Yes, let Master Yi decide. We'll do what Master Yi says. Yi Xian, come up with an idea. A moment later, all eyes were on Yi Xian. Yi Xian definitely contributed the most to this encirclement. Furthermore, it could be said that Yi Xian was the key to the success of this battle. Therefore, everyone placed their hopes on Yi Xian at this moment. Furthermore, they were willing to believe in Yi Xian. They would choose to believe in Yi Xian's decisions. Yi Xian thought for a while, then stood up and said, I feel that we can't let go of this opportunity. Everyone might think that the ancient sword intent is a true God realm super expert, and we can't do anything about it. I have to admit that this is the truth. However, think about it. We paid such a huge price this time to achieve today's results. If we give up now, are you willing to accept it? Sure enough, everyone shook their heads. That was right. Every force had paid a huge price for this encirclement. It was not easy to reach the current situation. If they really gave up now, who would be willing to accept it? That's right. If we give up now, I won't accept it. However, Master Yi, the ancient sword intent is a true god. How can we possibly defeat it? Whether we can defeat it or not is one thing, but whether we fight it or not is another. The ancient sword intent is indeed powerful. However, don't forget that it is restricted by the seal. In addition to the suppression of my Dharma treasure, its strength has been reduced to the lowest level. If we miss this opportunity, once it has time to recover its strength, it will be even more difficult to deal with it next time. Therefore, my opinion is that we must fight, and we must do our best. This battle will decide the outcome. Yi Xian concluded. After everyone heard Yi Xian's words, they felt that what Yi Xian said made sense. If they did not fight now, they would give the ancient sword intent time to recover. Perhaps no one would be able to do anything to it. Of course, there were also people who did not speak, such as the elder from the third hall and the others. With Yi Xian's current prestige, these people understood that it was useless to openly challenge him. If they wanted to go against Yi Xian, they could only do so in secret. With the final decision, everyone quickly moved again. There were continuous reinforcements. In an instant, close to 10,000 people had gathered around the demonized Fishmen Island. Yi Xian was not idle during this period. On one hand, he was using Megatron to suppress the ancient sword intense demonic aura. On the other hand, he was constantly thinking of countermeasures. Demonic aura. Yes, the fundamental reason why the ancient sword intent was so powerful was because of the existence of the demonic aura. The ancient sword intent itself was a sword intent left behind by an expert from ancient times. It had coincidentally merged with a powerful divine beast, resulting in its current form. But no matter what, its original strength was limited. It was only the demonic aura that strengthened it. According to Yi Xian's guess, the demonic aura might have been deliberately left behind by someone to the ancient sword intent. Now, the powerful ancient sword intent that Yi Xian and the others saw was the combination of the ancient sword intent, the divine beast, and the demonic aura. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to defeat them one by one. Then, how could he achieve this plan? Yi Xian racked his brains. Until one day, when Yi Xian saw Megatron transform the demonic aura, he had an idea. The demonic aura was the fundamental reason why the ancient sword intent could be so powerful. Since Megatron could transform the demonic aura, could Yi Xian do the same? Could he even exchange for more items that could transform the demonic aura through the system? System, I want to exchange for a special treasure or skill that can transform the demonic aura. Ding! System notification, the current host does not meet the requirements and cannot exchange. Did not meet the requirements. System, if I want to exchange, what conditions do I need to meet? Ding! System notification, if the host wants to exchange for a specific skill, the sect system needs to be reactivated. Ding! System notification, if the host wants to exchange for a specific treasure, the host needs to increase his realm. Increase his realm or reactivate the sect system. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that Yi Xian needed to leave this place temporarily. Fortunately, the demonized murlocs around the ancient sword intent had been cleared away. Moreover, the ancient sword intent was sealed and could not cause any big waves. Therefore, Yi Xian's temporary departure would not have any effect. Moreover, during this period of time, the demonic aura emitted by the ancient sword intent had faded a lot. Even if Yi Xian took Megatron away, it would not have much effect. Of course, the final battle was not something that could be fought on a whim. Preparation was necessary. Therefore, when Yi Xian told everyone that he needed to leave temporarily to find a way to completely destroy the ancient sword intent, no one objected. Instead, they gave Yi Xian a lot of resources to reassure Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian returned, they promised that even if they could not achieve results, they would not let the situation worsen. Chapter 2208. After Yi Xian set up multiple restrictions, he directly left. This time, Yi Xian's goal was clear. There were 3 secret realms that Yi Xian wanted to visit this time. The first secret realm was the Valley of Beasts. Countless powerful divine beasts lived in the Valley of Beasts. It had always been the main place for various forces to hunt divine beasts for materials and weapons. The second secret realm was the Divine Medicine Mountain. It was said that the Divine Medicine Mountain was originally the base of a large ancient sect. There were many dangerous places in the mountain, but there were also many miraculous medicinal fields, which attracted many people to search for spiritual herbs. As for the third secret realm, strictly speaking, it was not a secret realm. It was a secret teleportation portal, and the direction he was teleporting to was none other than the Endless Desert in the northwest. The Endless Desert could be said to be a natural danger zone. No one could safely cross it. However, there were some treasures in the Endless Desert that could not be found anywhere else. Therefore, the portal was left behind. Yi Xian did not know about the treasures, but when he obtained the ancient divine emperor's inheritance, Yi Xian also learned about an ancient city built in the Endless Desert. Therefore, Yi Xian would have to go to the Endless Desert sooner or later. After all, this was a place that the ancient divine emperor had specially suggested. Yi Xian believed that there would be extraordinary opportunities. According to the difficulty level and Yi Xian's needs, Yi Xian chose the Valley of Beasts as his first target. He needed to go there to train. Only when his cultivation level increased would he be able to guarantee his strength. The Valley of Beasts was located at the edge of the 100 territories. There were a lot of divine beasts here. Generally speaking, as long as there were benefits, there would be plenty of competition. There were a total of 10 cities here, which were generally known as the 10-direction city of the Valley of Beasts. Every 10% of the 10-direction city was guarded by a mysterious god expert. Therefore, no one could say that they jointly controlled the few entrances to the Valley of Beasts. At this time, Yi Xian had arrived at one of the cities. Although Yi Xian's goal was very clear, which was to kill divine beasts and level up, before that, Yi Xian still had to make some preparations. If he were to recklessly charge in, he would most likely suffer a great loss. That was why Yi Xian had come to the beast hunting battalion in the city. The beast hunting battalion originally didn't exist, but as more and more people entered the myriad beast valley to hunt god beasts, the beast hunting battalion also appeared. Hello, what would you like? The beast hunting battalion had all sorts of simple magic tools, spells, pills, as well as god beast materials. Of course, there was also some valuable information. Give me a map of the distribution of divine beasts at the Heavenly God Realm and low-level domain Spirit God Realm. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly said to that person. Alright, a map of the distribution of divine beasts at the Heavenly God Realm has a 70% accuracy and costs 50,000 divine crystals. A map of the low-level domain Spirit God Realm has a 60% accuracy and costs 100,000 divine crystals. Total 150,000. The reason Yi Xian wanted to buy this map was precisely because the distribution of divine beasts was marked on the map. Probably no one knew exactly how large the Myriad Beast Valley was because this damnable place was one secret realm after another. If one casually entered, one might even get lost in it. As for why there was such a strange place, no one knew. After obtaining the map, Yi Xian directly entered the Myriad Beast Valley. In the beginning, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He found a suitable place and ceaselessly killed divine beasts and devoured their corpses to level up. Unfortunately, Yi Xian still underestimated the danger of this place. In fact, the most terrifying thing in the Myriad Beast Valley wasn't the divine beasts, but the people. In the entire Myriad Beast Valley, there was no lack of bandits. On this day, Yi Xian was leveling up when the system's alarms suddenly sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Under attack. Where did it come from? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and the divine beasts. Only then did he begin to observe the situation around him. Yi Xian didn't need to waste any effort at all to find the people who had ambushed him. There were a total of 5 people. 5 people who didn't seem to be special on the surface. However, before Yi Xian could speak, he heard the other party speak first. Yo, kid, your reaction is quite fast. Do you know that this is our territory? Your territory. This is the Myriad Beast Valley. What, does this Myriad Beast Valley belong to your family? It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be angry when he was interrupted on a leveling trip. Ha, kid, you even know this. Yes, this Myriad Beast Valley belongs to my family. You killed my divine beast, shouldn't you compensate us? The leader continued to speak with a smug look on his face. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, he said to the system, detect their strength. Ding! System notification indicates that the targets are intermediate 3rd grade spiritual god realm, inferior 6th grade spiritual god realm, and superior 3rd grade heavenly god realm. That was all they had. They actually dared to find trouble with Yi Xian. At this moment, the leader continued, Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave behind 500,000 divine crystals or divine beast materials of equivalent value as compensation. Then, I can spare your life and even allow you to continue hunting divine beasts here. Otherwise, what do you want? Yi Xian asked with disdain after knowing the strength of his opponents. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Ruthless? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more time. He held the God Slayer in his hand and charged directly. God Slayer. He swung his sword. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that these guys didn't have any strength at all. A single strike. With merely a single strike, Yi Xian killed that fellow at the inferior spiritual god realm. At the same time, he heavily injured that fellow at the intermediate spiritual god realm. They dared to make a move against Yi Xian with such little strength. Wasn't that no different from courting death? However, that fellow that was blasted flying didn't show any fear, and he even had a threatening expression as he spoke to Yi Xian. You dare to make a move against us? Are you tired of living? Do you know who we are? Yi Xian roared with laughter and asked casually, what does that have to do with me? Kid, don't be too arrogant. We're from the Limitless God King's faction. You're courting death if you dare to offend us. The Limitless God King. Needless to say, Yi Xian was really shocked by this. Could it be that he's an extraordinary expert with such a great reputation? However, after hearing this person's words, Yi Xian finally understood what this myriad God King was. Kid, let me tell you. The Limitless God King possesses 300 divine mountains and countless experts under his command. You'll definitely die a horrible death if you dare to offend us. Haha. So it's a group of bandits. Chapter 2209. What do you mean by possessing 300 divine mountains? Isn't he just a bandit that claims to be a king? Could it be that Yi Xian is afraid of bandits? You dare to insult Divine King Gloom. You're dead. You're absolutely dead. That person's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw Yi Xian look down upon Divine King Gloom. You don't have to worry about my death, but I know that you're definitely dead. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time on a bandit. He waved his hand casually, and Wei Zhintian directly controlled the Godslayer sword to charge towards that person. He killed that person without any pressure at all. Even though Yi Xian didn't understand why this fellow was so weak, even though he possessed a cultivation at the mid-grade 3rd rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. However, this wasn't a reason for Yi Xian to let them off. Flee. When the other three saw Yi Xian kill without any warning, they finally recalled to flee. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Wei Zhintian didn't need Yi Xian's orders at all, and he directly charged forward and executed 3 attacks in unison to directly kill those 3 people. After he put away their universe rings, Yi Xian glanced through them casually and didn't notice any special treasures that were worthy of his attention. Thus, he directly devoured them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the low grade of the 8th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Killing these 5 people was only a small interlude to Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian continued to kill divine beasts. Along with the advancement of Yi Xian's cultivation, he naturally had to devour even more divine beasts to advance in his cultivation. Fortunately, there was an extremely huge amount of divine beasts here. 3 days later, Yi Xian had successfully advanced into the low grade of the 9th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. However, Yi Xian didn't know that someone had noticed him when he killed those 5 people. Damn it! Someone actually dared to kill my people. Let me see who has such audacity. Divine King Limitless was originally an elder of the Profound Yang sect. However, the various powers of 10 Direction City were embroiled in endless wars, and the Profound Yang sect was also annihilated in one of the conflicts. That was why this guy was reduced to hiding in the Myriad Beasts Valley and declaring himself king. Over the past thousands of years, he had lived a carefree life in the Myriad Beasts Valley. He had gathered more than 300 desperados under him, and from time to time, he would rob those who entered the Myriad Beasts Valley to hunt for mythological beasts. His days were quite good. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge his might. It had been so long that the boundless Divine King felt that he was truly a Divine King and did not put anything in his eyes. Knowing that his subordinates had been killed, Limitless gathered his troops and headed straight for Yi Xian. "Milord, it's right in front. That guy is moving around in this area. I can sense that he hasn't left yet." "Good, then let's rush over. I want to see what kind of person dares to go against me." In fact, Yi Xian had already sensed these people. However, Yi Xian had discovered a devourer, so Yi Xian could not bear to leave. However, the devourer this time was a little special. "Little guy, let's see where you can run to this time." Yi Xian was guarding outside a cave. This was the third time he had tried to stop the devourer. Unfortunately, the guy had escaped the previous 2 times. "System, what kind of mythological beast is this? How can it be so fast?" Ding! System notification, attention, host. The target is the lightning rat. It has a special gifted ability, positioning teleportation. It can teleport between predetermined positions in an instant. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian had no choice but to admit defeat. The lightning rat did not have much combat power. Moreover, it was only a lower heavenly god mythological beast. However, it had managed to escape Yi Xian's pursuit twice by relying on its gifted ability. "Little guy, let's see where you can hide this time. Attack!" In order to deal with the lightning rat, Yi Xian had even summoned his 1,000 beast sword servants. Following Yi Xian's order, thousands of divine beast mounts charged forward at the same time. It was just a small cave. As long as the lightning rat did not use its gifted ability immediately, Yi Xian was confident that he could take it down. Unfortunately, this time, Yi Xian failed once again. Yi Xian clearly saw that one of the divine beast mounts was already waving its claws. The lightning rat had no chance of escaping. However, at that moment, the lightning rat's body emitted a strange wave of energy and disappeared again. "I don't believe that you can escape from me." Yi Xian immediately released his divine telekinesis to search carefully. "You're hiding here. Well then, let's see if you can still hide this time." Whoosh! Yi Xian's figure flashed. The moment he attacked, he instantly cast a restrictive spell. This restrictive spell had no other use except for the 10-fold increase in gravity. Furthermore, the area was very small. The lightning rat was hiding in a tree hole and seemed to be in a panic. The sudden 10-fold increase in gravity stunned it. At that moment, Yi Xian's hand reached in. Yi Xian grabbed the lightning rat in his hand. He did not dare to be careless and crushed it to death. Ding! System notification, host has killed a special devouring beast. The new version of the devouring beast has been automatically updated. From now on, when the host kills a high-level devouring beast, there is a chance that a devouring beast with a special attribute will appear. Ding! System notification, host has killed a high-level special devouring beast. You have obtained 3 devouring points. Ding! System notification, host has killed a high-level special devouring beast. You have obtained a special ingredient, the heart of the lightning rat. Heart of the lightning rat. A new version of the devouring beast. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that killing this devouring beast would activate a new ability. This was an unexpected surprise. Yi Xian quickly checked the heart of the lightning rat. He did not know what this thing could do. If it had the special ability of the lightning rat, that would be great. Heart of the lightning rat, material of the devouring beast. Host can use this item to fuse with a compatible skill to produce a special effect. Currently, host does not have any space-related skills and cannot use it for the time being. Looking at the description of the heart of the lightning rat, Yi Xian roughly knew what it meant. This devouring beast was extremely rare. Yi Xian did not have many devouring points. These few times, high-level devouring beasts had appeared consecutively. This was already considered a rare occurrence. However, the consumption of devouring points was extremely high. For example, Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Fixing a magic treasure required 3 devouring points. Later on, there would be other places that would require devouring points. Devouring beast, devouring beast. Yi Xian could not wait to find a nest of devouring beasts. Of course, this was not realistic. However, although a nest of devouring beasts was not realistic, it was still possible for someone to send a devouring beast to him. At this moment, Limitless Supreme Being and the rest had already found Yi Xian's position. Yi Xian also noticed this group of people. However, Yi Xian's attention was completely attracted by Limitless Supreme Being's mount. Chapter 22:10. Yi Xian's eyes were simply on the verge of glowing. Only Yi Xian could understand his desire for devour points. God King Limitless hadn't spoken yet when he noticed that Yi Xian was actually staring at him, and it was even to the extent that God King Limitless felt a slight chill down his spine. "Kid, why are you looking at me like that?" God King Limitless couldn't help but ask directly. Yi Xian raised his head and asked, "Who are you?" "Ha! Kid, you don't even know who I am." Unfortunately, he hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Yi Xian wave his hand, and then an army instantly appeared. 1,000 god rank mounts were at the front while the 1,000 beast sword attendants were at the center, and they directly charged towards them. What's going on? God King Limitless was even slightly unable to react in time. He was a 6th rank high rank domain enlightened spirit god, and he had 4 3rd and 4th rank high rank domain enlightened spirit gods and over 10 mid rank domain enlightened spirit gods under his command. As for low rank domain enlightened spirit gods, there were over 100 of them. But what's the meaning of this? He just asked who I am and directly attacked. Could it be that he's my enemy? How could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to attack because of his mounts? 1,000 Beast Feast. This time, Yi Xian activated the 1,000 Beast Feast. In an instant, the speed, strength, and so on of the 1,000 god rank mounts suddenly rose, and their combat strength became extremely formidable. God King Limitless was stunned. Yi Xian attacked without hesitation, and he didn't even give him a chance to speak. Isn't this a little too ferocious? Is he looking for trouble with Yi Xian, or is Yi Xian looking for trouble with him? Swoosh! A burst of light suddenly erupted from the God Slayer, and God King Limitless didn't dare delay at all. He directly jumped off his mount and dodged far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly jumped up and looked down from above as he charged towards the devouring beast. Midway, he casually received the god-slaying sword and abruptly slashed. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing the devourer. You've obtained 2 devour points. Ha! Devour points obtained. Yi Xian smiled. However, God King Limitless and the others were all stunned. Could it be that this guy made such a grand spectacle just to kill the Limitless Divine King's mount? Youth, brat, who are you? With Yi Xian's sudden move, Limitless God King no longer had the same imposing manner as before. At this moment, he was already incomparably flustered. He had never seen such an opponent before. At this time, Yi Xian seemed to have noticed these people. He casually turned his head, looked at Divine King Limitless, and said indifferently, "You're right. Are you the bandit who took over the mountain? Then, you can die now." Kill. Under the leadership of the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Wei Zhentian, the god-ranked mounts charged forward once more. In fact, Yi Xian had always noticed a problem. The cultivations of Divine King Limitless and the others were extremely strange. That bandit Yi Xian encountered at the beginning was like that. Even though he possessed a cultivation at the mid-level domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, his actual combat strength was even inferior to an ordinary low-level domain Enlightened Spirit God. Now, these people were the same. Even though Divine King Limitless possessed a cultivation at the high-level domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, his actual combat strength was probably only at the mid-level domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. These people's cultivations were extremely strange. To be more precise, their cultivations were empty, yet they didn't possess a corresponding strength. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Xian had guessed. The combat strengths of these people weren't worth mentioning at all, and they were completely defeated as soon as the battle began. In just a short moment, the Thousand Beasts sword servants had annihilated all the bandits besides Divine King Limitless with their mounts. You're Divine King Limitless? How laughable. A mere bandit who took over the mountain actually dares to call himself a king. Yi Xian gazed at Divine King Limitless who sat weakly on the ground as he spoke indifferently. Who are you? What do you want? Divine King Limitless gazed at Yi Xian with terror. In a short period of time, the forces he'd established by himself had actually been completely annihilated. Don't kill me, don't kill me. So long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you a secret, a shocking secret about the Valley of Beasts. Divine King Limitless had an astounded expression as he pleaded with Yi Xian. A secret? What sort of secret do you have that's worthy of my attention? Yi Xian held the God Slayer in hand as he walked step by step towards Divine King Limitless. However, Yi Xian didn't really care about the secret Divine King Limitless spoke of. No, I'm telling the truth. The Valley of Beasts hides a huge secret, a secret that only I know about. So long as you don't kill me, then I'll tell you what that secret is. Alright, tell me right now. If I think your secret is valuable, then I can consider sparing your life. Yi Xian wanted to see what this guy had to say. Divine King Limitless understood that he wasn't negotiating with Yi Xian on an equal footing. Therefore, since Yi Xian had given him a chance, he could only cherish it. Alright, I'll tell you. Thousands of years ago, I drifted here and hid all day long. In order to avoid the pursuit of my enemies, I ventured deep into various secret realms in the Valley of Beasts. Coincidentally, I discovered a special secret realm. Over there, you can obtain unimaginable benefits. There are countless towers over there, and as long as you can pass through each tower, you can obtain rewards. Those rewards may be divine pellets that can directly increase your realm, or they may be peerless treasures, or even powerful battle tools. That place is the legendary Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Yes, it's the Myriad Beasts Pavilion, an existence that was once more powerful than Mo Shang Pavilion. It's a superpower that has long since perished. I know where it is. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there. The more Divine King Limitless spoke, the more excited he became. Yi Xian could see that he wasn't lying. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. Whether or not this Divine King Limitless was killed wouldn't affect Yi Xian much. If this Myriad Beasts Pavilion really existed, then exchanging Divine King Limitless life for information about the Myriad Beasts Pavilion was also a good deal for Yi Xian. I'm very interested in your information. Congratulations, you don't have to die. Hand over your quintessence fragment and take me to the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Although Yi Xian spared Divine King Limitless life, it wasn't the same as giving him freedom. Divine King Limitless frowned slightly at first, but then he obediently handed over his quintessence fragment. He knew that if he wanted to live, he had to do as Yi Xian said. Alright, lead the way, take me to the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Don't worry, I said I would spare your life, so I won't regret killing you. Besides, your quintessence fragment is in my hands, there's no need for me to kill you. Yi Xian said indifferently. Of course, The limitless divine king understood this, so he didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly led Yi Xian forward. Chapter 22:11. In ancient times, there was a sect called the Myriad Beast Pavilion. Although this sect was also famous for controlling beasts, it was not as incompetent as the Myriad Beast Pavilion that Yi Xian encountered. In fact, there were many sects with the same name as the Myriad Beast Pavilion, but their abilities were not even 1,000th of the original Myriad Beast Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, if someone mentioned the Myriad Beast Pavilion, people would think of many things. However, when the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion was mentioned, people could only think of one thing. However, no one would have thought that the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion was actually hidden in the Myriad Beast Valley. However, when one thought about it, they realized that it was only natural. The Myriad Beast Valley had an endless number of divine beasts that could not be killed. In that case, if there was no other reason, it would be impossible for there to be so many divine beasts. Under the guidance of Supreme Being Limitless, Yi Xian shuttled through one secret realm after another. These secret realms were very special. It was obvious that someone had deliberately created them. Master, please be careful. There will be 13 forks in front, and each one will be guarded by a powerful divine beast. You must not alarm them. Otherwise, we will not be able to defeat them. Supreme Being Limitless had been carefully reminding Yi Xian of some things to pay attention to along the way. Obviously, this was not his first time here. With Supreme Being Limitless leading the way, Yi Xian was not in danger. Soon, they arrived at a special space. Is this the ancient Myriad Beast Pavilion that you were talking about? Yi Xian looked ahead and asked Supreme Being Limitless. At this moment, if Yi Xian did not already know where he was going, he would not have believed that everything in front of him was real. In front of Yi Xian was a vast plain. There was not the slightest rise or fall, and on this plain stood countless tall towers. These towers were the trial towers of the Myriad Beast Pavilion that Supreme Being Limitless had mentioned. Yi Xian had already encountered many trial towers. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that the Pagoda of Trials seemed to be a special way for the God Realm to select disciples, or perhaps it was a way to give out special rewards. Yes, Master, this is the place. However, Master must be careful. Although it seems that there is no danger here on the surface, the higher the tower, the more different the test. Among them, the higher the tower, the more life-threatening the tower will be tested. Among them, the higher the tower, the higher the level of danger. Back then, I only chose the Tower of Trials below the 9th floor. Yi Xian nodded, but he didn't pay any attention to God King Limitless. Instead, he asked him to wait here. As for Yi Xian, he walked forward. These towers seemed to be distributed in a circular pattern. The further one walked in, the higher the tower was. Starting from the lowest tower, which only had one floor, the further in they went, the higher the tower became. Since this is my first time here, I'll choose a slightly less difficult one and test its power. Yi Xian said faintly. At the same time, he had already walked into a tower of trials that was 19 floors high. When Yi Xian stepped into the tower, a strong aura instantly engulfed his entire body. It was as if the aura wanted to see through Yi Xian. At the same time, a voice rang out. Detection and analysis complete. Target has no records. Backup file. Trial allowed. What? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. This voice was actually similar to the system's notification. How could Yi Xian not be shocked? System, what is this? Yi Xian asked the system subconsciously. Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to detect. Ding. System notification. Automatically unlocking the ancient God Emperor's inheritance. Ding. System notification. Collecting data. Collecting complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission of reactivating the sect system. The host has broken through this trial. The initial activation of the sect system will occur. Initial activation. What did this mean? Also, why did this mission feel so special? Ding. System notification. Attention to the host. The sect system has automatically been updated to the God-level sect system. The host needs to collect all kinds of sect fragments and continuously improve the God-level sect system. The current goal is to obtain a beast fragment. The more Yi Xian listened, the more confused he became. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian was very clear about. This time, if he wanted to reactivate the sect system, it would not be that simple. Of course, another explanation for this difficulty was that once Yi Xian fully activated the sect system, he would become extremely powerful. Beast fragment. Although the system did not make it too obvious, Yi Xian already understood. This was to let Yi Xian pass all the tests of the ancient beast pavilion and strengthen his way of taming beasts in the sect system. Of course, Yi Xian did not have any doubts about this. Whether it was to reactivate the sect system or to obtain rewards through the trials, Yi Xian had to complete one trial after another. A 19-story tower of trials. To Yi Xian, this was nothing. In a short while, he passed. The reward was nothing more than a very ordinary elixir in Yi Xian's eyes. However, Yi Xian understood the general mechanism of the Tower of Trials through him. This trial of the ancient beast pavilion was also automatically adjusted according to the level of the person who entered. Every story was guarded by a divine beast. Killing the divine beast would allow one to advance to the next level. Since he knew the general mechanism, Yi Xian naturally would not waste his time on these ordinary towers. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the core of the tower, the core of the entire trial tower formation. There were a total of 6 towers here that looked like plum blossoms. At the core was a super tower with 9,999 stories. The seats around it were all special towers with 8,999 stories. Was this the place where the core trial of the ancient beast pavilion would take place? In that case, let's start with these 5 towers. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly pushed open the door of one of the towers and walked in. However, as soon as Yi Xian walked in, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Or rather, he had been careless. Although Yi Xian had experimented with a tower outside, in reality, the trial was not as simple as Yi Xian thought. Finally, someone has come to the trial. It's been millions of years. I've been lonely for millions of years. Finally, someone has come. Little guy, congratulations on making it here. Since you're here, you should know that you can only leave this place alive if you reach the highest point. I wish you good luck. I hope you won't be like those people before you and run out of Godhead halfway. This sentence made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat. Chapter 22:12. One had to know that divine spark depletion was different from dying in battle. Godhood depletion referred to the natural exhaustion of one's life force and divine power. Then, how long had those people been here? Are you the guardian of this training pavilion? Yi Xian asked loudly. Unfortunately, the voice didn't care about Yi Xian's intentions. Instead, it muttered to itself, "Little guy, choose your time ratio. Little guy, choose your time ratio. The lowest is 1 to 100, the highest is 1 to 100,000. The higher the time ratio, the more difficult it will be." What? Choose your own time ratio. In this training pagoda, you can choose your own time ratio. Yi Xian was shocked. One had to know that every time he entered a mystic realm, even if his time flow was different from that of the main world, at least his time flow was fixed from the start. So what was the situation in this training pagoda that Yi Xian could choose his own time ratio? What was this? How powerful did one have to be able to choose their own time ratio? For a moment, Yi Xian was stunned. Being able to choose one's own time ratio shocked Yi Xian immensely. Then, what kind of time ratio would Yi Xian choose the most suitable? One had to know that if he chose a time ratio that was relatively large, then Yi Xian might have stayed here for tens of thousands of years, but only a year had passed in the outside world. If that was the case, it was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian still had a lot of things to do. He didn't want to waste too much time here. However, if he chose a time ratio that was too large, then Yi Xian would face a lot more difficulties. The difficulty of the trial would naturally be much higher. How should he choose? It could be said that Yi Xian had to choose the most suitable ratio. Tower of Trials. I want to know if the divine beasts I've encountered in this trial are real, and if I can only receive the rewards at the end. Interesting. Little guy, you are the first to ask me such a question. I can tell you that all the trials here are fictional, but your reward will be given out once every 9 levels. Alright, in that case, I'll choose the time ratio, 1 to 10,000. Yi Xian suddenly said, causing the Tower of Trials, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to be slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Yi Xian would immediately make a choice after asking if the challenge was real or not and when the reward would be given out. There didn't seem to be anything inevitable between the two. Of course, the Tower of Trials wouldn't ask too many questions. A mythical beast. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a little regretful. It could be said that if the mythological beasts here were real, then Yi Xian would definitely be able to level up continuously. However, if they were fake images, then it would be more difficult for Yi Xian to level up. However, Yi Xian also understood in his heart that the Tower of Trials was probably designed to target ordinary disciples thousands of years ago. Presumably, even if it was incomparably difficult, it would not be filled with boundless killing intent. In that case, using a fake image of a mythical beast would be the best choice. Choose your initial boost. You can now choose a transcendent artifact or choose the boost of your cultivation level. Yi Xian was once again stunned. He had not expected the Tower of Trials to have such a mechanism. Choose a boost. In other words, as long as Yi Xian reached a certain standard, then he would be able to obtain a special boost in battle strength in the Tower of Trials. This kind of trial was simply unheard of. Of course, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. Treasure. Yi Xian didn't lack treasures, but as for a realm boost, Yi Xian wasn't willing to choose. Can I keep the boost from the Tower of Trials for use in the future? Little guy, you are getting more and more interesting. You are the first to ask me for this. Of course, you can choose to keep it for use in the future. Through the boost, you can use it at any time. Of course, only when you are in the Tower of Trials. Yi Xian nodded. Since this was the case, then it was easy to handle. After understanding everything, Yi Xian did not hesitate and walked straight ahead. On the first level, Yi Xian encountered a mythical beast with a cow's head. This mythical beast had great strength, but its realm was the same as Yi Xian's. The initial level was the same as Yi Xian's. In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see what the next challenge would be like. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that as he passed all 99 levels in one go, all the monsters were of the same realm as him. It was just that the types of monsters were constantly changing. And when he killed the mythical beast on the 99th level, a beam of light descended, delivering Yi Xian's first reward. At the same time, he received another boost. Oh, this is the frost flying snow. Yi Xian opened the reward box and was stunned when he saw what was inside. The frost flying snow was not a high-grade or special resource, but it was extremely rare. The frost flying snow's effect was that it could instantly change the current environment when it was used. It could be said to be equivalent to a cold winter space for a short period of time. This item did not have any practical use, but it was extremely difficult to obtain because this item could not be refined. It could only be obtained through luck. Yi Xian did not expect that his first reward would be such a special item. However, Yi Xian did not know that his surprise had only just begun. In the following challenges, Yi Xian would receive a boost every 99 levels. At the same time, he would also receive a treasure as a reward. And these rewards were all special resources without exception. Especially when Yi Xian passed the 99th level, the item he received was a legendary item. Ding! System notification, specified item, Secret Zone Stone. With this item, the host can create a secret zone on his own. There is no time or place limit. Yes, the reward for the 99th level was such an item. Many experts were able to create a secret realm, but they relied on their powerful abilities. However, Yi Xian's Secret Zone Stone could create a secret zone just by crushing it. There was no need to explain which one was more powerful. They were all special items. The challenge rewards here were all special items. The Ancient Beast Pavilion was so powerful. How many resources did they have? How could they be so rich that they could get whatever they wanted? They could even use so many special items as a reward for clearing a level. One had to know that there were countless towers like this, even though Yi Xian was currently in one of the 6 core towers. How terrifying was the Ancient Beast Pavilion? How strong were they exactly? However, Yi Xian also realized that there were only special resources here. Chapter 22:13. As for the rest, there was nothing else. Yi Xian had already accumulated 12 activations, but Yi Xian still had not chosen to use them. Yi Xian was secretly rejoicing that he had not used any of his abilities. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult for him to pass the trial tower. Yi Xian had a feeling that the augmentation of the trial tower was a trap. Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that if he chose to use the augmentation, the difficulty of the challenge would increase. However, the augmentation granted to the trial taker did not belong to him, so he would not be able to use his full strength. This meant that many trial takers, even if they had the ability to pass, would not be able to pass if they used the augmentation. It was a huge trap, but it was also a fatal test. What augmentation was this? It was a hidden test. Fortunately, Yi Xian had not used it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As the challenge progressed, the divine beasts that Yi Xian faced continued to become stronger. At this moment, the bull-headed divine beast that Yi Xian had encountered on the first level appeared in front of him once again. It's this bull-headed divine beast again. What special ability did you obtain this time? Yi Xian said calmly as he looked at the bull-headed divine beast. In any case, Yi Xian had seen this bull-headed divine beast countless times. At the beginning, it had only relied on brute strength. As its speed increased and it gained some special abilities, the bull-headed divine beast's strength continued to increase. In this challenge of the Ancient Beast Pavilion, his opponents were getting stronger time and time again. However, Yi Xian's strength did not change at all. This was because Yi Xian could not use the augmentation abilities. Roar! Suddenly, the ox-headed divine beast let out a loud roar as a powerful sound wave swept towards Yi Xian. This move again. Is this the ability you obtained the 3rd time you appeared? It's a pity that it is useless against me. Yi Xian's body tensed up as his divine consciousness quickly sealed off his hearing. Although the sound wave was powerful, it did not affect him at all. Rumble. Like a landslide, the entire ground shattered rapidly, and streams of scorching magma gushed out. Yi Xian looked like he was dancing. He danced freely on the rocks, completely ignoring the scene in front of him. This was because this move was something that Yi Xian had experienced before. Suddenly, a dozen lava ox-headed mythical beasts formed around Yi Xian and charged at Yi Xian. The ability I obtained this time is to control lava. Unfortunately, it's useless, Yi Xian said indifferently. The god-slaying sword in his hands suddenly moved. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying sword slaughtered those lava bull-headed divine beasts at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! Every time the sword slashed down, a mythical lava beast would be killed. However, Yi Xian did not seem to be affected at all. He stood there steadily, only occasionally dodging. The challenge continued. Although Yi Xian only faced a few mythical beasts, their abilities were strengthened time and time again. The further they went, the more difficult it was for them. The flow of time was 1 to 10,000, so Yi Xian did not have to worry too much about wasting time. In fact, Yi Xian did not use too much time. Of course, it was not too long, but it was not over. I've been grinding with this guy for 3 years. Am I going to keep wasting time like this? At this time, Yi Xian had already reached the 5,732nd floor. However, he encountered a thorny problem here. Back then, the lightning rat had a special ability that allowed it to set up something like a teleportation array in advance. When needed, it could activate it and then evade. Now, the Thunder God Eagle that Yi Xian was facing had obtained an ability similar to the lightning rat's special ability. It could also change its position in the air at any time. In this ancient Tower of Trials, every level would simulate an individual environment. It could be a snowy mountain, a grassland, or a plain. All kinds of landforms were completely random. If he didn't kill the target divine beast, then the illusion wouldn't disappear. Yi Xian had tried before, but if he used the system to destroy the illusion, then the challenge would only start again. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't do such a thing a long time ago. Yi Xian had already spent a full 1,000 years in this trial. Of course, the 1,000 years in here were not that long in the outside world. After all, Yi Xian had chosen a time ratio of 1 to 10,000. Deity vanquishing slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian brandished the god-slaughtering sword. A powerful sword light shot towards the Thunder God Hawk at an incomparably fast speed. Unfortunately, even Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence. Indeed, the Thunder God Eagle's figure flashed and disappeared again. If Yi Xian had been in an environment with high mountains, perhaps it would have been better. However, Yi Xian was now in a plain environment. The sword light disappeared, and the deity vanquishing slash missed again. D*Amenit, I can't let this go on. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be trapped here. Yi Xian thought to himself. In fact, he had already used all the methods he could think of. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form would be refreshed every day. However, no matter what form the Dharma treasure took, Yi Xian could not do anything to the Thunder God Eagle. At the same time, Yi Xian had used the God Slayer, the Thousand Beast Sword Servants, the Divine Mount, and even the Summon the Heavens ability. It was useless, completely useless. The Thunder God Eagle's previous buff was its powerful senses. It could use its divine telekinesis to set up a domain-like divine telekinesis space in the entire virtual space. Before any of Yi Xian's actions could be executed, the Thunder God Eagle would already know. Then, it could teleport without any cooldown and make him disappear quickly. Rumble. It's coming again. Yi Xian's figure dodged quickly. In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, countless lightning bolts formed a purgatory. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already used to this attack method. This was the lightning attack method that the Thunder God Eagle had when it first appeared. Although it had been strengthened many times, its attack method had not changed much. Therefore, Yi Xian was able to dodge. This can't go on. What should I do? System, do you have any good ideas? After entering the ancient Tower of Trials, Yi Xian had not called for the system for a long time. However, this time, he could only ask for the system's help. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. The host currently has two options. First, use special materials to strengthen the host's body. This will allow the host to have faster reflexes and stronger divine telekinesis. Ding! Second option, the host can use special materials to set up special restrictions to trap the target. Chapter 22:14. In fact, Yi Xian had asked the system before, but the answer he received was not what Yi Xian wanted. One had to know that if the special materials that Yi Xian had obtained could be brought out and strengthened with devour points, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain countless benefits. If he directly used them to strengthen his body, then it would be a waste. If the method of using devouring points to deal with the special materials was considered to be 100, then the method of using the special materials to strengthen his body would only be worth 1. In other words, he would waste 90% of the materials. Yi Xian was not willing to waste, let alone waste 99% of the materials. As for the bait, Yi Xian could not accept it. Using up a lot of special materials to bait the Thunder God Eagle was a stupid method of waiting for the rabbit. It was not a method that Yi Xian liked. What should he do? Could it be that there was no other choice now? Could it be that he could only waste the materials? Yi Xian gritted his teeth. If it was a waste, then so be it. After all, the abilities would still belong to him after the strengthening. System, use the best strengthening method. I want to use the special materials to strengthen myself. Special materials were the only reward in the ancient Tower of Trials. But now, he had no choice but to use them. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. Please select a strengthening method. Available choices: strengthen divine sense, breakthrough bloodline, strengthen reflexes, strengthen divine power control. Breakthrough bloodline. Indeed, Yi Xian really wanted to break through bloodline. However, if he used specific materials to break through, then he only needed a few of them. But if Yi Xian chose to break through now, he would use up almost all of his special materials. Of course, the other choices were not much better. These special materials could not be said to give Yi Xian what he wanted. In the end, Yi Xian could only use the wasteful method to achieve his goal. Fortunately, since Yi Xian had already decided to waste, he did not mind wasting a little more. System, I want to break through bloodline. At the same time, use the remaining special materials to strengthen divine sense. Yi Xian was prepared to waste everything in one go. Ding! System notification, material combination complete. Ding! System notification, host's bloodline breakthrough. Ding! System notification, demigod war god bloodline, demigod sword god bloodline fusion. Ding! System notification, the host has used a special material to forcefully fuse with the bloodline, causing the bloodline to mutate. Ding! System notification, mutation is continuing. Ding! System notification, mutation complete. All of the host's special resources have been devoured by the new bloodline. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a unique bloodline, divine bloodline, eternal bloodline. Eternal bloodline. What kind of bloodline was this? Most importantly, Yi Xian had originally planned to say that it was a special material used to strengthen his spiritual force, but it had been completely devoured by the eternal bloodline. In that case, what was so special about this eternal bloodline? Yi Xian began to check his special bloodline. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but the moment he saw it, he was shocked. It could be said that when he saw the description of the eternal bloodline, Yi Xian fell into ecstasy. Eternal bloodline, the only unique bloodline that is unique to the host. Special Attribute 1, All-Rounder. Gods at the level of Lord God and above could master one or two special natural laws, such as time, space, life, and so on. However, even the most talented Lord Gods could only master two laws at most. However, with the eternal bloodline, the host could master all powers of laws as long as the host was willing and met the prerequisites. Master all powers of laws. This eternal bloodline was really too powerful. Yi Xian looked at the first attribute and was stunned. Just what kind of growth space did this eternal bloodline give Yi Xian? It was simply unimaginable to Yi Xian himself. Of course, the eternal bloodline was still a super big bottle for now. As for what kind of water was in it, only Yi Xian could choose in the future. Special Attribute 2, Force Devouring. This attribute allows the host to directly devour any power of laws, regardless of whether it comes from an enemy or a natural law. As long as the host meets the prerequisites, the host can directly devour it. Special Attribute 3, Eternal Body. The eternal bloodline gives the host the right to eternal life. As long as the host's body is not completely destroyed, even if the godhead is broken, the host can self-repair. As long as a single cell exists, the host can self-revive. Of course, the revival time will be extremely long. At the same time, the host's recovery ability is stronger. The second attribute could be considered a complement to the first attribute, but the third attribute gave Yi Xian an immortal body. As long as a single cell existed, the host could be revived. Moreover, even if the godhead was broken, the host would not die. Not only would the host not die, the godhead would self-repair. Who had ever heard of such an ability? Powerful and invincible. As expected of Yi Xian's unique bloodline, he probably wouldn't be able to find a second one with such a powerful bloodline. However, was this all? Was this the full extent of the eternal bloodline? No, this was just the beginning. Skill 1, Eternal Domain. The host can construct his own special domain. In the eternal domain, all the host's attributes, including level, will be directly increased by 100 times. To construct a special domain, the host needs to use special eternal points. Moreover, every activation will also consume eternal points. Cooldown time, 1000 years. Skill 2, Eternal Reward. The host can reward any person, beast, demon, etc. according to his wishes. Targets not directly related to the host will be randomly rewarded. The reward will be randomly determined according to the host's eternal points. Skill 3, the host's current realm is insufficient, so it will not be activated for the time being. Skill 4, the host's current realm is insufficient, so it will not be activated for the time being. Skills up to 10. F***CK, isn't this a little too much? Yi Xian looked at his new bloodline and was dumbfounded. Even he could not help but feel that it was a little too much. Of the 10 skill slots, only 2 had been unlocked, and Yi Xian was already stunned. Then, how powerful would the other 8 skills be? However, Yi Xian still did not know what eternal points were. After all, there was no introduction to it yet. However, according to Yi Xian's experience, it was probably something like the killing intent from before. It could also be something like devour points. Although Yi Xian knew that the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline could be upgraded to the unparalleled Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline, this eternal bloodline was obviously stronger. Moreover, the Sword God bloodline's Sword Servant and Battle God bloodline's Battle God mount skills were retained. This eternal bloodline was a special God-level bloodline that extended from the mutation of the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline. Simply put, Yi Xian now had 3 bloodlines in his body. They were the demigod-level Battle God bloodline, the Sword God bloodline, and the God-level Eternal bloodline. However, just as Yi Xian was about to get excited, he was interrupted. Boom! A huge bolt of divine lightning fell from the sky. The thunderous god eagle did not care about what Yi Xian was thinking. While Yi Xian was in a daze, the thunderous god eagle undoubtedly had the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Damn it! Yi Xian rolled on the ground in a sorry state and tried to dodge. Chapter 22:15. It hurts. Even though Yi Xian had dodged most of the attacks, the remaining power of the divine lightning was enough to make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Damned bastard, just you wait. Yi Xian casually swung his sword at the thunder god eagle. Unfortunately, he still missed. In fact, after Yi Xian had gotten over his excitement, he suddenly realized a very real problem. Even though he had forcefully fused with his bloodline and upgraded his demigod bloodline to god-grade bloodline, he had obtained a unique bloodline. However, it seemed like he had no way of dealing with this damned thunder god eagle. He had already used all his special materials to upgrade his bloodline, mainly because Yi Xian had no way of dealing with the thunder god eagle. This was awkward. It couldn't be that after upgrading his bloodline, Yi Xian still couldn't do anything to the thunder god eagle, right? What should he do? Yi Xian frowned. As he dodged the thunder god eagle's attacks, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. Why did he have to fight the thunder god eagle head-on? The rules of the ancient 10,000 Beast Pavilion did not state that the trial taker had to be killed. In other words, the thunderous divine eagle also had a weakness. The most obvious and common one was that it needed to land to rest. It couldn't keep circling in the air. In fact, the thunder god eagle had landed more than a dozen times in the past 3 years. However, every time the thunder god eagle landed, Yi Xian was extremely tired. Therefore, when the thunder god eagle didn't attack, Yi Xian took the opportunity to rest. However, Yi Xian realized that there was no need for him to waste his energy on the thunder god eagle. As long as it landed, his chance would come. Yi Xian smirked. He decisively stopped attacking and dodged the attacks. Sure enough, just as Yi Xian had thought, the thunder god eagle was going to land on the ground as well. This time, when the thunder god eagle landed on the ground, Yi Xian quickly made his move. Deity Vanquishing Slash. Just as the thunder god eagle landed, Yi Xian decisively attacked. Boom! A frenzied attack followed. The thunderous god eagle did not expect Yi Xian to launch a sneak attack this time. It had landed on the ground more than a dozen times, but Yi Xian had never made a move before. But this time, Yi Xian had made a move. The sudden attack left the thunderous god eagle unable to react in time. With a loud bang, the thunder god eagle was sent flying. With this attack, how could Yi Xian waste this opportunity? He immediately pounced forward. In fact, Yi Xian didn't like the divine beasts in the trial, because these virtual images clearly possessed powerful strength. However, they didn't have physical bodies. In other words, even if Yi Xian killed them, he couldn't devour their corpses. Although there were rewards for every trial, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation level. Of course, the rewards for this kind of trial were usually very rich, so Yi Xian didn't need to care about the level. The following challenges were considered smooth sailing. Although Yi Xian's opponents had more and more mystiques, Yi Xian resisted the temptation to level up, so his opponents' cultivation levels wouldn't increase correspondingly. Moreover, these were divine beasts. Even if they had more mystiques, they would still be restrained by the Godslayer. For example, when Yi Xian was on the 7,000th level, he had been entangled with a divine beast with an almost invincible defense for a full 50 years. 50 years of boring battles was simply unimaginable. However, that battle had lasted for such a long time. This was because Yi Xian's opponent had actually obtained a domain-like mystique. It was so strong that Yi Xian felt despair. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to use the level buff. Instead, he just continued to contend with that guy. However, in the end, Wei Xintian controlled the god-slaying sword and used the deity vanquishing slash to kill the divine beast in one hit. Then, he killed the divine beast in one hit. It could be said that this was a very lucky victory, but it was also a victory that was inevitable. Finally, he had finally reached the 8,999th level. The final level was the final test before Yi Xian. One had to know that Yi Xian had been here for a full 9,800 years. Even in the outside world, that was close to a year. Close to 10,000 years of battle had created Yi Xian's extremely fast reaction speed and rich battle experience for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's level hadn't increased, if Yi Xian was compared to when he first entered, he would have improved by more than 10 times. The simplest example was his use of the deicide slash. Yi Xian could only use one slash at a time, but now, Yi Xian could use 7 slashes at the same time. Don't underestimate this small change. This small change allowed Yi Xian to have the battle strength to kill opponents above his level without the help of the system. It could be said that without long-term battle experience, this wouldn't have been possible. Of course, Yi Xian's level still hadn't increased at all. He was only constantly refining his will to fight, refining his fighting instincts. However, Yi Xian hadn't expected that this would be a bloody battle. After all, this was the final level, so it was bound to be the strongest level. However, when Yi Xian entered, he realized that this was the time to receive the reward. Congratulations, little guy. You have successfully passed the first test. Everything here is your reward. That voice appeared. Yi Xian understood that this voice was equivalent to a guardian deity that controlled everything here. Following that voice, a bookshelf appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, there were thousands of treasure boxes on it. Yi Xian naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately absorbed all of them into his engulfing space. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the initial stage of the sect system. The sect system has been reactivated and automatically upgraded to a god-grade sect system. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He had been fighting for so long just for this moment. Of course, any other person would have broken down after thousands of years of continuous fighting. However, he was Yi Xian. He was the invincible Yi Xian. How could he break down because of a mere trial? Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer as he walked out of the trial tower. Returning to the outside world made Yi Xian feel as if a lifetime had passed. Fortunately, the generous rewards made Yi Xian's trip worthwhile. Yi Xian didn't choose to continue challenging the other 5 core towers. Yi Xian had already wasted an entire year here. He didn't want to waste any more time. After all, the ancient sword intent was still waiting for Yi Xian to slay it. Chapter 22:16. Once the ancient sword intent really broke through the seal, a catastrophe would be unavoidable. This was not the result Yi Xian wanted, so Yi Xian chose to leave this place. Since the ruins of the ancient Myriad Beasts Pavilion had always been here, and besides Divine King Limitless, no one knew that such a shocking secret was hidden in the Myriad Beasts Valley, Yi Xian did not have to worry about anyone discovering this place. Of course, even if someone discovered this place, no one would be able to pass the test of the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. However, before Yi Xian left, he did not forget to set up layers of restrictions to seal off this place. This was a place that Yi Xian would return to in the future. This place was equivalent to Yi Xian's private property. Naturally, Yi Xian did not have to worry about leaving. In the beginning, Yi Xian had set 3 targets. Now, Yi Xian had only reached the first Myriad Beasts Valley, but the rewards he had obtained had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. However, it was still not enough to fight against the ancient sword intent. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking of leaving this place and going to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although Yi Xian understood in his heart that it might be better to just train here, Yi Xian discovered that only by finding ancient ruins and obtaining special inheritances would he be able to become even stronger. At this moment, Yi Xian had a terrifying thought in his heart. Although it had not been confirmed, Yi Xian felt that it was very possible. That was, the enemies and even the allies he was facing now were not the strongest. This was because Yi Xian saw a possibility in his continuous improvement. That was, if he obtained an ancient inheritance, his strength would increase greatly in the same realm. For example, Yi Xian's current strength was clearly only at the realm of a lower level 8 true god, but he was confident that he could instantly kill a mid-level spiritual god, or even a high-level spiritual god. The fundamental reason was that he had obtained an ancient inheritance. In other words, if Yi Xian could obtain it, then why couldn't others? These super experts who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient times were probably not as simple as they seemed. After all, the 100 Realms of Mo was a very, very small place. Compared to the entire God realm, it was so small that it was not even worth mentioning. In that case, who could guarantee that in other places, there were no experts who had obtained inheritances from the ancient times, or even true experts from the ancient times? Yi Xian needed to increase his own strength. Only then would he have the ability to fight against those geniuses. He had to level up, but he wouldn't give up on the ancient secret realm either. In this Valley of Beasts, the inheritance of the Ancient One Beast Pavilion was hidden. Then, in the Valley of Medicine Masters, would there also be an inheritance waiting for Yi Xian? Yi Xian moved extremely quickly and arrived at the Valley of the Medicine Masters in no time at all. Compared to the Valley of Beasts, the Valley of the Medicine Masters was much more deserted. Although everyone knew that there were countless divine medicine resources here, very few people would choose to come here. This was because this place was too dangerous. Even Yi Xian was frowning at this moment. Yi Xian was only at the outermost layer of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, but he had already encountered a divine beast. A divine beast that had devoured countless divine medicines and grown up to be a terrifying divine beast. This was a huge red serpent with 2 pairs of wings. Furthermore, it had already cultivated its own spiritual intelligence. Human, why have you come here? This is not a place you should be. Leave this place and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. The giant red snake said to Yi Xian. Its tone was extremely indifferent. When it spoke, it did not even bother to look at Yi Xian. You want me to leave? Just by you. Yi Xian looked at the giant red snake and said. Although Yi Xian could see that the giant red snake's strength was extraordinary, it was impossible to scare Yi Xian away just like that. What an arrogant human. It looks like you have a death wish. The giant red snake suddenly stood up. Yes, it stood up. Like a cobra, its head was raised high. It was actually more than 10 meters tall. Its 2 triangular eyes shone with a dark red light. It was extremely strange. Ha, if you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with all this nonsense? Deicide slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, Yi Xian continuously swung the god-slaying sword. Several rays of sword light flew directly at the giant red snake. Yi Xian's training in the ancient beast pavilion was not just for show. At this time, his battle strength had increased by several times. 5 rays of sword light flew straight at the giant red snake. Under the effects of suppression, these 5 deicide slashes had the power to deal at least 10 times the damage. However, the giant red snake suddenly spat out a faint red mist from its mouth. When this mist came into contact with the sword light, Yi Xian was shocked to find that not only was his attack rapidly weakening, but its power was also being reduced. This red mist was actually a special kind of poisonous mist, one that could weaken divine power. Human, this is not a place where you should be. Leave this place. Yi Xian frowned. He did not understand why this guy was so determined to make him leave. System, detect target strength. Ding. System notification, target is at the peak of the spiritual god realm. Peak of the spiritual god realm. It was not very strong, and Yi Xian was confident in killing it. Humph, it dared to look down on Yi Xian. Then, this giant snake was courting death. 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. Yi Xian suddenly summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. At the same time, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants used their ultimate move, the 1,000 Beast Steps. Yi Xian naturally did not hesitate and directly used the Divine Rank Mount Summon. In the blink of an eye, rays of light appeared one after another. Divine Rank Mounts appeared in front of Yi Xian. 100 Gold Rank Mounts and 32 Platinum Rank Mounts. This time, it was a huge explosion. 1,000 Beast Feast. Yi Xian knew that this giant red snake might not be so easy to deal with. Therefore, at the same time that the divine rank mounts appeared, Yi Xian also used the 1,000 Beast Feast. Kill it! Yi Xian roared loudly. With a wave of his hand, all the divine rank mounts charged over. There were many types of divine rank mounts summoned this time. There was even a divine beast, the black tortoise. One had to know that the black tortoise was only an ordinary divine beast in the divine realm. However, the one that Yi Xian had summoned was at the platinum rank. Its strength was incomparably valiant, and even Yi Xian felt that controlling this black tortoise was enough to challenge the giant red snake alone. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see how this giant red snake would deal with it. Human, it seems that you are courting death. In that case, don't let this monster attack mercilessly. Chapter 22:17. Following the giant red snake's roar, streaks of red light suddenly appeared from its body. As soon as these streaks of light appeared, they immediately transformed into giant red divine snakes. Although they were very small when they first appeared, their sizes were constantly increasing. Their numbers were even more terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. After a while, everything in front of him proved that Yi Xian's bad feeling was not wrong. Those red divine snakes actually charged directly at Yi Xian's 1,000 god-level mounts. These terrifying serpents were merely means of attack. Boom! 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 Amidst the crazy explosions, Yi Xian could not stand on the ground at all because the entire ground was trembling. However, even if he flew into the air, he was not safe because there was still energy spreading in the air. This chaotic energy made Yi Xian feel extremely uncomfortable. Yi Xian had not even participated in the battle, but he already felt so uncomfortable. One could only imagine how those god-level mounts would feel. To be more precise, when the giant red snake activated its special ability, Yi Xian's god-level mounts were already on the brink of extinction. One move, just one move, and Yi Xian's army of thousands of god-level mounts, including the 1,000 beast sword servants, was completely annihilated. How was this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not understand how such a thing could happen. Haha, human, do you understand now? The Valley of the Medicine Masters is not a place you can enter now. If you want to enter the Valley of the Medicine Masters, you must first obtain a higher title. What did it mean? What was this guy saying? As Yi Xian quickly retreated, he was also thinking about this question. What was this giant red snake trying to say? System, what is going on? At this moment, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding! System notification, collecting data. Ding! Host, please pay attention. During the ancient times, all realms of cultivation were divided into different titles. For example, the low-rank domain Enlightened Spirit God realm during the ancient times was similarly divided into the warrior, general, king, emperor, sovereign, and revered titles. Ding! Inferior spiritual gods at the soldier realm were usually ignored and were directly called inferior spiritual gods. However, an inferior general spiritual god strength was equivalent to 10 warriors. Ding! Every realm is the same. They are all divided into 6 realms. In ancient times, what the strong cultivators pursued was true strength. They would only continue to level up after unlocking all of their potential. This is completely different from the current leveling up method of the celestial realm. Ding! System notification: every time you reach a new realm, the title will be refreshed, and you will start cultivating again. Ding! System notification: host is at the spiritual god realm. Ding! Host, please take note. Before the host enters the core divine world, the host will not encounter any super strong individuals with titles in front of them. Please do not worry. Simply put, people with titles were geniuses at the same level. The series of system notifications did not comfort Yi Xian. Instead, it made Yi Xian panic even more. Perhaps it was too much to call it panic, but Yi Xian really felt that things were not that simple. What did it mean that he did not have to worry since he had not entered the core god realm? Could it be that he, Yi Xian, was going to hang around the periphery of the god realm for the rest of his life? Moreover, there were some things that Yi Xian could not do even if he did not want to do them. For example, when had Yi Xian ever thought of provoking that ancient sword intent? The first thing he wanted to do after arriving in the god realm was to find Luo Luo. However, inexplicable things happened time and time again. Whether Yi Xian was willing or not, he could only be drawn into the vortex again and again, making Yi Xian face different enemies time and time again. There were some things that Yi Xian could not do even if he did not want to do them. Sometimes, even Yi Xian could only sigh helplessly in the face of certain things. Perhaps, this was fate. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the giant red snake. System, detect the strength of that giant red snake. Ding! System notification. Target is at the peak of the spiritual god realm. Ding! System notification. The system does not announce titles by default. From now on, if the host wants to check a target's title, he will need to use one devouring point to do so. Damn you! Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He was already a little displeased because he had suddenly discovered the title. Now, the system was telling him that even detecting the title required devouring points. How could Yi Xian feel good about this? No wonder the giant red snake was so powerful. It turned out that this fellow was at the spiritual god realm like Yi Xian. Moreover, it was at the peak of the spiritual god realm. He could not beat it. Yes, Yi Xian could not beat it. This damnable Medicine King Valley. Yi Xian could not even pass the first hurdle. Why? Yi Xian really wanted to know why. Why was it that other people could enter the Medicine King Valley, but not him, Yi Xian? Ding! System notification. According to the records of the ancient divine emperor's inheritances, some special mystic realms will automatically change according to the title of the title. In other words, if the host has the title of the title, then the path that the host will enter will be different from others. So that's how it is. Yi Xian finally understood why others could enter but not him. Because Yi Xian was already much stronger than those of the same cultivation level, Yi Xian would be treated differently when he encountered special mystic realms. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood that the god realm was far from as simple as any of the realms that Yi Xian had encountered before. The god realm was even more complicated, much more complicated. In the god realm, strength was respected, and this was reflected to the extreme. Even those of the same cultivation level would be divided into 6 levels. This was the god realm. Perhaps, the god realm that Yi Xian knew now was the real god realm. What kind of existence was the ancient era? In the distant ancient times, just how powerful were those experts? Yi Xian did not have the slightest bit of confidence in his heart. Only now did he realize that perhaps he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. What he had seen was really too little. The giant red snake, Medicine King Valley. Just wait, Yi Xian will come back to challenge again sooner or later. When he comes back again, he will definitely kill the giant red snake with his own hands. It could be said that this incident made Yi Xian extremely depressed. A frog at the bottom of a well. Who would have thought that one day, Yi Xian would become such an existence? Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for discovering the title of the title of the title. Activating the God Realm title system. Ding! System notification. The host has obtained the title of God Realm Explorer. Ding! The title of God Realm Explorer will increase the host's chances of discovering God Realm secrets. Ding! System notification. The host has obtained the title of Ancient Apostle. Ding! The title of Ancient Apostle will increase the host's chances of discovering ancient mystic realms. At the same time, he had obtained 2 titles. Chapter 22:18. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to it because he was still vexed. It had been a long time since he entered the God Realm, and Yi Xian had experienced many battles and adventures. However, only now did he realize that the divine realm he knew was limited. Only now did he truly understand that it was not that simple to explore the divine realm. Yi Xian had 2 tasks that he had to complete. The first was to find Luo Luo. The second was to rebuild faith. Yi Xian finally understood why there was a task to rebuild faith. The current God Realm was much, much weaker than the ancient God Realm, and all of this fell on Yi Xian's shoulders. There were many unknowns waiting for Yi Xian in the future. This wasn't something Yi Xian could imagine. Yi Xian's figure moved and returned to the Valley of Beasts. Slaughter, frenzied slaughter. It was as if only endless slaughter could calm Yi Xian's heart slightly. There were some things that he would find out sooner or later, but when he found out, Yi Xian still felt so powerless and so unbearable. On this day, Yi Xian was still slaughtering the divine beasts in the Valley of Beasts. Countless divine beasts' corpses were devoured, and Yi Xian's realm had already been notified several times. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-tier 5th grade spiritual god. Did he break through again? However, Yi Xian didn't feel any joy from breaking through because the title was like a huge stone pressing down on his heart. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared beside Yi Xian. Then, Fei Yan appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Girl, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" For some reason, Yi Xian calmed down slightly when he saw Fei Yan. "Sir, the 5th Hall Master asked me to inform you that the ancient sword intent has been acting strangely recently. If possible, please go back and take a look." "Alright, I understand." Yi Xian nodded. Who would have thought that the ancient sword would want to make a new move so quickly? "Senro, come here." Limitless God King was always by Yi Xian's side, but he had no use for Yi Xian. Limitless Divine King did not know what Yi Xian wanted to do, but he immediately went to Yi Xian's side. During this period of time, he had also noticed. Yi Xian was actually not a bad person. In fact, he was quite approachable. "Here's your quintessence fragment," Yang Qi said. "You're free now. Focus on your cultivation. The God world isn't as easy as you think. Without strength, even if I don't kill you, you'll die sooner or later." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly threw out Sun Luo's godhead fragment and then fled with flying smoke. Glancing at the godhood shard in his hand, Sendra thought back to what Yi Xian had just said, and suddenly stood there in a daze. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't care less about what would happen to him in the future. Yi Xian and flying smoke speed was extremely fast. After all, the matter of the ancient sword intent had always been weighing on Yi Xian's mind. Soon, Yi Xian returned to demonized Fishmen Island. Fortunately, the ancient sword intent had not shown any unusual changes. When Yi Xian returned to demonized Fishmen Island, everyone was shocked by Yi Xian's leveling speed. How was this possible? Yi Xian had only left for less than 2 years. 2 years. In the god world, it was not worth mentioning at all. However, in less than 2 years, Yi Xian had actually advanced to a mid-tier 5th-tier spiritual god. What a terrifying leveling speed. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in a new light. What was a genius? This was a true genius. Subconsciously, everyone was more respectful to Yi Xian. The 5th Palace Master was even more excited. Yi Xian was his disciple, and Yi Xian's achievements were the basis of his pride. What's going on? What happened? As soon as Yi Xian returned, he did not delay and directly asked everyone. Grandmaster Yi, after you left, everything was normal here. However, half a year ago, a mysterious force kept trying to help the ancient sword intent break the seal. Moreover, these people were extremely powerful. We couldn't do anything to them at all. We didn't even know who they were. A month ago, an invincible restriction that you set up was actually broken by those people. Although we tried our best to stop them, those people from the mysterious force still managed to enter the ancient sword intent side. These guys kept breaking the ancient sword intent seal, so we could only ask you to come back in advance. Everyone spoke one after another, and I told Yi Xian what had happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In fact, halfway through the story, Yi Xian had already guessed who was behind it. Yi Xian turned around and asked the 5th Palace Master, Master, has Immerse Shanggu made any moves during this time? Yi Xian's question caused everyone to be at a loss. Only the elder from the 3rd hall's body abruptly stiffened. Well, I'm not sure either. I find it strange too. Why didn't the sect send any reinforcements? Look, I've brought all of your senior brothers and sisters here. Our 5th hall has almost become a power that drifts outside of the Mo Shang Pavilion. The 5th Palace Master chuckled. Although Yi Xian was his disciple, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded and then said something that shocked everyone. In that case, Master, you should leave Mo Shanggu. If I'm not wrong, this time, Mo Shanggu is the culprit. Don't you think so, Uncle Master? Yi Xian's last sentence was, of course, directed at the 3rd Palace Elder. Yi Xian, what are you saying? Are you trying to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? How dare you doubt your own sect? The 3rd Palace Elder said in exasperation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about him at all. Instead, he attacked directly. Yes, in front of so many people, Yi Xian attacked without hesitation. Deity Slaying Slash. Wei Jintian, Magic Treasure Form. 5 rays of sword light flew towards the 3rd Palace Elder. At the same time, Yi Xian separated Wei Jintian from the deicide sword. Spear of Destruction, throwing magic treasure. Powerful attack. Useless. Berserk Godly Bow, automatically locking onto the enemy and killing them forever. Yes, this is not bad. Yi Xian grabbed the Berserk Godly Bow that Wei Jintian had transformed into and knocked an arrow. As soon as he attacked, he fired 9 consecutive arrows. 9 divine arrows of light locked onto the 3rd Palace Elder and shot out. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would suddenly attack, including the elders of the 3rd hall. After all, in his eyes, no matter how disobedient Yi Xian was, he was still Mo Shangji's disciple. Moreover, with so many people present, he felt that Yi Xian would not dare to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. Deceive my master and destroy my ancestors? Ha, Yi Xian's sect is not your hypocritical Mo Shanggu, but the fifth palace elder. Yi Xian said loudly. At the same time, he rushed out. Chapter 22:19. The sword fell and directly cut off the third hall's elder's arms. Yi Xian's other hand instantly cast several restrictions and directly sealed the third hall's elder. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It could be said that no one reacted at all, including the disciples of the third hall. Yi Xian waved his hand and directly put away the elder's interspatial ring. After looking through it and seeing that there was nothing worth paying attention to, Yi Xian directly swallowed it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-grade 6th grade spiritual god. By the time everyone reacted, the outcome was already decided. The third hall's elder had already lost the slightest ability to resist. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Several shouts sounded. The disciples of the third hall had already gotten into their battle stances. However, the people of the fifth hall trusted Yi Xian. In addition, Ling Xian Pavilion, the 100 buildings, and other forces had also taken action. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with tension, as if a battle would break out in the next moment. Alright, wait until your elder tells you the truth. Then you will know what I am doing. Yi Xian said loudly, temporarily stopping the conflict that was about to erupt. Then, Yi Xian said to the elder, speak. Tell us your mission and the actions of the first hall. I know that you haven't completely fallen into it. That's why I didn't directly kill you. Instead, I sealed you. If you still have a conscience, then you should know what exactly they will bring to Mo Baijing. You, how did you know? The elder's subconscious words were undoubtedly equivalent to what Yi Xian said was the truth. You don't need to ask how I know. Don't worry, you are not from the first hall. You are just being used. Tell us the details and I can guarantee that I will immediately undo your seal. Moreover, I will help you reconstruct your body. Really? It could be said that even this elder didn't really approve of what the first hall was doing. However, he had been hiding very well and hadn't exposed himself. This was why the first hall had always trusted him. Yi Xian also saw this point and didn't kill him. Don't worry. Since I called you martial uncle, I will keep my word. Tell them everything you know. Alright, I'll tell you. That elder had long felt indignant in his heart. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he naturally didn't want to persist. Damn it. The elder is betraying the sect. Kill him. Suddenly, one of the third hall's disciples' eyes turned red, and he attacked the third hall's elder. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was already prepared, so before this disciple could make a move, Yi Xian was already by his side. Killed with one slash. Alright, go ahead and speak. Don't worry, none of them can escape my eyes. Alright, Yi Xian. Although I don't know how you discovered it, your guess is correct. Whether it was the person who wanted to release the demonized Murloc and the ancient sword intent, or the person who broke the seal now, they all came from the first palace. That one sentence instantly caused an uproar. They had never thought that the cause of all this was actually Mo Shanggu. I'm not very clear about the specifics, because I could only carry out my own mission. My mission was to find a way to cause internal strife. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's methods were too brilliant, so my mission was never successful. Yi Xian, and everyone, you better be mentally prepared. I've already discovered that the first hall seems to be controlled by a mysterious force. Boom. Before the elder could finish his words, his body suddenly exploded and he died. Clearly, this wasn't his intention, but the control of a certain force. Damn it. Yi Xian was enraged. His figure flashed, and he charged towards the third hall's disciple. Just now, only the third hall's disciple had been able to sense a mysterious force fluctuating. Yi Xian was sure that the elder's self-destruction had come from this person. If not for the restrictions set up by Yi Xian, this self-destruction would have caused everyone to be covered in dirt. Boom! Another sword strike killed the elder. Unfortunately, this elder was already dead. Yi Xian couldn't do anything even if he killed this disciple. Damn it, I was too careless. Yi Xian held the God Slayer in his hand, extremely vexed. Grand Master Yi, don't worry. This Mo Shanga's methods are impressive. He actually had a backup plan. Yes, but no one expected that all of this was set up by Mo Shanga. Why did they do this? How could they still not understand the reason? At this point, they already knew everything that had happened. Although Yi Xian blamed himself, of course, he couldn't put all the blame on himself. After killing that disciple, Yi Xian's mind was clear. System, check these people. See if there are any puppets of the Annihilation Organization. Ding. System notification, not found. Fortunately, the situation was now under control. In other words, the Annihilation Organization would not find anything amiss in the short term. However, Yi Xian knew that sooner or later, they would be found out. Now is not the time to talk about this. Master, and fellow senior brothers, I would like to ask you all to return to the Mo Shang Pavilion as soon as possible. Without alerting the first hall, inform the people of the other 8 halls to evacuate and regroup with us as soon as possible. Yi Xian, are you worried that the first hall will make a move on the other halls? The 5th hall master asked in surprise. Yi Xian nodded. He believed that the Annihilation Organization would not let the other halls off so easily. Alright, we'll go now. Under the leadership of the 5th hall master, the remaining Mo Shanga disciples all left and flew towards Mo Shanga. Yi Xian turned around again and said to Ling Xian Pavilion and the others, I can tell you that the first hall of Mo Shanga is not the only one controlled by that mysterious force. Now, you must move out immediately and bring all the forces you can trust here. Remember, don't come into contact with any suspicious targets and don't tell them your purpose. If you have no other choice, just say that the ancient sword will seal has loosened and we need everyone to work together. I'm afraid we don't have much time left. Alright, we'll go now. Take care, Master Yi. Everyone left one after another. Yi Xian knew very well that this sudden move had pushed him into a new vortex. However, there were some things that Yi Xian could not ignore since he knew about it. If he didn't do anything, the Mo Shanga territory would fall into chaos and countless people would die. This was not what Yi Xian wanted to see, so Yi Xian could only do this. Chapter 22:20. Girl, take them and search around. If there's anything suspicious, tell me immediately. I'll go and reinforce the ancient sword intent seal. Alright, please be careful. Fian nodded. Soon, Yi Xian was the only one left in the camp. Strength. Right now, Yi Xian needed more strength. System, among the special items I obtained in the Ancient Beast Pavilion, are there any materials that can be used to increase my strength? In the trial, Yi Xian fought every day. After coming out, things happened one after another. Only now could Yi Xian check his rewards. Ding! System upgrade. Host can now fuse with the Floral Essence Sword Servant. Then, let's fuse. Even if the Floral Essence Sword Servant could not provide Yi Xian with much battle power, Yi Xian had to cherish it even if it was just a little bit of battle power. Ding! Beginning fusion. Ding! Fusion. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Floral Essence Sword Servant. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the healing ability of the Floral Essence Sword Servant. Yi Xian did not have the mood to care about anything else. He had already decided that if these special materials could not provide any actual value to Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would devour them all. System, continue checking. See if there's anything useful. Ding! System notification, the Floral Essence Sword Servant can now be promoted. Does host choose to promote the Floral Essence Sword Servant? Yes, choose. Ding. Promotion successful. Congratulations to host for promoting the Floral Essence Sword Servant to Floral Essence Sword Servant. Continue. Ding. System notification, host now has a total of 123 different skills and divine abilities. Skills and divine abilities. When did he obtain them? Right, after passing the Ancient Beast Pavilion trial, Yi Xian obtained thousands of treasures. However, Yi Xian did not check them carefully. It seemed that these were all obtained at that time. If that's the case, then I'll fuse all of these divine abilities and skills together. In addition, I'll add all of the special materials that I can. I'd like to see what kind of skills I can get this time. Yes, Yi Xian was going to go all out this time. He was going to throw in so many mystiques and skills, as well as countless special materials. Even Yi Xian did not know which mystiques he was going to get. However, it was necessary to take a huge gamble this time. Ding. Fusion in progress. Ding. Adding special materials. Ding. System notification, hosts, summon the world, skill has been matched with the new skill. Automatically fusing. Ding. System notification, the host's mirror image divine ability has matched with the new technique, automatically fusing. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new divine ability, the 6 runes mantra. The 6 syllables mantra consisted of 6 words, life, death, destruction, injury, recovery, and destruction. Rebirth, when the host faces a character whose realm is not higher than the host's, the host can revive the character within 3 days after the death of the character. If the person's cultivation level was higher than his, he could use special resources to revive them. Death, when the host is facing an enemy who doesn't tell the host's cultivation base, the host can decide life and death with a single word. Destruction, injury, and similar effects to death. Recovery, the host can choose a target with a single word, but the strength of the replica can only be at the host's highest realm. Destruction, please note that this divine ability is the highest realm of the 6 runes mantra. Every time it is used, the host will have to pay a huge price. This divine ability is the upgraded version of the word death. A single word can determine the life and death of a bloodline. Powerful. What a powerful skill. Although Yi Xian had paid a huge price, such a reward was absolutely shocking to Yi Xian. A single word could determine life and death. Yi Xian could be said to be an invincible existence. Such a simple yet incomparably powerful divine ability was the most suitable for Yi Xian. Most importantly, this divine ability did not have any cooldown time. This was simply too terrifying. Yi Xian wanted to see if the extermination organization would bear his wrath. Ding. System notification, the host has special materials left, but the conditions are not met and cannot be used. Since he could not use them, then he would just devour them. Yi Xian directly swallowed all of his materials in one gulp. Ding. The host has broken through and is currently at the 1st grade superior spiritual god realm. Yes, Yi Xian's devouring this time had directly advanced him to the high-grade spiritual god realm. It could be said that Yi Xian was very satisfied to have advanced from the mid-grade 5th grade spiritual god realm to the 1st grade superior spiritual god realm in one go. Yi Xian continuously set up several restrictions. He knew that even if the current him had such a fierce reminder, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the ancient sword intent in front of him. True immortal realm. This damned ancient sword intent was at the true immortal realm. The gap between them was really too big. Apart from borrowing the power of the seals, Yi Xian had no way to deal with it at all. The 100 territories of Mo, which had been peaceful for countless years, was finally not peaceful anymore. Countless people were walking back and forth in the entire 100 territories of Mo because they knew that a major event that could sweep the entire 100 territories of Mo was about to happen. People were constantly returning to the camp and coming to Yi Xian's side. At this moment, a new city had already risen up around Lingbo Lake. Unfortunately, its reputation was not very good because it was called a traitor. In the eyes of those ordinary gods who were not qualified to participate in such a major event, how could they know so much? All they knew was the news that Imo Shanggu had released. Unknowingly, Yi Xian and the others had been labeled as traitors. However, no matter whether it was Yi Xian or anyone else, they did not care about this at all. To Yi Xian, as long as he could stop Imo Shanggu, he could accept it no matter what Yi Xian called him. Of course, as time passed, the first hall of Mo Shanggu finally discovered something unusual. After half of the people from the 9 great halls had left, the first hall of Mo Shanggu finally made a move. In an instant, the 9 great halls were actually massacred. From the hall masters who had not left to the ordinary disciples, countless people had died tragically. It was only now that people realized that the first hall of Mo Shanggu did not only have 1 true Immortal Realm super expert, but 5. 5 true Immortal Realm super experts, a terrifying force. However, the number of ordinary disciples had decreased by a lot. The two forces were continuously gathering their strength, and a major battle was about to unfold in 100 territories of Mo Shanggu. Young Master, the Pavilion Master of Ling Xian Pavilion requests an audience. Yi Xian was researching a new restriction when he heard Fian's voice. At this moment, Yi Xian had become the most intelligent person in the entire alliance. Although he could not be called the commander, he was not far off. Now, in the entire alliance, only Yi Xian could temporarily lead the alliance by relying on the support of Mo Shanggu, the Mo Shang training camp, Ling Xian Pavilion, and the people he had saved in Seal Mountain. Of course, to truly control this force, Yi Xian still had many things to do. Oh, let him in. Chapter 22-21. Soon, the Tower Master of Ling Xian Pavilion walked in, but this time, this guy seemed to have changed. Huiyun Tian, clan leader of Hu tribe, greets Lord God Emperor. Suddenly, the Tower Master of Ling Xian Pavilion knelt in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his head. He did not understand why this guy would suddenly acknowledge him. Rise. Yi Xian looked at the Tower Master of Ling Xian Pavilion. He knew that this guy would naturally answer his doubts. Thank you, Lord God Emperor. Lord God Emperor, please forgive this lowly one for his disrespect. This lowly one swears on his divine spark that he will follow Lord God Emperor for life. Ding. System notification, host has obtained 1 faith point. Yi Xian nodded but did not say anything else. I understand. What is it? Speak. Huiyun Tian looked at Yi Xian in surprise. He did not know why Yi Xian was so calm, but he did not dare to go against Yi Xian's wishes. Thus, he spoke directly to Yi Xian. My lord, this lowly one and the others had a simple discussion. We feel that if we continue to stay here, we will only be at a disadvantage if Mo Shanggu attacks. Therefore, this lowly one suggests that we move immediately. You came here just to say this. If that's the case, go and tell those who have such thoughts that unless someone can kill the ancient sword intent, don't mention anything about moving. If the ancient sword intent isn't eliminated, we can't leave this place. But Lord God Emperor, the ancient sword intent is not something we can fight against now. Furthermore, Mo Shanggu has 5 true god experts. If they attack, the consequences will be unimaginable. Is that so? Since you know that 5 true god experts are unimaginable, what do you think will happen if they have 6 true god experts? Alright, you may leave. Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating for Tower Master Ling Xian to leave. In fact, Yi Xian knew very well what these people were planning. Although Yi Xian had prestige now, he had not reached the level where he could convince everyone. Thus, the allied army was in a state of disunity. But even if they were in a state of disunity, Yi Xian could only rely on them. Perhaps there were indeed people who considered that there was no benefit in staying here, but there were probably more people who wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mind was clearer than anyone else. He could not ignore this scattered alliance. Otherwise, they would be annihilated by Mo Shanggu, who was controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Whether Yi Xian was willing or not, as long as Yi Xian did not want to see Mo Baijing become the territory of annihilation, then he could only do this. Yes, Lord God Emperor. This lowly one knows what to do. However, Lord God Emperor, this subordinate has a piece of news that might interest you. What news? Yi Xian looked up at Pavilion Master Ling Xian. It's like this. When Bai Swansea came over, he told me that they had found the information you wanted. Really? Suddenly, Yi Xian stood up. There was finally news of Luo Luo. Yi Xian had waited and waited for so long. Finally, there was news of Luo Luo. Yes, Lord God Emperor. According to reliable sources, that divine beast seems to be the reincarnation of the holy venerate of the demon god clan. However, it is unwilling to accept its identity, so it has been brought into the clan by the demon god clan and is now under house arrest. Since ancient times, the demon god clan has not had much contact with the human race, so we do not know much more. Yi Xian nodded, but his heart was still filled with joy. At least one thing was certain, and that was that Luo Luo was safe and sound. Is the demon god clan very powerful? Yi Xian asked calmly. Lord God Emperor, the demon god clan has a certain influence in the entire god realm. They have a total of over 1,000 chief god realms. They are independent and rarely interact with other powers. Furthermore, it is not strange to see a demon in the chief god realms of the human race. However, there are no humans in the chief god realms of the demon race. Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart thumped. It seemed that it would not be easy to find Luo Luo. What did it mean to have over 1,000 chief god realms? One had to know that Yi Xian was currently unable to play around in the Mo100 realms, and the Mo100 realms was only a small corner of the chief god realms. This meant that it was impossible for Yi Xian to rescue Luo Luo now. Not at all. If the demon god clan had not been in an uproar over the fact that Luo Luo was the reincarnation of their holy venerate, Yi Xian would not have known about Luo Luo's whereabouts. No wonder. No wonder there had been no news of Luo Luo's whereabouts after such a long time. So that was the case. All right, I understand. You may leave. Yi Xian sat on the chair, his heart in a mess. The matter of Mo Shanggu had not been settled, and now the demon god clan had appeared. Fortunately, after so many troublesome matters, Yi Xian did not care so much. Perhaps he could only let nature take its course. Another month passed. On this day, there was finally bad news. Yi Xian, this is bad, this is bad. A huge army is attacking us. Yi Xian recognized this voice as Wang Tian's. Ever since the people from the other halls had arrived, this fellow had rarely come looking for Yi Xian. Who would have thought that he would actually come running over this time? Senior brother Wang, what's going on? Tell us in detail. What's there to say? Yi Xian, hurry up and go. Everyone is waiting for you to come over. Yi Xian nodded and had no choice but to hurry over. Overwave City was a city built around Overwave Lake. At the moment, representatives from various factions had already gathered in the City Lord Manor. Overwave City did not have a City Lord now, because everyone knew that becoming the City Lord was equivalent to becoming the leader of the Allied forces. Thus, no one had brought up the matter of a selection. Yi Xian had not arrived yet, but there was already an endless argument in the City Lord Manor. The Allied forces can't stay like this forever. We have to choose a commander. Yes, I agree with this point. However, I disagree with you saying that we should choose Grandmaster Yi. What's wrong with Grandmaster Yi? Without Grandmaster Yi, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know how you died. I'm not saying that Grandmaster Yi is not good. However, Grandmaster Yi is too young and his cultivation is too low. It's not suitable for Grandmaster Yi to become the commander of the Allied forces. In the realm of the gods, strength is respected. How can he convince the masses if his cultivation is not high enough? Nonsense, cultivation. Sure, the one with the highest cultivation here is the ancient sword intent of the demonized Fishmen Island. Are you going to respect that ancient sword intent as the leader? The constant argument in the City Lord Manor was because of the matter of the commander. Even the people from Mo Shanggu and Nine Halls were divided into 3 factions. One faction felt that Yi Xian was qualified to be the commander. One faction felt that Yi Xian's cultivation was not high enough and his experience was not enough, so he was not qualified. As for the last faction, they were just observing. The people from Mo Shanggu undoubtedly represented everyone. After receiving news of Mo Shangji's actions, this group of people started arguing again. They wanted to choose a commander, but could not decide who to choose. Chapter 22-22. However, cultivation and age were indeed problems. The quarrel continued without end. Even when Yi Xian walked in, it didn't stop. Yi Xian sat in his seat, leaving the City Lord's seat empty. Yi Xian sat next to the City Lord's seat. However, Yi Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he just looked at these people. He wanted to see what kind of commotion these people could make. Fian stood next to Yi Xian, but whispered to Yi Xian about what happened before he arrived. Have you guys had enough? Finally, Yi Xian didn't want to listen anymore and said directly. As soon as Yi Xian opened his mouth, whether they supported Yi Xian or didn't, they all shut their mouths and looked at Yi Xian. Is this the time for you to argue about these useless things? Mo Shangge has already punched. What, are you waiting for them to hit the city walls before you accept the challenge? A bunch of trash. If you have the time to argue here, why don't you think about how to face them? Mo Shangge is obviously just testing the troops this time. If you don't even dare to accept the challenge, then can't you see what kind of result awaits you? If you want to argue, sure. Get out of the City Lord's manor. You can argue however you want. But now, the City Lord's manor needs to discuss how to face the incoming enemy. Yi Xian reprimanded everyone in one breath. He really couldn't stand these people. The enemy had already come knocking on their door, yet they were still arguing here. Were they thick-skinned, or were they looking for death? This starts now. If you want to argue, then go outside and argue. Those who stay in the City Lord's manor need to discuss how to face the incoming enemy. Someone wanted to say something, but Yi Xian interrupted him in a fit of anger. It could be said that Yi Xian was being very unreasonable. Naturally, there would be people who wanted to jump out. This allied army was like scattered sand. Who knew how many people were eyeing the City Lord's throne? Everyone knew what they would have once they became the City Lord. Yi Xian, what right do you have to make a ruckus here? Who do you think you are? I'm only calling you Grandmaster Yi because I'm giving you face. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Now, someone had jumped out. Yi Xian did not have any impression of this person. He did not belong to the faction that had surrounded the ancient sword intent. Now that he had jumped out, it was obvious that he wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xian. How dare you spout such nonsense? Pavilion Master Ling Xian suddenly moved and instantly appeared in front of that person. However, before he could make a move, Yi Xian's voice rang out. Stop. Pavilion Master Ling Xian subconsciously stopped and retreated to the side. Yi Xian stood up and walked over step by step. Who are you? I'm Gu City's city lord, Gu Shang. Pa. Gu Shang had just finished speaking when he heard a resounding slap. Yi Xian had actually directly made a move and sent him flying with a single slap. How dare you hit me, Yi Xian? You actually dared to attack me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Gu Shang was already extremely furious after being slapped by Yi Xian in front of so many people. He was even prepared to attack Yi Xian. System, detect this fellow's strength. Ding. System notification. Target set, inferior 7th stage spirit god. Inferior 7th stage spirit god. He dared to challenge Yi Xian with that little bit of strength. It seemed that someone had secretly instructed him to do so. Yi Xian looked at Gu Shang and said indifferently, Are you sure you want to fight me? Gu Shang did not care about that at this moment. He looked at Yi Xian furiously and said, Kid, I'm going to kill you today. Let me see what you're capable of. Yi Xian smiled faintly, but he suddenly said to Gu Shang, Die. Suddenly, a mysterious power erupted from Yi Xian's body. However, no one was able to detect this power at all. In the next moment, Gu Shang, who was still in a rage, actually stopped breathing. Thud. Gu Shang fell to the ground, and a person by his side immediately walked over. He's dead. What? Everyone's expression changed. He died just like that. Yi Xian did not even make a move. He just said the word die to Gu Shang, and Gu Shang actually died. His godhead is completely shattered. There's no saving him. That person continued to speak, but his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with incomparable astonishment. At this moment, anyone who looked at Yi Xian would probably be shocked. Perhaps Yi Xian did not find it difficult to kill Gu Shang, but a single sentence was enough to shatter Gu Shang's godhead. Who had ever seen such a strange technique? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? I'll give you a chance. Yi Xian looked at these people and said indifferently. Yi Xian was very clear that they had to use a special method to suppress the current situation. These fellows all had their own ulterior motives. If this was really the case, then once the battle started, the allied army would definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, Mo Shanga would definitely launch an attack with his army. No words were spoken. The entire hall was silent. In fact, many people here had much higher cultivation than Yi Xian. Even though there wasn't a single true God Realm expert here, there were a few tens of profound God Realm experts. Yi Xian was merely at the first rank of the Spirit God Realm, so he wasn't a big deal at all. However, Yi Xian's strange attack had shocked everyone. Since no one has anything to say, then let's start discussing countermeasures now. As for the city lord, you can choose however you want. I won't ask, but not now. Yi Xian made the decision. Soon, everyone started discussing countermeasures. This time, Mo Shanga had clearly sent out a probing attack. It could be said that they had to pay particular attention to how they were going to fight this battle. Because the strength of the experts on the allied army's side was much weaker than Mo Shanga. The allied army merely had an advantage in numbers. So, they had to win the first battle. Moreover, they had to win beautifully so that Mo Shanga wouldn't be able to grasp the strength of the allied army. After a short moment of discussion, they finally came up with a final plan. In next to no time, Yi Xian led them forward. This time, all the experts of the allied army had set out. However, they wouldn't attack at all. Moreover, only ordinary disciples at the deity realm and heavenly god realm would attack. Mo Shanga's probing group had 2,000 members. Only 2 profound gods led them, and another 20 domain-enlightened spirit gods led them. On the other hand, Yi Xian had sent a group of 5,000. Most of them were at the deity realm and heavenly god realm, and only 5 were at the domain-enlightened spirit god realm. However, these people, Yi Xian, had used restrictions to support them. Since it was a probing attack, then Yi Xian had to tell Mo Shanga that they didn't need to dispatch experts to deal with Mo Shanga. Only in this way would those 5 true Immortal Realm experts be fearful and not dare attack with their full strength. Even though this was only a delaying tactic, what the allied army needed was precisely time. Chapter 22-23. The battle was about to erupt at any moment, so both sides didn't speak any unnecessary words. When they saw that the allied forces had actually dispatched such a group of disciples with such low cultivations, Mo Shanga's group had almost burst into laughter. Perhaps in their eyes, they felt that they would definitely win this battle. Activate the restrictions. First group, attack. A disciple at the domain enlightened spirit god realm roared loudly. In next to no time, the first group of 1,000 from the allied forces launched an attack. Fire Dragon restrictions. It was an extremely simple offensive restriction. However, only a single person was required to activate it. Moreover, these restrictions could be carried with them, and this was the greatest amount that Yi Xian could make in the shortest amount of time possible. Actually, these 1,000 restrictions were all that the allied forces could carry with them. There wasn't enough time, so Yi Xian was utterly unable to hurry up and set up even more restrictions. 1,000 fire dragons suddenly erupted, and it was an extremely magnificent scene. The entire sky seemed to be covered by the fire dragons. As soon as these fire dragons appeared, they roared as they charged towards Mo Shanga's group. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. The first wave of attacks instantly caused Mo Shanga's group to suffer heavy losses. Kill! The 5 domain-enlightened spirit god realm disciples roared at the same time, and then all 5,000 of them charged out in an instant. Perhaps their opponent's cultivation really was stronger than theirs. However, the formation of Mo Shanga's group had been thrown into disorder by the attacks of the fire dragons, and they'd even lost a few hundred members. Damn it! How could this have happened? Kill them! Mo Shanga's group charged out as well. Severed limbs fluttered about in the air, and the entire battlefield seemed to have transformed into purgatory. The gap in cultivation was always a chasm that couldn't be surmounted, and as the battle progressed, the allied forces gradually fell into a disadvantaged position. Grand Master Yi, send out reinforcements. Otherwise, we'll be finished. One of them spoke anxiously to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian waved his hand when he heard this. There's no need for that. Don't worry, we won't lose. Moreover, we won't suffer too great of a loss. No one understood what Yi Xian meant. Because in their eyes, more than half of the allied forces had been killed, and defeat seemed to be only a moment away. They didn't know what other tricks Yi Xian had up his sleeve, so they were all puzzled. Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he suddenly raised his hand. System, come on. Revive these people. Give birth. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The mysterious power appeared once again. All of the people whose godheads had been shattered were now back on their feet. At the same time, a burst of light erupted from Yi Xian's hand. As the light spread, the heavily injured Alliance disciples rapidly recovered. Ding! Host's resources have all been exhausted. The 6 runic mantra has been stopped. Terrifying. In just an instant, the entire Mo Shang pavilion was thrown into chaos. Retreat. They fled. Because there was no way such a battle could be fought. What was going on? The enemies that they had painstakingly killed were actually able to revive instantly and attack them again. What kind of method was this? Meanwhile, the Allied forces were also looking at Yi Xian in shock. Just a moment ago, he had killed them with a single sentence. Now, he had killed them with a single sentence. What kind of mystique did Yi Xian possess? Life and death were in his hands. Just how strong was he? Unfortunately, only Yi Xian knew the pain of Yi Xian. The price that Yi Xian had paid for reviving so many people was not something that others could imagine. During this time, Yi Xian had used up all of the resources he had collected, and Yi Xian had even extracted a portion of the divine power from the devouring space. Even so, he had fallen into a weakened state. Within a month, Yi Xian would not even be able to wield the God Slayer, much less use the 6 runic mantra. However, seeing the enemy retreat, Yi Xian was satisfied. Time. What he needed now was time. Only by making Shang Pavilion suspicious, only by making Shang Pavilion not dare to act rashly, could Yi Xian have enough time to reorganize the Allied forces. Otherwise, once the battle began, they would lose without a doubt. I'm a little tired. I'll leave this to you. Yi Xian did not dare to show weakness in front of these people. With so many people, Yi Xian did not know whether or not there were spies planted by Shang Pavilion among them. Accompanied by Fian, Yi Xian returned to his residence. However, as soon as he returned, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressing his injuries all this time. Fortunately, Yi Xian had upgraded to the divine bloodline of the eternal bloodline. His recovery abilities were much stronger than before. Yi Xian sat cross-legged. He could not care less about what had happened this month. He could only focus on recovering from his injuries. Fortunately, Ling Xian Pavilion and the other factions would help him hide it. Yi Xian's performance this time had undoubtedly shocked everyone. As expected, Shang Pavilion's people did not dare to act rashly. They could only investigate the Allied forces step by step. Within the Allied forces, those who were watching finally made a choice. Yi Xian's growth space had already allowed them to understand what to choose. Even those who were against Yi Xian becoming the city lord had changed their minds. Life and death with a single word. They had never even heard of such a strange divine ability, let alone seen it before. As for Yi Xian's status as a restriction grandmaster, Yi Xian's leveling speed also made them see how huge Yi Xian's growth potential was. With such growth potential, how could anyone doubt him? This time, Yi Xian took a full 23 days to recover. Although he might not be able to fight, at the very least, he wouldn't have a problem walking. However, when Yi Xian went out, he found that the entire Overwave city was decorated with lanterns and banners, as if something big was about to happen. Girl, what's going on? Don't tell me you're celebrating your last victory. Yi Xian frowned. If that small victory could make the Allied forces so happy for so long, then the Allied forces were truly hopeless. No, Master, it's because of something else. Everyone finally made a unanimous decision to elect the city lord. Oh, is that so? Yi Xian nodded. If that was the case, then it wasn't a big deal to decorate the place with lanterns and decorations. Why, Master, aren't you curious about who it is? Fian looked at Yi Xian and asked doubtfully. It doesn't matter who it is. As long as the Allied forces have a true leader, as long as they are no longer scattered, then it's much better. Master is magnanimous. However, this little girl still has to congratulate Master. Master has already received everyone's approval. The city lord they elected is Master. Is it me? Yi Xian was still incomparably calm and did not show the slightest bit of excitement. Because in Yi Xian's heart, this was just a starting point. He did not belong here. Yi Xian really did not put a mere Mo Baijing in his eyes. In the future, he would face many times stronger than Mo Baijing. In the vast god realm, what did a mere Mo Baijing count for? However, what would come would come. Under the support of the crowd, Yi Xian became the Chu Zhu of Overwave City. No matter what Yi Xian thought, at least Overwave City became the first power that Yi Xian truly possessed in the God realm. Even in Yi Xian's heart, it was still very weak. On this day, the entire Overwave City was decorated with lanterns and banners. Everyone had a faint smile on their face. As many as hundreds of powers would disappear forever, because they would all be renamed as the various families of Overwave City today. Chapter 22-24. As Yi Xian walked towards the Castellan Manor, all the people he met bowed to him. Now, there was probably no one who didn't recognize Yi Xian. Regardless of whether these people acknowledged Yi Xian from the bottom of their hearts, at least from today onwards, Yi Xian was their leader, their commander-in-chief. In the Castellan Manor, the representatives of the various powers were already waiting. When Yi Xian walked out, they spontaneously gathered in the Castellan Manor because they were very clear about what day it was today. Greetings to the Lord Castellan. When Yi Xian walked in, with Towering Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Bailu's Pavilion Master, and the Fifth Hall's disciple at the lead, everyone immediately bowed to Yi Xian. Rise. Yi Xian didn't act pretentiously because he knew that as long as this Castellan seat was empty, it would attract the attention of others. Sooner or later, it would be a disaster. Hence, he might as well sit down first and talk later. Whatever Castellan Ascension ceremony, you guys can do whatever you want. I don't care. But what I want to ask is, did you guys guard against Immerse Shangji's sneak attack? Did you send people to set up a defense? No one expected that Yi Xian's first sentence would be this question. Bailu stood up and said to Yi Xian, Castellan, Immerse Shang shouldn't be so daring. Today, our towering wave city is established and experts are gathered here. Could it be that they dare to attack us at this time? It's always better to be safe than sorry. If Immerse Shanggu attacked us at this time, wouldn't it be the best time to attack? They have 5 true God Realm experts. Not to mention all of them coming, even if 2 or 3 of them come, wouldn't they be able to kill all of our leaders? Yi Xian spoke out his thoughts. Only when he said this did everyone react. But wasn't that so? If Immerse Shanggu were to execute a beheading operation now, wouldn't everyone be wiped out in one go? Lord Castellan, since Immerse Shangji's side hasn't made any moves, I don't think they will send people over. If you think this way, then would Immerse Shangji's people be waiting for you to think this way? Yi Xian frowned. In fact, if it were him, he would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity to kill him. Perhaps the reason why he hadn't acted yet was because he hadn't appeared yet. The City Lord Ascension ceremony will be put on hold for now. I'll go and make some preparations and set up some restrictions. Like I said before, it's better to be safe than sorry. Our Overwave City cannot afford to suffer such torment now. Yes, City Lord. With Yi Xian's explanation, how could the crowd not understand? Hence, the entire Overwave City quickly made preparations. The originally relaxed crowd also increased their vigilance. In fact, Yi Xian's guess was not wrong at all. At this moment, the surroundings of Overwave City were already filled with countless of Immerse Shangji's spies, and an army was ready to move out at any time. The one leading the team this time was a true God Realm super powerhouse. Yi Xian arrived at the tallest building in Overwave City. It was a towering tower with 999 levels, named the Tower of Yi. This tower was the symbol of Overwave City, and at the same time, it symbolized Yi Xian's authority. It had only been built a few days ago, but in reality, this tower was only a symbol and did not have any actual functions. However, after today, everything would change. Countless gazes were focused on the tower. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was going to make some arrangements, but no one knew exactly what kind of arrangements Yi Xian was going to make. Yi Xian stood proudly at the top of the tower, looking down at the huge city below him. However, there was no joy or sadness in his heart. System, I want to use the secret region stone to set up the mystic realm right here. Yi Xian had obtained a secret region stone during the ancient Thousand Beast Pavilion trial. This stone allowed him to set up the mystic realm at any time, at any place. However, when setting up a mystic realm, it was better to be as prepared as possible. However, there was no time for Yi Xian to prepare now. Ding! Host is about to use the secret region stone to set up the mystic realm. Preparing. Ding! Setting up the random mystic realm. In the blink of an eye, the second floor appeared at the top of the tower. A powerful storm of pressure swept out with the tower as the center. This was the strong pressure storm that was created when setting up the mystic realm. Circle after circle, it was like ripples in water, reverberating throughout the entire 100 territories of Mo. Yes, the entire 100 territories of Mo. This was because this force was too strong. It could be said that in many places, it had already rushed out to other regions. This pressure came from the depths of his divine sense. It was a kind of pressure that revealed a simple and sharp pressure. Strong. Boundless. Regardless of whether you were a true God Realm super powerhouse or an ordinary person, you could feel wave after wave of pressure. Of course, to the people of Overwave City, this was a good thing. It was a good thing that made them extremely excited. However, to the people of Mo Shanggu, it was not a good thing. All of a sudden, mysterious ancient runes began to appear. These mysterious runes belonged to the ancient era, and no one could recognize them now. However, the powerful power that was revealed from those runes was something that everyone recognized. Lines of runes covered the entire Overwave City, and following that, restrictions appeared one after another. Ding! System notification, setting up the first level of the Mystic Realm. According to the host's wishes, Overwave City will become the only entrance to the Mystic Realm, and will also become the protected area of the Mystic Realm. Following the system notification, lines of restrictions began to reconstruct Overwave City. Towers rose from the ground. These were the protective towers formed by the Mystic Realm's power. Yi Xian did not know what kind of Mystic Realm he had obtained this time, because this Mystic Realm was randomly generated. However, looking at those towers, Yi Xian knew that the Mystic Realm he had obtained would be a Mystic Realm with strong protective powers. Overwave City was located on the shores of Overwave Lake. There were no buildings on the lake, but when the Mystic Realm was activated, man-made towers appeared on the lake. These towers were arranged in circles, surrounding the entire Overwave City. With the tower that Yi Xian was in as the center, it was impossible to divide the 49 towers. These were all projections of the Mystic Realm, and they were the key to linking the Mystic Realm to Overwave City. Ding! Setting up the second level of the Mystic Realm's protective restrictions. In an instant, lines of restrictions appeared. These restrictions were thousands of times stronger than the ones that Yi Xian had set up. These were the restrictions that came with the Mystic Realm. It was also a sky restriction, but Yi Xian's restrictions were much stronger than Yi Xian's in terms of power and range. Chapter 22-25. In an instant, Overwave City disappeared. To be more precise, it was completely surrounded by those restrictive spells. Ding! The teleportation array at the third level of the secret zone is beginning to be set up. Ding! The interior space at the fourth level of the secret zone is beginning to be set up. Ding! The defense mechanism at the fifth level of the secret zone is beginning to be set up. Along with the system's notification, there were huge changes in the places that Yi Xian and the crowd could see, as well as the interior space of the secret zone that they could not see. Countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. They had once again witnessed the power of Yi Xian. What kind of ability was this? This was probably a power that they could not imagine. Oh whoa! The earth-shattering sound was emitted by the ancient sword intent. The ancient sword intent that the allied forces could not do anything to was now letting out a cry of despair. Ding! System notification. A divine beast that can be used to protect the secret zone has been detected, the ancient sword intent. Would the host like to forcibly subdue it? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the ancient sword intent would be forcibly subdued because of the setting up of the secret zone. He did not know if this was good news or bad news for him. After all, the ancient sword intent was the key to upgrading the god-slaying sword. Now that it had become the divine beast guardian of the secret zone, did that not mean that Yi Xian would lose the ancient sword intent? However, Yi Xian thought about it and did not care so much. After all, the ancient sword intent was something that Yi Xian could not do anything to in a short period of time. Subdue it. Let it become the divine beast guardian of the secret zone. Ding! Host's order is confirmed. Forcibly subduing activated. Boom! A ray of light suddenly appeared on the demonized Murloc Island. The light completely enveloped the ancient sword intent. Anyone could see that the ancient sword intent was trying to struggle. However, there was no consumption. In less than an hour, the ancient sword intent submitted to the light. Ding! System notification. The ancient sword intent has been strengthened by the power of the secret zone. Its level continues to increase. Ding! The divine beast guardian of the secret zone, the ancient sword intent has been upgraded to the pinnacle of the upper true god realm. As long as it is within the boundary of the secret zone, the ancient sword intent will have the combat power of a pinnacle of the upper true god. Terrifying. Even Yi Xian felt incomparably terrified. He had actually directly advanced to peak high-grade true god realm. Didn't that mean that he was only a step away from becoming a chief god? A super existence capable of becoming a chief god had actually appeared in the tiny 100 realms of Mo. Unfortunately, this fellow was just a guardian beast of the secret realm. In other words, there was no room for improvement in the future. The entire Overwave city was bathed in the mysterious divine light of the secret realm. Many people were shocked to discover that they had actually leveled up. That's right. Under the light of the secret realm, their cultivation levels had increased collectively. Ding! The special effect of the secret realm has been activated. Within the range of the secret realm, those who sincerely submit to the host will be blessed with abilities. The more loyal they are, the more powerful the blessing will be. There was actually such a hidden setting. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. This was something he could really do. Speaking of which, this hidden setting was the real benefit for Yi Xian. Everyone in Overwave City discovered that the more loyal they were to Yi Xian, the faster they leveled up. Of course, the most surprising thing was that the one who leveled up the most was actually the 5th Palace Master, Yi Xian's Cheat Master. He had actually broken through to mid-grade 1 true god realm in one go. So, the one who truly cared about Yi Xian the most was actually him. Perhaps even Yi Xian himself had not thought of this. Perhaps in Yi Xian's heart, the one who had obtained the 100 realms of conviction, Pavilion Master Ling Xian, should be the one who was most loyal to him. But who would have thought that it was actually Yi Xian's master? Ding! System notification, attention, host. The Secret Realm's treasure vault has been formed. The Secret Realm's treasure vault will automatically connect with the host's devouring space. From now on, 1/10 of anyone's gains in the Secret Realm will automatically be stored in the treasure vault and become the host's personal belongings. What a great benefit! This was definitely a great benefit. With such a setting, wouldn't it mean that Yi Xian had more than 10 million people providing him with resources? Yi Xian laughed heartily. That laughter was transmitted to the 100 realms of Mo in an instant. Be it friend or foe, everyone heard Yi Xian's laughter. From today onwards, Overwave City is officially established. Let's see what you can do to me, Pavilion Master Mo. These words were like rolling thunder, sweeping through the entire 100 realms of Mo. Wasn't it Yi Xian who said this? Who else could it be? Ding! Host has obtained the conviction. Ding! Host has obtained the conviction. Just as Yi Xian landed on the ground, system notifications kept popping up. In this instant, Yi Xian had actually obtained over 500 faith points. In other words, 500 people had declared their loyalty to Yi Xian from the depths of their hearts. Moreover, this was not the end, because from time to time, new conviction would appear. The rebuilding of conviction would most likely begin in Overwave City. Greetings to the governor. Countless people knelt on the ground. At this moment, regardless of whether they had a higher cultivation than Yi Xian or lower cultivation than Yi Xian, or whether they sincerely acknowledged Yi Xian's authority as the governor, no one dared to hesitate as they knelt on the ground. This was because Yi Xian had descended with the aura of the mystic realm. Rise. The ceremony will continue. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. Host has activated the sect system. Overwave City's mystic realm will automatically belong to the host sect. However, host does not meet the requirements to officially activate the sect. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. Host can now set up 5 Guardian Elders and 500 Guardian Guards in Overwave City. Even if the sect system had not been officially activated, the system could not stand the loneliness and wanted to interfere. This could be done too. Let's return to the governor's residence. I want to give out some rewards. Yi Xian said calmly. Of course, no one dared to disobey him at this moment. Everyone followed closely behind Yi Xian. At this moment, the governor's residence had changed greatly, and it seemed even more magnificent and magnificent. Of course, it was nothing in Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian sat down, and the experts of the various powers stood obediently in front of Yi Xian. The former had said that there would be rewards. A kid at the domain enlightened spirit god realm wanted to reward an expert at the profound god realm or even the true god realm. This seemed extremely strange. However, no one doubted Yi Xian. From the moment the mystic realm was created, everyone knew not to use this realm to guess Yi Xian's foundation. I have already set up a mystic realm in Overwave City. As for what kind of mystic realm it is, you can explore it yourselves. Master, please come out. Yi Xian said respectfully to the 5th Hall Master. After all, the 5th Hall Master was the one who cared the most about Yi Xian. Chapter 22-26. Boom! A powerful ray of light shone on the 5th Hall Master. From this moment on, he would become the second most powerful person in the entire Overwave City and the Secret Realm. The first person was, of course, Yi Xian. Master, I'll leave the matter of the 500 Guardian Disciples to you. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at the 5th Hall Master. In reality, this was equivalent to handing over the entire Overwave City to him. Because Yi Xian would leave sooner or later, and now that the ancient sword intent had submitted, as long as Yi Xian swept through the Mo Pavilion, he would probably directly leave. Alright, I know what to do. Just a moment ago, the 5th Hall Master had received all the information regarding the secret realm. It could even be said that he knew more about the secret realm than Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian rewarded the Pavilion Master of Ling Xian Pavilion, the Pavilion Master of Bailu, and 2 other experts as Guardian Elders. Although it was only 5 people, the upper echelons of Overwave City were officially established. While Yi Xian was busy, Mo Shanggu did not stop either. At this moment, a disciple's voice came from outside the door. Report. City Lord, the frontline has reported that Mo Shanggu has sent out a large army and is heading straight for Overwave City. Yi Xian nodded, looked at the crowd, and said, all right, that's all for today. You can slowly explore the benefits of the secret realm in the future. Come with me to fight. Yes, City Lord. When Yi Xian led the crowd to the top of the city, they knew that Mo Shanggu was preparing for an all-out war this time. Mo Shangji's people could not wait any longer after the secret realm was born. The Annihilation Organization completely controlled Mo Shangji's first hole. Wasn't their goal to gradually devour the entire 100 territories? But now, there was a power that could contend with Mo Shanggu in the 100 territories. This was not something the Annihilation Organization wanted to see, so they came to destroy Overwave City in one fell swoop. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that Overwave City had just been established to catch Overwave City unprepared. However, was it wise to attack now? Looking at the valiant army that numbered in the tens of thousands, all the people in Overwave City were rubbing their hands in anticipation. One had to know that quite a number of people had already obtained benefits. Moreover, it was impossible for everyone to enter the secret realm. Now was the best time to kill the enemy and gain merit. Who didn't want to increase their cultivation? Who didn't want to become an expert? In that case, if they didn't contribute, how could they obtain more resources? Although Overwave City was just a city, and the rules had yet to be set, rewards for meritorious deeds would always exist. Furthermore, this battle might decide the distribution of power in Overwave City. Who didn't want to kill the enemy and gain merit? Most likely, Mo Shanggu would never have thought that the time they chose was actually the worst time. You're Yi Xian. An old man stood proudly in the air and asked Yi Xian calmly. Ding. System notification. Target is at upper rank 7 True God stage. Upper grade 7 True God. Yi Xian frowned. This guy probably wasn't from Mo Shanggu, because even the pavilion master of Mo Shanggu didn't have such a high cultivation level. It could be said that this guy had the ability to casually crush Yi Xian to death. In that case, if he wasn't from Mo Shanggu, he could only be from the Annihilation Organization. I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied as he observed carefully. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. No matter how hard he observed, he couldn't detect any abnormalities. Ha, good for you, Yi Xian. It's fine if you betray the sect, but you actually dare to lead a mob to go against the sect. Do you know your crime? That person's voice became louder. When he said those words, it was filled with unparalleled authority, as if he wanted to intimidate Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. So what if he was at True God stage? Even if Yi Xian was like an ant in front of him, so what? Strength didn't represent courage. You say that I betrayed the sect. Are you saying that you, Mo Shanggu? Unfortunately, I have never seen Mo Shanggu as my sect. My sect is only the 5th hall. Yi Xian said calmly. His tone revealed his disdain for Mo Shanggu. Yes, disdain. In Yi Xian's heart, from the beginning, whether it was joining Mo Shangji's training camp or going to Mo Shanggu, the main reason was to investigate the mastermind behind Mo Shanggu. In that case, how could he say that he saw Mo Shanggu as his sect? How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous when you betray your own sect? Yi Xian, this old man will give you a chance. Disband Overwave City immediately, and I can forgive you for your previous sins. Otherwise. Otherwise what? You want me to die again, right? Ha, if you want me, Yi Xian, dead, then come at me if you have the ability. Humph, isn't it just annihilation? I want to see what kind of ability you have. Boom. Yi Xian's words caused some people to stiffen. Annihilation. It's actually the Annihilation Organization. That legendary extraordinary existence that had thrown the God dimension into chaos during the ancient times. That culprit that caused chaos in the God dimension. Could it be that it's about to rise from the ashes again? Didn't they say that the Annihilation Organization was annihilated a long time ago? Why have they appeared again? Of course, the most shocked were those members of Mo Shanggu. They were members of the Annihilation Organization, but it could be said that the Annihilation Organization had kept an extremely low profile since the ancient times, and it was even to the extent that others had forgotten about them for a time. But why? Why is a fellow at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm actually aware of their existence? Who exactly is this Yi Xian? Why does he know about them and even know that Mo Shanggu is under their control? In fact, only 5 true God realm experts in the entire Mo Shanggu were aware of this secret, and the others were utterly unaware of it. However, Yi Xian was aware of it, and he was aware of this shocking secret. Yi Xian decided everything with a single sentence. Since Yi Xian was aware of such a secret, then it represented that there was utterly no room for negotiation. Alright, Yi Xian. Let me see how your motley crew will resist me. Today, I'll kill you first. Boom. That person attacked as soon as he spoke, and he directly attacked Yi Xian. Berserk energy erupted in an instant. It was the strength of a true God realm expert, and it was a strength that Yi Xian was absolutely incapable of defeating. However, Yi Xian just looked at him indifferently and didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Could it be that Yi Xian was scared silly? He's actually not dodging. Does he want to wait for death? No, of course not. How could Yi Xian possibly seek death? In fact, the system didn't even issue an alarm when that person attacked. Ancient sword intent. It was time for this fellow that had just been subdued by the secret realm to reveal its strength. Ow! A beast roar that shook the heavens resounded. Chapter 22-27. Not good. The person who attacked Yi Xian immediately retreated in fear. He knew that if he didn't leave, he would be crushed to death by the ancient sword intent. Hong! The entire earth was trembling, almost causing everyone to lose their footing. The ancient sword intent and its huge body appeared in everyone's eyes. You're all courting death. The ancient sword intent spoke. This fellow, after being transformed by the secret realm, actually developed intelligence and could speak. Although it was only a sentence of 4 words, these 4 words carried a boundless amount of pressure. Goguksit caused the entire Mo Shanggu to panic. Peak upper grade true God realm. It was actually a peak upper grade true God realm. How could it be so strong? In a mere Mo Shanggu, a small world that was once looked down upon by the outside world, there were actually so many true God realm experts. Mo Shangji's side was originally a hidden expert of the Annihilation Organization. This was understandable. However, a mere Overwave City actually had a true God realm expert. Moreover, it was a peak upper grade true God realm super existence. This was incomprehensible. This was a super existence that was only a step away from becoming a Master God. Master God was the general name of the 5 realms of God. The first realm was God Monarch, also known as Master God Monarch. Panic spread among the Mo Shangji's disciples. After all, the Mo Shanggu alliance was formed by various factions. Similarly, there were also people with ulterior motives. So strong, we can't win, we can't win. Someone escaped. Under the eyes of the Overwave City crowd, there was actually a small faction with a few hundred people escaping from the edge of the Mo Shanggu alliance. A bunch of gutless rats, with just this bit of guts, you dare to challenge my Overwave City? Someone laughed loudly. It was a pity that they didn't consider that if there wasn't Yi Xian, the Overwave City alliance would have been defeated long ago. Damn it, those who flee in the face of battle, kill without mercy. Suddenly, a voice exploded from the Mo Shanggu camp. Following which, thousands of people moved out, surrounding and killing those who were escaping. What are you all waiting for? Suddenly, another voice rang out. However, this time, it was directed at the Overwave City side. Everyone was baffled, not knowing what that person meant. However, the crowd soon found out. Within Overwave City, more than 3,000 people actually started to wreak havoc at the same time. Mo Shanggu had already sent out spies. A fellow at the high-ranked domain Enlightened Spirit God realm suddenly pounced at Yi Xian. Just by looking at those scarlet eyes, it was obvious that this guy wanted to perish together with Yi Xian. Damn it! Stop him! Protect the city master! Overwave City was in a state of panic. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would be surrounded by assassins arranged by Mo Shanggu? However, Yi Xian did not show the slightest hint of fear. On the contrary, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yi Xian slowly raised his hand and softly spat out a word. Die. The 6 syllables were activated. In an instant, the person who was pouncing at Yi Xian a moment ago actually died instantly. With the support of the secret realm, Yi Xian was actually able to use the 6 syllables to kill an enemy who was at a higher level than him. The secret realm's protective restrictions have been activated. Kill all traitors without mercy. Yi Xian's voice sounded again. It was as calm as before, as if he didn't care about those 3,000 traitors at all. In fact, Yi Xian really didn't need to care about them. Rays of light suddenly condensed in the sky. It was sword light. Yes, it was sword light. The entire sky seemed to be covered by sword light. Tens of thousands of sword lights rained down on those traitors. This was Overwave City, where the secret realm was located. Do you think you can cause internal strife here with just 3,000 people? It was far from enough. All hail the city master. A deafening roar erupted from Overwave City. Do you see that? This is Overwave City. Don't you think you're dreaming if you want to cause internal strife in Overwave City? Wei Xintian, go. In an instant, Wei Xintian controlled the god-slaying sword and flew out. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. Yi Xian casually summoned the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. The Eternal Bloodline was a mutation, so it didn't cover the original bloodline. Naturally, the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant still existed. God-grade mounts. Kill them. In an instant, 1,000 God-grade mounts appeared, following the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and Wei Xintian as they launched the first wave of attacks. Thousand Beasts Feast, kill. Yi Xian waved his hand and actually gave the order to attack. Kill. For Overwave City, kill. Long live the city master. In an instant, countless people rushed out from the walls of Overwave City and launched an attack in the direction of Mo Shanggu's camp. Although there was also internal strife, Overwave City was directly suppressed by the secret realm's restrictions. Moreover, those who started the internal strife were spies in hiding. On the other hand, Mo Shanggu's side used force to kill. Thus, it was clear who was faster and who was slower. At this moment, Mo Shanggu's army hadn't even completely quelled the internal strife. The assault from Overwave City was overwhelming. In the sky and on the ground, countless people were shouting slogans as they charged towards Mo Shanggu's army. And what was charging at the very front was the ancient sword intent. Mo Shanggu's men shouldn't have started a battle with Overwave City's army near Overwave City. This place was supported by the secret realm, so they were simply courting death. The battle was about to erupt, and a bloody massacre was about to begin. So what if they were gods? With their divine spark shattered, they would still die. Mo Shanggu's army, which was originally still in the midst of internal strife, was already in a state of chaos upon contact. After a while, they were routed. Helpless, the 5 true god experts could only announce a retreat. They possessed formidable strength, but what could they do? Overwave City also had the existence of the ancient sword will. After leaving behind thousands of corpses, Mo Shanggu's men hurriedly retreated. Don't chase, come back. Yi Xian said indifferently. Because Yi Xian was very clear that within Overwave City, with the support of the restrictions, the people of Overwave City could still gain some advantages. But if they were to chase out of the area, this great victory would turn into a crushing defeat. Even though Overwave City seemed to have the upper hand, in terms of true strength, they were still far from Mo Shanga's. Perhaps they had enough strength to defend, but it wasn't so simple to attack. After the battle ended, Overwave City continued to be immersed in joy. How could they defeat Mo Shanga? Yi Xian couldn't help but consider this question. After the failure of the first attack, Mo Shanga's men seemed to have learned their lesson, and wouldn't enter the area covered by Overwave City's secret realm. Yi Xian also tried to send men to launch a sneak attack. However, both operations ended in failure. After all, if they were to leave the area covered by Overwave City's secret realm, then the difference in strength between the people of Overwave City would be too great. Yi Xian sat alone in the City Lord Manor, his mind constantly thinking.